Book that free T-test today.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KIKK-FM, KIKK-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Hope you had a great weekend. Nice to be with you here on a Monday morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth C. Payne. Hello, my friend.
Hey, this is fun this weekend because I felt overloaded with football information and news and bad quarterback play. So it was great. It was good bad quarterback play from people that we want to do poorly.
Yeah.
And the Texans are, as of right now, they're better than the Astros.
So I was going to say, so what I'm hearing you say is you didn't watch any baseball this weekend.
No, I did. I didn't watch yesterday's implosion because I left when it was 6-0. I thought surely. I mean, it's not like they're facing the Yankees or something.
Right.
I'm just gonna go out and do some of the outdoor work.
Dude, I didn't ignore the game, but I had it on TV, but I just started doing other things while I'm watching the game. And then Javier gives up the 3-run homer in the top of the fifth inning, and he's mad because he gave up a homer. And I'm like, that's too bad. They're probably going to pull him here pretty soon. But it's the A's. It's just 6-3. I was more angry about De Los Santos coming in and doing what he did than Javier, even though Javier was at 90 pitches when they yanked him in the fifth inning. So I had taken my foot off the gas pedal as well. I just kind of, it turned into background noise when they were up 6-0. And then the next thing you know, you got guys rounding, guys on second and third and the base hit, and all of a sudden it's tied at 6. I'm like, because this is what we're going to do for a second straight night.
Yeah, no, should they pull Lopez earlier, or should Lopez have pulled Javier earlier? Sure, except that I don't know exactly how the hell you handle the
It's 4 innings. He's got to give you 5 or 6 innings if he can.
Like, that's where they're at. They're at this point where, look, if you want this Astros team to play anything better than a 500 caliber baseball team, you're going to have to get some performances out of your pitchers at some point, like Javier.
Yeah.
And that now, would Espada have handled it any better? I don't know. He accidentally pulled Hunter Brown in a game. For those of you who didn't see it, just don't worry. Don't ask for details. Just know that he accidentally pulled his pitcher.
Okay.
Everybody knows how that works.
We probably owe it to Joe Espada at least to explain what happened to the
audience.
Yeah,
I guess. No, this is a team that routinely just botches things by looking in the wrong spot.
So Espada, who we should also acknowledge, Espada, as you just mentioned, Omar Lopez managed a game yesterday. Whatever's going on with Joe Espada, we just thoughts and prayers. Apparently, it was a family emergency, which Omar Lopez in the postgame talked with a lot of gravitas about. Like, this is one of Joe Espada's worst mornings. Like, whatever it was something, I guess, pretty bad. Now, from what I read, Espada is going to travel with the team to New York with the Yankees, so he will be managing the baseball team. But what Seth is referring to on Saturday was Hunter Brown. It's the 6th inning. Hunter Brown puts a couple guys on base, I guess. And Espada was going out to the mound. He was jogging out to the mound, which I guess is a tell that he was not going out there to pull Hunter Brown. Because if you're going to pull Hunter Brown, you'd walk slowly to allow the pitcher to continue to warm up in the bullpen, I guess. Yeah. So he's jogging out to the mound, which is part of Espada's explanation. And apparently at some point, he made some sort of gesture towards the bullpen.
Right.
Which the umpires interpreted as Joe Espada making a pitching change.
Yeah.
Nobody told Joe Espada this. He was just going out to the mound to give Hunter an attaboy. Like, hey, brother, let's get this guy out, and then we'll, So Joe Espada goes back to the dugout, and the umpire, the crew chief, walks over to the dugout and says, hey, are you going to bring the pitcher in or not? And Espada's like, what are you talking about? And they said, you gestured towards the bullpen. We have you now making a pitching change, which Espada contested unsuccessfully, obviously. So they had to pull Hunter Brown from the game and bring in A.J. Bluebaugh, who thank God got out of the mess. Because if Bluebaugh had come in and given up a hit and allowed a run,
oh gosh,
all hell would have broken loose.
And Bluebaugh had been warming up at least,
yes.
So it's not like they just had to start from cold or something. That was weird. It was just
I've never seen that before.
Well, it's like Christian Walker looking at the dugout before challenging and getting called out. It feels like the kind of blooper reel stuff that you could put on at the end of the year to tell the story of this season. If the Astros somehow fail to make it to the World Series, this will be one of the things I remember about this.
Well, I tell you what, if they look, they're in a tie for first place now. Yeah. Miraculously, with a below 500 record, they're in a tie for first place with the Rangers. I will say this, if they go on to miss the playoffs, if they miss the playoffs by a game or two, and you go through that exercise of like, well, what could they have done better? What day ultimately was the day that they could have, they could have gone differently? I think you look back at Saturday and Sunday both. It's a bullpen that's been actually one of the bright spots for this team. The bullpen's been very, very good through this stretch where they've kind of climbed back into this ragged-ass race in the AL West. The bullpen is the one thing that's been clicking consistently. The bullpen and Yordan Alvarez, although Yordan has hit 1 home run in 22 games. Like, it's amazing that he's still leading for the Triple Crown in the American League, given the fact that he's hit 1 home run in the last month, it feels like. But the bullpen's actually been clicking, and the bullpen failed you on Saturday and Sunday. That's what I think, Seth. I think, like, ultimately, if they go on to lose the division by a game or two, and you go, man, what game do you point back? I would point back to coughing up 2 leads, a late in the game lead on Saturday, a 3-1 lead in the 8th inning, and then coughing up a 6-0 lead to the worst team in baseball in back-to-back games at home. That's it. This is a bad baseball team, right? They went 3. You and I were talking about this homestand before it started, like it's a real opportunity here. And I think, as you pointed out, it's a real opportunity against bad teams. You know who they're bad against? Bad teams. Right. They have like the 3rd best record in baseball against teams above 500. They can't play the bad teams. And I said 7-2. It's a real, like, a good team would go 6-3 or 7-2 in a series against these 3 teams at home. They go 3-6. Like, they just lay a complete egg.
That's where you can't be fooled by their record versus good teams, because they're in one of the worst divisions of all time. Every single team has that. So they don't face the good teams nearly all that frequently.
That is true.
Because they're just right.
The graphic they showed, that's a good point. The graphic they showed, the 5 best record against above 500 teams, the Astros have played like half the games the other teams have on that graphic.
Yeah. It's just not.
Small sample size.
It's a small sample size. It's a flukish, like, okay, you picked up one here, you picked up one there. Yeah. Oh, this is before all of your pitchers imploded, whatever. It's just, they're in a horrible, horrible, horrible division. Yeah. If they were in any kind of a quality division, they'd be well below 500 at this point.
Yes.
They face bad teams all the time.
Yeah. Well, they face the Yankees starting tomorrow, and then the Mets, who are playing better after that. So they're off to New York. Did you you were watching early in the game, so you may have seen this. Did you see and get to hear Carlos Correa from the dugout?
Yes, he was awesome.
He was excellent.
I had a lot of people saying, like, wow, if he wants to do this color commentary, he could do it. And I could tell you right now, there's no way in hell Carlos, when he's done playing baseball, is going to want to sign up for 182 games a year of sitting in the booth. He could be on, I think he'll be on ESPN or something.
Fox. Yeah, Fox or TBS or one of those. I absolutely think he'd be a great game analyst, but you're right, that's a grind. Although if you do it nationally, you're just doing the game of the week or whatever on ESPN.
No, I'm thinking about, like, if somebody thought he was going to replace Blum or something.
No.
There's no way he wants that grind.
God, no.
Maybe he does.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, the dude is back like 4 months early from a torn tendon that he had surgery on. Like, I can't question his work ethic, but he was good. I don't know if there's any way to go back and find it. Like, I don't know if you can go back and I guess
you go back and watch on TV.
If you go back, if you go back and watch it online.
I don't know if we have the technology to go back. And
No. I didn't know if they archived all the. I know they archive all the NFL games. I don't know. Major League Baseball does the same thing.
They archive all of it. If you have MLB Plus or whatever. Yeah. So you could no, but they don't. I wish they would podcast those or something, or put them out on YouTube.
Yeah,
those in-game interviews.
He was really good, and you almost didn't want the inning to end. I mean, the most interesting part was when I think it was Altuve who was at the plate, and Altuve challenged a call, and Correa from the dugout, he had no monitor or anything. Correa from the dugout was like, oh yeah, you got to challenge that, and Altuve challenges it, and he got it right. Altuve did. They overturned it, and it was a ball by like they all are, by like a fraction of an inch. And Blum, Callis and Blum said, how were you able to tell? Carlos was, again, sitting in the dugout looking like you'd be a fan sitting in the front row. Like I know I wouldn't be able to like go,
just by the catcher and
the way he's framing
the catcher, it. So that part, and then him talking about the psychology of Altuve was interesting too. I didn't really like Correa being able to call out whether or not Altuve was going to swing, because you feel like, okay, there's probably some pitchers that got a good feel on that too. That's
pulling his Tony. He's Tony Romoing it. He's showing off.
Yeah. No, but it was also an indication of like Altuve. Altuve is going to swing at stuff he shouldn't swing at.
Yeah.
And he talked about that part of it. I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, man, if Altuve, if all he did was sit and wait for pitches that he could hit a home run, and he'd probably be just fine. He's just, because he's capable of hitting.
Yep.
Because he's capable of hitting it anywhere in or out of the zone, that's where he gets himself in trouble.
Yeah, that was that's right, because Altuve had a 3-0 count, and Correa's like, he should be swinging right here, and then he swings and he ropes one foul, and then 3-1 he takes, and Correa's like, yeah, you're going to take on 3-1. 3-0 is when you're going to get the good pitch.
Yeah.
3-1, you're not going to get as good a pitch. It's just really interesting, and some of that stuff is just logical, common sense, but Correa just lays it out so well. If they can find a way while he's rehabbing from this injury to just make him the third guy in the booth, sitting in the dugout, I would be all for that. That was the best part of Sunday, I will say that. Okay, so the Astros, as we awake this morning, are tied with the Rangers. They do have the tiebreaker with the Rangers because they won the silver boot, so there is that. Okay, Texans, they practiced on Saturday. They're headed to Carolina tomorrow. They practiced today. Later on this morning, 10:30, they'll be practicing. Here was D'Amico Ryans talking about the trip to Carolina and what they're hoping to accomplish in Charlotte.
The top priorities for us this week, first and foremost, we get an opportunity to go and joint practice versus the Panthers. So we're excited about our starters going out and competing in that joint practice versus those guys. And then we'll see how the game shapes up and who will be out there for the game. But the main priority for this week is getting our guys good, valuable reps versus a really good Carolina team.
And then that'll be it probably for the starters in terms of getting any sort of action against opposing uniforms. I doubt any of them are playing on Saturday.
Yeah, seeing Clowney out there was a pleasant surprise in the second preseason game, just because he's it looks so unfair when Clowney's out there versus backups. And not to mention Fernando Mendoza, I felt like he got a welcome to the NFL moment a couple times in that game, where he's got this big freak of nature bearing down on him. That part is really exciting. So we probably won't see Clowney, won't see Will Anderson, won't see Daniil Hunter. But D'Amico's asked about, hey, what happened in the second half of that game? Would you what improvements are you looking for from the second half of the second preseason game? And D'Amico basically just blew it off almost as if like, this is how I interpreted it. Those aren't the guys who are going to be playing and we rely on. We don't worry too much about the second half of the preseason game. He's concerned about the first half of the. So for the guys battling for those one or two roster spots that might still be undecided, the third preseason game means a lot. And then it'll be interesting to see which offensive linemen they roll out there, because I think that'll be a good indication of probably. If you're out there, well, who knows? He might want to have the O line.
Well, he may want him to play just to get a little more action. Yeah, like I don't know. Yeah, like maybe if he handles the third preseason game like pretty much every other team does, we may get a feel for who the starters are by who doesn't play in that game.
That's what I mean. So if Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith are out there at right guard and right tackle at the beginning of that game, and no other starters are out there, you'd have to presume, okay, these guys are definitely the backups going into the season.
Yeah, you would think. Here was D'Amico on Saturday on where he feels the team needs to improve.
From the second half is just being disciplined. We have a lot of young guys in there. Some guys have only been here for a few days, so it's really just being disciplined, being where you're supposed to be, being able to make a play. So when I look at the game, really watching the first half and what I saw our guys do, I saw our guys take a step in what I asked them to do, and that's rep our style of play. And our guys did that. They repped our style really well, and I thought we had a really great first half. And the other guys were getting those opportunities in the second half. Just had to find a way to be where they're supposed to be and make a play when it's your time to make a play.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. This is where when people get upset about if you get upset about the second half of a preseason game and it's not because you gambled on it, then you're trying too hard. Because it really is. I thought D'Amico's tone there said it all. It's the guys in the first half who are going to play and that you're relying on in the regular season that are going to be, second stringers on the active roster. Those are the guys you want to see play well, and they didn't in the first preseason game.
Right.
So they showed improvement. The one big blemish from the first half defensively was that long Mike Washington run. Mm-hmm. And even that one, without blowing it off too breezily, like Logan Hall had a really good down going and then tried to spin out. He tried too hard instead of just playing his role. And then Jadeveon Clowney, it looked like could have had the tackle too, but he went for the strip instead of the. It looked like he was going for the fumble.
Yeah.
And not that you excuse all of that, but it's not like systemically they were getting physically beat. You just had a couple guys just make bad decisions.
Yeah. Someone's texting in with Ashton Genty tearing his ACL for the Raiders. D'Amico may sit everyone. I guess the implication being like, hey, we don't want starters doing anything this last week. First of all, I saw a report this morning that they think it's a sprained ankle with Genty, not a torn ACL, which is a really weird, because there were reports of an ACL yesterday. That's a really weird miss.
Like with C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Like a wrong body part.
2 years ago. I mean, it was reported that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was out for the year with an ACL.
Yeah.
Like, oh, no, he's actually going to be out like a week.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is the thing. That's why the Jaden Higgins injury apparently changing the Texans strategy, that unsettled me a little bit because, look, guys, is it news to you that starting players get injured every single year? It's and then all of a sudden, I guess coaches spend the entire offseason coming up with these highfalutin strategies for how they're gonna handle things. Then they see one person go down, and it's like, no, abandon it all. I had no idea that somebody could get injured in the preseason, and Jaden Higgins didn't even get injured in the game. He got injured in the practice.
Right. Text message, we watched the replay of the Astros game because my family didn't watch it live. I had to pay my son and daughter $20 a piece because it was so good. The $20 was to get them to listen so I could quiz them. It was that good with Correa that I wanted to be sure my kids heard what he had to say.
Yeah.
LOL. It was that good.
Yeah.
It was like Correa, I'm watching this, and I'm pretty critical. Like I have a pretty high threshold for, this guy would be great at doing media or being a studio host or whatever. Like Correa, I think would be excellent. He's so smart. He's really good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. We are with you till 8 a.m. this morning. Texans Monday coming up at 8 a.m. this morning with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. We got a lot to get to. Okay, if you missed it this weekend, by the way, Baseball Talk on 95.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Also a 4-pack of tickets to the U of H home opener against Oregon State on September the 5th. We're going to do that in the 7 o'clock hour, courtesy of the University of Houston. So stay tuned for that. Coming up next, if you missed Deshaun Watson after the Cleveland Browns game on Saturday, if you're trying to get fired, this is how you do it. We will have that for you coming up next.
Oh, here we are. We're about 2 weeks away from...
94.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, if you missed it on Saturday, Deshaun Watson was terrible in his return to playing at home. The last time he played in Cleveland, he tore his Achilles, and the fans cheered, as you're about to be reminded of here shortly. That was back in 2024. Deshaun Watson did not start, but he played in the Browns preseason game on Saturday. He was awful. 5 of 12, 36 yards, just a brutal interception. He had 4 drives, 2 3-and-outs, the interception, and then a drive that ended on a fourth down that they did not convert. So didn't put any points on the board. Fans were booing mercilessly and noticeably. And if you recall last week, Deshaun was asked by Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com, hey, Deshaun, this is the first time you've played here in a while. Are you prepared for the reaction if fans choose to boo you?
Reaction, and have you thought about any type of reaction that you might get at the stadium on Saturday? Are you prepared for whatever might come?
I don't care. I don't care.
Okay, so that's the preface here, Seth.
He doesn't care.
He did not care going into that game, according to Deshaun Watson. I don't care how the fans react.
Right.
Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
Just got to go play. All right, so Deshaun.
Good attitude to have.
It is. You know what? Just a little tunnel vision, compartmentalizing is a healthy thing.
Or maybe a little bit of like, hey, if we play well, we don't have to worry about getting booed.
That's true, too.
It's rare that somebody will play well and people say, you know what, though? I still disapprove of that thing from several years ago. Boo!
Yeah, sports fans are not like that.
Right.
Yep. Okay, so this was Deshaun. The fans did boo loud and lots on Saturday. They got blown out in the game by the Bills, by the way, 31-7. Here was Deshaun after the game. Deshaun, what was your reaction to all the booing?
Man, I didn't have no reaction. I think the biggest thing is, I think you guys know too, and I think the whole world knows, it has nothing to do about the performance. It's a little bit personal than that. So I think that's it's a disrespectful thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep whatever I feel with me and my family internally on how I feel about that. And yeah, just move on.
Okay, there's more. There is more if you missed it over the weekend. I wanted to kind of Zapruder this thing, though, with you, Seth, and break it down here.
Right, because for it to have nothing to do with the performance, you'd have to think, okay, you having the most lucrative and most guaranteed contract in the history of the NFL, and yet not doing anything for the team, didn't fuel any of that.
Right.
And that people just tried like hell to be supportive early on when you first got there. Yeah.
Or
despite the recency of alleged events.
Or to your point moments ago, had he thrown a touchdown pass, would they have booed his touchdown pass?
Right.
That would mean it's personal, that they're booing everything that you're doing.
That where it gets a little bit interesting because of the Shador versus Deshaun dynamic. Yeah. So there might have been some Shador fans or people that want Shador in that race, whatever.
See, I think all those things can be true with the same person. You know, I think a singular Browns fan can be booing him because it's personal, because he sucks, and because they like Shador. It can be all of those things.
Right. But to say that the performance has nothing to do with it would be
false.
To ignore Deshaun Watson performance over these since 2021.
Right. In the 19 games that he's played in 5 years.
He's only been with the Browns since 2023, but you know what I'm saying.
Right. So the reaction is not performance based. So here was a follow-up question. The Cleveland media is good, man, with their questions. The follow-up question was, I think we got it in here, but this is where Deshaun brings up tearing the Achilles a couple years ago.
But don't you think, Deshaun, that winning and playing better would eliminate some of that booing?
Last time I played on this field, I tore my Achilles. And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt. So does that have to do with, what does that have to do with anything about performance? When a person get hurt, especially for your own city, and they cheer. He
is so lacking in self-awareness.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with performance? I can tell you right now, if you'd led them to the playoffs a couple of times and you tore your Achilles, they would not have cheered. If you were playing well at the time, if your Achilles injury had torpedoed a season in some way, we know that firsthand with Deshaun here when he tore his ACL. Remember his rookie year. Deshaun comes in and he's a tour de force, and they didn't have a great record or anything. They were 3-3 with him as a starter, but hell, at least it was watchable and it was exciting. And he tore his ACL, and it was like a mausoleum the rest of the year.
Yeah.
At NRG.
Well, they and for for context, in the game that he got injured, the Browns at that point, leading into that game versus the Bengals, the Browns were 1-5.
Yeah.
Again, Deshaun was 15 for 17 in that day. They would lose the game, of course.
Yeah.
But up to that point, he had 5 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. Up to that point in the season.
Yeah.
Even that can't be right. Sacked 31 times in 6 games. They were 1-5, which, and again, sacks are a quarterback stat.
Yep.
You can blame the offensive line all you want. When you're taking that many sacks, you're just it's on you partly. It was performance based, and as well as everything else, salary, everything.
Yep. Okay, so that's 1 minute worth of audio. We've got one more here. So Deshaun, he has no reaction as he then reacts for another 90 seconds. He's mad at the fans for cheering when he tore his Achilles, which is a bum ass move. Like cheering a guy getting injured, I don't condone that.
It's a bum ass move, but also that's all, lumping all fans into one group too. Usually whenever listen, whether it's Texans or not, whenever anybody boos their own player, if you really pay attention, it's a minority of fans.
Sure.
So you don't lump the whole fan base into it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Last part, and just when you think it can't get any worse, this is Deshaun being asked, well, do you regret coming to Cleveland?
Does any of that make you regret coming here?
No, I don't regret anything in my life. I think the Lord put me through situations for a reason, so I don't regret anything at all. But I had different thoughts on how it was going to be, but it is what it is. Sometimes the tables turn, and I'm patient enough because I'm a child of God to wait for that time to change. So I'm not tripping on it.
Yes, you are. You're totally tripping on it. The best graphic I saw on Twitter, Seth, was a picture of God. With the beard and the long hair and everything, like looking down from the clouds. And it says, don't drag me into this, Deshaun. The Lord put him through those 24 lawsuits.
Yeah, that's the whole, he doesn't regret anything in his life. And it did lead, ultimately, it led him to, $240 million guaranteed. Excuse me, $230 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
Didn't want to overshoot it.
Yeah. What do you think they do with him? Like, he was the leader in the clubhouse to start week 1 for them, and there were questions as to him being possibly a captain for the team last week.
Yeah. The other question, people were asking the question, but I think that at some point they're going to have to rip the Band-Aid off. The Broncos made the playoffs with an $80 million dead money hit on their cap from Russell Wilson. Right now, I think the dead money, like if they were to try to cut ties with him right now, it's ridiculous.
I've got it. I've got the number.
Yeah.
I've got the numbers right here. So his cap hit this year is $41 million.
Yeah.
So that's
all guaranteed.
Yeah, all guaranteed. Yeah, well, most of it he's been paid. His base salary is only 1.3. Like the rest of it's all these prorated bonuses and whatnot.
Right.
So his cap hit this year is $41 million. That's on the books whether he's on the team or not. It's all this dead money they've shoved into the future.
Yeah.
If they cut him, then they get hit with $86 million next year in 2027. Mm-hmm. If they keep him on the roster and cut him at the beginning of the league year next year, or let him go, let him walk, then that $86 million gets split up over 2027 and 2028.
Right.
So they're going to pay the piper at some point. Keeping him on the team allows you to take that $86 million sitting in the future and spread it out a little bit more. Right. That's as easy as I can simplify it for people. So that's the decision they have to make. I guess they're going to announce, and we'll have this audio and headlines. Todd Monken's going to announce their starter today at noon. Who do you think starts for them? Like, I know we're kind of watching from afar. We're not in it every day, but what Deshaun just did makes it awfully hard to trot him out there in week 1. And I know we got to pick the guy that gives us the best chance to win, blah, 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 blah. I don't know, man. Like, Like, that's a big middle finger to your fan base if that guy's your starting quarterback in week one.
I know. I wonder too. Like, doesn't it seems like Jim Haslam, the owner, just kind of goes through these cycles where he's not going to get involved in football operations until he does, and then he's the guy drafting Johnny Manziel or telling them to go for Deshaun Watson or what have you. Feels like this might be a time where the owner steps in and says, "Hey, listen, Todd Monken, it's going to be Shedeur. We're not doing this again with Deshaun Watson."
Man, that's just when you think that trade. That's what I was seeing from Cleveland people. Said, they're like, God, this trade was already so lopsided to begin with.
Yeah.
That now all of a sudden, like, it
just keeps getting worse.
It keeps getting worse.
It's just, and every time you think that it couldn't possibly get any worse, except that this isn't, on the surface of it all, this isn't any worse than it already was. It's just that Deshaun did a press conference afterwards, where it just made him that much more unlikable in the eyes of Browns
That's
fans.
funny.
So
that's funny you said. Anthony Lima, who does the morning show up there, tweeted, if Deshaun doesn't do that press conference, he's probably starting in week one against the Jaguars. But he did the press conference, and Anthony's saying he might get cut now because of that press conference. Like that's what's fascinating to me is just the wide range of what could happen over the next 6 hours with this. Is I'm on pins and needles, and I saw people when I was tweeting about it like, move on, he's gone, he's not here anymore. I'm like, this isn't even a Houston thing anymore. This is a fascinating thing to watch from afar, especially because it's not my team. You know?
Yeah, it's a really big story. There's people talking about this in other cities where Deshaun didn't used to be their quarterback either.
Right.
If you're upset that Sean loves this story so much, don't look at yourself, not at Sean.
Thank you.
Sean's got enough on his table.
That's right. That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Let's get to headlines. We got a bunch of Texans headlines to get to. Astros lose 2 out of 3 over the weekend. We've got old friends signing in new places and a whole lot to get to here in headlines. We'll do that coming up next. But let's get you guys into a new vehicle, right? Here on a Monday at West Point Lincoln.
0004.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. Let's start with the Texans. They're back at practice today. They travel tomorrow to North Carolina to practice with the Carolina Panthers on Wednesday. Game on Friday. You can hear here on 95.7 The Fan at 6 o'clock. Seth and I have Texans Countdown starting at 3. Made some moves over the weekend, the Texans did. They signed a couple wide receivers who were at practice on Saturday, Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones, a couple vets who've been around the block a few times. Here was D'Amico Ryans on bringing those two in.
We signed 2 veteran guys. We'll see what they can provide when it comes to adding depth to our receiver room. We know, everybody knows, no secret that we lost a very significant piece to our receiver room and Jaden Higgins. So still trying to find a way to, help out in the receiver room, and that's what those 2 guys provide. Veteran experience guys, done it before, done it at a high level, played in a lot of different systems. We'll see what they can bring to us.
Seth, we played this little game out of practice on Saturday, a couple of us in the media. Of the 2 guys they signed, Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones, what's the most likely scenario? They both make the team, Sterling Shepard only, Zay Jones only, or neither make the team?
I think the most likely scenario is that one of the...
Yeah, you don't even need to pick one. Does one make the team, or does 2 make the team, 1 make the team, or 0?
I was about to say one makes I was right about to say one makes the team.
Yeah.
And my guess would be Sterling Shepard.
Sterling Shepard? Okay.
Neither of those guys have been ultra productive over the last few years. I would caution people against thinking that the team thinks this is somehow what's going to replace Jaden Higgins. It's a numbers thing at this point, and they might feel like A, they want protection from injury in the preseason game, or B, they also just want guys they can definitely trust out there. So yeah,
I just think they're trying to get through that third preseason game probably.
So you think it's 0?
I think it's 0. I think it's. I don't feel strongly about it. I think it's 0. If I had to guess, Jalen Noel was back at practice, by the way, doing everything on Saturday. So he's back from whatever the hamstring was. They also signed running back Deuce Vaughn and safety George Odom over the weekend. Odom is a really good special teams player who crosses over with D'Amico Ryans for 1 season in San Francisco. Among injuries, Wade Woodaz has a broken thumb. He was at practice doing kind of the mental reps, Seth. He was kind of standing behind the defense the whole time during 11-on-11, kind of lining up like he's a linebacker. But he's got a broken thumb. That's unfortunate because it looked like he is in line right now to be that third linebacker.
Maybe he's still not good. Yeah. I mean, he will be potentially at some point, but he's not good. He's not a good NFL linebacker right now. None of those guys are. So this is they don't have a replacement for EJ Speed right now that's going to give you the same quality of play, especially versus the run.
Nope, probably a lot of nickel.
So I do. I didn't mean to put it so bluntly. I think he's got a lot of potential, but as of right this moment, he's not a guy that I feel great about going out in a regular season game.
Noah Whittington, Tank Dell missed practice on Saturday as well. Astros fall into a first-place tie. They also fall below 500. They lose 2 out of 3 to the woeful Athletics over the weekend, including the 2 losses were just terrible. Coughing up a 3-1 lead late in the game on Saturday, coughing up an early 6-0 lead by the 5th inning yesterday, and they go on to lose 7-6. Bats were hot early in the game, and then they just didn't do anything after the 3rd or 4th inning. So now they're off, and they head to New York to face the Yankees and the Mets for 6 days.
Here we go.
Let's
do this.
Yep.
You're supposedly better versus good teams, right? Yeah.
That's what I was told via a graphic on the telecast yesterday.
My counterpoint is they're in such a horrendous division that they just don't play good teams all that often.
They do play way
small
less
sample
games.
size. You happen to catch a couple of the good teams when you had some good outings, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
It was jarring how many fewer games. I'm like, that number can't be right, that they've only played 25 games or something like that against teams above 500. And it's not just their division. The whole American League, other than the AL East, the whole American League is a mess right now. The AL Central ain't no great shakes either.
Yeah.
So there's that. NFL news, Derek Barnett, Seth. Turns out he wanted to play football. Signs with the Browns. The Browns lose defensive end Alex Wright to an Achilles tear. He was one of their starters. So Derek Barnett, who had played the last 2+ seasons with the Texans, signs with the Browns 1 year up to $5.5 million. So little less than Clowney's base was 5.5 up to 8. Derek Barnett's getting up to 5.5, which is about what he was making with the Texans the last couple
I
years.
wouldn't be surprised if the Texans had made Derek Barnett an offer, and Barnett might have just been waiting for an opportunity to go somewhere where he could be a starter. And that's like
that was
so I
not
can't fault the
happening here.
Texans for that. Right.
Yeah.
You know, like Barnett probably loved playing on this defense, and it's a lot of fun. But he's still only 30 years old, and probably looks at it as, all right, I want to make a name for myself.
Yep. Ashton Genty, for you fantasy owners out there, left practice yesterday. He needed help off the field. Initially, there were reports of an ACL tear. Adam Schefter tweeted this morning that it's a sprained ankle, and he's going to be out indefinitely here. But that's certainly much better news than a torn ACL, which would have short-circuited his season and all of a sudden made Mike Washington the darling of every fantasy draft out there.
Were there reports that he had an ACL, or was one of those things where people speculated and then those speculations were aggregated into a report?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I didn't watch the food chain of how it wound up on my timeline. There was chatter of ACLs.
Now at least I feel like you've always got a glimmer of hope anymore, because there have been multiple false reports of ACLs on players the last couple of years.
We talked about Deshaun Watson in the previous segment. He went scorched earth on the Cleveland fan base in his post-game press conference over the weekend. Todd Monken, the coach in Cleveland, says that he will name a starter between Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson a little later on today, and that the reaction that Deshaun got from the crowd in Cleveland, he was booed incessantly on Saturday, will not factor into his decision.
It does not, and I anticipate making it tomorrow.
Okay, and what are the last sort of aspects that will go into this decision?
I still have a few things to weigh out, but I'm not going to get into that. But we anticipate naming the starter tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
That's interesting. On listening to that a second time, that's an easy enough answer if you get asked the question what goes into it, and he's hemming and hawing a little bit there, Monk, because the easy answer is we're going to pick the guy that gives us a better chance to win football games.
Yeah.
That's the easy answer.
Well, I saw Bijani Jones tweet out something that you've been saying for a long time, which is Deshaun Watson probably isn't one of these guys that operates well as the villain, and he just doesn't. He used to be an eminently likable guy with a lot of good PR and everything, and now it's the opposite. And I don't know, not that you want to become an amateur psychologist and stuff like this if you're Todd Monken, but you got to just wonder what Deshaun's frame of mind is when he's now like squaring off against the fan base. Deshaun didn't say, "Hey, some people booed." He said the fan base.
Yep.
The entire city of Cleveland versus me.
Yep. It was. If you haven't heard it, go out of your way to find it. We played it a little bit earlier. You can listen to it on the Rewind feature on the free Odyssey app. Hey, a quick reminder as well. We're giving a 4-pack of tickets away to see the Cougs, top 25 Cougs, in their opener against Oregon State on September the 5th. We're doing that at the end of this long segment coming up here in the 7 o'clock hour. That's courtesy of our friends over at the University of Houston. So be on the lookout for that. Coming up next in the 7 o'clock hour here, Jonathan Alexander had a good kind of summary. I think this is a good day as we head into the last week of training camp. We're 3 weeks in right now. Kind of breathe a little bit and go, okay, what do we know? What are we not sure yet of when it comes to the Houston Texans? I thought Jonathan laid this out pretty good. We'll dig into each of these. What do we know? What do we don't know about the Texans? We will do Acknowledge Me. We got a lot of acknowledgments to do from the past weekend. We'll do that at 7:20 on the show. But before we get out here, I want to acknowledge Base Power Company for being awesome at getting Houstonians lower rates on their energy bills. I want you to go.
home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, what do we know? What do we not know about the Houston Texans? Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle has a piece with 4 things we know, 4 things we don't know about the Texans. So I wanted to run this through the filter of our audience here on 95.7 The Fan, and also my co-host Seth C. Payne. So let's dig into these, Seth. What do we know about the Texans? Number 1, Keelan Rutledge will start somewhere. I agree.
Yes.
We know that. Yes.
100%. And I think the biggest thing that's thrown a wrinkle into the whole thing and why it's not that he's a starting center, more so that he's going to start somewhere, is that Wyatt Teller has been a disappointment so far. So 2 weeks into camp, I would have said, yep, Keelan Rutledge is going to be your starting center. He's doing just fine. I don't think it's any concern over him playing center at all that might move him out to guard. It's that they just think he's going to be a better guard, or at least will very quickly become a better guard than Wyatt Teller is right now in this system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's their best offensive lineman, but he's the one that has the best chance of starting right now, I would say. Like, he's the biggest lock to me to be one of the 5.
Yeah, I guess Ariante Ursula would be the other one.
Yeah.
There's not, again, Braden Smith has been out there working with the 2s for a couple of weeks now. So if I had to handicap it, I think it's probably going to be Trent Brown at right tackle, but Ariante Ursula is not going to be replaced by Blake Fisher.
Yeah, we'll hear about Trent Brown in a second, and the offensive line, as you can imagine, is in that category of what we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but at the very beginning of camp, didn't Nick say that Ariante Ursula is the only lock?
He did something to that effect. Yeah, something.
At the very beginning of camp.
Yep, something to that effect. Number 2, what we know, defense will be elite again.
Yeah.
I agree with that as well.
Yeah, it's hard to look at anything other than injuries that would knock this defense off of the very top tier of the NFL. I mean, like everything that made them good last year is right there. So they're going to have a great pass rush, but also just some really physical defensive ends that can stop the run. They've got great cornerbacks. The safeties are improved, if anything, over last year. So yeah, it's really hard. And D'Amico Ryans, by the way, is the coach of the team.
Yeah.
And it's not like, last year you might have questions because, hey, Matt Burke's taken over play calling.
Yep.
All right, that's what it was last year too.
Yeah.
So there's no variables or things that are going to knock over the apple cart in terms of things that are different from last year.
It's really interesting too on that defense, because I think you're 100% right. Like, injuries are the only thing that can derail this defense. As we pointed out many times, they had really good injury luck on defense last year. Their core guys missed hardly any games last year. But I think about this defense too, Seth, and when you think like, okay, what if there are injuries? Which player or players missing time with injuries would be the most harrowing? I think the best players on this defense are Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, Derek Stingley, and Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah.
I think the most valuable player on the defense, where what he means to the defense, where the biggest drop-off is from him to the next guy, and I think we saw this in the one game he missed last year, is Azeez Al-Shaair.
Yeah.
When we talked about Wade Woodaz in headlines, that's already a thin position. And he's your green dot guy out there.
Well, and honestly, I think the EJ Speed injury is it's going to have a bigger effect, at least initially early in the season, than people might realize or anticipate. So with or without injuries, right now they don't have a third linebacker that they feel as good about as they did with EJ Speed.
Yep.
Wade Woodaz might develop into that guy, but I'm waiting for one of these. You know what? When I say I'm waiting for one of these guys to step forward, I mean that very literally. I want you to come up and stuff the run at the line of scrimmage. I want you to recognize run and come up and attack the line of scrimmage. And we've seen a couple instances of it, but nothing the way Azeez Al-Shaair, Henry To'oTo'o, and EJ Speed play versus the run. So D'Amico's asked about Jake Hummel in his press conference, and D'Amico said nice things about him, but more along the veins of, well, yeah, you can play special teams, you can be the signal caller on defense, but it's not like he's enthusiastic about him as an actual linebacker.
Nope.
Hummel's a special teams guy.
Yep, big time. All right, number 3, things we know. Some Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle. David Montgomery and Woody Marks will split carries pretty evenly. How do you feel the split will be at running back.
Yeah, I think that it'll be even. It'll vary from game to game. This is a classic. I don't know what to tell you to do if you're a fantasy owner. And it's hard if you're a fantasy owner to say, okay, well, I'll just handcuff Woody Marks and David Montgomery when I'm telling you to do that with one of the worst rushing teams in the league last year. But I am optimistic about the rushing attack. I think there will be some games. I think there's going to be some games where David Montgomery gets a boatload of carries, but Woody Marks gets a boatload of receptions. But then I think there's going to be games where David Montgomery gets a boatload of reception and Woody Marks gets more touches.
Yeah, see, that is just horrible music to the ears of fantasy owners.
Yeah, I do that.
Try to predict.
The other thing is that Woody Marks is strong as hell and can break tackles. We know that. But it looks like he might have even turned it up the proverbial notch this year. But when you get down in the red zone and on the goal line, there is a part of it where, man, in terms of physical durability, I think David Montgomery can just take some of that battering better and stay healthier than Woody Marks. I don't want to test Woody Marks' toughness more than I need to.
Sure.
I prefer him carrying a safety over the first down marker more so than I prefer him carrying, 3 defensive linemen over the goal line.
Here was D'Amico Ryans on Saturday talking about Woody Marks.
Woody's done an outstanding job. I see the growth from starting with me is the pass protection. I thought he had a really great rep in the game. They set the corner pressure from a double A-gap look. Woody did an outstanding job of picking up the corner blitz. He's just being stout in his protection. And then when he's touching the football, I'm seeing a more dynamic, faster, more physical runner. He's running behind his pass. He broke a few tackles on his touchdown run. He just looks faster, looks more decisive. He's looking really special, looking like he's going to have a special year. And we'll also see what he can do from the kick returner spot as well. So he's added value to our team. He's grown a ton, much more, feel like, relaxed and confident in his style of play and what he can bring for us. So I'm excited about Woody this year.
The cool thing about that quote was D'Amico, as he was saying it, he punctuated dynamic, faster, physical by hitting his hand.
Oh, he did
with his other
the
hand.
Fernando Mendoza thing.
Like he was chopping his hand with his other hand.
Yeah.
Dynamic, physical, faster.
He's probably watching Fernando Mendoza's press conference and said, you know what, this kid's making a lot of good points.
Took some tips.
I think if I chop my hands more, people will know I'm being emphatic about this.
Yeah. Like I said, we already knew that he could break tackles, but it does look like he's just that much more comfortable in the offense. What he said about the pass protection is 100% true, and it was one of the things, Sean, you remember in West Virginia last year, I was watching Woody Marks, and I'm like, this kid actually cares about pass protection and knows what he's doing by rookie standards. And now he's got a year of experience. But that play that D'Amico was talking about, the other thing I liked about that play was because everything's mic'd up to such a degree, you could hear the linemen getting their calls right, and you could see CJ moving Woody Marks up in the formation. CJ recognized the threat, and Woody Marks understood what the threat was as well, that he had to hem up the A-gaps and then go out and catch that blitzer.
Yep.
That was really nice just from an entire operation standpoint of the way that was executed.
Yeah, if you want to go back and find it, that was the play where CJ got flushed from the pocket, rolled to his right, kind of teased run.
Yeah.
Linebacker committed, and he dumped it to Foster Moreau for a first down.
Making good use of those saccades exercises that he was doing before the game.
What are those? Is that the thumb thing he was
doing? The
doing?
thumb thing that people were mocking CJ for.
Okay.
Which is very common. Hockey goalies use it a lot. And it's kind of just warming your eyes and brain up to focus on to focus on one object and then rapidly move to another object.
Yeah.
So those things, people wanted to mock CJ because that's what happens when anything unconventional is done by a quarterback who has bad word of mouth right now. Yeah. It's not a ridiculously new age weird thing to do or anything. And it's not like I don't know. It's just because this is the way things work.
Yeah.
CJ had a really bad playoffs performance, so now anything he does that's out of the norm, people are going to mock him for it.
Yep.
His rookie year when he was warming up with a basketball, nobody was making fun of that.
Revolutionary. Look at this. Look at all the different sports. He's swinging a golf club. He's shooting a basketball. He's swinging a sock around in a throwing motion.
Yeah, if he does that now, he's going to get memed relentlessly saying, wrong sport, CJ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't let them bully you out of doing, what's it called, Seth?
Saccades.
Saccade.
Which is important because when you look at it, you might think it's saccades. But when you ask ChatGPT
Yeah.
what cicadas is, it starts telling you about some insect that shows up every 6
Oh,
years.
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's cicads.
Got it. Got it.
Like, why is CJ doing an insect that shows up every 6 or 7
The
years?
worst one I saw was when they had this. Somebody screen grabbed him with the 2 thumbs out, and they made him cross-eyed. Like, look, that's not nice.
I like the ones where when you're trying to convince yourself you're not going to die after taking a 50 milligram gummy.
Oh yeah.
This is how Tiger looked on that DUI test. Yeah.
Yes, that would have been good. Last one of the things that things we know, according to Jonathan Alexander, the Texans. I don't want to spend too much time on this one because I want to hit some of these that we don't know before we do Acknowledge Me. Marlon Klein will have some sort of role. Mm-hmm. And if that's Jonathan's way of saying Marlon Klein's had a really good training camp, he would be right. Marlon Klein's been excellent so far.
But we have to also remember that nobody sounds less enthusiastic when asked about Marlon Klein than CJ Stroud. The last 2 times he's given answers about Marlon Klein, the last time especially, he made a point that, he's good when he knows what he's doing. He just has to learn all of those things. I like hearing that from CJ Stroud because I think that's one thing I've always asked of quarterbacks is to be incredibly demanding of your receivers and hold them to a high standard. Last year, CJ went through the first half of the season where Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel did not know exactly how to fit in the offense. Mm-hmm. And when you're a quarterback that's looking, using your saccades exercises for a target, and the target's not where it's supposed to be, it's not as simple as just, hey, I'll just, improvise a little bit.
Yep.
So I think that Marlon Klein's going to play a role. He's got to keep working and get that much more precise about exactly how he fits in the offense.
Okay, let's rapid fire these. What we don't know about the Texans. 4 things. Number 1, this is probably the biggest one. Actually, probably second biggest next to the next one in terms of fan emotion. But number 1, who will start on the offensive line? What would your bracketology look like for that right now, Seth? If the Joe Lunardi does that thing where he puts the bracket for the NCAA basketball tournament together throughout the year. Like if the tournament were tomorrow, this is what the 64 would be. If the Texans had to play a week 1 game this week, who do you think the starting 5 is?
If I were to read from left to right, as they do in the Western Hemisphere, I would go Ariante Ursary at left. Then I would go with Keelan Rutledge. Ariante Ursary at left tackle. Yep. Keelan Rutledge at left guard.
Yep.
Evan Brown at center.
Mm-hmm.
Then Ed Ingram at right guard and Trent Brown at right tackle.
There you go. Okay, I'm with you on that. And if someone had told you before training camp that would be the starting 5, I think what people would be saying is, wow, your free agency signings didn't really work out all that well.
Right. Well, and that's where I think this got misinterpreted when I said it last week because I saw people arguing about it, and it wasn't what I intended. I pointed out the Texans have the 5th lowest amount of money spent in terms of dollars on offensive linemen right now. And when you take kind of mid-tier signings like Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller, if they don't work out fabulously, it's really not a big deal. Now, Jacob Barzia. Somebody cited that to Jacob Barzia, and I think he thought I was like throwing shade at the way the Texans have managed this. Jacob pointed out that when you factor draft capital into it, they've actually spent, air quotes, a lot on offensive line.
Yeah.
They've invested in the offensive line.
Yes.
And Ariante Ursary, Keelan Rutledge, Fabechi Wiwu, those are guys who factor in. If Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith end up being backups on this offensive line, A, they're going to play at some point. And B, as long as the offensive line is improved, I don't care.
Same.
It's the methodology of how they got there, which is they've created actual competition, and they need 8 or 9 guys that are capable of playing in NFL games. So I'm not overly worried about whether it was a wasted signing or not, because this strategy over the last couple of years, it's yielded some guys that you feel good about. Like Trent Brown, they signed for very, very little money both of these last couple of years.
Yep, absolutely. Here's D'Amico Ryans on Trent Brown.
It's been valuable to us to have Trent at this time. We didn't have Trent. He wasn't able to go through training camp. So I know for anybody who's able to go through camp and get those reps, it's only going to be beneficial for you to come this season. And Trent has done a good job. We see if you look at the runs and when we're out there, you're running behind Trent, there's going to be a lane. And that's what he does. He moves people with ease. It's hard to get around him. In pass rush, it's hard to go through him. So he's one of the better guys, with his size and his ability. I think the quarterback likes him and also the running backs like running behind him because he provides that kind of lane for us.
Okay.
The thing about this, though, too, is I saw a lot of people get excited about those clips of them, Ed Ingram and Trent Brown, just road grading people. That's what they were doing in the Steelers game last year. And it was awesome. But it looked like what you saw versus backups, they were doing versus the Steelers last year. And that's why Trent Brown being gone from the Patriots game was a bigger deal than I think people would realize.
Yep. Number 2, things we don't know. This is according to Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle. What is Tank Dell's time frame? He is 100% right about that. We have no clue what Tank Dell's time frame is right now. I think the only thing we have a clue about is whatever it was, it appears to have suffered some sort of setback here over the last 10 days. Like, Tank wasn't out there again on Saturday. Like, Tank, it's not that he's not been practicing. He hasn't been present at things lately.
Yeah. Unless this is all part of the plan that they had or something.
Then it would be the weirdest plan of all time.
I don't know if it would be weirdest because it's just like maybe they did factor in some actual total rest or something. It's a rare injury to recover from. So I think that I'm increasingly feeling like it's probably going to be IR with a designation to return at the beginning of the season, which means he'd have to miss the first 4 games of the year. But he doesn't count against the roster if he's one of those 2 exemptions.
Yeah, you get 2 exemptions on cutdown day where you can put him on IR designated to return. They don't count towards the 53. And then ultimately, during the season, you're going to put guys on IR designated to return. You get 8 total of those during the season. I think it's almost a lock. Tank is going to be one of those 2 that you just mentioned. Number 3, who is the second wide receiver? This was a much easier question to answer when Jaden Higgins was healthy. Who do you think the second wide receiver is right now, Seth? Who's wide receiver 2 for this team right now?
I think there's a 25% chance that wide receiver 2 is not on this roster right this moment, and that he might not be until sometime approaching the trade deadline.
Okay.
I think that Nick is making calls and figuring things out, but it's also at that point where right now teams don't like the Patriots don't want to let go of Kayshon Boutte.
Not to the Texans, they don't.
Right, especially the Texans, but even it's kind of an Isaac Paredes type of situation where, all right, the Patriots have too many good wide receivers. And are they in a position right now to say, like, yeah, nobody will get injured?
Right.
But as you get closer to the trade deadline, you start balancing some of those things out, and the Texans maybe are willing to spend some more. But that I think that Nick probably just bides his time, sees how things look in the first few weeks of the season, and maybe at some point they make an aggressive move for somebody.
I think there's a really good chance that come October, like I don't know when the trade deadline is. It's usually like middle of November. It's like week 9 or 10. I think there's a good chance when we start to see some of those articles about the upcoming trade deadline, 10 best guys available and fits for those guys, which teams are best fits. I think there's a decent chance that the Texans get mentioned with a lot of these wide receivers.
November 10th.
November 10th is the deadline? Yeah. So that's I think that could be what we see. Last one, do they have enough depth at running back?
Never.
Well, then it's thin right now. Like the only 2 guys you really have are your top 2 guys. And after that, that room has been decimated by what I think are temporary injuries, but Jawar Jordan and British Brooks and now Noah Whittington, Brooks and Jordan have been out for a while now. Brooks has a broken hand. Jordan, I believe, is a hip flexor injury, and neither of them have been practicing for a while now.
Do you know what Whittington's injury was?
Ankle.
Ankle,
yeah.
Early in the game, he had his left leg got stuck in the turf and looked kind of awkward. I wonder if he was playing through that.
Maybe.
I don't remember seeing the actual injury. That's the only one I could remember.
They signed Deuce Vaughn, the kid out of Kansas State who'd been on the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know where he's been lately, but I loved him coming out of college. But he's available, so he's on the team. We'll see if he's out there today, practice.
Nick Chubb retired, if anybody's asking.
We're going to acknowledge him here in a second. Yeah. So, Nick, if anybody's wondering.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that,
In case, he's not out there anymore. All right, let's do Acknowledge Me. We acknowledge big performances, big news, stuff happening over the weekend, including Nick Chubb's retirement. We'll get to that in just a second. I'll say a name. Byron, our producer, we'll hit the Acknowledge Me hotkey there with Roman Reigns, and on we go. Will Anderson Jr.
Acknowledge me.
Named number 12, the 12th best player in the league according to his peers in the NFL Top 100. We'll lay out who the guys are left. They're going to start unveiling the top 10 today. But if you missed it, this is what Will Anderson Jr.'s tribute video sounded like. Buckle up.
Do you remember where you were in the top 100 last year?
Probably, what was that? I don't, top 50? What, it was not probably not even top 50. What was it? How was it, 46?
46, yeah.
Keep chopping, 5-1. Keep chopping, baby, keep chopping. Keep chopping. Keep chopping, 5-1. I got to keep going, you know what I'm saying? Like, never being satisfied, never feeling comfortable.
Will Anderson Jr., the Terminator, with the big sack on third down.
Let's go! What makes Will so hard to block? His get off, bro.
First and goal. Taylor gets blasted.
He's a freak. Yeah. He's just beating the hell out of tackles left and right. Dude was sporty. You just say a nice prayer that you don't have to block him every single play.
Watch the bull rush. Knocks the ball loose, recovers it.
He just took off and ran through my face. So I was like, this is kind of the day it's going to be.
Allen takes the snap, pocket collapsing. Allen, he sacked Will Anderson Jr. Pocket collapsing. Allen escapes the sack. Allen backing up now, sliding to the left side, can't square up. And he's all the way deep in the backfield. He's finally brought down to the 24-yard line by Will Anderson.
You did the math. He ran like 108 yards to get the sack. There's not many people that's going to have that drive and determination to do that.
Misses the sack the first time, gets up, chases him down, running around in circles and runs whatever 50-something yards to end up getting the sack. Will is literally not going to stop. Like, that's why I call him the Terminator. Like, he just keeps going.
Will Anderson Jr. strip sack. Anderson with 3 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. The hat trick for the Terminator.
Is 3 enough? Oh, he's at. Oh, come on.
I think he's starting to enter the conversation of like a top 3, top 5 pass rusher in the NFL right now.
Yeah, I would say so too. He's runner-up for Defensive Player of the Year. The play that the guys were talking about, you heard multiple guys. I think Kamari Lassiter and Aziz taught the sack that he had of Josh Allen last year, where he actually misses the sack.
Right.
And then Josh Allen's running around and Will Anderson chases him down. That was Will Anderson to a T.
That was, and Will deserves a lot of credit for that, but I felt like that one, man, the entire defensive line, and that's a team sack, because that's precisely the kind of play that Josh Allen would usually end up with a highlight reel on, because he scrambles for time or positive yardage or whatever, but like he just had nowhere to go.
They bottled him up.
Yeah, and Will stepped right in front of Danielle Hunter, who was probably about to get the sack.
Yep.
Yeah, that was awesome.
It was good. Yeah, 10 guys left in the NFL top 100, and they'll unveil the order of it. But Josh Allen, Myles Garrett, Jahmyr Gibbs, Christian McCaffrey, Puka Nacua, Micah Parsons, Bijan Robinson, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Matthew Stafford, Patrick Surtain. My prediction is that either Myles Garrett or Matthew Stafford will be number 1. That's Stafford, the reigning MVP, Myles Garrett, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year. I think one of them will be number 1.
Does Diana Rossini influence us at all? Is there a
No, it's
possibility?
players.
Okay,
Yeah, it's players.
all right. Well, you never know.
God, and Puka's in here, too. The Rams have 3 guys in the top 10. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's see. Yordan Alvarez.
Acknowledge me.
Still a bright spot for the Astros, although he hasn't hit a home run in a while. Well, he's hit 1 home run in 22 games. But the reason he's getting acknowledged, Yordan Alvarez, there's an article in The Athletic that says not only does he have a chance for the Triple Crown, he's got a chance for the Decuple Crown, DEC meaning Latin for 10. He leads the American League in these 10 categories: batting average, home runs, RBIs, on base, slugging, OPS, runs, hits, times on base, and total bases. Only 2 players in the history of baseball have led their respective league in those 10 categories at the end of the year. Rogers Hornsby in 1922 and Carl Yastrzemski in 1967.
Oh, wow.
Yordan is doing that right now. That's
incredible.
Yeah, dude. He's not on pace, but he's not trailing by much in terms of leading the entire major leagues. Like they acknowledge the Triple Crown if you do it just in your league. But he's 1 home run and 4 RBIs as of yesterday, back of the leaders in the majors in those categories. Only 3 guys have ever done that: Lou Gehrig, Ted Williams and Mickey Mantle. So that's the crazy thing about Jordan, Seth. Like every graphic, every stat that his face is next to on the broadcast, it's mostly guys in pictures in black and white.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
From the 30s.
It is. It's an historically not just impressive, just it's a unique season.
Yeah.
Come on, Astros, don't waste it.
I know, for a team that's one game under 500. What the hell? Shedeur Sanders.
Acknowledge me.
I predict he'll be named the starter for the Browns later on today. We played some Deshaun Watson audio earlier, which did not endear him to anybody, especially the Cleveland fan base. I don't know if you saw this, Seth. Shedeur, I've never seen an in-game interview with a player in a preseason game that went on as long as this one. Aditi Kinkwabala, who works for CBS, she does the sidelines for the Browns preseason games on their local broadcast. And she did a 7-minute and 47-second interview with Shedeur Sanders.
And it was enjoyable.
It was
you know what it is? It's enjoyable for people who aren't fans of the team. Sometimes these preseason interviews get annoying, partly because the play just keeps going.
Yeah.
Like there's no commentary. In baseball, at least, you get the benefit of a play-by-play.
Yep.
These interviews, they just play keeps going on in a little box in the corner with zero commentary on it. But if just as a standalone interview, I thought it was really entertaining.
It was fun, yeah. Here's Shedeur talking about how he was named a captain for that day because he was a starting quarterback, and he didn't realize he needed to go out for the coin toss.
It went really good today. I'm overall proud of the way how we operated. We got to get out the huddle a little faster, and we're going to work on that. But overall, today was a pretty good day. But I messed up before I got on the field.
What happened?
I didn't go out for the coin toss.
You were supposed to be the game captain.
No, I know I was the captain, but I just thought I was like the captain of the team for the week, you know? I didn't know I was captain of the coin toss.
I just saw as captain of the team. I don't know as captain of the coin toss.
I don't think I've ever heard that.
I haven't either. I've never heard of somebody missing the coin toss who was a captain.
Who was that? Or who didn't realize that it was? If you're the captain for the day, you're going out there. He's probably. You know what? That's a unique situation where if there's some teams don't have actual captains. For the entire year, they have game captains.
Yep.
So he's probably always been on teams where he's the captain.
Yep.
So you go out and and the other thing I think you're reminded of as you watch the interview with Shedeur, you got to remember all the reports is that he's really handled himself really well and being in an awkward situation. I know the only thing I can remember was that one little weird moment he had in an interview last year at some point. But it's by and large, all the reports are that he's awesome in the building, all this. So I think Shedeur's at that point now where people get angry at Shedeur for things that other people are saying about Shedeur instead of what Shedeur is doing himself. Apparently somebody assaulted a Cleveland media member yesterday at an airport or something. I don't know exactly what happened, but it was just some psychotic Shedeur fan. It wasn't Shedeur's camp.
Right.
But people hear this stuff and they think that it's like somebody in Shedeur's camp, and it's not.
One more from Shedeur. This is Shedeur. Take a listen to the question, and he ends up talking about. We'll do the one on Deshaun here, Byron. To take a listen to the question, Shedeur doesn't answer the question at all. He just basically says he doesn't like people booing Deshaun Watson.
You also said this is not a decision that is yours. But when you think about being in this competition, in this race for the last few months, what's been the biggest part of growth for you, and how do you feel about how you've handled all of it?
Well, first, I would say I don't really feel comfortable. I don't really like overall, whenever the whole stadium booing and stuff, when the shot get in, because he going out there, he trying to put in work too, just how we all are. So, just as being a person, I don't really like that, and I don't really, respect that. However y'all feel is how y'all feel about an individual, about a person, but when somebody going out there trying to do their best, then I don't really sit right with me overall.
Okay, so the question was about what have you done to put yourself in the hunt here to be the star? And Shedeur's answer was, please stop booing Deshaun, which comes from a good place. I've I've come around on Shador. I enjoy him.
Yeah.
So it's a good interview. It's on the internet. Go out of your way to find it. Nick Chubb.
Acknowledge me.
Texans legend Nick Chubb announced his retirement over the weekend. Put out a statement largely centered around his career in Cleveland. There wasn't, when he announced his retirement, Seth, I was like racking my brain, like, okay, what's my biggest Nick Chubb Houston Texans memory?
Yeah.
And probably the one that popped into my head immediately was, okay, he scored a 25-yard touchdown in Week 2 against the Buccaneers that we think they might have let him score on that play so they could get the ball back.
That's right.
At the end of the game.
No, they totally let him score. That was almost verified by by a couple of smirks by Bucks.
Yep. So
I thought he had a really nice run in the Ravens game where I felt like he had he's got some of that same burst he had. Yeah. He was also going against basically a preseason version of the Ravens defense.
That's right. Yeah. I thought this was interesting. This is sort of an acknowledgement of Woody Marks as well, but Patrick Queen was on James Harrison and Joe Hayden's podcast. Patrick Queen, inside linebacker for the Steelers, and he was asked the top 5 toughest running backs to tackle, and of the 5, 2 2025 Houston Texans made the cut.
5, who you say your top 5 like hardest running backs to tackle?
Now, I don't play against Chubb. When you talk about a perfect running back, to be able to hit whatever gap, jump cut, straight cut, like be able to get downhill, run behind his pads, and not change his movement and what he do. He's legit my one. Derrick Henry second. Big body, y'all obviously know that. Like just a hard tackle in general. 3, buddy from the Texans last year. I can't remember his name. I think he got called up that week or something. But it was solid. He was solid. I ain't gonna put him 3. I'm gonna put him 5.
Okay.
But he was solid. We talking about
shiftiness.
I'm gonna say Bijani. When I first got here, Bijani was nice. Like I remember I shot a gap. He wasn't even running full speed. He like bent the corner on me, got to the side. Damn! I said my head. I'm like, damn, I'm getting slow. Like, but he right there. Then I say Gibbs. He didn't really get to show us that much.
We're good. So we got this. So you had Nick Chubb, Derrick Henry, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijani, and Woody Marks, who he couldn't remember his name. He didn't get called up for the week. He was their leading rusher on the season. You must be talking about that playoff game where he ran for 112 yards on 19 carries against your sorry ass, Patrick Queen. His name is Joquavius Woody Marks. Remember
that seems like if I saw a transcript of that, I would think he was throwing shade or like not acknowledging it. But I think he genuinely couldn't remember his name.
Oh no, you're right. You're 100% right.
That seemed genuine there.
Yeah. So let's acknowledge Woody Marks also.
Acknowledge me.
Top 5 toughest guys to tackle. I like that. All right, let's give away some tickets. Caller number 10 is going to win a 4-pack of tickets to the U of H home opener against Oregon State, season opener on September the 5th. It's courtesy of the University of Houston, 713-572-4610, 713-572-4610. Speaking of college football, is this, I feel like there's been multiple times over the last 5, 10, 15 years where we're like, here's the death of college football because of this. So where does this stack up on things that are going to cause the death of college football? We will hit that final segment for us coming up. Stay there.
Oh, what's it going to be?
Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment, we'll hand it over to John Harris and Mark Vandermeer here at the top of the hour for Texans Monday. Texans back at practice. Today, they travel tomorrow, joint practice with the Panthers tomorrow, so we'll keep an eye on the interwebs for people who are going to be there. I know Cody and Landry are going to that, so that keep an eye on those guys, Cody Stutes, Landry Locker, if you're looking for feet on the ground up there. And I imagine the beat writers will be up there as well. And then the game on Friday, 6 o'clock kickoff here on 95.7 The Fan. Seth and I have you for pregame at 3 o'clock, Texans Countdown, and then Clint Stoerner and I will have you for a lively, spirited Friday night of Texans football talk after preseason week 3 on Friday.
You should just go 5 or 6 hours since you don't have to get up and work the next day.
Just take it into Saturday morning. Hell yeah!
Yeah, depending on how glorious the victory is. Yeah, kind of do like Gallant. Gallant stayed on air until 6 a.m. I think after the World Series. Victory.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
So this is a big story here. The Browns are waiving tight end Daquan Wright. Okay. I feel like the Browns have come up more on this show than the Texans have today between Deshaun Watson and Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson going scorched earth.
Well, Shedeur Sanders
also. Yeah. Okay.
Shedeur Sanders with an entertaining interview.
Yes. This is more a coincidence that the Browns have very little to do with this story. They just happened to be a player that they're waiving. The player's name is Daquan Wright. And if he clears waivers, if a team out there does not pick him up, he has an agreement in place for the upcoming season to go back to college and play for LSU per his agents Drew Rosenhaus and Kyle Lincoln. Now, for those of you who missed it, there was litigation last week in a courtroom in Louisiana. It was ruled there were several players that got an injunction put in place allowing them that if they get, and I believe they're all undrafted guys, because if you get drafted, you can't do this, but as undrafted guys, they would be eligible to go back and play in college. So Daquan Wright is believed to be the first player who could play for an NFL team in training camp, get cut, and then go back to college. Now, I want to get into the finances of it in a minute. What's your gut reaction to that? What do you think?
My gut reaction was with zero clue about how it all works legally. It's that college players are professional players now. There's no hemming and hawing around it, or they get some money from boosters or anything. Nope, they're professional athletes, and it seems kind of in line with the way that college football is right now. So it's notable, obviously, but I don't feel like it's as much of a sea change as perhaps a lot of people are perceiving.
Oh, I see. I disagree with that. Like, guys, when you announce you go pro, the rule had always been, okay, you're pro. That's it, and you can't come back to college. And obviously,
but it used to always be that when you announced you were going pro, you had previously been an amateur. It's a pro announcing they're going to the NFL now. Yeah. It's not an amateur deciding to become a pro. This isn't Jim Thorpe, This is they're already professional athletes.
Or even Baker Mayfield, It's a great point. It's a great counterpoint. I'm not saying that it's clear cut either way. I know where it's coming from for me. Yeah. Because every one of these changes I hate because I've got this idyllic view of college football that I grew up with. And I grew up a huge college football fan. I went to a big college football school. A college football school that tends to cling to the old ways of doing things. Yeah. And to their credit, Marcus Freeman has dragged them into the 21st century, and now they're as progressive as any team. Although I don't think that two things I don't think they're doing right now. I don't think that they're having, I shouldn't say two things. I don't think Notre Dame's allowing guys back in like this with their thing because the guys would have to go to grad school and it's too late to apply to grad school. Yeah. LSU, and I would imagine a lot of schools in the SEC and the Power 4 schools aren't all that worried about the kid. He's going to be a week behind in his studies.
I think this is the thing. I think that this would be different, Sean, if there were no transfer portal or the current transfer portal rules, and if there were not NIL. I think a lot of people would be looking at this and saying, you know what? This actually kind of makes sense and it's fair. And hey, some of these schools will get back their good players who didn't get the draft status that they might have preferred or something. That then people might be looking at this as a positive because it would make for better college football teams. But we're also living in an era where it's so common now to see guys in the rookie year, you try to figure out which school they went to, and it's 3 different colleges.
Yeah.
Like that part, I guess it's just the horses have already broken out of the barn for me on that one.
Yeah. I guess maybe it's not just undrafted guys that are recent court rulings.
Right. It's guys that got drafted and can play and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild to me. That it's just, and if this is the directions go, look, I didn't like when they made it essentially free agency with the transfer portal. Now, I did feel like if you were at a school and your coach left to go take another job or was fired or whatever, that then allowing a player to transfer without having to sit out a year, I would be cool with that.
Yeah.
But I didn't like the transfer portal. NIL I was cool with. That's actually kind of fun to me. Like I like the financial component to it and like, sort of managing a salary cap kind of thing, even though I know there's no salary cap. This part to me is the one that, you're right. Like you are basically professional football now.
And it already has been though. Yeah. It has been.
Yeah.
It's just been so recent that people are still trying to get their feet underneath them. The ironic thing about it is that,
and by the way, that Lane Kiffin is the coach that's breaking the mold on this thing and being the first one to bring a guy back from the NFL was the easiest prediction out of all of this.
The weird thing for me is that it's like, man, it feels like college football players can do whatever the hell they want. I know it's not that extreme, but it feels that way. And it's partly because they don't have a union, where like the NFLPA, which is probably the weakest of the 4 major professional sports, their union can't do crap for them.
Yeah.
It's just it's just so much the Wild West right now in college football, and there's no collective bargaining agreement between schools and the players or anything. And I don't know how you're going to wrangle all of these kittens together and all these different, 18 to 22-year-old kids to ever have a players union, or whether they should even want one. Because right now, it's just they just keep getting more and more and more rights afforded to them.
Well, I would be willing to bet that if they formed a union and they're negotiating with the powers that be in college football, the powers that be would put an end to this.
Right,
which is what
doing. So the question then becomes like, all right, well, why would the players be motivated to get a union?
Totally,
they're stacking up more and more privileges every year.
Oh, and by the way, Daquan Wright's probably going to make more at LSU than he would have made for the Browns this year.
Right,
and that's the truth. He's an undrafted free agent. That's just a fact.
It's an interesting thing. I'd be curious. So for LSU people, are you upset about this, or are you kind of like, oh, okay, wait, we've got a chance at having a stronger roster because of this?
We'll see. Seth, we got to get out. We got to bail. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Yeah, antibodies, and I hope Notre Dame lets you back on campus.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate that. I haven't been in a long time. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Texans Monday is up next. Before we do get out, though, I want to tell you about the Men's Tea Clinic. I go there every Friday.
Line Studios. KIKK-FM, KIKK-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
1st and 5 Texans. I formation with Stover the fullback. Here's the give to Woody. Finds a hole right side 15. Bounces off a tackle 10. Another broken tackle, and he's in the end zone. Woody Marks, touchdown.
What a run. And what a heck of a job of blocking along the right side by Ed Ingram as well as Trent Brown. Boy, did they go to work and just collapse everything down. It allowed Woody Marks to hit the hole full speed. And then it's what I talked about earlier. You're not signing up to tackle Woody Marks. He's carrying guys into the end zone. What a run.
So you got two guys like that. You got Woody Marks, you have David Montgomery, not to mention the other guys that they might throw out there, so that's very good.
Yeah, there might not be many more than those two right now.
I know.
Because that running back room is really banged up. But there's a little news about that. We'll get into that.
There's a little news about it, and we will get into it. But obviously Texans Monday, usually after a Sunday game, this time after a Thursday game. And we'll be back on next Monday with another edition of Texans Monday after the Friday game against Carolina. This coming Friday, they wrap up the preseason at Carolina. Joint practice with the Panthers on Wednesday. They're practicing this morning starting at about 9:30, so we'll get right out there. We're only going to miss some activation and, warm up.
I hope so.
Yeah, no, they're not going to get right into it at 9:30. They're not going to go, let's go goal line, 11 on 11, 9:30 sharp.
It's happened before. I don't know if it's happened with D'Amico. But
Bill O'Brien did it once.
Yeah, he did.
He began practice that way. That was 2014, though, Johnny. That was when he still was
listen to me.
We're going to get the intensity going right off the bat here. Part of
it,
there's something about that I like, though.
Yeah, I know.
Going goal line to start.
Heck yeah.
Let's just
wake you up.
Let's just, exactly. It'll wake them up. They had yesterday off. They practiced Saturday. And you were saying just before we got on the air, Johnny's like, they're going to go banging today. Like, this is going to be big today. They're going, like, I don't even know for a fact that they're in pads, but we're assuming they're in pads today, right?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, look, it's today. Then I don't think they would do it before or during or on a travel day.
Right.
They'll practice. I think it'll be more walkthrough. There'll be something. But they won't bang the pads on a travel day. And then you got the joint practice Wednesday, and that's it. For your starters, they're not going to play Friday night.
They're not playing Friday. So
today, process of elimination. All right, they're going to hit today.
Now, are they going to have one of those awkward or two of those awkward practices after the Carolina game where they're going to bring everybody out there?
Yeah.
Or are they going to go down to 53 then practice? Because the 53, the initial 53, folks, because it changes, is a week from tomorrow. So next Tuesday. So that gives you a bunch of days. You're not going to be off from Friday night till Tuesday. I forgot how they handled this last year. I want to say they practiced with some guys that they eventually released.
I think they did.
And many brought back, of course. They might have said goodbye to some guys before that along the way. But we'll see. Look, we'll all find out together, and it's a process. Now, today is important because of what you just said. Today, Wednesday, the game doesn't feature starters. You are in game plan mode officially starting next week. And maybe even some this week, but officially starting next week. I think right now they're still trying to get the line together, get their best five out there, and that will be another discovery this week. On Friday night, we talked about it, that, hey, you don't know what they're going to do because a week before, we all assumed, hey, Rutledge is playing center. Right. A week later, well, now he's firmly entrenched at left guard. Okay, if you insist. I mean, I'm just waiting to find out what they do this week. Now, Saturday, he was still spending some time there, of course. But we'll find out how they plan to organize themselves because this is a very important week to go against actual competition. Again, Wednesday is a real good game touch point. And then you get to the game itself, which is reserves mostly, but guys who can contribute and will. You and I called that the Graham Mertz game. Because Graham won himself a spot on the 53 in that game based on his performance. And somebody else can. Doesn't matter what the position group is. One of these linebackers could rise and really make the big impression It could be somebody you're not thinking about in a position group where, oh my gosh, they elevated so much, we have to put them on the initial 53. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's that time of year. I mean, we start thinking about, do you keep a fourth tight end versus a fifth corner? Do you keep this guy at center or guard? I mean, the Rutledge situation has been very, very interesting, that arc to watch because, and I've said this to plenty of people that, well, I don't think it's between Keelan and another center. I think it's between a couple of guards and Keelan. I said it a while back, and the more I think about it, the more I watch him play football, the more I am in that vein of what I said a couple weeks ago. Keelan Rutledge is your best offensive lineman right now. At guard, at center, the other guard, it doesn't matter. He is your best lineman right now, which is good because I think Ed Ingram played pretty well the other night. I think Trent played very well. Keelan just continues to rise and play well. Now, when you get to the regular season, it's going to be a little more difficult, whether it's guard or center, but you just can't put like any eggs in a basket of, oh, yeah, he's definitely going to be here. I just know he's going to be on the offensive line somewhere starting. He's got to be. Ursery will be at left tackle. He'll be there. I think we're getting closer to saying Ed Ingram locking in at right guard and Trent locking in at right tackle, but I mean, we've seen things change. And, of course, injuries, as you say, sometimes solve problems that you don't want problems, but sometimes they solve problems because you're like, well, hey, how am I going to keep these four tight ends? And then a couple of them get hurt.
Or one of them's dinged up and you throw them on IR and then you figure it out later. Right? You deal with it later.
That's a good point.
You kick that can down the road. But Ariante Ursery, Johnny, I'm going to challenge you on that. Because I don't know. I am
What, you don't think he's starting at left tackle?
No, I am going to say this. I am not Mr. Offensive Line Evaluator. It's like the old beer commercial.
Right.
Mr. Offensive Line Evaluator. That's me.
Yeah.
You push the other guy out of the way better than anybody else possibly can. That's an offensive lineman actual
I'm very
job
curious
description.
to see where you're going with this.
Okay. You say Rutledge is the best offensive lineman. But here's Ursery coming into year 2. Maybe he's that good, Johnny. Maybe Ursery. Maybe he's just that good at left tackle that, hey, we don't even talk about him much, which is a good thing, right? We don't discuss him much. Year 2, he's the pillar, right?
Keelan Rutledge is your best offensive lineman.
Okay, all right, there we go. Well, I'm not an evaluator.
Look,
so
you
said it.
Now, listen.
But you're not dissing.
The test is much more difficult for Ariante every day. And don't get me wrong. I don't. There's not a lot of difference between Keelan and Ariante. Those two guys are clearly your best linemen. They're playing like your best linemen right now. Ariante has a more difficult calculus BC test every single day because he faces 51 and 55. Now, that doesn't mean that facing Tommy Togiai and Sheldon Rankins is any walk in a park. But I think Keelan's got a better opportunity. If Keelan was thrown in, like I think about Ariante as a rookie, and whether it was a right tackle or left tackle, he was getting those rookie reps at either one of those tackle spots,
with those guys.
facing those two guys.
Yeah.
I mean, holy crap. And he got better, and he got better quickly. And I tell the story all the time about week 3. He stood up in a locker room. We played Jacksonville. Josh Hines Allen got his hand on that ball, and Ariante was like, I played poorly. That ain't going to happen again. And throughout the rest of the year, look, he gave up a sack. He gave up pressures. But he also got better and better and better every week. And I hated the fact that PFF would not adjust his grades as they went through, seemingly based on, he's a rookie, it's a reputation thing, all that kind of stuff. I was like, no, he's playing really well. But it took him almost to the end of the year till they went, who's playing well? Ariante Ursery. Like, yeah, hey, jackass, if you've been watching since week 4 or 5, you'd realize this guy's been playing really well. The good thing is we now have more of those guys on the offensive line playing at a higher level, and that's going to end up making this whole thing go. I was on with Zig Fracassi yesterday on SiriusXM, and we were talking about that.
I missed it.
Yeah, you missed it.
You and Zig?
Yeah, I got on there. It was good.
I like Zig.
And it was interesting. We talked about just the offense in general. And Robert Turbin was with Zig, and they asked me obviously about Jaden Higgins, and so as I gave my answer, Robert was kind of like incredulous, like there are no other receivers doing anything in camp. Like, no, you're missing the point here.
He was that good.
He was that good that you're not going to have a one-for-one replacement. And so that got us talking about, the run game. How can the run game help? And, what have been, what's the changes? And I said, you can see some things. You're getting out of the huddle faster. There's more communication with CJ is much, much better. And I said, but the personnel's gotten better. You throw a Keelan Rutledge into the offensive line, it makes you that much better. You have Trent Brown there consistently. It makes your offensive line that much better. Seth was talking about it. It was interesting. He mentioned this because I was thinking about this the other day. He was talking about Ed and Trent working together the other night against the Raiders. Well, Ed and Trent played like that against the Steelers. We ran for 160 yards against the Steelers.
Yeah, Trent played well in that game. Andre just talked about it in the cut with Woody Marks. He said Ed and Trent collapsed the right side.
They destroyed that right side. Well, guess who we didn't have in the game against the Patriots? Trent.
And he worked out before the game, and I thought Dr. Vandermeer was very optimistic that morning. I thought he looks like he's good to go. Shows you my medical degree is worthless because it's from Radioland.
Yeah.
So I'm not a real doctor.
But I said this to them as well. We were talking about, changes. We were talking about CJ and again, what's changed from him. I said, take a look, guys, at the personnel that we had on the field in that playoff game that just wasn't what we had up to that point that year. I said, no Nico Collins, Dalton Schultz went out after the first drive. I mean, those are your top two pass catchers, boom, out. You didn't have Tank Dell all year. Obviously, Joe Mixon you didn't have. But I said, almost more importantly, you didn't have Trent Brown. And because you didn't have Trent, now you got to make some changes on the offensive line, and we ran the ball for 17 yards. And that just cannot be the case. We need to run for 17 yards on the first drive of every game.
Rate the sizzle fires.
Okay, go.
I mean, look, it was what it was. We can't sugarcoat it. There's no way. I mean, it was a terrible performance.
Yeah, it was.
If Schultz doesn't get hurt, they win the game.
Ooh
How many sizzle fires?
Man.
I just think there's another option out there, and I'm not saying, look, one less turnover in that game could mean a win.
Okay.
All right? It was that close.
So let me ask you
You're
this.
down 5, and you'd already turned it over 4 times, and you're down 5 with the ball.
What's the most important play of that game?
It could be the Woody Marks fumble.
Could be.
No, it's not. But the pick six?
The pick six, right?
Yeah. Because it obviously a turnover leads directly to points. You don't give your defense a chance to make a dramatic stop and force a field goal instead of a touchdown, all of that stuff.
Who's the tight end on that play? Who would it have been?
Schultz?
It wasn't Schultz because he had gone out. It was somebody else. Now, slip, fell, didn't get the ball, whatever. It's not Schultz. So maybe you're right.
Yeah.
Maybe Dalton catches that ball in the flat for 2 yards, and maybe that's all it is. But he gets out in the flat, he makes the catch.
And it's my fault. I'm going to blame myself.
No, it's okay.
But, Johnny, let me ask you this. With Rutledge at guard on Thursday in practice and everything else, and Evan Brown at center, which maybe that's the bigger headline here. We talked about him in the offseason. He can play center. He can play guard.
Right.
He's there for depth, blah, blah, blah. Well, now he's your starting center at the moment.
At the moment.
Du jour. Let's just put it that way. On the menu, we're writing it in chalk outside the restaurant. Today's center is Evan Brown, and it's been that way for a couple of weeks because we have a big supply of Evan Brown at center. So we're serving it up.
Right.
The menu for opening day may or may not feature Evan Brown at center, but that's what we've got right now. The combo of Evan Brown at center and Rutledge at guard is better than Rutledge at center and Wyatt Teller at guard on that side. It's got to be. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it, I would think, unless they're having a real long look at this for whatever reason.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe what it takes. I mean, look, Wyatt's coming off some injuries from last year. So is Braden Smith. Braden was not at practice on Saturday, so hope everything is okay. But it's a good question. I feel like they've been more consistent with Evan Brown at center and Rutledge at guard. Now, part of that, there's a lot of reasons for that. With Rutledge at center, obviously he's learning to play center, and he was doing a really good job at center, but he's still learning how to play it. So it's still not rote memory for him. And Wyatt, I think, is still kind of working through some things. With Evan Brown, Evan's played a lot of center before. Rutledge is much more comfortable playing guard, and you can see the comfortability there playing those two positions. Evan had a play, and I think it was one of Woody's runs, and I can't remember which one it was. It wasn't the touchdown run, I don't think. But there were the Raiders stunted away from where the ball was going. And so as a center, he's got a nose tackle. Well, you're stepping to your right. Well, their nose tackle is going to his right. So a lot of centers will just naturally react and go right back to that nose tackle instead of, oh, wait a second, let me climb to the next level. And so Evan did that. He went to go block the nose tackle. Nose tackle disappeared. Like, okay, well, that's got to be Keelan's guy now because he stepped in that gap. I'm going to go up and take on a linebacker. And Evan stepped. Nose tackle's gone. You could see him, though, okay, what's next? Boom, he went up to the linebacker, got enough of the linebacker, and then Woody was able to squirt through for a good run.
You actually explained that well. So did Rutledge get the nose tackle?
Yes.
And Evan Brown, instead of trying for the nose tackle and probably not being able to get a secure block on him, not able to square up, go get somebody you can square up on and block properly.
I mean, if you think about it and go, well, okay, what if he does peel back and block that slanting nose tackle away? Well, now you got two guys blocking a guy that's walking himself or running himself out of the play. Instead of let Keelan step over on that and scoop that guy because he's already slanting that way, and then let Brown go up to the line. And they did it. I remember seeing that, and I went, hot damn, that's really, really good. Because it's not the easiest thing in the world. It sounds easy, but it's not that easy. But Evan made it look pretty easy, and then Woody scored it through. Boom, here you go. And, again, you go back to if you know who to block, go block him and do the best you can blocking him. Those guys are going to miss blocks all year. Linebackers and even the linemen, this just in. They're really good in this league. Really freaking good. But if you at least know who to block, that's going to end up being a big factor in all this. But I think right now they see it, and they see it as Evan Brown making the right calls, give him a little bit more pop at center. He's thick. Like, he's a thick guy.
Yep.
So he's going to be able to hold up against some of those nose tackles maybe a little bit better. Maybe not better than Keelan, but I think the way they are seeing it right now, the coaching staff, is that, hey, Evan with Keelan at guard gives us a better opportunity to move the ball and be a little bit better than the other way around. So we'll see. That could change today. That could change at Carolina.
Yeah, it could. Well, that's
I hope it doesn't.
That was my whole point last week after the game. Give it a minute. Right. You never know, because a week ago we thought we had it.
Right.
We thought we knew the lineup, and things change. And then you had Blake Fisher doing a ton at right tackle. Offensive line talk in the morning. It's Sexy Talk Sports Radio, isn't it? Well, let's get to a sexier position, wide receiver. And we know Higgins is gone, which is terrible. But like we've pointed out, from the get-go with this injury, you still have one of the very best receivers in the NFL on this team. And then a bright spot. Saturday, we go out there, and there's number 13. His helmet shining in the sun, deep steel blue. Jalen Knoll is back at practice. And look, Knoll's not riding in on the white horse to save everything. But, boy, you need Jalen Knoll on this football team. You need what he can bring you in year 2 on this football team. So let's just take the steps, get him going, get him ready. September 13th, Buffalo. Returning, receiving, I need Jalen Knoll. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But you do get Sterling Shepard, and you do get Zay Jones.
That's right.
The other Zay. Not Zay Flowers, Zay Jones.
Right.
Let's be clear on our Zays here. And let's be clear on our Sterlings. It's Shepard, not Sharp. Anyway, you got Sterling and Zay.
Oh, it just hit me because I said Sharp the other day, and I was like, why would I have said Sharp? And I'm like, oh, Sterling Sharp, wide receiver, play with the Packers. Long time, Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer.
I didn't even put that together.
No, it's automatic for me. I have to hit the brakes. Sterling Shepard. I have to hit the brakes every time before I say the last name. But here's the head coach. He was asked about it, the signing of these 2 veteran receivers on this football team.
We signed 2 veteran guys. We'll see what they can provide when it comes to adding depth to our receiver room. We know, everybody knows, no secret that we lost a very significant piece to our receiver room and Jaden Higgins. So still trying to find a way to, help out in the receiver room, and that's what those 2 guys provide. Veteran experience guys, done it before, done it at a high level, played in a lot of different systems. We'll see what they can bring to us.
All right. I don't know what to expect. They ran a couple of routes on Saturday. Nice to see them out there. You need help. I don't know if they make the team. I don't know if they make this team better. They make it deeper for sure at that position group right now, and that's what you want to see. Because behind Higgins, great to see Jared Wayne in the game, making plays, big third down conversion. Very nice. Thank you very much. Jared Wayne, nice preseason so far. Jared told us, I got to get this audio for the night show. He told us when we interviewed him prior to minicamp that he bought his own jugs machine.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Jared Wayne bought his own jugs machine. So now all you need is somebody to operate it.
Right.
You know?
Unless you do that whole thing that you should remember those Reebok commercials a long time ago. Chris Cooley punched his hands through the wall and he caught the ball, and Andre caught the back of the ball or whatever he was doing. Remember that?
Yeah, those commercials.
Well, maybe you can throw it into the jugs machine and then it'll shoot it back at you.
I mean,
I don't know if
that works. But look, if Keelan Rutledge's wife can help him with snapping. Then you can certainly get a significant other or a good friend to help you with the jugs machine to catch footballs.
Nah, that's right. Jared Wayne, and this is the one thing I said to the guys yesterday on the radio show, and you and I have talked about this. I don't think, with the way Jaden Higgins was playing and has been playing, I don't know that you'll find a one-for-one replacement. It's not like Jaden Higgins is out, this guy comes in. I think it's going to be contributions from a lot of different people. Is it going to come from Sterling Shepard, Zay Jones? It might be one of those things where the timing just didn't work in a sense that they got here so late in training camp that they weren't able to kind of foster that relationship. Who knows? Maybe they step in and it's like Quentin Demps back in 2015. I remember QD got here in the third week and we're like, what's he going to do? And then as time wore on, he started making really good plays. And then it was in 2016 where he ended up just blowing it out of the water and getting a big free agent contract later. But point being, I don't know that you're not going to find a one-for-one. But you can find different aspects. Jalen Noel being back. Look, Jalen's more a slot than he is an outside receiver. But Jalen's so sudden that you can put him at a lot of different spots. I mean, he can just line up outside and run the go route and put a lot of pressure on a corner. I think they envisioned him to be a guy that plays from the slot and plays in the interior of the formation. But either way, he's a guy that you want the ball in his hand. So, yes, it was very, very good to see Jalen Noel back. I know a lot of people have asked about Tank.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have an answer.
We don't have an answer.
We don't have an answer.
Until we see him practice, who knows?
Right. And he had been practicing a little bit. And then
Didn't he score an 11-on-11 touchdown at one point?
Yeah.
I just figured he was back.
Right.
He was back at that point.
And thought that's what we were going to do.
Then he's not back. So it's anybody's guess.
Yeah.
Let's just hope for the best.
Yep.
This is a big week, but next week, they're all big weeks, okay? Yeah. So we'll see.
But we're getting to a point where, this is the week you got to make decisions. As far as, all right, look, what would you say? 85% of the roster? 85% of the 53 you already know or should know, right?
It's hard to come up with the exact percentage. I'm going to say that I can talk about specific individuals the way Coach Vandermeer sees it, not Dr. Vandermeer.
Right.
But this might require both professional degrees that I don't have. With Tank, a week from tomorrow, you have your initial 53.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to put him on something by next Tuesday.
Right.
If he's not doing anything with the team this week, and you put him on the 53, you have to feel very confident he's coming back real soon.
That's right.
If you're not, then he's going on some kind of IR. It is IR because you can't put him on PUP, right? If he wasn't on pre-camp PUP or something like
or
that.
I think if you put him on PUP after not being on PUP, he's done for the year. Whereas if he goes on IR,
isn't that IR? Then why is that?
Well, no, IR you can come back. You can't come back from PUP.
I thought you can come back from PUP, right? There's a PUP you can come back from. There's a difference. I think PUP it plays into the pre-camp PUP.
Yeah,
I'll get the exact.
There's the designation of pre-camp PUP and this is ridiculous.
He'll be on some kind of list where he can't play, but he'll be available.
There's
at some
a PUP
point.
where you're out for the year. Mm-hmm. There's an IR where you're out for the year, I believe. Then there's an IR as you're going into the season. If you suffered an injury during camp, then you can go on IR and you come back in 4 weeks.
4 weeks.
Right, 4 weeks.
Very good, Johnny. I just read it on AI. You're faster than AI.
Faster than AI. I used to have a segment called Johnny versus Google a long time ago.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
But yeah, this
Charlie Palillo.
We
both could do that back in the day.
Yeah.
But here's the deal, and the reason why we hit the brakes a little bit here is because the IR rules have changed dramatically over the last decade.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I remember the first time you can get guys back from IR, it was like a miracle.
Right.
Ryan Griffin was one of the first Texans players that comes to mind back in 2015 when he was on IR. We were like, Ryan Griffin, we need him back. At that time, it was very important to get him back.
I think back then it was like 8 weeks, but now I think it's down to 4.
It started out with a couple of guys, and now it's more. And thank goodness, because it was really a season death sentence to be on IR. I mean, that was it, right? Until you could start getting guys back one at a time.
I know this is Texans All Access.
What do you got?
There's a big news in the city of Houston.
All right, give me the big news.
This from the Astros.
Okay.
Effective today, Houston Astros and general manager Dana Brown have mutually agreed to part ways. Brown's contract was set to expire at the end of the 2026 season.
Okay. Well,
that's big news.
Thank you for mentioning that. Obviously, that's a big story.
That's
and
a big story.
It's
So
a
there'll
sad
be
story
people
considering the way their season has gone. Yet they're in a division that
they can still win it.
Kind of reminds me of
They can still win it.
So there's a parallel here. Welcome to the 2015-2016 AFC South, everybody.
Yes.
That's what this AL West is. It is the 2015-2016 AFC South when you can have it with a 9-7 record. Or how about last year, the better case, I mean, because that applies to the Texans. How about the Carolina Panthers, who we will see this week, who won the division with what record, Johnny?
They were 8-9 last year, weren't they?
8-9, and they won the division and went to the NFL playoffs. You can have this, Astros. You could be below 500, win this division, get to the postseason, and you never know. I mean, once you're there, you never know, right?
Yeah, you might get Niall Davis, or you can take it for a while.
Didn't the Panthers take the Rams?
Yeah.
I mean, that was a big game. They played a good game.
Yes.
That was a scary game for the Rams.
Yep.
Because the Rams had to go on the road and play at Carolina, who had an 8-9 record. I am one of these people now, as long as it never affects the Texans, which it could, that if you are 8-9 and win your division, great. Get into the postseason. You deserve it. You won your division. Do you deserve to play at home? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with you. They had the opportunity
that.
to change that last year and didn't. How about the fact, this is the one thing that stood out to me. When you look at the AL West this year, there's not one team with a positive run differential. Not one. The Astros are tied in that division. minus 45 or minus 46 run differential.
Well, it makes,
not one.
It makes sense because there's not one team with a positive record.
That's
so there
well,
it is.
yeah.
At the moment, anyway. All right, we have a very positive guy coming up, ND Kalu, part of that Texans TV preseason broadcast booth with Johnny Harris and Kevin Kugler and Shelby Coppage on the sideline. They've got Friday night's game for you. And, of course, we have it right here on 95.7 The Fan. And, of course, Houston Methodist has concussion centers available for you with state-of-the-art diagnostic and treatment capabilities. Look, no one wants to go through this, but maybe you have an athlete, a soccer player, a football player, whoever that might be suffering from a concussion. Get it checked out at one of their 18 locations, houstonmethodist.org/concussion. For more information, it's the official healthcare provider for the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprain, tear, or nagging ache can set you back. Until your expert orthopedic team at Houston Methodist uses advanced technology to personalize a treatment plan that's minimally invasive, healing your pain and getting you back to life on your terms. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. Official healthcare provider for the Houston Texans.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Texans tickets, you can tackle game day with total certainty with Ticketmaster. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spend time focusing on the good stuff. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Texans.
Yeah, might want to download that Exxon Mobile Rewards Plus app. Yeah.
Are you the Exxon Tiger?
I am. Yeah, new users can earn $10 in points, $5 after your first purchase and $5 after your second. That's a lot. That's a whole lot.
It is.
Well, hey, you get on that download, buddy.
I will.
Loading. Download the Exxon Mobile Rewards Plus app and join today. Exxon. Trust the Tiger.
For details, visit ExxonOffer.com.
H-Town! The home opener is almost here, and tickets are moving fast. On September 13th, your Houston Texans take on the Buffalo Bills to kick off our historic 25th season back at Reliant Stadium. If you're thinking about going, now's the time. Get your tickets before they're gone. Then show up wearing white to match the players on field and other fans who have made the Liberty Whiteout a tradition for almost 2 decades. The players are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? Visit HoustonTexans.com/tickets.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Now's your chance to save on summer favorites. Ashley's Labor Day sale is going on now. Save big on better sleep with Hot Buy mattresses starting at just $449, with even more Hot Buys for every other room in your home from $499. Plus, save up to $1,000 store-wide. Or take advantage of 60-month special financing on in-store purchases of $19.99 or more, made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. No money down required. Only at Ashley's Labor Day sale. On now. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Raise your hand if you don't like saving money. Anyone? That's what I thought. It's probably why the Flex Your Credits electricity plan from Reliant is so darn popular. It gives you your 2 highest use days free every week automatically, and $200 in bill credits. Don't savings sound good? Get Flex Your Credits by calling 1-866-RELIANT or visit Reliant.com. Reliant. That's power. Your way.
Terms and conditions apply. Reliant. PUCT number 10007.
Hey, H-Town! Combine tasty Little Caesars pizza with NFL football, and what do you get? Game day! Little Caesars, the preferred pizza of the Houston Texans. Invite you to order your favorite Little Caesars pizza or try something new. On game day, Little Caesars is always convenient. From carry-out to delivery to pizza portal pickup. Just call or text a few good friends and celebrate with delicious Little Caesars pizza and the Houston Texans game of the week.
Pizza, pizza.
The final score may not have ended in the Texans' favor, but we saw what we needed to see from the starting offense. 10 plays, 69 yards, and a Woody Marks touchdown to cap off the drive. C.J. Stroud and the offense looked smooth. Insider access, exclusive content, crystal clear FM quality. Your home of the Texans is 95.7 The Fan.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Offset I formation. Hayward the fullback, Washington the tailback, Mendoza play fake, and he throws one over the middle. It's picked off. Here we go. Across the 40, the 50, it's Woodhouse. The 40 of the Raiders, the 30. Mendoza trying to chase him down at the 15, 10, 5. Rock and roll. Does he get in? Yes! Touchdown! You know, the reason why I hesitated there is because the official in the end zone was pointing to the sideline to make sure that he didn't step out. I watched the replay. I'm like, he obviously didn't step out. But, that delayed my call, officials. Just
cautious.
stick the arms up, darn it. Anyway, Sean reminded us of this. Yeah. This is in the category of what we were just talking about. Things change year to year.
Right.
Last year, Cutdown Day was a Tuesday. Because I remember we did a live show. I was at the Texans Partnership Golf Tournament, which I had to go to, Johnny. I remember. I just had to do the hard work of playing with the partners in a golf tournament. But I did the show live from Blue Jack while you were in studio, and we went over the cuts and the 53. But it's on Sunday. So it's this coming Sunday. So no awkward practices. You get your 53 plus your practice squad together. You start practicing. And it enables you to get another job if you get cut, to attract yourself to another NFL team. So Cutdown Day is Sunday indeed. Thank you, Sean, for reminding us of that. And coming aboard right now, full disclosure, the phone lines at, and if you were listening all weekend at 95.7 The Fan, you know this, they didn't pay their phone bill. I'm kidding. They don't. The phone lines, there's something wrong with them. So we're patching ND through the studio here at Reliant Stadium. So I think this is going to work fine. ND, good morning. Do you have us?
Good morning. I have you. Do you have me?
Yeah, we got you.
Wow.
We got you, babe. We're good.
Success, man. This is awesome.
Yeah, we patched you through our studio here at Reliant Stadium. Okay, Andy, let's talk about it. Your impressions of maybe the game, the last week or so, changes on the offensive line, your general feel for the Texans heading into this very important final week as we head to Carolina for the Friday night game.
I feel better when we talk about the Raiders game. I feel better about what the defense did, and I'm not just talking about the guys that played early on, but it felt a little bit more like the culture that's been set with this defense. Yes, they still gave up some big runs, but when you saw certain plays, Woodaz with the pick six, those are the type of plays we're accustomed to seeing with this defense. When you saw Tremont Williams punch that ball out right before halftime, you have your backup cornerback making those type of Tremont Smith, I believe. I'm sorry, I said Williams. Tremont Smith. Those are the type of plays that we're just used to seeing from this defense, and I feel like we didn't get that the first preseason game, so it was good just to see everybody step up on the defensive side to make those big-time plays.
Indy, everybody's talked about David Montgomery most nationally because of the trade that the Texans made to bring David Montgomery to Houston, but I think people nationally have missed what people in Houston already knew, and that was, look, Woody Marks is a really, really good running back. And the other night, it kind of matched what we've seen in training camp thus far, and that is he's a handful, especially if David gets the first series or two, and then all of a sudden, near the end of the first quarter or halfway through the first quarter, whatever it is, in comes a fresh Woody Marks. It feels like he's playing the game even more physically than he was last year. What are your thoughts thus far of what you've seen from Woody Marks, not only at training camp, but the preseason game the other night, that touchdown run, and the impact you think he can have along with David Montgomery this year?
And I know as soon as you started talking, John, I was thinking of that 20-yard touchdown, and that's what's going to stick in your mind, that play. He just looked so dynamic. You saw all the qualities of a good running back. He showed patience. He showed vision. Then he got physical, broke a couple of tackles. That's what you want to see. And like you mentioned, people here in Houston know about that. We saw it in the playoffs game. We saw the success that he had when, limited success that he had when he was given the opportunities last year. But this is the thing about the NFL, and we talked about it on the broadcast. You have to do that consistently. You have to do that for an entire season. You have to do that for multiple seasons. And once people get to see that in the regular season, they get to see it week in and week out. Then Jaquavius or Woody Marks will get the respect that we've seen, and he'll get the respect nationwide. And then you could truly have that 1-2 punch at the running back position. I know we still have those running backs that rush for almost 2,000 yards, over 1,500 yards, but I've always felt more comfortable with the teams that have multiple running backs, because late in the season, December, January, going in deep into the playoffs, I want to have those fresh running backs. I want to have that tandem where, yes, one guy might have 800 yards rushing for the season, the other guy might have close to 1,000, but you don't have that Derrick Henry 2,000-yard type rusher. I would rather have multiple guys, because then you have fresh legs going deep into the playoffs, and that's what we're talking about here.
Andy, back in the day of 4 preseason games, I was in the oppressed minority of people who really enjoyed that 4th game because of all the storylines of guys fighting for jobs and who knows where they're going to be, and sometimes people who shined in that game really contributed to your regular season in ways that you might not have anticipated. Take us through your experience of being in that 4th game, because now the 3rd game is the 4th game, really. It didn't start out this way. In 2021, Tom Brady actually played in that 3rd and final preseason game at Reliance Stadium, August 28th. Yes, he did. He threw 14 passes in that game. But the evolution of this 3rd preseason game in the 3-game format, because that's when it started, 2021, is now that starters really don't play in that 3rd game by and large. There might be some exceptions. So take us through the mindset of this final game, and how often did you play in that 4th and final preseason game?
Mark, are you ready to be a little bit uncomfortable?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so if we're going to keep it real, back in the day when it was the 4th game and now it's the 3rd game, and you know what, I'm about to say something and y'all might roll y'all's eyes and say, we knew that, we've been talking about that. But going into the game, they know who the 53-man roster is.
Okay.
Like, they already know who's going to make this team. There might be 1 or 2 open spots where they're going to check the waiver wire, or they may be in talks with somebody, maybe an experienced wide receiver or even offensive lineman that they want to bring in. But before the game, they're going to give the great speech, go out there and make a name for yourself and, open up some eyes. But they might even know right now, if we're going to be real, who the 53-man roster is. I've been through it. I've seen it as a guy who was a starter, and I didn't play in that last game. but I heard coaches talking about it. And as a guy who was a backup trying to make the roster, and that final preseason game was my Super Bowl, and it wasn't just for the team that I was playing for at the time. You wanted to open eyes for the entire NFL. So it's very, very important. You want to get good film out there. But as far as, hey, I'm trying to make some plays to make this particular team, they know 98% of the roster, and they know regardless of what you do in that last game, whether or not you're going to make the team. And I've brought this up when I used to have a talk radio show. We had a guy when I was with the Houston Texans in that final preseason game. He had one of the best performances you could have as a defensive tackle. Sack, strip sack. He recovered the strip sack and returned it like 20 yards. I don't believe he scored. Then he had like 6 tackles, which is a boatload of tackles coming from the inside defensive line position. And we're all getting hyped. We're all getting excited for him. And then the next day we're telling him, man, you know what, good luck, and hopefully another team picks you up. So, and it's not a bad thing. I mean, it's not a bad, it's just the way the NFL works. But I do believe it's very, very important to get that film. So when other teams have guys get injured, they turn on that tape and say, oh, yeah, you know what? I saw what this guy did in that 4th preseason game. He's ready to go. Let's bring him in.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah. I mean, that's so there is
98%. You say 2% chance. I got it.
So, Andy, when you knew you had your roster spot locked up and felt good about it, when did you start preparing for opponent number 1? How long in advance are they preparing for the Buffalo Bills, in your opinion?
Another great question. So, and I don't know how they do it. Even though I played with D'Amico, I don't bother him or ask him questions about, hey, what are y'all doing? But when before that last preseason game, during that week, you'll have the starters and the role players that you know are going to make the team. They'll be reviewing film on that first regular season game. Now, also keep in mind, I don't believe that there was this big break. If I'm not mistaken, the first game is like September 13th, 14th.
Yes, 13th.
Yeah, so you didn't have as much of a big break. I felt like it was just you had just 1 week to prepare for that first regular season game. But we would actually watch going into the last preseason game. They would pull the starters. They would give them film and say, hey, you know, just be focused on the Buffalo Bills. You know, here's some Buffalo Bill tape. Let's get comfortable with it. Because do you really want Will Anderson breaking down Carolina Panthers film right now? Because more than likely he's not going to play. If he does, he's going to work on a couple of moves. So Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, Stingley, they're probably watching film on the Buffalo Bills this week now as we speak.
Well, they must be, because I doubt they're playing. So they got to get ready for week 1. That's the one advantage you have with week 1, whether it's college, pro, anything, that you know who the opponent is.
Yep.
You know some things about them, and you use your whole offseason to get ready, because just getting any kind of win in this league is that valuable, I would think. Andy, what about the bodies right now? The way they go about their business, recovery. Look, we talk about this all season long, but how hard is camp on these bodies? What are you really trying to do here? I think some coaches, I know some coaches approach it differently, right? Some coaches go padded more often than not. Some guys get ultra physical. D'Amico's a pretty darn physical coach. Don't let the smile fool you. How do you see how they feel right now and how they should go about things to preserve health and be at their best September 13th?
This is where you love playing for guys that actually played the game. And I'm not saying, matter of fact, I think the best coaches, historically did not play the game. So let me put that out there. I'm not one of these people that feel like, oh, you had to play in the NFL to be a coach or to talk about it. But there's something about the guys, when I played for Coach Kubiak, D'Amico Ryans, they go hard. You have physical practices, but they know and they can sense, like, you know what, these guys' legs are probably dead. I don't care what I have on the schedule that I created before the season started. I'm gonna take something off today. Like you just get that sense and you get that feeling where as a former player, like, you know what, I'm looking at the guy's body language and, I'm going to take something off. And they truly understand the importance of making sure that you're fresh on Sunday, making sure that you're fresh on during that first regular season game, where other coaches, they're so gung-ho and they're toughness is lived through what they tell their players to do, and they're like, no, we're going to go padded practice up into the second day leading into the first regular season game. And I can't remember, it may have been Seth, but I'm not sure. So let me not say that it was Seth who told me this, but I remember talking to a former teammate who went through a Dom Capers camp. And I asked them, well, because they told me how tough it was and how they never took their foot off the gas. And I remember asking them, like, well, how'd you feel during the first regular season game? And they said, I was dead by the third quarter. And that's crazy. Like, in the first regular season game, if your starter is already dead leg and feeling like they can't, they really have to push themselves, that's not going to be good when you're talking about week 6, week 7. So the cool thing about D'Amico, yeah, he's going to go hard. Yeah, he's going to be physical, but he's also going to know when it's time to start focusing on the mental preparation and the recovery, and really respecting that your body needs to be recovered before you step foot during that first regular season game.
Andy, now that you're a broadcast veteran and you'll be in the booth Friday night with Bijani and Creighton again for the preseason finale, I'm sure that some former players have asked you, hey, I'd like to get into broadcasting. What is that like? How difficult is it? What would you have to say to them? And then I'm going to say one of the most brilliant things I've ever heard about broadcasting that you have actually said before. You might not even remember that you said it, but go on.
A lot of guys, some guys understand the prep that's involved. But the main thing when they do ask me, I just talk about preparation. Like, you're going to have so much information that you don't get to use, and that's better than not having any information. So you don't want to have those pregnant pauses on air where people aren't saying anything because you just didn't do a good job preparing or understanding the history of the fifth string defensive lineman that's actually going to get a lot of playing time. So I always just talk about preparation and just be who you are. Hugh Douglas told me when I first started years ago. For those who don't know, Hugh Douglas had an awesome career in the NFL, and he was with ESPN. Now he has a successful radio show in Philly. And when I kind of just consulted him and said, hey, I might, do a little bit of this, that, or the other, and he said, don't try using words that you're not used to using. Like, you might know what they mean, you might know how to pronounce them, but when you're talking, just be yourself, because he told me how, he was intimidated and was going to use certain Ivy League words like John Harris, and he ended up stumbling over them, and he just sounded ridiculous. So that was one thing that, I that really stuck with me, and I tell other people. And then a lot of us, we kind of slur our words, and we get too comfortable the way we talk in locker rooms. So you really have to enunciate, and you really have to be thinking about, making sure that everybody and everyone's background can understand what you're saying when you're out there. Some people call it code switching, and I don't call it that, but it's just speak clear and understand that, you're not talking just to the people in your circle.
I stand next to him for 60 minutes, 3 hours-ish, 60 minutes of game time. The prep that Indy does, I mean, he's right on. The prep he does is unbelievable. I mean, it's incredible, and it really is true. I mean, the preparation that you have to do. And I tell this to people all the time that, they want to go on the radio. It's like, okay, we'll do that first show for 4 hours.
Yeah.
And see how you feel. Now, do it 4 more times this week.
I just say go 5 minutes in your car alone on a topic live. Don't stop.
Right.
You're live.
Right.
And then see how it feels and call me with your thoughts.
Right.
But, ND, you once said this. You said a big part of broadcasting is saying the same thing over and over in different ways. Yeah. Clever.
Yeah.
That was so well
so
put,
true.
ND. All right. Well, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We look forward to catching up, and we'll talk to you in Carolina, in Charlotte.
Let's do it. Y'all keep up the good work.
All right. Thanks, ND. That's ND Kalu. Coming up, we will get to what the head coach had to say about joint practice with the Panthers. Then Andre Ware joins us as well. It's all happening here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
To all the physicians, researchers, and nurses who've made all the difference, the families you've helped would like to say,
thank you, Texas Children's.
To hear their stories, visit texaschildrens.org. impact. Texas Children's.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Second down and 1 at the Houston 28-yard line. Mendoza fakes the give. He's under pressure. He's sacked. Back outside the 40-yard line. Caden McDonald, the rookie. Welcome to the NFL. Kind of been waiting on a moment from him. And I know this coaching staff's going to smile and feel pretty good about things, but boy, did he get inside position. And I want to say it's against Mafi, the left guard, and made his way straight to Fernando Mendoza for his first sack as a professional.
Boy, Mendoza with the pick six gets dropped like that by another rookie, pick sixed by a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
I liked seeing these rookie highlights. Rookies had moments on Thursday night. That was nice to see.
Right.
So you had some flashes there. Now Woodaz with the reported injury of the broken thumb or whatever it is. My gosh.
Yeah.
And, we saw him on Saturday. He was in
street clothes.
athletic clothes.
He was doing individual work, which was a lot of just pass dropping, matching routes, things like that. He had something on his hand, but I saw him walk back on the field on Thursday night, and he looked up in the stands and he kind of gave a thumbs up to somebody up in the stands. So I'm assuming family that was worried about him going off the field and all that. So hopefully he's going to be okay. We've talked about this before as it pertains to rookies. The one thing as a rookie that you want as a coaching staff, as a player, et cetera, is you're just out there every single day, because by being out there every single day, you just stack good things day after day after day after day, and you open eyes. A guy in front of you gets injured, you're there. Just the availability of being there, but just the trajectory that you're on, you can continue it. Whereas now, okay, well, I got to take a week where I've got to rehab this injury and then get back. And it just, we've seen it shortcut so many rookies' momentum throughout the years that you hate to see that. And the rookies that have had good years, I go back to DJ Reader. I remember when Reader got here, as a 5th-round pick from Clemson. We had Will Fork already.
Wow.
But Reader kind of kept at it. And then early on, he wasn't getting a lot of time, but he just kept at it. And he was available, and he kept at it. And by the end of the year, they would put those two hosses in the middle and say, go ahead and run. And you couldn't move them. Like, you did take 4 guys to move 2, and it didn't even happen half the time. And so you were able to have the number 1 defense in the league and one of the best run defenses. But Reader got better every single week. And by week 14, 15, I remember going to Indy and watching them dominate inside. And it was all because Reader just a little bit here, a little bit there, but every single day just got better and better. And by the end of the year, he was a really solid starter for this team as a 5th-round pick and became a Pro Bowl guy and played for a number of teams and is still going now. So that's the thing to me about rookies, just be there every day.
Yeah. Well, he's there, but the question is, how much can you do? Can you cast up let's just go hypothetical here.
Right.
Can you cast up a broken thumb and play linebacker?
I think yes and no. I think yes and no.
Are hands important?
Yeah.
Is grip important?
Well, we've seen guys, and I think it depends. I mean, like, there might be certain bones where you can cast it and wrap it and be okay. Mm-hmm. Then there are some where you can't do that. So it's always tricky with hands and thumbs and wrists, and
the bones are so small. I'll give it.
I remember when Laramie hurt his. Remember how Laramie missed like 17 weeks in 2021? So I don't know. I mean,
yeah, but that was 2021. Okay. I think that was 2021-itis. That was a special kind of syndrome.
You don't think it was the hand or the thumb or the
It's
2021-itis,
Johnny.
Yeah.
That was a 3 wins?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or 4.
3.
What did Cully get?
3 and 13. Was that the last?
No,
that
I
was
think
the last 16.
4. We had 4, 3 and 3. I don't know. It was
It was 3-3. Yeah, it was 4-3-3.
It was 4-3-3. But Lovey got a tie, so don't take that away from him, Johnny. Do not take that tie away from us.
I love Coach, and I love Coach. I'd rather, it's so.
Well, they weren't dealing with the 85 Bears roster of talent either.
Well, we're watching, everything that's been going on with Deshaun up in Cleveland. It has been a talking point all morning. We got Good Morning Football in the studio. They're talking about all of it and just being reminded of that and watching Watson and what is happening. Mm-hmm. And it's just like, where we are as an organization. I mean, tomorrow we're unveiling these rivalries jerseys.
Oh, man.
For a team that has potential to go to a Super Bowl.
Listen, we will have the jerseys for you in color on Texans All Access on 95.7 The Fan tomorrow night.
Oh, my God. They
HD visuals on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
We will pull it off for you.
Of
course, you will have seen them by then.
Now, if you haven't seen the reaction video, so we'll
It's-
give you a little peek behind a curtain. Literally, it was a peek behind a curtain. But we were doing our media days, and the station, they set up the station with the rivalry jersey
right next to us,
and they were bringing in players.
Mm-hmm.
And we would be doing an interview, and you'd hear people like losing it, just going crazy. And if you haven't seen the reaction video of the players walking
teaser.
in and seeing it, it is phenomenal.
It's a good teaser.
It is really good. And then there's one of David Montgomery and Ariante Ursary having a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
It's really funny.
So you don't see the uniform
you don't
yet.
see them, but you just hear them talking.
And
It's
you
really
see their
cool.
reaction, and they like it, and you're going to like it. I predict you are going to like it
This
tomorrow.
will be your favorite jersey.
We will
I'm pretty
unveil the
confident.
rivalry jerseys. The rivalry, it's not just a jersey, it's a uniform, okay? Jersey doesn't do it justice.
It's a statement.
It's a uni, and it's going to be awesome. It is awesome, and you'll see it tomorrow. Okay, you'll also hear Andre next. Andre Ware. We'll get to him. We'll talk all about what the Texans are going through last week, this week, a little college football, too, because it always comes up. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on 95.7 The Fan.
Balancing your work, family, and health is a lot to manage. Houston Methodist has a lot to offer. Convenient primary care checkups, personalized orthopedics to keep you moving, and experts in specialties like cardiology, neurology, and GI, all in one manageable system, so you can stay healthy and strong. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Relax and let Kroger Pickup handle your grocery shopping this week. We start with only the freshest items, then choose your favorites, carefully pack everything up, and load it right into your trunk, so you can feel confident it's what you ordered. Fresh groceries your way with Kroger Pickup and Delivery. And right now, you can save $20 on your first pickup or delivery order. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's favorite vodka for a reason. From the first legal distillery in Texas, Tito's is 6 times distilled till it's just right. And naturally gluten-free, making it a high-quality spirit that mixes with just about anything. From the smoothest martinis to the best Bloody Marys. Tito's is known for giving back, teaming up with nonprofits to serve its communities and do good for dogs. Make your next cocktail with Tito's. Distilled and bottled by 5th Generation Inc., Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume. Savor responsibly.
Houston is the world's biggest stage for women's professional volleyball. Love Houston Volleyball returns for Season 3 with Olympians, Team USA stars, and elite international talent competing right here in H-Town. Last season proved there are no easy nights. Every rally matters. Every match delivers. Don't miss your chance to be part of it. Become a Love Houston Volleyball season ticket member today and secure your seat for every match. Visit LOVBHTX.com. Love Houston Volleyball. This is your team.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Yeah, might want to download that Exxon Mobile Rewards Plus app. Yeah.
Are you the Exxon Tiger?
I am. Yeah, new users can earn $10 in points, $5 after your first purchase and $5 after your second. That's a lot. That's a whole lot.
It is.
Well, hey, you get on that download, buddy.
I will.
Loading. Download the Exxon Mobile Rewards Plus app and join today. Exxon. Trust the Tiger.
For details, visit ExxonOffer.com.
It's game day in Houston, and on the field or off the field, injuries can change the whole season. When life hits you like a blindside sack, call the team that Houston trusts. Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. They fight for you like it's 4th and goal in overtime. No fee unless they win. Don't just take the hit, get back in the game. Call Sheriff Injury Lawyers at callthesheriff.com.
Listen up, Houston.
Paramount Plus is once again your streaming home for the NFL on CBS all season long. That's right, stream your live local CBS games every Sunday on Paramount Plus, all the way through the AFC Championship game. Catch C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, and the rest of the Texans from your smart TV, phone, tablet, or any device, all on Paramount Plus. So sign up for Paramount Plus today, and we'll see you Sunday for another thrilling season of Texans football with the NFL on CBS streaming live on Paramount Plus.
What could be more exciting than watching your Houston Texans from the stands this season? Watching the exciting matchups with 10 or more of your friends and family. Plus, get exclusive benefits like preferred pricing, game day experience packages, and more. Experience the sights and sounds of Reliance Stadium with your squad and secure group tickets now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390 to learn more.
KIKK-FM, KIKK AM Houston, Houston sports leader, and your home of the Texans is 95.7 The Fan.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Going to be a 51-yarder from the left hash mark for Kaimi. 3:16 to go in the first. Clock moving. Brinkman ready with the snap. Here's the spot by Kroger. Fairbairn's kick up, has plenty, and it's good. Emi hits the triple, and the Texans lead 17-0 over the Raiders. 3:04 to go in the first quarter. 57-yard try, right hash mark. Fairbairn's kick is up. It has the leg, and it's good. Kaimi, 2 for 2.
Mid-season form.
Add to their lead, 20-3 over the Raiders. He's indeed in mid-season form. Okay, Emi hitting bombs on Thursday night. Welcome back. You had that, what was his name? Chris Freeman? The week before.
Chris Freeman.
He kicked the week before. Gone because that was just giving Emi a break.
Right. Needs somebody to kick, and they didn't have Dare.
Fairbairn comes back. And they didn't have Dare. The other team did.
Yeah, and he looked good, too.
The other team had Dare. He looked real nice. So.
There's been a lot of talk about Dare the last, yesterday for sure, because Ashton Genty went down, and Twitter was convinced that it was an ACL tear. No, it's an ankle sprain.
Is that confirmed now?
Yeah.
Is that confirmed?
Yes. It's Sam Warren's on it, and if Sam's on it, Sam was here for a couple of years and did a great job for the Houston Chronicle. Now he's covering the Raiders for The Athletic. Everybody thought, torn ACL. Oh, no. Everybody's around him, and they're all tapping his helmet. Oh, it's ankle sprain.
Jeez. I mean, that's incredible that news gets out so incorrectly. Mm-hmm. That reminds me of what happened at the Greenbrier last year with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Anyway, he came back, but then he eventually left. That's what happened there.
Went to multiple teams.
Before we get to Dre, and we're having trouble with the lines here, news in the NFL.
Yeah.
So that's a not Adam Scheffler. It's Adam Schefter.
Well, it's all over the place. I mean, look, it's on Good Morning Football now.
Okay, so the quarterback in Cleveland and the Texans will play the Browns in November up there. I don't know if he'll still be in the lineup by then, but Deshaun Watson got the starting job in Cleveland. Wow.
Holy smokes.
I was not expecting that after what happened Saturday. Bad performance. And look, I know preseason, whatever, reserves, but that was supposed to be a competition. You're supposed to come out smoking in that thing.
Yeah, and neither one of them really has come out smoking. It's been a little bit more like they're trying to light the pilot light, and there have been times where there's a flicker, and then there are other times where it's like, nope. But it will be Deshaun Watson starting the season at Jacksonville. No truth to the rumor that he will be taking a bus to that game. Probably should. But the
real
Browns.
Ones know. Johnny, it was
real ones know.
Do you know that's already 8 years ago?
I know. I probably should tell the story real fast. So in 2018, we played the Cowboys we played the Cowboys on a Sunday night. It was the hardest hitting game I've ever seen in my life, in any level of football.
Wow.
And Deshaun went to the hospital that night, collapsed lung, punctured lung, whatever it was. Ended up doing enough to play against Buffalo, but that was at home. But they didn't think they could fly him, so took a bus to Jacksonville. Jacksonville was a year removed from going to the AFC Championship game, was essentially a game for first place. he rode the bus, played very well. We went to Jacksonville, spanked him. It became the Deshaun on a bus game. It was going to be a story told when he was going into the Hall of Fame. Remember when he rode a bus to the game? Yeah, and then that begat 3 Super Bowl wins for the Houston Texans. And, of course, we know, well, it didn't go that way. It took the alternate ending, so to speak. But he has been named the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. Now, the Browns start the season at Jacksonville and then at Tampa Bay. There's a part of me, not conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
But there's a part of me that thinks he gets those 2 starts.
Really? Okay. And then they'll take it from there.
Yep.
All right, that's breaking news in the NFL. Breaking news, we got Andre Ware on the line. Dre, good morning. How's it going?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you guys?
Doing well. We're patching you in through the Reliance Stadium studio instead of the radio studio at 95.7 The Fan because their phone lines are down because they didn't pay the bill. I'm kidding about not paying the bill. I don't know. They have phone line problems over there. Some issues.
That happens every once in a while. I'm sure you remember those days when we were on the air in the morning. That happened a time or two.
Oh, yeah. When we were on the air over there. Andre and I did the morning show. You want to talk about we have to refresh people's memories. From 2007 through 2009, Dre and I did the morning show together. And Dre did college football on Saturday and the Texans game on Sunday.
And then you had to do 4 hours on Monday morning.
So he was working 8 days a week during the fall. And that was a little taxing, right, Trey?
Yeah, it got to be a little much, but we handled it, and it was fun. It was a good run.
It was a good run. We had a good time.
I can't imagine that. I mean, Trey, that's
we laughed. I got to tell you, that's probably the most I've laughed on the air.
Oh yeah,
we were laughing.
Yeah,
you get Dre going on the air.
Well, that's the
off
thing. By the time, like, listen, when the 3 of us are doing a broadcast and we're on the road. And it's been tiring. Dre, called the game and flew in and barely got there like 2 hours before the game or whatever it is. Those are sometimes some of the best broadcasts because we're just completely unfiltered and just kind of letting it roll. So I can imagine what 4 hours on a radio show must have been like. Because I know on Texans Monday, the first half hour after we've gone on a half hour, I'm like, I'm just letting it fly because I got nothing left. Dre, let's hit you with the news of the day from the NFL Standard. In fact, it was just announced. Want your thoughts about the Cleveland Browns naming Deshaun Watson as the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. I've made a point just now. They play Jacksonville on the road. They play Tampa Bay on the road. I think he gets those 2 games, and they'll make a decision at that point. But what do you think about what happened this weekend with Deshaun and the fact that he is the starter in Cleveland?
Doesn't surprise me. I mean, they've had an entire camp to judge this thing. Todd Monken is a first-year head coach in the NFL, and he is going to do what he thinks is best to win games because that's how you get evaluated. And I don't think he's thinking about this or taking it lightly in terms of the decision he's had to make. It doesn't surprise me because they've had so much time to evaluate it, and not just in a couple of preseason games. They've had joint practices with teams. We know that, you're not calling your full complement of the playbook in terms of going out and executing that in a game because you just don't want to put those things out there. But when you've had joint practices and the pressure was on, I'm sure that he's responded in a manner of being named the starting quarterback. And with that, comes some frustrations because, in all that he's gone through in his mind, I'm sure Deshaun thinks he's won that competition outright, but to be booed in your own city, that's tough. No matter what the circumstances are, that's tough to handle at that position from him.
Yeah, it is tough. And I think my take is, Johnny and Andre, that they start him. If it doesn't work out, they go to Shedeur. If you went the other way, it's hard to bench Shedeur and go back to Watson at that point. This is the best way to go about the business, probably. And obviously,
I don't know, Mark. I don't know if I believe that because I was caught in that situation once when I was at U of H, and I'd gotten hurt my freshman year. Another guy started. I came back, beat him out in the spring, and I got that same BS excuse of, hey, we got to start David, not David Klingler. We got to start David because if we start you and you get hurt again, we won't get anything out of him.
Wow.
And I had to bite on it. I had to bite down on that. but every 2 series I was in the game, right back in the game as if I were the starter. And then the week against UT, finally they made the right decision and named me the starter for the rest of the year. But I don't know that I buy that one in terms of if one, you won't get anything out of one guy because the other one starts the season first. They're both professionals.
Yeah, they have to be. So we'll see how it plays out. Texans will be there in November. We don't know who it's going to be by then.
Dylan Gabriel.
You never know. I mean, this is a team that once upon a time brought Joe Flacco back from the dead, and he ended up making the playoffs for them and won a big game here in the regular season, but obviously flamed out in the playoffs. Dre, what about the offensive line development? We were talking about it to begin the show, the fact that after 1 week, it looked like, okay, Rutledge is the center. Then after another week, okay, Rutledge is a guard. But they looked really good in that one series on Thursday night. And maybe this is the line, but your thoughts on the evolving offensive line and where it's headed from here?
I don't know who's starting where, but I know I like what I saw Thursday night out of Evan Brown at center, Keelan Rutledge at left guard, Ingram at right guard, and then Trent Brown at right tackle. I don't know how much mileage a guy like Trent Brown has in his 12th year at right tackle. I think you ride that till the wheels fall off, really, and you start the season that way, and you see. But I liked what I saw from a chemistry standpoint of guys working together. I like Keelan Rutledge being able to move and pull and kick out. And wham, all that stuff that you can do as a guard that you may be limiting him as a center. And if Evan Brown is just about there and gives you some of, or maybe all of what Rutledge gives you, maybe more, because it's a lot to handle as a rookie being a center in the NFL, having to make certain calls in certain situations. Evan Brown's equipped to handle that, I think, a little bit more, being 8 years into the league. So if that's the group that they trot out, man, is that a special group, and it looked good Thursday. But it also gives you some reserves, so when guys start to have to come in because of injuries, you've got good reserves to back those guys up with. Someone said it the other night, the twos may be as good as the ones were last year.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think that's the biggest thing, and I said it before the game. It feels like this year with competitions that you've had, that guys are winning jobs, not being given the job because they didn't lose it, in a sense. Yeah. And so I feel like, to Dre's right on it, 1,000%, I feel like the depth is better. They've improved. Now, I'm going to say it because I still eat pudding. The proof is still in the pudding. Because I can't find a different, saying to use. So the proof is still in the pudding.
Okay.
So I'm still going to use it.
Meaning the final dish.
Right.
But Dre, should the proof is in the pudding even exist as a phrase anymore?
Should.
Because nobody eats pudding anymore. Bill Cosby took care of that. I don't know. Is pudding still something that we should be talking about?
I was thinking it, but you said it out loud.
Yeah.
I'm like, where's the last reference to pudding have I had? And it's Jell-O pudding, obviously. But I haven't had pudding in quite some time. But I think the pudding is the proof is in the pudding when you start looking at what Woody Marks was able to do on 4 carries.
Yep.
He's in the game with that line, 4 carries, 37 yards. He averaged over 9 yards a carry, and then he had a great touchdown run to go along with it. So I think that's part of the pudding. That's what this team wants to do. They want to be able to run the football and be physical, and that proved itself with that group, that 5 that was in the game, and Woody Marks running behind them.
I'm telling you, chocolate pudding with the little Ready Whip on top would drop a few chocolate chips. It's good. I'm telling you, I still have that snack now. It's a great snack.
Yeah, you know what it is? It's like working class chocolate mousse, right? That's what chocolate pudding is.
Yes, absolutely.
It is.
That's exactly what it is.
Or chocolate mousse is high-end pudding.
Right.
That's all.
Right. Absolutely. Dre, we really
give me the working man's pudding. I love it.
That's the best way
pudding.
you just said that. I love that. We didn't talk about this too much on Thursday night because I don't know. I think it was still probably raw for all of us. I know it was for me, losing Jaden Higgins on Tuesday in the joint practice against the Raiders. And I've said this a few times. I think I echo what the three of us would say about this. There probably isn't a one-for-one replacement for Jaden Higgins. So I'll just kind of open it up to you at that point. You can't replace him with one guy. But how do you look at the receiver spots alongside, I don't want to say behind Nico, but alongside Nico this year without Jaden Higgins?
And with Noel coming back on
With
Saturday.
Noel coming back was nice. I mean, that's really nice. We've got to see him in action now. It was good to get Noel back. But how do you think going forward without Jaden Higgins, this all impacts this offense? And how do you think they can mitigate some of those things they won't have without Jaden?
I think for now, with it being the immediate future, it's guys like Justin Watson, experienced, has made some plays in this league and has won 3 Super Bowls with the Chiefs. He steps up, along with Jared Wayne. He steps up. And I think you've got, a complement there between 2 guys that know the offense, because anybody else coming in from the outside, there's going to be a growing curve there.
Right.
I mean, you've got a learning curve. You've got to give them some time to get up to speed in this offense. The chemistry with the quarterbacks, all that stuff takes time. For the immediate success, it's guys like Jared Wayne and Justin Watson. And I don't know that any of us had maybe those 2 making the roster coming into camp, are certainly going to have to fight for it. But I think they are big-time players in this now because of the size and the type of body and player you're trying to replace in Jaden Higgins.
Yeah, it's a lot to replace right there. I think the promise of what he could have been this year is hard to replace.
That's exactly right.
And Patrick Creighton was talking about this yesterday. Year 2 is so big for so many, but receivers, definitely. And I started thinking about Texans receivers. Hop in year 2 was ridiculous. Andre Johnson in year 2 made the Pro Bowl.
Andre Johnson.
Yeah. Year 2.
Yeah.
I mean, this is really hard to swallow.
Year where he had some drops here and there, but he went to work in the offseason. I'm talking about Andre. Went to work in the offseason and came back like a different dude. I mean, physically he was different. He was snatching stuff out of the air. And then he obviously turned into the player that he ultimately became. But he had a tremendous amount of growth between his rookie year and that second year.
For Nico, it was year 3, but he gets a pass because 21 and 2022 were kind of like one long year of struggle. So I count that.
You're being very kind
I count
right
that
now.
as one little era, and then we got the new staff in here, quarterback, and then he erupted in 2023 and became Nico Collins. So he's another example of a guy who made a huge jump. Dre, some people are going to jump back to college football after being in NFL camps. It was ridiculous already. Now it's approaching new levels of ridiculousness, unless you see it differently. I don't begrudge anybody for trying to make a living, and you are making a living because you're going back to college, you're going to make NIL money. But it's just so weird now that college is completely different. The uniforms might look the same, but this has now become a pro game with the average payroll of the big-time schools at $50 million. Welcome to the new era. Thoughts?
Yeah, it's pro football with no guardrails, and it's just the wild, wild west, so to speak. I remember talking about this maybe even as long as a month or so ago with Jeff Traylor from UTSA, a coach I'm really close with, and I always pick his brain on certain things. And we were talking about this. He said, "Hey, I got 5 that are going to get let go or have been let go out of camp, and they've got this new eligibility rule with the deal going on in Colorado at that time." And he says, "What do I do? I mean, do I cut 5 players to make room for these 5? As well, when you do that, you bring somebody back, you're limiting guys that are coming out of high school for scholarships as well. So that trend continues. And that was supposed to have stopped in like 2024 because of the COVID exception. So it's gotten out of hand. It's gotten crazy. I don't even recognize what we call as an amateur sport in college football. It is very much taken a professional turn. And I don't know, with the courts ruling, everybody says that, it's crazy, it shouldn't happen. But somehow these judges keep awarding it, and it's in the states that it's benefiting. You look at what's going on, the player that's coming back, Wright, the tight end, DeQuan Wright, that's coming back to LSU. Well, where was it ruled? In that state. Something that happened with Trinidad Chambliss. Yep. He goes to court in the state of Mississippi, and then Ole Miss is benefiting from another year of Trinidad Chambliss. So it's crazy. Someone needs to get to these judges and say, hey, what are you doing? This is not good for the greater good of college football, so to speak, but it's got to stop at some point.
Can you imagine being a judge in the state of Louisiana ruling against LSU getting a really athletic tight end?
You'd be done.
Yeah. You might be done.
Yeah. You have to move with security.
Yes, you'd have to move to California very quickly.
This to me is every bit as bad as it's on par with the gambling and Texas Tech fans, because I guarantee you LSU fans are going to make an argument for this. They're going to make an argument for it because their team benefits. Now, let it have been Ole Miss or Mississippi State or somebody else, and you're on the outside looking in, and now you're singing a different tune. But if it's your school, you're going to protect and defend that to the end. And it's just not right, whether it's LSU, U of H, UT, anybody else. This should not be happening.
So let me ask you both this. What if you're an NFL team?
Mm-hmm.
So take Jack Pyburn. Jack was from the Bowl School in Jacksonville. He ended up at Florida or LSU first, then Florida, whatever order. Played at big-time schools. First preseason game, he has 2 sacks for the Bucs. He's considering it. I mean, what do you do if you're the Bucs?
He's considering going back to college?
Yeah, he's considering going and doing what Daquan Wright is doing. He might make the Bucs team. So he's sitting there going, well, I could go get this NIL money and transfer, or I can stick around and fight for a roster. What do you do if you're an NFL team?
I don't know, because it's a true free market now, which does benefit those like him.
Right.
But you need a governing body of college football to clamp down and, be fair, compensate guys. But we have to have a system, right, Dre? We have to have, you said it, there have to be guardrails.
Making the NCAA irrelevant. I mean, they're just cutting their knees right from under them each time they make a ruling and try to get this thing back on the track and run it the right way. That some judge in some state, screws it up again. And then we end up right back here going through the same things. It's unbelievable to me that at this day and age, after seeing what the transfer portal has done to college football, what NIL is going to do to college football, that you're still now allowing professionals. And when you hire an agent and you've been paid something in camp, because you're getting camp money, you're not getting contract money, but you're getting camp money. You've been paid that way. You're a professional. And now to be allowed to come back to college is just, it's unbelievable to me.
This is a weird question. And can you give a high school kid NIL deal?
I'm not sure. What are the rules on that?
About.
Okay.
In some states, they're already doing it, guys. In the state of Texas, I know it's being talked about with UIL. So it is very much on the forefront of everybody's minds, and it will at some point be voted on whether or not you can allow that to happen in the state of Texas. But it's not far away.
Buckle up, everybody.
I think all hell's breaking loose at that point.
Too much too soon is not good for a young adult.
No, it should be about
too much too soon.
It should be about
not equipped to handle certain amounts of money, and then you say, well, his parents can do it. Well, who do you think's driving the ship?
That's right.
Who do you think's steering that thing?
Yep. And again, free market. It's hard to admonish them because you're just going for the best deal and you want what's best for your kid. Now, what's best for your kid might be a good, solid program, consistency, all of that stuff. And Dre's talked about that before. All right, Dre, thanks so much. Looking forward to the final preseason outing in Carolina Friday night. Can't wait.
Looking forward to it, man. Can't wait.
All right. It's a 6 o'clock kick on Friday, Johnny.
Ooh.
Just in case you were thinking of being late.
6 Central.
6 Central.
6 Central.
Yeah.
7 local. That
7
I
local,
will be on
because
Eastern
we're on
time
the
in
Eastern
Charlotte.
time.
Yeah.
See, it's tricky. Here we go.
is.
All right, John McClain's going to join us next because he's getting ready to watch practice. So we'll get the general's thoughts on everything going on around the league and with your Texans, of course. It's next here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
A breast cancer diagnosis can turn your world upside down. But your Houston Methodist team assures you they'll use the latest cancer research and technologies, collaborating to treat and remove the tumor and reconstruct your breasts, restoring symmetry, sensation, and your sense of self. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
H-Town, the Houston Texans, ConocoPhillips, and Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages awarded grants of up to $50,000 to local nonprofits through the 2025 Inspire Change Grant. These incredible nonprofits are breaking barriers, driving social justice, and creating new opportunities in our community. Meet the winners and learn more about their inspiring work at HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. That's HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. Let's celebrate their success and keep inspiring change together.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford crew.
Anna, what says summer to you?
Sunshine, road trips, camping.
And?
Ford being #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands according to J.D. Power.
And?
And low APR offers with Ford credit financing on a select lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs.
My kind of summer.
For APR offer information, visit Ford.com or your local Ford dealer. For J.D. Power 2026 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2026 model year.
Want to take trips with the Texans on the road this season while building your network with executive peers? As a Houston Texans Lux member, we take you and your guests beyond the game with access to the Texans organization that money can't buy, which will leave colleagues and clients wanting more. From the moment you arrive, we guarantee you and your guests will have an unforgettable luxury experience. Ready to learn more? Visit HoustonTexansLux.com or call 832-667-2299 to speak to a representative today.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
There's enough needless nonsense in the world already. Your phone plan shouldn't add to it. Verizon's new Simplicity plan cuts down on the nonsense in your life. Now there's just one plan, one price, $30 a line per month, even for a single line. And everyone gets our best 5G network. It's a phone plan designed to do exactly what a phone plan is supposed to do. Isn't that a lot simpler? Switch today at Verizon.com or at your nearest store. For new customers, $30 per line includes auto pay and switch discount. Additional taxes, fees, and terms apply. Unlimited data is restricted to on-device smartphone usage. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Now, everybody knows a good game day doesn't just happen. Somebody brings the recipe, somebody wears the lucky jersey, somebody keeps the traditions alive. And the smart ones bring the Crown Royal. So gather the crew, take your usual spots, and settle into the rituals that make game day yours. Crown Royal, bringing it to game day. Please drink responsibly.
It's bigger. It's better. It's Coshada Casino Resort like you've never seen it before. Introducing the all-new Legacy Tower with 204 beautiful rooms, 100 suites, and a stunning new lobby entrance. Just steps from the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area with new gaming, better slots, top-rated golf, and the Dream Pool and Lazy River. It's all at Coshada, Louisiana's best bet.
The final score may not have ended in the Texans' favor, but we saw what we needed to see from the starting offense. 10 plays, 69 yards, and a Woody Marks touchdown to cap off the drive. C.J. Stroud and the offense looked smooth. Insider access, exclusive content, crystal clear FM quality. Your home of the Texans is 95.7 The Fan.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
2nd and 9 from the 9. Bunch formation right, ripping in the gun, gets the snap, looking, firing over the middle. Nice throw and catch, and caught by Sopkowitz across the 30-yard line, tagged down at the 31. First down, rip by Rippin to Sopkowitz, the rookie from Illinois State. That's a Johnny Harris camp crush right there, and you've got him on the show. We're going to have him on either tonight or tomorrow.
Tonight or tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, Sopkowitz.
He's fun to talk about.
Yeah,
he was
good.
fun to talk to. He was good.
Very good.
He was very impressed with the fact that I said, look, I'm a college football junkie. I'm a draft junkie. I know all these things. And I just said, does it still hurt? And I just saw this kind of smile, this reaction on his face, like he knew exactly what I was talking about. I didn't even have to mention
a loss
what
in
it
the
was.
FCS playoffs.
Yep, they lost to Montana State in one of the craziest games you've ever seen. But Sopwith has done some things. Look, I don't know if making this roster, but he's the type of guy that I'd like to see stick around here. Because
Number 17.
He does a lot of really, really good things at wide receiver. The things you want to see: adjustment to the ball, body control, finding himself open, good hands, good soft hands. He's got all those things. He's got all of it. He just had to show it at Illinois State. And he's in a roster where it's a tough climb to get in that top 5 or 6. But you keep showing that you can do it each and every week. You never know what might happen.
He will play a bunch on Friday night, 6 p.m. Texans at Carolina. John McClain joins us now, the General, the Hall of Famer. Okay, General, news of the day from Cleveland. Deshaun Watson starts for the Browns. This is a big story. Everybody's commenting on it. So we went reverse order and went around the league with this big story first. Your thoughts?
I think that Watson is doing everything he can to talk his way out of Cleveland. And I can't wait if he plays at home and listens to the crowd. He thought it was bad this weekend. My goodness, the game counted. And, the hit they would take on the cap is only $3 million more a year than the Broncos took on Russell Wilson. Theirs was 87, Wilson's was 84, and the Broncos made the playoffs. But I don't know that I've ever seen a situation that was such a controversy based on a tone-deaf quarterback being so dumb to blast his own fans unless he was trying to get out.
But getting out. Yeah, I mean, it's such an odd situation. This is not odd, General, because we've seen it the last couple of years, and maybe we're honing in on it. But the 5 guys on the offensive line that we saw starting against the Las Vegas Raiders, if I gave you $1 to go to Vegas and put it on that 5, how confident would you feel that you would win that bet?
All the positions are set, maybe not right tackle. If Braden Smith doesn't start, that is a huge disappointment. They paid him to be the starter. Trent Brown was 7-0 starting last year, hurt a lot. He's not going to be playing a full season. So you've got to have 2, and I'm assuming Blake Fisher is going to make it, and they're going to keep 4 tackles. I think Wyatt Teller's gone, and Brown at center, Rutledge at left guard. Rutledge is a guard. And so I'm guessing that will be the group that starts against the Bills. That's usually the way it is with every team. And I'll guarantee you, and you guys know this, that's not necessarily the group that'll be playing a month from now, just like last year when they got rid of their left tackle and left guard to begin the season.
John McClain joining us. What about the receiver group? Jalen Noel back at practice on Saturday. That was a welcome sight. They signed Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones. Where do you think it's all going, General?
I think that the replacement for Jaden Higgins, now I'm not talking about actual playing, could be on another roster. I don't think that it's just etched in stone. It'll be one of the new guys. And I kind of thought Casario, and he still might, like when he knew Cincinnati was going to cut Joe Mixon, he gave him a 7 to get him, and that was a great move. There might be a receiver out there who's going to be cut, and he gives him a low pick. I still would like to see him make that deal with the Patriots for Moody going to the last year of his contract. You only need a guy for 1 year. And so a receiver I love is Lewis Bond. I asked D'Amico about him 2 days ago because he blocked his tail off. And I was watching the multiple times the replay about the great block he made on the touchdown run by Woody Marks, and he made a couple of more that I was watching, and he had a couple of catches, and the coaches love him. What I haven't been able to find out, and I asked D'Amico, I knew he hadn't talked. I guess he hadn't talked to Bill O'Brien directly. What I'd like to know what he told Nick Caserio or James Lipper about Bond. And watching Bond play, he would be an O'Brien favorite. How hard he plays and how smart he is. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't make the last spot, not practice squad for sure.
Yeah, there's no question. We're talking about John McClain. John, problem areas that you see right now with this team, the things we talked about in the offseason, I think they were addressed, putting Clowney as the third edge. Oh, by the way, Derek Barnett with the Browns, so he gets to go live that circus. Derek. So good luck to Derek. We love DB. But, Clowney coming in, you've got the secondary staying healthy, linebackers, Aziz and Henry are both extended. Demo with Woody Marks, good 1-2 punch. Offensive line looks a lot better. Obviously, losing Jaden Higgins wasn't great. What would you say if you were asked outside the market and said, all right, General, tell us the problem areas that you see for this team or you could see coming up in the future for this team? What would you answer that with?
The offensive line is always going to be an issue until it isn't. The second wide receiver, somebody emerging, because you need C.J. Stroud to be able to have receivers he can depend on. That's going to be an issue. I think Marlon Klein just continues to impress and catching the ball, making an effort to block, liking the block. That could turn out to be a great pick when so many of us thought it was a reach. But mainly the second receiver and depth at running back. Everybody's hurt. You got your first two. D'Amico said you need 4. And right now they got 2. So I don't know if one of the guys will be healthy enough to be active against Buffalo. They're going to have to get somebody else. But depth at running back is an issue for a team that wants to run the ball as much as they do. And defensively, Wade Woodhouse, to me, has emerged as a third linebacker, but he's got, would he break his thumb? He did something. He broke his finger in the game.
Yeah, reportedly.
But that doesn't usually keep linebackers out of games, and they're going to play 2 most of the time anyway. But the key this week is you don't want a defensive player to get hurt in the OTA. I'm not even sure I wouldn't hold out my starters from the OTAs on defense while the offense still needs a lot of work. But a long answer to your question, John, will always be the line. But right now, there's got to be a second receiver emerge for C.J. Stroud.
General, the Titans have their starting defense on the field, and they give up a couple of TDs. Look, it's preseason, but when you're giving up TDs to the twos, is it a bit of an eye-opener? Look, we all think they're going to be better. How much better? Rob Saleh said, it's preseason. It's good that this happens now so we can correct things. But your thoughts on their development as we get closer to week 1, 2 weeks from Sunday?
They're still going to be last in the division. They're still going to be bad. And I think if you win 3 games, just like with the Raiders, if you can double that under a new coach with a new quarterback, in his case, second-year quarterback Cam Ward, but the people up there, they want to see improvement with Ward. And he's gotten to play more than most starting quarterbacks in the preseason, and they've tried to put players around him. We'll see. I think they'll be good defensively because Saleh, as you know, is a great defensive coach, and he's going to call the signal. But their offense is going to be a work in progress, and I still think they'll have a top 7 or 8 pick again next year.
Andrew Brandt has the perfect post tweet. He said in the last 12 hours, the Browns have named Deshaun Watson their starting quarterback and had a player transfer to LSU.
That's good.
General, I'm going to ask you, I kind of know the reaction we'll get, but I don't know how much you've been following this Daquan Wright college situation of players that are in the NFL.
Every day.
So what are your thoughts about Daquan Wright leaving the Browns, asking for his release so he can go play for LSU this year?
I hope he's the only player that ever gets to do it. College football is so screwed up. They got nobody to blame themselves, the administrators, the coaches, everybody. And it's not the NIL, it's the transfer, it's the portal. You keep seeing that they're going to have, Congress is going to get involved, and then you see these renegade judges in these states making decisions that benefit their schools. I think if you went to a school or you're in the state, you shouldn't be allowed to do it. But I think it's terrible. I think other schools will be trying to take advantage of it, and I hope it's the last time we see it.
Me too. Absolutely. Me too. I mean, I think it's so horrible for that sport, which absolutely needs, I know we have the NCAA, but they need a governing body. They need to figure it out somehow, some way. So, General, we appreciate the time as always. We're going to catch up later in the week maybe, but certainly by next Monday following the final preseason game. And cuts coming up Sunday, not Tuesday. I was corrected earlier. They've changed it this year, and here we go. We're going to get down to an initial 53 on Sunday. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you, guys.
All right, there's John McClain. He's at practice outside. We're inside at Reliance Stadium. So among the things I'm looking for at practice today, he said it, Johnny, running back depth. Want to see what happened? Deuce Vaughn reportedly joining the fray.
Yeah, I like Deuce Vaughn.
You know that I wanted this to happen in the draft.
Yeah, absolutely.
So here he is. Now, let's see how this works out, at least in the short term, but this could make for an exciting Friday night, if nothing else.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to see Deuce Vaughn standing next to Darren Sproles. It might be the only running back Darren Sproles is taller than.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Hey, guys, stand back to back. Let's see who's taller. Do that.
I saw Deuce Vaughn working out at the Combine in the hallways of the convention center because guys do that. You know this, but the listeners might not. That you have these carpeted hallways. They're practicing their 40s in the halls of the convention center in Indianapolis.
That's how big the convention center is.
It's huge.
It's huge.
And at night you can stumble on these mini workouts, these prep workouts they're doing. Maybe working on starts and things like that because it's the Underwear Olympics and they got to be ready for it. All right, coming up, we usually do smoking hot players of the game. Maybe smoking hot players to watch this week and guys that we liked last week in the preseason game and practice performances. And we'll wrap it up and get you in the loop next on Texans All Access or Texans Monday. Thank you.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Now's your chance to save on summer favorites. Ashley's Labor Day sale is going on now. Save big on better sleep with Hot Buy mattresses starting at just $449, with even more Hot Buys for every other room in your home from $499. Plus, save up to $1,000 store-wide. Or take advantage of 60-month special financing on in-store purchases of $19.99 or more, made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. No money down required. Only at Ashley's Labor Day sale. On now. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Hey Texans fans, it's CJ. I'm teaming up with TDECU and you should too. Whether your favorite look is deep steel blue, battle red, or the fan favorite H-Town blue, it's all 15% off at the Texans online shop with your TDECU Texans debit card. Upgrade your Texans game day gear and show off your loyalty while you do it. Visit tdecu.org/Texans and get the MVP of your wallet today. Insured by NCUA.
At H-E-B, we know that game day is about more than the game itself. The taste of victory is unparalleled, but so is the taste of H-E-B jalapeno poppers hot off the grill. Seeing the best players in their prime is truly something to behold. So is an H-E-B Prime 1 burger that you grilled to perfection. For low prices on all the things that make game day great and delicious, visit H-E-B, your official game day headquarters, or use the My H-E-B app to start prepping for game day right away.
The Texans drop their second tune-up game against the Raiders.
Mendoza play fake, and he throws one over the middle. It's picked off. Here we go. It's Woodhouse. Mendoza trying to chase him down at the 15, 10, 5. Rock and roll. Touchdown.
Don't like the outcome of how it ended, but that first half was a really good half of football for us as a team.
Insider access, exclusive content, crystal clear FM quality. Your home of the Texans is 95.7 The Fan.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Yeah. Might want to download that Exxon Mobile Rewards Plus app. Yeah.
Are you the Exxon Tiger?
I am. Yeah. New users can earn $10 in points, $5 after your first purchase, and $5 after your second. That's a lot. That's a whole lot.
It is.
Well, hey, you get on that download, buddy.
I will.
Loading. Download the Exxon Mobile Rewards Plus app and join today. Exxon. Trust the Tiger.
For details, visit ExxonOffer.com.
When you partner with CDW, you get more from technology with AI-powered tools that turn complexity into clarity. CDW experts are simplifying workflows with Microsoft Solutions, uniting teams with on-the-go connectivity, speeding workflows with exceptional performance, and protecting assets with chip-to-cloud security. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/modernwork.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the Markable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Let's play football. Kids ages 4 to 15 can get in the game with the Houston Texans Flag Football League at the YMCA, presented by Texas Children's. Parents, introduce your children to the exciting world of flag football youth leagues where programs focus on skill development, teamwork, and having fun in a safe, non-contact environment. Games begin on October 31st, but registration closes October 23rd. So don't wait. Spots are almost full. Register boys and girls now at HoustonTexans.com/youthfootball.
Now, more Texans Monday.
3 receivers right, Wayne to the left, 3rd down and 11 from the Houston 47-yard line. Woody in the backfield, CJ shotgun. Here's the snap. Stroud with time. Fires downfield to his left. Caught, first down. Texans have it in Raider territory at the 41. It's Jared Wayne, one of the stars from last week's game, early on with the touchdown catch. A big first down catch this time.
I'm just trusting my eyes on this. And in camp, now in 2 preseason games, you're starting to see the same type of consistency from a guy like Jared Wayne, who all I said was he needs an opportunity. That's all he needs, and he's starting to show this coaching staff that he belongs.
Here is the op that Jared Wayne always dreamed of. Not that he wants to see it happen this way, but there is a vacancy at the hotel. He can go ahead and take a spot, and he can make the most of it. He can really help his team right now. This is a big week for Jared Wayne. McClain talked about, hey, maybe Nick wants to trade for a receiver. Maybe there's somebody out there. Maybe Kayshon Boutte. Would you want him, by the way? A lot of people have been asking me about him from the Patriots. He's not a big receiver.
I don't know how swarmy he is.
Okay.
If I'm being honest.
Okay, no, that's a good point.
I worry about that.
He made that hell of a catch against the Texans in the divisional playoff game.
He talked his mess before the game, too.
Yeah, he did. I don't know if that's the guy.
But that's not the reason.
No, but
that's not the reason.
It's
a guy with Kayshon Boutte's talent was taken in what round? Fifth
or sixth,
something
right?
like that?
Yeah.
What does that tell you?
Okay. And the fact that if he was available, he would be available, right?
Yep.
On a team that it's not like they're loaded at receiver. I know they just got A.J. Brown, which is good for them. But it's not like they're loaded at receiver.
I like the way you said that.
Yeah. There's loaded and there's loaded. Emphasis on presentation of words. It means something. It does, especially in this medium. Anyway, I look at that and I say, you don't know who's available around the league. You and I combed through almost every roster that would possibly be giving up guys. And there was nobody that really, I'm going to put it this way, was that sexy from the outside. Now, maybe somebody who can help. Listen, when this team acquired Justin Watson, it wasn't like, oh my gosh, you signed a multi-Pro Bowler, but he's got rings, he's got experience, he does the dirty work, he can help you. A combo of Watson, Wayne, Knoll, X, Bond, perhaps. Maybe Tank comes back, I don't know. But that could really mean something for this team. And I didn't even include the new guys of Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones. I think this is a very important week. There's no question. There's no other way to put it. A very important week to, once again, sample the depth at receiver, see where you're at, see who's available come this weekend with cut down day Sunday earlier than usual. Boy, this is a great move by the league. Thank you, league,
yes,
for doing the cut down day over the weekend. This is just the way to do it.
It was so
third
awkward
preseason game. So awkward. You had these few
gosh.
days. That's why I kind of remember a practice where you might have had some other guys out there, and I think media, camp is over Friday night. It's over. You got to get into week 1 mode with 2 weeks to go.
Yep.
Now, in years past, you had that Thursday night preseason game, but the starters didn't play in that game anyway, which goes back to what I've always said about the 17 games and the 3 preseason games. Well, we cut one of the preseason games. Starters weren't working that game anyway.
Right.
Now they're working 17 instead of 16, but they're getting more money because they get a slice of the pie no matter what. They're going to get their percentage slice of the pie. And it's key lime, it's Boston cream, it's whatever pie you want it to be. It's the pie with the money in it. And that's a good thing for them. All right, other things we need to address. We've talked about running back depth. They added, reportedly, is there a release out yet, by the way? Because practice has started.
Practice has started, and they're in full pads. I've seen a couple of videos.
Did PR put out a release here? I don't see it. Did they?
I haven't seen a release.
Okay. Well, maybe he's not out there. I don't know. But maybe Deuce is, because he reportedly joined this team. You and I were out there Saturday. There were 3 running backs practicing. David Montgomery, Woody Marks, and Owen Wright. This is not how you want to go to Carolina. I mean, joint practice, yes. Friday night, no. You cannot have Owen Wright take 30 carries. What if he gets hurt?
Yeah.
Where are you going to go? You need running back depth just to get through that game. You need somebody coming back, like a Jaws to come back, maybe a British Brooks to come back. Maybe they're out there right now. We're going to see soon enough, and we're going to be able to evaluate that on Texans All Access tonight.
Yeah, we'll see who's out there. There was a George Odom signing, which would definitely help special teams.
Safety.
But we looked at, you and I were talking, we were out there, we looked at running back. We're like, there are 3 running backs over there. We're like, this is determination day. Because Jaws is working out, British Brooks is working out. I lost Josh Pitzenberger, no Whittington. I don't know if he was working out or not, but that's those 3 guys that were going to get carries for sure against Carolina in the preseason game. They could divvy up those carries amongst Owen Wright and then those 3. Well, going out and getting a guy like Deuce Vaughn, I think that kind of tells you maybe where those guys are.
Vaughn is out there.
Vaughn's out there. Okay.
Yep.
So you got to get through a game. And sometimes when you have to just get through a game and you just get a look at a guy, even for a week, you're like, hey, wait a second. Keep that guy on speed dial.
British is back.
Okay. Well,
nice.
that goes to my point. And that is, if you didn't have British, Noah, and Jaws, you needed more than just a guy.
Yeah.
Especially a guy coming in fresh like Deuce Vaughn. So the fact you're getting British back, that's good.
I'm good.
That's
Because
good.
with Vaughn, British, and Wright, some combination, well, obviously British would go
Here
first.
comes 13 personnel on Friday night.
Well,
with British just pounding the rock. The game's going to be 2 hours long.
I don't know how fresh British is for like 20 carries in that game, but British,
he's going to get them.
Could be available.
Yep.
Owen Wright's going to get a lot of work. And Owen Wright's looked like, okay, fine. Good camp. And, we'll see where it goes from here. But obviously stacked against him.
Yep.
You're still looking for that solid third contributor because is Whittington going to be healthy? People are listening. Well, what happened to Whittington? He got hurt.
Yeah,
so
he
we
got
don't know
hurt
what his
that,
deal is. He got hurt. We need him back. You need Jaws back. One of those 2 needs to come back. That's your third guy.
Yep.
British back is great, but I need one of the other 2 back because I know they both can play. I figure Whittington can play. I know Jaws can play.
Okay, what if you have Montgomery, Marks, and Brooks, and that's it? Do you have to get somebody?
There's somebody good on the practice squad, though, that I can elevate. And I need to, in case of emergency, break glass, get a back off the practice squad because somebody got hurt, whatever, the previous week or in practice. All right, that's it for the show. In the Loop, coming up next, we're back at 6, going over practice and everything else. Have a great day. Thank you, Byron, for producing. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on 95.7 The Fan.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprain, tear, or nagging ache can set you back. Until your expert orthopedic team at Houston Methodist uses advanced technology to personalize a treatment plan.
for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Would you rather be single and sit across a table from Joy Taylor at a wedding or get free tickets to the World Cup final? You don't have to answer, Reggie. I know yours is tickets.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader.
Lopez, I've never considered whooping the ass of my elders. I don't blame you either, man.
95.7 The Fan.
Good morning, you are indeed in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. You hear the whole group. The OG, John Lopez to my right. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos, making it sound good. And you rolling with us on this Monday. Beautiful Monday.
It is a beautiful
city
Monday.
Of Houston. Yes,
it is a beautiful
I was about to say
Monday.
it was just a little cooler, but that even sounds silly to say.
Actually, this morning, hey, man, little bit, just a tinge.
Just a smidge.
Just a tinge, yeah.
Hopefully your day is going well, and you can get involved with the program. As there's various different ways to do that. Always appreciation for the text line, 713-572-4610. That's there for you. And always appreciation to the Mo Carey Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page and the Twitch chat, both 95.7 The Fan. In today's program, we'll be giving away a pair of tickets. In fact, no, sorry. Scratch that. A 4-pack of tickets.
Oh, man.
Look at that. It just doubled right in front of your eyes. To see the University of Houston Cougars home opener against Oregon State in early September. And so, yeah, man, keep it locked for that. Keep it locked for the continuation of Texans training camp as there's been moves and shakes. But we got to start here, John. There is breaking news in the Houston sports front, and that happens with your Houston Astros coming off of a losing weekend series that solidified a losing homestand for them against the remainder of the very bad AL West. And I don't know how much that played into this news, but ultimately we find out that Dana Brown, the general manager of the Houston Astros, has been actually the Astros and Dana Brown have been mutually agreed to part ways is the way that.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Did you hear that, Figgy?
Mutually agreed.
Yeah.
To
Mutually.
Dana Brown and Jim Crane was just
You
like,
know what? I think I should leave.
I don't know if this.
You know what? I was thinking about firing you.
You know what? Let's agree
Do
to
that
both.
again. Do that again.
You know what? I was thinking about quitting.
What a coincidence. I was thinking about firing you.
Really? So,
Yeah.
all right,
let's just mutually agree.
Yep. No bad blood.
No bad blood. Here we go.
A 65-66 Astros team now without a general manager. And so, first and foremost, what hit your mind when you saw that Dana Brown was out as the general manager of the Houston Astros?
So many thoughts flooding through your mind. First of all, it's a bad day to be a Brown, and we'll get to the other part of this. Whether you're a Browns fan,
honestly, kind of a bad weekend for a lot of Browns because Hunter Brown could slide in there as well.
It's a bad weekend for Browns. Hunter, Dana, and Browns fans.
Cleveland.
and Cleveland. We'll get to all of that for sure. But on the Dana Brown front, you know what the first thought that came into mind was not so much about this year as the whole process, the whole scenario. It was never going to work. You know, you talk about someone who was set up to fail, and really probably through no fault of his own. You know, considering who he followed in terms of Jeff Luhnow and James Click, what he followed in terms of the apex of sports in this city, to be honest, to this point, with the Houston Astros. And how he was brought in, you know, not necessarily as a guy that was part of the tree, you know, or really given all the resources that he needed to thrive. Because let's keep in mind, 2020 and 2021 draft picks, you didn't have first and second rounders. So Dana Brown was set up to fail. That's the first thought that came to my mind. That said, he didn't do much with it either. I mean, this was on him as much as anything. Now, was part of the being set up to fail, you know, because of Jim Crane, because of, you know, Jeff Bagwell being more, I guess, plugged in to what the owner and the team was going to be doing than he was. I think both those things were big factors.
Yeah, it's worth noting that with Dana Brown, you know, obviously no longer being the general manager, you can use whatever language that you want to. His quote, his responsibilities will be transitioned to the Astros assistant general managers, Charles Cook, Gavin Dickey, and Connor Huff. And you'll enjoy this, to senior advisor Jeff Bagwell. According to Jim Crane, will oversee baseball operations through the transition period.
Don't sleep on that last part.
As the team continues to focus on the AL West division race, close quote. This is one of, I imagine, Astros' worst nightmares within transitions, because they've been here before when it comes to transitions, seeing Jeff Bagwell being involved. And this is where I came back to you talking about Dana Brown kind of being set up to fail. Look, we have to acknowledge on his own merits, what he's supposed to be good at did not show up enough.
Correct.
Right? You did not see a replenishing, at least not soon enough, of the farm system for the Astros. You didn't see, prospects make their way up. It's interesting now because it feels like there's a good amount of prospects at the low levels that seem like they could be replenished, but not in enough time for this to serve the major league club. But Dana Brown, as you were mentioning, when he came in, he did not have operations experience. He had scouting experience.
Yeah.
And it seems like Jeff Bagwell has been involved in operations in this time. And so when you go back to fully unfettered Jeff Bagwell along with these AGMs, it makes me wonder exactly how this is going to go. But honestly, this was the time that it needed to happen, John.
Was it really?
I think this is the time that it needed to happen. Because, obviously you could make the argument that you should not go into a trade deadline with the sitting Duck general manager on the final year of his contract. But now that you have gone through that, what are the general manager decisions that need to be made from now till the end of the season? There aren't major.
There's nothing.
And so I think that this is the time where you turn your attention to the possibility of who that next general manager is, because one of the things that you can't do is get to the end of the season, fire a general manager, and then try and find something, find a new general manager in that time where general managers are getting active. When you get to that winter, they are doing real work. And so I think this is a move that kind of needed to happen, especially because it felt like Jim Crane already knew that Dana Brown was not going to
I said it last week, remember? I said going into the trade deadline, it finally occurred to me that, he was already fired going into the trade deadline. Jim Crane already knew. So maybe they should have done it then. You say it's a good time to do it now. I get your point.
I don't know if it's the way I'd want him to do it, but I think this is the timing that works.
My point is you could have fired him after the regular season and still had a general manager in place by the end of October, early November, no matter what was going on in the postseason, or at least have it lined up. So it was really weird. It felt very PR-y to me as well, because they go 3-6 against the Mariners and A's and of course
Angels
as well. 3-6 in this homestand. Maybe that was ultimately the tipping point.
You think that Jim? If you tell me that Jim Crane made this decision based off of this homestand,
no, what I'm saying is the PR part.
I'm calling him bad names.
No, I'm saying the PR part. Hey, they go 3-6. He had already. I was convinced, and I'm more convinced now. He knew he was firing this guy well before the trade deadline. I said it last week, and so he could have waited till the end of the season. I think right now he's like, well, we got to do something. We got to shake something. It's not going to affect a damn thing in terms of the decisions they make, and more importantly, on the field. How does this affect anything on the field? If anything, I would argue that it hurts you on the field, because now clearly Joe Espada is fired. He is gone.
You think so?
Yes. You have the general manager, tied at the hip with this manager.
Yeah, he was the one who elevated Joe Espada to the manager role.
Right.
Yeah.
He's gone. So I think I would argue that it actually hurts you on the field if there's any amount of, sort of allegiance to Joe Espada.
I don't know how many people have allegiance to Joe Espada right now, though.
I mean, we don't hear bad things from the players about Espada, not even off the record stuff like we did with previous managers.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. The things with Joe Espada, and I was talking about this weekend when I was on with Paul Gallant. I just keep thinking back to the number of players who have had issues that have not quickly had that turnaround. And I understand that being a manager, it's hard to just be like, I'm going to fix these issues, but especially issues that have to do with adjustment. Remember when Christian Walker comes in and he just has an abysmally slow start until you get to probably this time of year last year for him to find some level of comfort. For a veteran, that strikes me as odd. And for a manager in Joe Espada, where we know managers in general, but especially him, have less, decisions that are at their beck and call, because front offices do a lot of kind of dictating.
Yeah.
The way that organizationally they want to handle things. I imagine that the people side of the business matters even more. And Joe Espada is supposed to be that kind of guy that taps in well. It felt like Christian Walker took too long to adjust. Tatsuya Imai definitely has taken a while to adjust. It feels like there's been a number of these where I would have expected Joe Espada, who seems to be careful and think about these things a good amount. Like, how do I help? How do I reach my players? It feels like it takes him longer than I would expect. Not that I have a metric on this to get those guys to find their comfort and deliver and produce for you. And that feels like that is the equivalent to Dana Brown's scouting and not seeing that scouting come along fast enough. It feels like that has been the equivalent for me with Joe Espada on the field level of, hey, the guys, the human element and getting to those guys, it's supposed to show up faster for me or show up a little bit more than I think it has. But maybe that's unfair. And then also, bullpen management is the thing that showed up this weekend as well.
Well, maybe it's fair, but maybe it's unfair in this regard. I have a hard time believing that Joe Espada was the point of the arrow in terms of bringing in Tatsuya Imai. Same thing with Christian Walker. I think that was Dana Brown, and maybe even above Dana Brown. I mean, I think it's fair to ask, are they sort of deflecting from their own mistakes? We know Jim Crane has a big say in things. We know Jeff Bagwell has a big say in things. They're not going to fire themselves, and so how much of this is sort of deflecting, like, okay, well, let's start over here.
Well, I mean, I can't really tell you until we have an opportunity to hear from them. And maybe with this change, with Jeff Bagwell now taking over operations, I know that there's 3 AGMs that were mentioned in this press release, and they will have some level of autonomy. Well, I don't even know how much autonomy, but they will have some responsibility here. I'm intrigued to see who gets to speak or who does take up the responsibility of speaking in front of the media. Because that is the interesting portion of this timing is Dana Brown would still have talked during the remainder of the season. Who takes that up? Is it Jeff Bagwell that then speaks? Is it one of these assistant general managers that speak?
It should be Jim Crane.
I would be very excited to hear from Jim Crane so that we can get some insight into how much responsibility does he place at his own feet when it comes to this, and is he willing to change any of his MO? Because now you are provided an opportunity, admittedly not in the circumstances that anybody would want, but you're provided an opportunity to, again, determine what the next 3-4 years of your organization will look like and who is at the top of it. And whoever you put there, you have to be able to give them the leeway to handle this in the way that they so choose. And I don't know that Dana Brown was fully given that autonomy, and maybe that is ultimately why we are in the place where we are, where Dana Brown and the Astros have, quote unquote, mutually agreed to part ways.
I don't think he was. I think we know that just from reading the tea leaves here. And as far as like the assistant GMs, Charles Cook, Gavin Dickey, and Connor Huff, just forget about them. They're
Whoa!
Oh, yeah, just forget. All due respect, just forget about them.
I'm gonna be honest. I had not committed their names to memory. That's me. That's a me problem than them, more than a
think
them
about
problem.
it. Your general manager just got fired, and these are 3 assistant general managers to Dana Brown that are going to be handling the day-to-day operation. They're printing resumes right now. I mean, they are gone, all 3 of them. I would have to guess. So it's Bagwell. I would want to hear from Jim Crane. I don't know how relevant that would be in terms of real meat on the bone, so to speak. But this is Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell and whatever other things, other advisors that he has. But you easily could see this coming. I think it's very PR-y with this coming off this series, and of course the Astros, they refuse. Here's the other thing.
Yeah,
they refuse to admit, and maybe they will now. They need to rebuild. They need to get rid of some players that maybe we don't want them to get rid of. Not Jordan. And they need to start rebuilding. Will they ever? That's what I want to hear from Jim Crane. Will they ever admit maybe we need to take a step back?
It's a really good question.
Yeah.
Because he has previously said and reiterated, quote, while I'm here, the window will always be open. This is the first time where I think you need to have that very clearly, questioned and interrogated. And I don't mean like interrogated from a media asking him. I'm saying to him, he needs to ask himself, does that actually serve us the best, that particular approach? And there's going to be a lot of questions of approach. Honestly, one of the questions of approach is, how do they go and handle hiring a new general manager? Because one of the things that we've seen in baseball right now is that there is kind of an unpredictability factor in the way that teams have hired general managers. You remember Paul DePodesta being hired?
Yeah.
Paul DePodesta was like charged with helping the Browns get back on track at times. Like that is not that's not exactly where I had thought that a team would go for a general manager. Buster Posey ended up getting a front office job as well, not necessarily one that people would have seen coming. Baseball has decided that some of the hirings, not saying that that's right or wrong, but they're happening in different ways. How does Jim Crane and this brain trust at the top of the Astros at this moment go about filling that position? Obviously, there's time to talk about that and think through that. But that also will tell us something. Are they going to be cheap, or are they going to money whip, especially if you are while I'm here, the windows will be open type of guy? We've had this issue with Jim Crane where that is the saying, but the actual, walking it out has not looked quite the same. Are you going to use what is available to you to make sure you get somebody that can do that? Or are you going to go and try and find an edge somewhere and maybe be a little cheap about this? And how does that then fit with your purported claim that we are going to win basically at all costs?
Yeah, the Astros, and I can't emphasize this enough because this is a Jim Crane decision. The Astros are at a crossroads. I'm not trying to be dramatic, but they are absolutely at a crossroads here. They need to make a philosophical decision. Are we going to use this as the impetus to take a step back in hopes of taking a step forward, or are we going to keep trying to push this boulder up the hill? And try to tell fans and themselves and the team we're still in this. All evidence says, you might make the playoffs still, sadly, with a losing record, perhaps, but you are not a team that can contend at the level that you think you can. They need to make a philosophical decision of who they are first, and that's a Jim Crane decision.
Yeah. Can I tell you what I'm scared of?
What's that?
What I'm actually deathly afraid of at this point? If they do make the playoffs at this point, shout out to the AL West, mind you, where all 5 teams are under 500 now, thanks to the weekend series for the Astros. If they do make the playoffs, do you think that Jim Crane does a thing where he goes, hey, shout out to these assistant general managers managing to get us, and then he hire? I could see it happening.
Nope.
I don't want it to happen. I can't really put a percentage chance on it, but I could see a small percentage chance of them doing that, and that would tick me off to no end, John.
No, that's going to happen, in my opinion. They're gonna take everything out with Dana Brown and bring in either another general manager that is going to be. Here, this is the thing that scares me. Are they going to bring in another lapdog? All due respect to Dana Brown, he was a lapdog.
In part because,
or are they going to bring in someone that they say, "Let's go, it's yours"?
I think the likelihood is more the former than the latter.
Yeah.
It's more likely that they bring in somebody who is going to be at the behest of Jim Crane, in part because that's their boss, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you are hired to do a job, very rarely are you going to have the cachet and the clout to one up your boss, especially when he's the one signing the checks.
Yeah.
So yes, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not trying to negate that because I agree. But it has to be an internal decision with Jim Crane where he gets somebody that he believes so strongly in and their capabilities that he's like, I should not step in there. And we've seen hard-headed owners all over sports do that to some degree, but he has to decide that he wants to do that. And we know he thinks of himself as a baseball man.
Yeah.
And, he wants to be involved. Hell, we saw it at the trade deadline where he decided to kind of undercut Dana Brown's capabilities to make the moves that he seemingly wanted to make. And now we end up with a circumstance where Dana Brown and the Astros have, quote, mutually agreed to part ways. Question here, though. Because a lot of people are doing this, and Astros fans are going to, right? You always want to go back to the nostalgia.
The answer is no.
You don't think that they could get Jeff Luhnow to come back?
I knew exactly where you were going. I would be interested. It would be fun. But, boy, would he just thumb his nose at Major League Baseball that bad? No one has touched him.
Also, that would be Jim Crane having to acknowledge, hey, man.
Yeah.
I let my ego get in the way because you were doing things in different ways, and you were asking me to spend more money in the front office with staff that's not actually on the field, and I didn't want to do that, so I fired you, or decided to part ways.
Yeah.
And then the way that I decided to answer it didn't work, so I'm coming back to you. That would take a lot. That would take a big man.
Yes, it would.
And I'm not saying that Jim Crane ain't a big man. I just don't know that he'd be willing to do that.
I agree.
Because one thing I know about rich folks, they're not really good at saying I messed up.
Or being embarrassed.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's kind of what the money allows you to not ever have to say, that you were wrong or that you're embarrassed. And so that is the tough part about the possibility. But it does feel like the way that Jeff Luhnow was handling things is the way that good teams handle baseball right now. And it seems like if you could, right, if that other human element wasn't part of it, that'd be an awesome hire. Except it is.
So many Luhnow texts.
Yeah. I feel you. It just feels like it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But I've been wrong before.
Of
Anyways, again, the breaking news of the day to this point. Dana Brown and the Astros have agreed to mutually agreed to part ways. So the general manager for the team is it's a vacant role right now. There's 3 assistant general managers and Jeff Bagwell that will kind of split responsibilities of Dana Brown to this point. All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, the Texans have made a few acquisitions and additions to their team. What do they tell us, particularly on the offensive side of the football? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
The Texans drop their second tune-up game. powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You are in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. If you didn't hear, Dana Brown and the Astros have mutually agreed to part ways, so the general manager is no longer with the team. 3 AGMs and Jeff Bagwell will kind of split responsibilities. Seems like Jim Crane was also in the release that says that he will also help handle operations, which, are you too surprised that Bagwell and Crane both involved in baseball activities there? Someone did throw out here the idea when it came to the parting of ways here.
Don't say it.
That you also have to think about the fact that there's probably not going to be a season next year, not going to be activities going on because of the lockout that is seemingly looming. I think Jeff Passan says that it's happening, right? He says it in pretty definite terms, and I tend to agree. I just feel like you as an organization cannot operate under that assumption.
You can't say we got 2 years.
It's fine. We got time. We don't need to hire a general manager. You better hire one.
No rush.
Mess around, be out of work for 2 weeks.
That's right.
That would be how a cheap
deal made. Oh wait, what?
Oh wait, huh?
That would be how a cheap person does this, right?
Yes. Oh yeah.
They're like, actually, I could save myself 12 months of pay.
We got time.
If we just, we don't. He's not going to be doing nothing.
I thought you were going to talk about the other thing.
What other thing?
I came across on the old Twitter machine.
Oh, that one will come up later.
Oh,
that's not even related to baseball.
Oh no, I was talking about Brad Ausmus.
Oh.
Somebody said,
what about Brad Ausmus?
Somebody said Jim Crane, owner, Jeff Bagwell, leading everything, whether he's got the title or not, and Brad Ausmus, the manager. And I love Brad Ausmus, one of the best people I've ever been around.
Do you?
Boy, that would be a throwback. That would be wild.
Would that be bad nostalgia in that instance?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Remember, Baseball Talk on 95.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. The Texans back at practice today with a few new faces, in fact, coming over the weekend and today. There's been some additions and necessary ones when you consider some of the injuries, major and minor, that the Texans have had. What do some of these acquisitions tell us? There's probably 3 major ones to note. Actually, I think a 4th just came through on the wire as well. Or maybe actually this one isn't an acquisition. This is a player that is being waived. So maybe we can get to that a little later. But the 3 acquisitions we can point to. The first 2 have to deal with, obviously, the big loss that we saw almost a week ago today. Or it would have been a week ago tomorrow with the joint practice with the Raiders where you see Jaden Higgins leave the field, and then the day after we find out that it is indeed a torn ACL. So your wide receiver 2 is no longer going to be available for you. A wide receiver, mind you, that looked like he was going to have big upside this year and give you a real good attacking threat. Well, this weekend, we find out that 2 wide receivers are signed for the Houston Texans. It is Zay Jones, who last played with the Arizona Cardinals, 6'2" guy, speedster, really runs vertical. And then it is Sterling Shepard, who last played with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And let's just start there, John Lopez. What do those 2 acquisitions tell you on offense for the Texans?
Well, foremost, necessary. Absolutely. We talked about it. You have to bring someone in. We're kicking around names. I don't know if did any of us mention Sterling Shepard or Zay Jones? I think Zay Jones was mentioned at some point, but it doesn't matter. You bring in these 2 guys. I don't even want to say this, but I feel like I have to. Tank Dell did not practice again today. He wasn't on the field. How much of this is maybe even more alarming than we thought with the Jaden Higgins thing? Tank Dell at this point, if he didn't practice today, he's not going to be in the joint practice on Wednesday.
Yeah, I feel pretty strong about that. Yeah.
So there you go.
Because tomorrow's a travel day.
Right, and so not being in the joint practice on Wednesday, and then them pretty much shutting down all their frontline players, their starters, et cetera. Are we looking at 2 holes in the receiving room?
Depends. How much were you already penciling Tank Dell to be involved there? Because I think that if we were being responsible, which we don't always do, to be fair,
of course not.
But if we were being responsible, we wouldn't have had Tank Dell anything close to inked in, probably not penciled in into the way that you go about things, which is why we were in a place thinking about you needed to bring guys in. The question I always ask, especially for someone like Jaden Higgins, when a football team or any team at that brings a player in, I think there's 2 schools of thought. Are you bringing in somebody at the top end of that roster or in the bottom end or even of the room, right? Because the wide receiver room. Jaden Higgins is the top end of the wide receiver room guy.
Yeah.
I think that Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones feel like they are closer to like middle type of the room guys than top end of the room guys, especially with Zay Jones. Both of them are fairly limited in what they do. One maybe more because of the age that he has, and the other one just because of the style of play that he has. Zay Jones being the latter, more of a deep threat, more of a fast guy who is also coming off of an Achilles injury, mind you. So you have to see if that speed is still there that you can then purpose in that way. And then Sterling Shepard, kind of a guy that just, he ends up in the right places, solid route runner, but, not necessarily crazy explosive. Did separate pretty well, especially on intermediate passes last year. But this felt to me like, hey, let us take, and we talked about this, let's deconstruct what Jaden Higgins does, his skills and the things that he brings to his team, and see where can we replicate some of these things. And it feels like what they did was grab these guys, throw them into the pot, and see of the guys that you already have with Justin Watson and Xavier Hutchinson and Jared Wayne and Lewis Bond, throw in Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones and see, mix that up, see which one of those guys give you the best amalgamation of those skill sets so you can go and try and attack.
Yeah, and Sterling Shepard, I believe he's going to be 34 this year. So up there, Zay Jones, 31, something like that. So both of these guys are what they are. So I feel like they were necessary adds. We knew that. But doesn't really move the needle a whole lot. It's more of just kind of a wait and see what you can sort of make it an amalgamation of different players into one role.
This was more of a let me fix this real quick. Let me get somebody else in here real quick.
Yeah.
Until we maybe they could be looking at other options.
Yeah, it could be
trade options. Yeah. But right now we need to get a couple receivers in, experienced receivers.
I mean, before we get these moves, we do have the reporting that we were talking about Friday of the Texans calling around and seeing. So it does feel like maybe there is still an eye towards that. Or would you say that they would still possibly make some type of move if there was a better player available? Or does this feel like this is the move, we're going with this, and we're just going to try and make the most?
I'm glad you brought that up. It feels to me, because this happens, from the moment the injury happened, they're making calls. They're trying to and we saw some reports of that, of they're kicking the tires on certain players. It sounds to me as if they signed these players because maybe those talks aren't going the way they want.
Agreed. Absolutely.
And so maybe they're just like, well, we've got to make do. We got to make do the best we can.
Yeah. Someone asked, do you kick the tires on Juju Smith-Schuster? I mean, I think that these are the tires that you kicked right here.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to kick more of those tires, especially until you figure out whether these tires that you kicked or I don't know how to continue this metaphor. I've already belabored it too much, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The other acquisition that they had offensively, I don't want to miss this, especially because it gives me an opportunity to talk about one of my alma maters, Kansas State University. Kansas State alum is the way I want to go. Deuce Vaughn. Really good runner in college, especially in a very small package, but has bounced around in the NFL, hasn't really latched on and done anything major. He is brought in, he's been seen at practice, and we get the official announcement today that he is signed, as well as George Odom, a safety as
Which
well.
is a good one.
We don't need to talk necessarily about the defense as much, but Deuce Vaughn being brought in at running back, how does that hit you? Because we have clearly had Jawar Jordan not be available for a longer period of time than I expected. I thought at first, when we were finding out about that hip injury, the hip flexor, what I had seen was maybe like about a week, and we've surpassed that now. He still has not returned to practice, neither today either. You had Noah Whittington also kind of deal with a little bit of an injury. Pitzenberger has been placed on reserve, and then also you have British Brooks, who's just returning, but British Brooks is not, as much as people have talked about handing him the football, he's not really factored in running the football. How do you view the Deuce Vaughn acquisition in addition to this team?
It's weird because you would think that bringing in these two wide receivers, sort of makes you feel better about the wide receiver room. I actually feel better about the running back room. Well, because of the two guys at the top that aren't going to play, on Friday night when they face the Carolina Panthers in the preseason game. You just need a warm body, first of all.
Yeah.
Because Owen Wright is it.
That's it.
Right now, your running back is Owen Wright. But that being said, I've always liked Deuce Vaughn. He's 20. I think he's only 23 still.
Yeah.
I think he's only 23 years old. I think it's one of those things where if you're not feeling great about Jawar Jordan, he kind of fits that role more. I don't know. He hadn't been a great receiver, but I mean, he's that sort of change of pace guy. Different look from the backfield, 5'5", 5'6", whatever he is. I think they list him at 5'6". I don't know about that even.
Buddy.
I don't even know about that.
Correct.
So
I think he about my height.
Yeah. So I like the concept of him, and he's a necessity right now. So he's going to get some reps. He will get carries. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that he is very much camp body Now, because of how late you are in this process, I mean, we're talking about cut down day happening in the upcoming
Sunday.
weekend,
Yeah.
So because we're so late in this process, it does make me kind of furrow my brow when it comes to, hey, when is the likes of Noah Whittington and Jawar Jordan actually making their way back for you in order to fill out what you were looking at with this running back room? That, interestingly enough, I think we started at a little bit of discomfort and then we got comfortable with it, and then injuries, kind of minor injuries, have gotten you to this weird place. Deuce feels more like a camp body type acquisition. Just hopefully the timing does not make it so that you need to have him factor in with your 53.
I think he's a camp body that they should have some interest in, just in case. I do like him as a running back. And you watched probably every snap he ever took.
Watched a lot of him running the football in college.
He has the juice. I don't know about this level, but he's played at this level. The Cowboys drafted him in the 6th round, something like that. Yeah.
Yep. So I think that the one is more of camp body, maybe tells me that we're just working on injuries. I do think that Sterling Shepard, there we go, and Zay Jones, they could be interesting, but this is more kick the tires to actually impact what your roster looks like come cut down day on Sunday. But there you go. You're in the loop right here on 95.7 The Fan. Practice happening as we speak out there at the Houston Methodist Training Center. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans after here in about an hour. But coming up next, let's go get to our question of the day, inspired by the weirdness that happened with the Cleveland Browns.
Another
this
bad
weekend.
Brown.
Yes, a bad weekend for Browns continues. Todd Monken, head coach of head coach of the Cleveland Browns, inspires this one. Who is a coach or a manager that you were dead wrong about? 713-572-4610. Text in your answers and we'll talk about it next.
The Texans drop their second tune-up. 92. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, you are indeed in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Question of the day. Who was a coach or manager that you were dead wrong about? 713-572-4610. Because I think one of your answers here, John Lopez, is inspired by the weird weekend that was for the Cleveland Browns. Do we want to get into all of this right now, or do you just want to parse out some of this and come back to the rest later?
Well, it's worth mentioning at least a little bit, and we will come back to it. But Deshaun Watson, if you haven't seen it already, pretty much just dumped on Browns fans while he's holding his, I'm guessing, $75,000 to $100,000 earring. He's putting that in, and he's got his, what do you think, $300,000 chain, Figgy, something like that?
He ain't got no regrets in his life.
Then he fixes his $500,000 or $1 million watch.
He doesn't care also.
And he doesn't care.
He doesn't. Remember when we did buy or sell last week and he was like, I don't care. And y'all were like, I don't think he cares. But he was getting out here talking because he was booed
he does
pretty
care.
Relentlessly, Deshaun Watson, during this game every time he had the football. Admittedly, bad game for him, 5 of 12. Didn't really put up very many yards. Not a good preseason game for him. Again, preseason game though, but when you haven't seen him play particularly good football over the last 4 or 5 years, that doesn't help. He got up on the microphone and the post-game press conference saying that he believed that the booing was about personal and not about him being his stuff on the field, which all very much felt like a lack of ability to read the room. Well, apparently that ain't hurt Todd Monken's feelings not one bit. Because Todd Monken today has made it known that he is naming Deshaun Watson the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns week 1 versus the Jacksonville Jaguars in Jacksonville.
Does he not have any friends?
Who?
Does he not, Todd Monken? Does he not have a wife that's, no, don't do this? Like, he's already, any little loss, any little mistake, any little call or decision that is questioned, Todd Monken is going to be the next. All he did was put himself in the crosshairs. Would you agree with that?
I don't think so.
I do.
I mean, you have to look around and go, what are your alternatives? And yes, I know Shedeur Stoerner is there. He has not been great. I think that the argument you can make for Shedeur is there's clearly upside there where Deshaun Watson, I know that we've seen him be good in the past, but it's so far back now that I wonder if you can get there, especially because I think this is all mental for him. And I don't know that we've seen evidence, again, pointing to this weekend, that he is mentally in the right place to get himself back to what we saw in 2019 and maybe even 2020 for him here in Houston. I kind of was looking at their schedule and I went, is it possible that Todd Monken is playing 3D chess here?
Because the 2 road games to start?
2 road games to start against better teams. Jaguars had a downright good defense last year. The Buccaneers are pretty solid defense themselves. Remember, Vita Vea will remain there at the very least. Then after that, listen to this quick run of games. Panthers, Steelers at home, on the road versus the Jets. You do get the Ravens at home. Then Titans, Steelers, Saints. There's a nice run.
So dump him after 2.
You might could.
Yeah.
You might could see it.
Yeah.
Hey,
dump him
Deshaun,
before that home game.
Deshaun, come take these knocks.
Yeah.
And then we will put the guy that maybe we think has a better opportunity to do this in the game.
I would have more respect for him if he is playing 3D chess.
Do you feel like his hands are kind of tied? I mean, not tied, but I wonder if this is more of an ownership thing, too.
It has all the markings that this is not just a head coach making the decision.
Yeah.
The question I have on that, because, yes, we know that he's still making a lot of money, a good amount of money on the final year of that.
Like 85 dead money if they cut him?
It is so sick.
$85 million.
Why would they have to play him? Right? Why would the owner feel the need to play him? Because they had already seen seasons where they did not play him. Why would they feel the need to put him out there?
I think they just kind of hoping that maybe he got it together on the field. Like, I don't think he did, but I think they just, we paying you, so we might as well play you type deal.
Boy, that's a bad decision right there.
Yeah, that is what we point to as the sunk cost
fallacy. You seen other teams, like you seen the Denver Broncos cut loose with Russell Wilson and just take that money on the chin.
And buddy, look at how fast they are back to where they they are back to where they thought they were going to get to, not even where they were.
Yeah, they got back pretty quick, especially with a good head coach and all that. Yeah, they got way better. So I just think they don't want to do that. They just don't want to take that money on the chin.
It did, outside of the 3D chess, it did make me look at Todd Monken like, boy, that is a bad personal decision you made right there.
But it's funny also because I know I saw someone on the text line say I think I saw David Culley put Deshaun Watson as a starter, and I think that he is likened to David Culley in one way, but in another way not. I think that Todd Monken is a respected offensive coordinator, both at the college and NFL level. But it's also hard to ignore that he was 60 years old before he even got any sniff of a head coaching opportunity for real.
Yeah, but Todd Monken and David Culley shouldn't even be in the same sentence. David Culley was a puppet.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And so I wouldn't put him in that place.
That's why it made me look at him. So who is a coach or a manager that you were dead wrong about? Because we'll see. Maybe it is 3D chess. Maybe you're right, and I want to believe that's true. But
maybe I'm getting the rope-a-dope right now. It is quite possible. The answer that came to mind for me is a coach that you have a personal relationship, John Lopez.
Wow.
I didn't say it was a good one though. I thought Todd Herman was going to ball at Texas. I thought Tom Herman, after doing what was a pretty remarkable thing with the H-Town takeover thing with the University of Houston Cougars, I was like, if you can win at this level where there's want to, but it's hard to get the people invested, how much more can you do at a Texas where all your things are provided for you? You made a lot with a little, so how much can you make with a lot with the amount of responsibilities that you have? I was not privy to the interview that he did with John Lopez and Nick Wright.
Well, it had nothing to do with that.
No, but the reason why I say that is at Texas, you got to be almost a politician. You have to be able to kind of deal with different personalities.
Bingo.
And clearly he didn't handle that well with you guys. And that probably was a large part of why he crashed and burned at Texas. It wasn't the on-field stuff necessarily as much as it was, hey, man, you ain't had the right temerity for this.
Longtime listeners will know that I didn't flat out say he was going to fail the way he did, but I wasn't real high on him going to Texas for that exact reason. You can do that at U of H. That I guess game you play or that type of personality you can get away with at U of H because they were aspiring, they were rising, they wanted something. At Texas, you couldn't get away with that. You're right. It has to be political and everything else. You can't get away with that there. The one I was wrong about, and Figgy, I'm interested in yours because I'm sure there's an assortment of coaches that you could pick from, was Dennis Franchione.
Oh, really?
God, I thought he was going to be good. He was so opposite of good. It's not even funny.
Like he for A&M fans, he is the one that you point to as you're like, hey, remember the time we had a bad coach?
Oh my God!
Do y'all do that with Jimbo yet?
He killed it.
Is it too recent for y'all to do that with Jimbo, or is it too?
No, Jimbo to me was just not a right fit. His personality and everything at A&M was just never going to play.
That's what you think?
Yeah, no, I know. Same for the same reason as Tom Herman. In fact, like he didn't know how to play the game with the A&M alums.
I thought he lost his fastball. We started seeing that at Florida State. I thought he just wasn't as good.
But he couldn't play that game, and he was recruiting just based on stars, not players, and all that. That's a different topic. But Franchione killed it at TCU.
Yeah.
A lot of success at Alabama.
Yeah.
And then I was like, all right, let's see what happens. Boy, was I wrong on that.
Some other answers that are coming in. The current manager of the Astros, Joe Espada.
There's a good one.
There was people that saying that they were very, very high on the addition of Joe Espada.
Mm-hmm. I was high. I don't know if I would say very, very high, but I was wrong on it. How about you, Figgy?
Yeah, the ones that come to my mind, and this is with the Houston Texans, I thought Lovie Smith was going to come in and be a little better than he was.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm. I thought, I ain't going to sit here and say Super Bowl or anything like that, but I'm like, okay, experienced head coach that took that Chicago Bears team to a Super Bowl and all that. I thought he was going to come in and be a lot better.
Yeah.
He was just as good as David Culley in the previous season. Yeah. So I was wrong about that. This one I was dead wrong about. This just happened this year. Mike Brown with the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was going to be the same old Knicks. I did not think he was going to get him over the hump.
Yeah. No, that's a good one.
In the first year, man.
Well,
I was wrong about.
Yeah, we're getting some good ones. Shaka Smart, I thought he'd kill it at Texas.
Yeah.
I thought Shaka would kill it at Texas.
It's a common theme whenever you start getting to Texas. I don't think I was as high as on Chuck Strong, as I like to call him, at Texas, but I did think he would do better as well. Texas is just a really tough place to go and win. And now we're looking at the next one, Steve Sarkisian.
There's some stuff going on already.
It is just not an easy place to win, which sounds crazy because you have everything at your disposal, and yet look at the recent history and tell me why it just never comes together. Someone mentioned A.J. Hinch. They said that they thought the A.J. Hinch hire was a joke, did not have faith that he'd be the right guy. And then behold, if it wasn't for scandal, like how far would that have gone? I mean, it already went to a World Series, but how far could that have gone?
No, absolutely. That's a good one. Ime Udoka comes in. That's fair.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, that is more than fair.
Are you? You're already? Are you
No,
already
from a texter.
No, I'm saying, but are you already in a place where you're kind of out?
I'm leaning that way.
You're leaning, okay.
I'm leaning that way. I think a lot of Rockets fans are. How about this one? This is an interesting one. Pep Hamilton as OC for the Texans. Yeah.
I just keep thinking about the amount of praise that one Peyton Manning has heaped on Pep Hamilton, and just for that to have not shown up in the way that I had anticipated. That's a very fair one.
Yeah.
To add. Somebody said, you mentioned Ime Udoka.
Somebody said Steven Silas. Who was high on Steven Silas? Who was high on him?
That for me, that was all about. I know his daddy. He worked with his daddy. Paul was very good at this. I feel like Steven should be good at this.
Yeah.
I was also, Toby on the YouTube page. A great answer. I was wrong about Dan Campbell, or as I called him, Man Campbell, because I very vividly remember when he came in as the interim after was it Joe Philbin? Was it Philbin? Or was it Fox? That lost his job in Miami.
It might have been Phil. It might have been Phil.
I think it might have been. And then Dan Campbell came in as the interim, and he came in with all the machismo that you remember from Dan Campbell when he played in the league and at Texas A&M. He just big meathead seeming guy,
and it worked.
And in Miami, it didn't really that much. It
worked big time.
All right, if you say so.
It worked big time. Look where they still are. I mean, I know they didn't have a good year last year, but they're still.
No, you're thinking. This is him in Detroit. I'm talking about when he took over in Miami as the interim. Even dating back, I was like, all right, whatever. That's when I started calling him Man Campbell, because I was like, all right, here he comes with all that machismo. Then the Lions hired him. I was like, good luck.
Yeah.
Talking about biting kneecaps.
Yeah.
He has been so great in a lot of different ways. And specifically, it hasn't just been that he's won. I thought his hiring practices have been really good. I think that he has demonstrated a love and care for his players that I did not expect from the dude who showed so much machismo.
Yeah.
And then also, and I know that not everybody will agree with this one, I think that he has integrated analytics more than you would expect somebody that feels so caveman. So, Dan Campbell's a great answer.
So many. Major Applewhite, Cliff Kingsbury.
I thought Major Applewhite was going to. Apparently, I just fall for all the Texas ones. Maybe that's the answer here. Someone said Cecil Cooper,
Dion,
Astros manager.
Dion's a good one.
Oh, like Colorado?
Which way though?
Like at Jackson State,
you thought you was gonna be good, and
he killed it at Jackson State.
At Jackson State, he did do well there. The Colorado, buddy, Colorado ain't seen that's been good there for decades.
Yeah.
Like, why did y'all think that he was gonna come in and change what the college football landscape has firmly established? But keep texting those in 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, let's get into Around the NFL, where there's actually some news happening right now that fits in here, but also a former Texan retired. We'll talk about that and more next.
The final score may not have ended in the Texans' favor, but we saw. Studios. KIKK-FM, KIKK-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in Loop on 95.7 The Fan, where there's a retirement that we have to acknowledge. John Lopez. And I teased it as former Texan, but of course this was me doing a little bit of tongue-in-cheek because Nick Chubb, after 8 years of running the football in the NFL, announced his retirement from the National Football League. And he put out what I felt was a fairly sentimental kind of piece or, I guess
farewell
on his Instagram, where he talked about, some of his achievements and some of his desires. He mentioned that he wanted to end his career on a healthy note, and he was able to do that here, obviously. So that is really the biggest kind of nod that he had towards the Texans. There wasn't really very much that was angled towards it. He definitely talked about how, he had hoped to, win an MVP, win a Super Bowl, lead the league in rushing. And he said, I wasn't able to accomplish those things, and that's what's most frustrating, but also gives me peace. What gives me peace is that I know for a fact I gave my all. A fantastic running back, both at Georgia and in the NFL. Just crazy amount of workload that he was able to carry. But at the end of this, he ultimately says, 30-year-old me can look back. I say I gave it everything I had. Till the day that I die, it will always be go Dogs, go Browns, Batman out. And I was like, it makes sense. Like, he's very much identified with the Browns. I would have loved a little bit more of a shout out towards the Texans.
A little bit. I'm with you. A little bit. But, boy, just the absolute, a perfect example of running backs don't last long.
Yeah.
And the game tells you. The game tells you when it's time to retire. But I actually was very happy for him. I mean, he's 30 years old, made a bunch of money, had a couple of devastating injuries, like a really bad injury at Georgia, really bad injury in Cleveland, and ends up going out on his terms. I was actually happy for him.
It is kind of amazing that he never led the league in rushing he was just a bell cow for the Cleveland Browns. And honestly, that's probably part of why you end up with an 8-season-long career, 4 Pro Bowls, mind you. Someone made mention of this yesterday when I was talking with Paul. Him, Todd Gurley, Sony Michel, all kind of have their careers run relatively short for the types of guys they are. And it just, all those Georgia Bulldogs, man, with the way that they run them in college and then the way that they get ran in the NFL, they're good, but I don't know if you can expect it for a long time.
Relatively short, but 8 seasons as a running back that runs like that, that's a good career, man.
It's not bad.
It was a strong rookie season, too, man.
Yeah. I mean, he had over 1,000 yards 4 years in a row, 996 right at 1,000 his rookie year, like you're talking about, a bunch of touchdowns. And really, as much as it was somewhat of a letdown with the Texans, I mean, he had a couple of moments here and there. I mean, you never really thought he was going to be much, and overall he really wasn't. But 500 yards. He had a couple moments here and there.
I mean, I probably didn't do enough to appreciate just what he was capable to do after the couple of injuries that he had with the Browns, because that is what ultimately slowed him down, as he mentioned. It was the injuries that he then started having with the Browns. And so the idea that he came back and played 15 games for you last year and was capable of being some level of okay with what you had, especially understanding running behind these offensive lines have not been particularly easy in Houston. I do wonder what it would have looked like if he could have had the opportunity to play behind a line that was better last year, if I would have felt better about him. But obviously the circumstances were you needed somebody much better than Nick Chubb or even Woody Marks to make that show up better behind that offensive line.
Yes.
Happy trails to Nick Chubb for a pretty damn good career. Like, he's going to be one of those guys when you're just naming a player, like, oh man, the stats won't tell you what watching Nick Chubb felt like.
Oh, watching him at his best was a sight, man. He was special.
So he's going to be like the white chocolate when it comes to highlights.
Oh, I think he's better than Jason Williams, and I say that with a lot of respect because Jason Williams for a period of time was my favorite point guard. Just really fun to watch, but he had a little bit more substance to him. But I think that he'll be something like that.
I'm talking about just barbershop conversations. Man, Nick Chubb, man, Nick Chubb was cold.
Nah, I'm with you. I think that is going to be the discussion.
All right, so how about another former Texan here in around the NFL, as it's a little bit of a roundabout way. The Browns also, in addition to having drama with the quarterback position, they lost a defensive end. Alex Wright sustained a ruptured Achilles on Thursday in their joint practice versus the Bills. And so his injury was season-ending, and they signed a former Texan in order to cover up that gap. Veteran pass rusher Derek Barnett was announced yesterday as being signed to the Cleveland Browns. 1-year contract up to $5.5 million. The thing that I saw from this was just, so he does want to play football. We were asking ourselves and kind of keeping him in the back of our head as a potential defensive end depth guy to come back and fill in where that place that we weren't certain about. Now, I'm very happy having Jadeveon Clowney instead, but I was still out there going, okay, he must not want to play football for the fact that the Texans did not get him signed up, whether it was from the Texans side or his side. But here he goes. He's playing football just for the Cleveland Browns.
I think it's a good get considering where you are in the preseason, for sure, for the Browns. And just imagine if things were a little different, if Clowney went back to Cleveland, and then Barnett came back here. That'd have been something as well.
I have a feeling that was something Jadeveon Clowney wanted to do. I believe very strongly that him returning here is about winning, because again, there was a lot of money that he could have made more than what Jadeveon Clowney ultimately got. What is it, up to $8 million on that contract? I imagine that the Browns probably would have paid more, but I can't say for certain. I know that there's probably places where he definitely could have gotten more.
Yeah.
But I can't blame him also for not wanting to play on a dysfunctional team.
Well, they are that's for sure.
While we're talking about injuries here around the NFL, Ashton Jeanty, he left. Was it a practice? Yeah, it was off the practice field. He had to be helped off.
I mean, they did the whole circle around him and hope for the best type thing.
Yeah, which would have been very disappointing to me because Jeanty is one of my pet cats. I enjoyed very much watching him at Boise State. Apparently diagnosed with a sprained ankle, so a very big opportunity or a very big missing.
Originally,
of what
people
been really
were wondering
bad.
ACL, or that would have been.
Hey man, I know there's people that have already done their fantasy drafts.
Oh yeah,
and Jeanty is. I saw one dude take Jeanty 1-1 as the very first pick in his draft, and everybody was looking at him crazy. I imagine that not everybody had him that high, but I'm sure he was a early round pick because of the amount of workload that he's going to get on that offensive line. Congratulations, your fantasy team is safe there.
Well, for now, we'll see how bad the ankle injury is.
Yeah, I mean,
it looked bad.
It is still a sprain.
It looked real bad. Yeah.
But then, how about this? When it comes to injuries, this one does matter. Seahawks, obviously the reigning Super Bowl champions, are losing rookie safety Bud Clark. He broke his ankle, his right ankle, in their preseason game versus the Titans that happened yesterday. He's going to be out for multiple months. This one hurts because for them, they're looking to run it back, and they're putting a lot of respect on Bud Clark. He ultimately is going to be injured and seemingly lost for this.
Just seems, and we probably say this every year, it just seems like there's been a bunch of bad injuries this preseason.
And how much of that is just, hey, man, they're playing football out there. Those injuries are going to happen, right?
Yeah.
Some other things around the NFL, and this one just happened mere hours ago. How about the San Francisco 49ers having a different type of issue where Jed York, the owner of the Niners, has been arrested, and he pled no contest to misdemeanor charges. Would you like to instruct the people as to what those misdemeanor charges are in relation to?
He pled no contest to charges of disorderly conduct and possessing criminal tools.
What does that mean?
Which I want to get back to that.
What does that mean, Kobe Bryant?
But he was arraigned for, quote, engaging in prostitution. The owner of the San Francisco 49ers.
That's right.
What? Why? I mean, is that just a sickness? Is that just a fetish or something like that? You're the owner of the Niners, and he was arraigned for engaging in prostitution.
NFL team owners get lonely too,
I guess, but which kind of leads to the whole, what are these criminal tools that he was possessing? That's where I was going.
Didn't get what the bit was on the front end.
No, I'm being dead serious. Put those two things together in your mind. I don't think I want to. In your mind.
Buddy, I'm at work right now.
Engaging in prostitution.
It's 11:12 on a Monday morning.
And possessing criminal tools. Did any of those criminal tools have batteries?
All right.
I mean.
Okay.
Gosh. I'm sitting here thinking you talk about a needle or something.
Yeah, man. What?
A crack pipe.
You know you were thinking about it. Y'all are both lying.
I definitely wasn't. I am wholesome in mind and spirit.
I thought he was talking about a crack pipe or something like that.
Oh, okay. Well, that would have been a different charge, though.
I know that we have listeners that run the gamut of professions. If you work in the legal field, tell me, do you have any indication as to what that might be? Because I am genuinely curious as to what that allegation
criminal
is. Criminal
tools. while quote, engaging in prostitution.
I feel like anything could be a criminal tool, right?
Was it a whip?
Right.
I'm being dead serious.
Devo.
I'm being dead serious.
Devo over here.
But how would that be a criminal tool?
Because it's a whip. Whips are used to whip.
Is that so?
And you could get in trouble for that? Like, you could be charged for that?
Well, let's go to the text board here. When you put those two things together, I mean, I'm just curious, but
I bet you are. I bet you
I know
are.
I'm not alone. I know I'm not alone.
Yeah, I'm okay.
I'm leaning whip.
I bet you are.
I am.
Is that how you would typically go about things?
No, I'm just leaning whip in this case.
Can I tell you what I first thought about when I heard specifically the idea that he might have been associated with prostitution?
What's that?
Oh, so that's why him and Jim Harbaugh didn't get along.
Yeah, that's fair.
It probably wasn't. But I remember when Jim Harbaugh was there with the 49ers, it was very clear that Jed York and him did not jive. And maybe that's because Jim Harbaugh is quite literally a milk drinker, like in addition to the metaphorical sense. And apparently Jed York be out here on them corners.
Yeah.
Like didn't realize that that's how that went.
Yeah.
Somebody said the Niners owner was selling handcuffs. Handcuffs is what people are going with as their criminal way. Yeah, I don't know if any of that is legally sound, but I appreciate you guys texting in.
We got a lot of handcuffs.
A lot of
coming
people. Somebody said the electrical substation is going into overdrive with the Jed York arrest. I don't even know how those two things tie together, but boy, what a bad PR offseason for the San Francisco 49ers here.
Good Lord. I mean, it's the bigger story for me is that this is the owner of an NFL team. Does he feel repercussions from the league?
That's what I was going to say. I'm like, I don't think he's going to lose his job unless I don't think it's that serious for him.
Well, he won't
get
lose
forced
his job
out or nothing.
But are there going to be some sort of whatever suspension or fine or something like that
From old Raj?
Yeah.
Are the owners actually subject to the personal conduct policy? I just asked that
they
genuinely.
should be.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think that anybody under the sound of my voice is going to be like, no, I don't think they should be. But yeah, is that something where the NFL wants to be able to point that out? Plus, I feel like actually enacting that ends up in a place where we have owner wars, where it's just factions of my homie doesn't want me to look bad. And then also there's going to be, I imagine, there's nothing in part because you start doing this, we start going tit for tat. You want me to talk about your dirt under your carpet?
But this is out there.
We can play this game.
This is out there, public now. So
I think if anything, it'd be a slap on the wrist or something like that, where it'd be $200,000 fine or something like that. I don't think it's gonna be something so serious.
Half of the fine that you get for having your team fight at the joint practice. You remember it was a $500,000 fine.
Yeah, think about it. Like, this is out there publicly now. He has pled guilty or at least no contest to these charges.
If old Raj brought this to the owners meeting, like, hey, we need to vote on this, how you think Robert Kraft is voting?
Oh, he's going to say, what?
Come on, give the man a fair chance. Everybody makes mistakes.
Yes.
Everybody deserves a second chance, man. Everybody deserves.
What did he get in trouble with? Like, I mean, did he get fined or anything like that?
Oh,
Robert
for
Kraft?
the massages?
Yeah.
He had his name ran through the mud. I'll tell you that.
He sure did.
Yeah.
He sure did.
This is one of the tough things. It's really damn difficult to punish owners, especially just rich people in general. It's really damn difficult unless you are hell bent on making sure that they feel the pain to try and punish owners. And even then, it doesn't really. You remember what the punishment was for Donald Sterling when he got caught on video doing the schism?
What was it?
They made him sell the team. He made millions of dollars was the actual punishment, right?
Yeah.
Ultimately, you can't come around a team for a little bit and then ultimately we gonna make you sell the team and make money. It's so hard to actually punish these folks in a way that is tangible and matters.
And I don't think this situation gonna make the NFL force him out or anything like that.
No, I don't think anything like that.
So it's just gonna be a slap on the wrist, probably a little fine.
I think it's fair to wonder if they're gonna do something. But I'll tell you what, those locker room conversations are gonna be fun.
You think they talk about it in the locker room?
Yes. Oh God,
but
yes.
They probably already know what he's doing.
That's a good point.
Damn, he got caught up.
Unless you're who was it?
They got Jed.
Who was the manager in?
Damn, it's about time.
Was it Ron Washington that was out here and got caught with that white girl?
He was doing everything twice.
Yeah.
He got caught with that white girl, and I don't mean literally a white girl. I mean cocaine. And he said, It was the first time he did it.
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
And then he got caught again.
You got caught the first time you were doing this, big dog?
Yeah.
The second time. This is the second time I ever did this, man.
Just terrible luck.
I did it twice. Go figure. What are the odds?
So, yeah, Jed York was definitely out here soliciting ladies of the night on a fairly regular basis, I imagine, or at least, periodically.
With criminal tools.
Yes. Yes.
He looked rough in that picture, too, man.
And he's only 5'8", which was the big news for me. I didn't know he was that short.
That was your big takeaway, huh?
Yeah, one of them. And the criminal tools.
Well, honestly, if he was 6'5", I imagine that he might not have been on the corner looking for ladies of the night.
Well, he's got billions.
Billions and tall? Yeah, if he was a billionaire and tall, I feel like.
No,
look,
I'm saying billions. You can
we
be
all live in the same world, right? Tall dudes have a level of
Yeah.
privilege. Once you pass about 6'2", once you get to like 6'3",
Yeah.
if I catch you soliciting prostitutes, I have real questions about who you are as a person.
Nah, that's probably a fetish.
Yes, that's what I was wondering.
That's exactly what it is. I think it's a fetish.
He can't get the upstanding ladies to do.
And like the text
No,
saying,
he can.
But see, like the text is saying, if those handcuffs is part of the criminal tool, then it's definitely a fetish.
Yeah. Billions, you can be 4'2", and have women.
This is where. How would you know? This is where I come back.
I'm guessing.
This is where I come back to the I don't know, ancient proverb. We should all know less about each other, because I know way too much about Jed York now. I didn't want to know any of this
is right.
at all. All right, that's Around the NFL here in Loop on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, D'Amico Ryans talked after a day of practice at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Let's hear what the head coach had to say next.
All right, let's talk some college football, baby. Let's talk about Cal.
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Another day of work out the Houston Methodist Training Center for the Houston Texans. Some interesting things happening. In red zone, C.J. Stroud found Jalen Noel. Yes, he's out there practicing, full participant as far as I could tell. Found Jalen Noel for a touchdown. Azeez Al-Shaair had an interception in the red zone. And then also in 11-on-11, Xavier Hutchinson had a 50-yard touchdown catch from C.J. Stroud on Derek Stingley. It sounds
Did you say 15?
50, 5-0. the age that
That's
you're older
big time.
than. Yeah,
it's a time to worry about Derek Stingley.
All right. But anyways, with some of those interesting things, and I imagine more happening out the training facility, let's hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans.
Good morning. Jalen's done a good job of bouncing back, getting back into the swing of things, just continuing to get reps to, build up his stamina to get out there. But he's done a great job of progressing on the side, and he's looked fine as he's been out there with the team during the team reps. As a team, right, for us, the way we practice, it's not good enough. Today wasn't good enough from the standpoint of how we moved the football. It wasn't good enough, and I challenged our guys to make sure we pick it up and operate that way. So we got a lot to improve upon. We're not there yet. Still got a lot of work to do.
Michael Thor said recently that he didn't know the first meeting, Dana was presented to the coaches that joint practices was the equivalent of like 2 preseason games. What's your overall perspective of that? And how has been your thoughts on the preseason change when you were a player, coordinators like now, a few years in?
I think a lot of people try to put, a quantitative measure on how joint practice is equivalent to a game. I don't think anybody really knows, but I feel like you get really good reps with your ones in joint practices. You can manufacture certain situations that you may not get if we just lined it up and played in a game. So that's the purpose of joint practice. I think, again, it breaks the monotony. You go against a different scheme and you get good work versus different schemes. So that's the purpose of it. And I think ones get a lot of value out of doing those reps. I was here playing. I did the joint practices with Coach Kubiak when we were here. Thought it was very beneficial. A lot of times we did it. It was 2 days of practice. And the second practice was more scuffles and fighting for whoever got the best of the team the first day. But now doing one practice session, I think is more efficient. Right? It cuts down on a lot of the foolishness that goes on in some of the joint practices. And when you got like-minded people who can come together and get good work in, the joint practices are beneficial. And for me, I think it's a culmination of guys coming off an off day. You're trying to get back into the swing of things, and it starts with us as coaches. Our coaches got to have the guys ready to play. They got to have the guys ready to practice, got to bring great energy so we don't waste days, right? And so we got a lot, again, to improve upon, a lot to make up after today. I'm very fond of J.J. Watt, man. Everything he stands for, everybody knows the type of player that he is, the man that he is. Like everything he's doing post-career is just a guy I always keep an eye on, always just proud of the work that he's done for himself. I remember the young rookie coming in, like living across the street from me, so my old neighbor, and just to see him grow now into a husband, family man, a businessman, just proud of everything he stands for and everything that's ahead for him. He has a Hall of Fame waiting on him. He has a gold jacket waiting on him. So whenever you can have a guy like that come out to your practice and coach up our DNs a little bit, a D-line to help him out, that's always a good thing.
Talk about Will and the improvement and just what you see from him, kind of that growth that you always see from Will. And also on J.D. Clowney, do you expect him back soon?
Yeah, we expect Kleiner to be back dealing with a lower leg injury. He'll be back soon.
For those guys trying to make the roster and even trying to make an impression for other teams if they don't make it.
Week 3 of preseason is a huge week for all the bubble guys on the roster. Right? They get an opportunity to make one last case for themselves of why they should stick around. And it's not just on the teams that they're on, right? You get a chance to go put out great film for the entire league. And that's one thing to try to encourage our guys about. Even if you don't make the Texans per se, like, can you go put good film out there to where other teams may want you on their team? Like, I'm proud of guys, if they don't make it here, they make it somewhere else. Just making the NFL, fulfilling that dream, I think it's a huge deal for those guys. So I'm always pulling for the guys we're able to work with. Okay, thank you, guys.
There you go. D'Amico Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans, talking after practice. I don't think I remembered that him and JJ were neighbors back in the day, and I just imagine what that neighborhood is like. Not well, I mean, obviously, a very nice one, I imagine. But like, did they go over to each other's houses?
Yeah, did they? I'm sure they did.
How much
they
neighbors
had to have, right?
Were they? Can I borrow your shovel neighbors? You know what I mean? Or were they just
who had the better trick or treat candy?
Ooh. That's a good question because they are both like very genuine, nice guys. I would guess JJ.
It's a good question.
He seems like he might be more candy. Like,
I would say JJ because he got the brothers and all that stuff.
And he was single at the time, so he was probably like, I'm going to give him everything. You know, that was
that can go one of two ways.
Well,
or you could just be like, I
ain't trying to be healthy.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
Fair enough.
On D'Amico.
Yes.
Didn't seem to like practice very much. I mean, that was about as nice as he could put it. Obviously wasn't good enough as a team. We have a lot to improve on. Now, maybe he was speaking more of the defense, but he said as a team. So put it on the coaches, said that doesn't want to waste days. Kind of feels like he felt this was kind of a wasted day for this team. So I kind of like it, to be honest.
100%.
Yeah, I like
100%
it. 100%
appreciate that he has that standard. We've heard the saying, the standard is the standard, and maybe this isn't where you see a standard actually set, but it does feel like it's indicative of even a day where maybe you can even see still some things out there. If it is not maximum efficient of what we're doing, it does not meet my standard, and I appreciate that from here. Also hearing that Jadeveon Clowney maybe wasn't out there dealing with the lower leg injury. They seem to be in a place where they're not worried about it, but you're starting to see the nicks and bruises add up out here due to playing football out here for a number of days at this point.
And I think the very important thing, obviously, they didn't have Tank Dell, which is problematic, but they did have Jalen Noel, and so that's going to be big for this team moving forward.
No, huge. I think that, especially seeing that Jalen Noel produced some stuff out there, but that he was out there. I'm excited about that. I know that there was like the hamstring is the thing that kind of kept him out more afterwards. That's what it was good to find out.
And ramping up, he used that term, ramping up. Like he will be playing. He's going to be in the mix. So that to me was the really good news in the receiver room. The one that still makes me feel even worse actually than I did last week is Tank Dell's still not out there.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but Jalen Noel was more the one that you're banking on for this team. And honestly, I'm very excited because I shouldn't extrapolate this much. I admit that on the front end. This does make me feel like, all right, yes, he needs to build up his stamina, and that's going to happen for somebody that's not been going through all the paces out there at practice. I feel like this makes me more excited for the probability that he is ready week 1 to impact his team, which is absolutely necessary because what have we been talking about with the loss of Jaden Higgins? You lose somebody who has a speed element that is capable of getting open. And both of those things, maybe the speed, maybe more than the getting open thing, but hopefully we'll see those at the same level, is something that Jalen Noel brings for this offense. So I'm very excited to see what he does for this team and how maybe Nick Caley can, even in this short period of time before you get into regular game week preparations for games, how Nick Caley can get him into the general ethos that they've had out there of moving guys and putting them in different places. Because Jalen Noel feels like he might be a guy.
Yeah.
Can you put him out at Z a little bit? Obviously we talk about him a lot in the slot, but what other things can you do with him and move him around? Especially because.
And maybe out of necessity.
Yeah, out of necessity for sure. But also I want to do this even more so out of more than out of necessity. I want you to do this to get advantages. And Jalen Noel was a guy that we talk about as he should have been out there on the field more last year. And I just feel like it's very evident to see that he wasn't fully acclimated with this system.
Yeah.
We've talked about it with Nico Collins, with Jaden Higgins, and we've heard it from other people that have played in this type of system. Cecil Shorts, we heard it from Julian Edelman.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a lot. You have to understand this almost like a quarterback. And it felt like you could see when he was on the field that he made some mistakes that you go, oh, he's clearly not fully on the up and up. And that feels like that was the thing that held him back. Well, getting out on the field, not just in the classroom, but getting on the field and being able to put that into action, especially not just from the slot, but maybe from the Z and with all the various different motions. I'm excited that he's out there doing it now, because I was starting to worry if he was going to get enough time to get that, brush up on those things and be effective in the way that you need him to be effective right out the gate.
No, you need him. No, flat out, you need him.
It's not even hey, hopefully in the first couple of weeks he can find his. No, you got to hit the ground running.
Yes.
Bills week 1.
Yes.
Right? Bills week 1, Bengals week 2, Colts week 3, Cowboys week 4. You've got to hit the ground running, because there's some offenses you're facing again.
Yes, absolutely. No, you absolutely need him. To me, that was really good news. And then D'Amico also pretty much confirmed what we already knew, but Wednesday, the joint practice with Carolina, that's going to be the last time we have a chance to look at all these guys. Yeah. He talked about manufacturing certain situations. You could tell he loves joint practices. He talked a lot about that, but also week 3 being big for all the bubble guys.
Right.
So Wednesday is going to be the last good look we get until opening day.
Yeah, excited about that. And we'll get a little bit of insight from off the practice field for you Wednesday as well here on Houston's Sports Leader 95.7 The Fan. But coming up next here, let's get into what's popping, including the big news of the day, the parting of ways of the Astros and their general manager. But also, I want to ask you, especially if we have time, about another big story that's happening that I think falls in the line of journalism and the experience that you have. We do that and more next.
The Texans drop their second. 2222. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. 95.7 The Fan Style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
What's poppin'?
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on this Monday, August 24th, I guess. Are you doing the Kobe Bryant Day thing? It's 8:24, and so everybody's doing.
I forgot about that.
Okay,
Yes.
so you're not.
You're not. I didn't even realize.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you guys doing
Kobe.
that.
It did feel like somebody's birthday for some reason.
Kobe Bryant's birthday, I believe, is August 23rd. So, literally, we don't have to do this. Nah, we don't.
What's your Mamba mentality?
I think you guys know that this is one of those things that annoys me more than it absolutely should. Yes, August 23rd is his birthday, so we just taken another day. I think that there has been a weird rehabilitation of Kobe Bryant and his legacy afterwards, and we don't have to talk too much about it because there's other things to talk about. But yeah. Happy Kobe Bryant Day, if that is something.
Happy Mamba Day.
You brought it up.
I know. I know I did. But
I wasn't even thinking about it.
More than one.
He over here mad.
More than one person. Has
We wouldn't even know
I
if
know.
you ain't bring it up.
It's none the worse for wear.
thought it
He's
was
over
another-
here saying Kobe Bryant Day.
I thought it was another day.
It is another day. But you know how sometimes
It's Browns Day.
Do y'all enjoy being mad sometimes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of
Who
those things
doesn't?
that happen there.
Yeah.
I definitely didn't enjoy being mad in this way. The Astros lose 2 out of 3 this weekend to the unhoused A's, as I like to call them, because obviously they are still without a full set location. But they came into Dyken Park, including what was a really unfortunate allowance back into the game yesterday, a 7-6 loss by the Astros. That really should not have happened when you went up. What was it, 6-0?
6-0.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
That was frustrating. And I don't know how this adds into the emotions as we find out today that the Astros and Dana Brown, the general manager of the team, have agreed to part ways. And so now you have the rest of the year, you will be operating with a brain trust of 3 assistant general managers, Jeff Bagwell and Jim Creighton, doing some level of amalgamation of handling baseball ops and Dana Brown's responsibilities through the end of the season, John.
Yeah, I think the 3 general managers is more just for show. They're going to be gone after this year as well. They were in here with Dana Brown. And so
you say that.
I do say that.
I am not
just
certain
did.
that that's the case.
Charles
man.
Cook, Gavin Dickey, Connor Huff, thank you for your service.
I'm not certain, man.
Okay, we'll see. But yeah, if they're going to bring in a new general manager, they're going to replace most. Now they like the coaching staffs, you always keep one that knows where the skeletons are and all that stuff. They might keep one of these cats, but not going to have the power that or the responsibility that they've had in the past. So I don't even pay attention to those guys. All due respect, I'm sure they've worked hard to get to where they are, but they're gone. It's Jeff Bagwell, Jim Creighton, and then to be determined on the next general manager. And I think Jeff Bagwell and Jim Creighton are going to have the most say in that.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
They are clearly, Jim Creighton obviously being the owner is going to have all the say that he wants to. But then Jeff Bagwell is clearly still trusted in so much as he has now been called back into duty as an advisor to the owner to handle operation stuff. So it only serves to reason that with the next guy that you put in place to handle some of those same operations is going to be at least impacted by Jeff Bagwell's thought process.
And here's the other thing about Dana Brown being fired this morning. On the field, there was nothing that happened that you would tell yourself, got to fire the general manager. Yeah. Because he was fired before the trade deadline. I stand by that more now than I ever have. On the field, and Joe Espada got tossed from one game, and then
he missed yesterday's
with whatever family emergency or something. On the field, if you set that aside, anyone who did anything to get fired was Joe Espada. They go 3-6. They went 3-6 in this home series, a 9-game homestand, which even before the season starts, you're like, all right, that's a good homestand right there. That we can make some hay late in the year right there. They went 3-6 in that. And so Joe Espada is going to get fired as well. I think that's pretty much a given at this point.
It does feel like also if you extrapolate that both of these men, Joe Espada and Dana Brown, came into this year with only 1 year left on their contract, and now Dana Brown, the first of those two, gets fired. Joe Espada was elevated by Dana Brown, so you could say that it's his manager, and then also he comes in under the same circumstances. It is fair to reason that once you get to the end of the year, you could be in the same boat here. It is worth noting because you brought up Joe Espada did, in fact, leave the team in order to or I don't know if he left the team, but I know that he did not.
He wasn't at the game. Yeah,
he did not manage yesterday. It was Omar Lopez who stepped in for that responsibility. Joe Espada had a family emergency, although Omar Lopez did assure the media that Joe Espada would be with them in their road trip here. Now, they have a 3-game set versus the Yankees that starts tomorrow, but I don't know what type of emergency. I'm not speculating, mind you. I'm just saying I don't know what type of emergency you could say with some level of certainty there'd be, that Joe Espada would be reattached, especially one that felt like it happened. Well, I guess it did not happen all that quickly. We learned about it all that quickly. Omar Lopez and his availability also talked about how Joe Espada's been dealing with things in his personal life over a stretch of time, which also always reminds us that you never know what somebody's going through as they're dealing with things. So,
of course. Yeah. But on the series itself, when I say 3-6, it might have even been an uglier 3-6 than you can imagine. You think, oh, wow, they lost to the Mariners, Angels, and A's 6 out of 9 at home. Well, it was worse than, keep in mind, that very first home game was a 10-7 win that they probably were very lucky to win in the first place. Then they lost 18-3 to the Angels in the midst of this. They gave up a lead against the Mariners later in that series to lose. They gave up a 6-0 lead yesterday to lose, and they lost the final 2 to the A's. This was about as ugly as it can get.
And there is absolutely an argument to be made that this is more Dana Brown's fault because it's just you have not gotten starting pitching going deep in one of these games for a very, very long time. And so that the bullpen that had been good just continually gets taxed in that way, and that's how.
But you could have said that at the trade deadline. What I'm saying is on the field, Joe Espada's team was not, even though he wasn't there yesterday, but it was not exactly, covered in glory.
Right. Some other things that are popping. This has been a story that's really been going on in the larger NFL world, and honestly, just generally in the sports world. And it's going to all circle around a player named Daquan Wright, a tight end for the Cleveland Browns. Well, at least that's where he was. And he has now been waived by the Cleveland Browns and is going back to Louisiana State University to play.
Well, no, going to LSU. He was at Ole Miss.
Well, that's right. He's going to LSU. I meant going back
He's
to
in the transfer
level.
Portal and former NFL player.
That's right. That's right. And this has caused a lot of conversation as he kind of had this in tow that if he did not make it to the 53-man roster, that he would go back to college. Figgy, actually, can you help me out with a little audio here? Todd Monken was asked about this whole situation. Do you see the audio that I'm speaking of about tight end Daquan Wright and the transfer portal? This is what the coach of the Browns said.
Been handling the Daquan Wright situation. Just seems weird, right? It seems like he's in the college transfer portal. He hadn't practiced, but then I saw him warming up after the rain delay today.
Man, it's crazy. I don't even know what to say. As far as I know, he's had a medical issue that wasn't allowing him to practice. That's a medical, issue. It's nothing to do with me.
Some people just know how to cuss. Like they just know how to put the right word in the right inflection. He's like, man, this bleep crazy.
That's somebody you got to be careful around. Man. You got to be careful bringing him around because he's just gonna let it loose.
Yes, that was hilarious to me. Laugh out loud, funny, but not wrong. Not wrong by any stretch.
No, it's kind of historic. So if he clears waivers, he's going to go and play at LSU, and he's believed to be the first player to have an agreement to return to play in college after signing with an NFL team as a UDFA.
Yes.
And so he signed with the Philadelphia Eagles after the draft, then was claimed on waivers by the Browns about 13 days ago. And now if he claims clears waivers again, he will go play at the college level. And there's been a lot of talk about this as if this is
Dan Lanning was really good. Did you hear Dan Lanning?
I think I did, but can you summarize?
He basically said once you are in the NFL in a professional league, that should be it. No matter what the court says, you are now playing, quote unquote, and you have to put in quotes, professional football.
Well, but this is the thing, and it is worth noting.
No matter how you define, what's going on in college, this is officially professional football.
What has been happening that has made these types of fluctuations possible is courts being able to have stays on the rulings that the NCAA has had in order to kind of flout the rules in some ways. It's hard for me because at once, clearly I understand the thought process. However, this has been fairly professional in the way that it's gone. and now you're operating as a minor league where there might be some back and forth in it. I understand there's some people that talk about the unfairness that exists with rosters. Like I think Dan Lanning was pointing to this, that you have now set rosters, and so it's unfair if a guy comes back and teams are having to get rid of a guy in order to bring them back. I think he's a little disingenuous in that. He's right. However, there are teams that are now kind of building that in where they are anticipating that maybe some guys are going to come free at this later date in the season, and they're keeping a roster spot available for that as well.
And I think that's the way it's going to end up being for players. Like, yeah, I'll give it a shot. It doesn't matter. If I get cut, I'm going to go back to college. It works on both sides there. And it really puts a wrench in things from an NFL perspective later rounds in the draft and undrafted free agents and those types of things.
It does, but I think that in a weird way, you're bringing some of the college ethos to the NFL where you sign an undrafted free agent and you better have something for them to do. Otherwise, they might find somewhere else for them to benefit themselves. It is deeply uncomfortable. I think that sometimes we do a little bit more hand-wringing on it. Like college football is absolutely in a place where it's wild. That is absolutely fair, and you want to have some level of set standard. I think that that's the biggest issue. I don't know that going backwards is the right way to go per se, but there needs to be a set standard. But this has always been college football. It's always been kind of wild. It's just there's been a little bit more oppressive in the way that the NCAA has been able to keep it together. Yeah. It's a Wild West, man. And Daquan Wright, the latest name in that way. There's one more thing that I want to get to, and I don't know if this is the right space to do it or the right time to do it, but we definitely want to offer condolences to former Houston Cougar and now Buffalo Bill, who you probably will see in week 1, Ed Oliver. It was reported this weekend that Ed Oliver's 2-year-old son passed away, and it's very uncomfortable because he's been dealing with this, but the way that this was reported ended up being a big deal where I can't remember the name of the gentleman, but he's not kind of a traditional reporter, and I'm not doing that to kind of to come at him, but it's worth noting where he is and kind of the lack of institutional, control that happens when you're in a more new media space as opposed to legacy media.
That's your answer right there.
Where he did reporting where he went to kind of police records and found photos of Ed Oliver clearly in a distraught space from what seemed to be an incident where the 2-year-old drowned in a pool here in Harris County. And then he reported this over the weekend, then letting out some of the more, I don't know if the more sordid details is the way to say it, but about this, where we are finding out now that there was people in the Bills press corps that seemingly knew a little bit about what was happening with Ed Oliver, but chose discretion. How would you, because you're a newspaper man, you spent, 20-something years? Is that the right amount? 20-something years working in newspapers, whether it was on the beats of teams or as a columnist. What is your thought process when you see the way that this has unfolded in the reporting of such a sensitive thing that's happening around sports, but that is not specifically sports here?
I think the problem is you mentioned new media, and I think that is the issue. When you are, quote, unquote, on the beat or even covering a team on a regular basis like I did as a columnist, I wasn't necessarily on the beat, but I was around these teams a lot. You talk about the relationship that you have with management and ownership and players, and number one, the first thing you do is go to them. You go to them first and say, hey, I saw this, I found it, whatever it is, I wanted to ask you about it. And then that's the opportunity where the relationship matters, where they say, hey, would you mind not doing that just yet? And that's how you play it. And that's why, respect to the actual reporters that were there, because they probably did that and they probably had the information, and out of respect to the relationship and the person, just held off on it. This wasn't a secret up there, apparently. But when you have new media and also this great desire to quote unquote break something in terms of news, this is what happens.
Yeah, the podcaster's name, Tony Farmer. I think that from his standpoint, I imagine there was questions as to why Ed Oliver was not at practice. And at first there was is there an injury? No, there's not an injury. So then there's room for speculation as to why he is not there. So I imagine from his perspective, he goes, I'm giving that context so that people understand it. But yeah, it gets a little dicey when it is a matter of personal significance for Ed Oliver. And I don't know that it impacts as much the football side of things to where there is an absolute need for your listeners or your followers to get that news. So
we've all had those moments.
Yeah, where discretion I think would have been better in this moment.
I've told you guys things in the last 2 years where I've said, well, this is happening, but let's not go there just yet. I mean, I've told you guys that.
Yeah.
So yeah, you just got to have a little bit more discretion on certain things.
Yeah, but either way, and this is one of those things that once you open that, you can't close that seal back. So unfortunately, we do know that this is what happened with the Oliver family, and obviously we offer our sincerest condolences to him and their family in this time of grief. All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, an interesting piece that was in the Houston Chronicle by Jonathan Alexander has us thinking, what do we know and what don't we know through 3 weeks of Texans training camp? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
Dana Brown is out as Astros GM. sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetua.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Happy Monday to you. Hope that it's going well for you. It can be going better if you continue listening. Do we want to do this in a 1 o'clock hour, Fig?
Yeah, but hold off on it right now because we're kind of going through some things in the current moment. But yeah, little issues going on back here, so might have to move some things.
We're going through some things.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Nobody told me.
Does that mean that we're like we're the part of the organization where people are like, we don't want to disturb
Last to know, first to go.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. That scares me a little bit. But yes, we're supposed to be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the Cougs home opener versus Oregon State.
I mean, to pull the curtain back, corporate working on the phones.
Oh,
the
okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
the phones have been acting up here recently.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. So hopefully by 1 o'clock it should be good to go.
All right. So we'll put the brakes on that one. Hopefully we'll be able to give away those tickets. We'll be giving them away all week. So those tickets will be here for you.
4-pack, man.
Honestly, you should be listening here anyways.
Yeah.
Keep listening, and you'll get those opportunities to win. All right, Texans, another day of practice. Seemingly not as good of one as they had in other days.
Just ask the coach.
Coach was not very happy about it, but. With this practice and with what we've seen to this point, there's some things that we know, and honestly, there should be 3 weeks into camp. If there's like, I don't know anything, it's going to be a real bad season for you in the National Football League. But there's some things that we know. There's some things that we still need to figure out. Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle put his together, but feel free to weigh in, 713-572-4610, on whether you agree or ones that you think. What are the things that you think you know, and what are the things that you still don't know about this Texas team this far in? John Lopez, would you like to bounce off of
go back and forth?
Guys list? Would you like to bounce off our guys list, or would you like to go?
No, let's go off the list.
All right, so JMA started with what we know, and first and foremost, that is that Keelan Rutledge will start on this team. Agree?
100% agree. 100%. It was, to me, it was a given from the time they drafted him. But I think what really is encouraging, should be encouraging for fans, is it was a given on the field from almost the moment he stepped on it. And that's the best news of all.
Yeah, it feels very evident because, I mean, he has to. Not only is this it'd be really good if he started, it's so abundantly clear that he is one of, if not your best offensive lineman already. And first of all, you agree with that sentiment as well?
Let me change it. Let me give you my opinion on that.
Okay, please.
I think he had to the night he was drafted. He had to be on the starting line, whether it was center or guard.
You and Ron agreed on that very clearly.
Yes,
yeah.
But I think now, he made the decision for you. There is no choice. I think he is the best offensive lineman on this team.
How does that fact make you feel?
Terrific.
Okay.
I mean, look, I get I get where you're going.
That's
with
what I'm saying. You could go the other way. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm just curious to see if and how many people go the opposite where they
wait, you got a rookie?
A rookie is your best offensive lineman. What the bleep? You know?
No. I like I said, I think he had to just because of where he's drafted. I think he's made the decision for you and made it so much easier to do that since we've seen what he's done on the field. Now, I totally get the other sentiment. Wait a minute, you got a rookie that's going to be your best player on the offensive line. I get it because generally you think, well, how bad must the offensive line be? I just think he's that good.
Agreed.
I think he's really, really good. They hit this one out of the park, at least from what we've seen so far.
Especially because now we were just talking in a general sense. If you get down to some of the qualitative things that you've seen, it doesn't feel like there's very, very many rookie mistakes.
Yeah.
Hell, I don't know that there's very many vet mistakes with it. Like, it doesn't feel like he is.
I think he's the leader.
Yeah, that's also another thing.
That was the leader of the offensive line.
That was the thing that I found to be so tough to grasp early on. And remember, we were listening. I think we were listening to it live, weren't we? The press, or maybe not live, but we played the Keelan Rutledge press conference, introductory press conference, where in the midst of it he's talking about and I'm gonna hold guys accountable. It's not necessarily specifically what he said, but he got to that sentiment. And I don't know if I visibly rolled my eyes, but I thought to myself, I'm like, hey man, rookie, you might be biting
Tap
off
the
a
brakes
much.
There, big fella.
He is out here
He's
doing it.
He's doing it. I think he's the leader on the offensive line. I think he's the best offensive line, and that's not being the tallest little person. I think he's just been that good.
I appreciate you being sensitive.
I almost said the other one, but I knew better.
All right, how about this as another thing that we know per Jonathan M. Alexander, can't forget the M, of the Houston Chronicle.
Just ask his mama.
That's right. The defense should still be elite again. Anybody willing to come up and say anything different?
What's the next one?
Anybody want to say anything crazy on that one?
What's the next one?
Come out, we're not going to jump you. You know what I mean? If you want to say that. What would even be the attempt at an argument against that? They have been so good to this point. Is
there?
Is it linebacker?
Like, even if you had to squint your eyes or really reach.
The starting linebackers have looked really good. The question that we've asked is who's that third linebacker, which is still there.
Maybe if you had to.
There's nothing. Everybody looks like they're still on point.
They didn't play great depth-wise.
Kamari's, but again, we're talking about the starters.
No,
man.
I understand.
Kamari's looked better.
I'm working with you here.
Yeah, I can't get there, man. It is just very clear this defense is going to be at the same level, and I think they're going to hit the ground running, which is the bigger difference for me.
I agree.
Where last year, the first 3 weeks of the season, the defense wasn't great. It was still good, don't get me wrong, but they were giving up yards. They were allowing quarterbacks to run on them and such. That feels like it's going to be 23-hour lockdown right as soon as they touch ground. All right, how about another thing that we feel like we know? And this is when I wonder if you're going to contend with Jonathan Alexander here. David Montgomery and Woody Marks will split carries somewhat evenly.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. Would you disagree?
I don't.
Somewhat is a key word there.
I would. Yeah, somewhat.
I think it's going to be close.
Yeah.
Because if you get Woody Morris on the field and he's playing like how he played in that last preseason game, it's going to be hard to take him off.
Exactly. No, I agree.
Yeah. I think so as well, because Woody Marks has also demonstrated himself to be running the ball even better. Like, we've seen a leap from him year 1 to year 2, which is not absurd, but it's one of those things that I don't know that we were guaranteeing that, hey, you're going to see an even better version of Woody Marks, and I think you have. So that probably helps that, and I imagine that helps keep both of them a little fresher, right?
Yeah.
If they both are taking on a fairly equal load. And I imagine some of this is also seeing the ways that they are utilized even more so out of the backfield. Also helped by the fact that, and I appreciated D'Amico saying this after preseason game 2 versus the Raiders, Woody Marks in pass protection has taken a step forward. So I think that what that does is it even makes it easier for you to have maybe guys taking tired drives, and we're not doing, hey, you're a first and second down back and you're a third down back, because they can both seemingly do it all. They can both run, whether it's in between the tackles, outside the tackles. They can both catch out of the backfield. They can both pass pro. I think that makes it pretty even to where you can throw them out and dispatch them in different places, and allows defenses to not key in on what you're doing either.
I think what you said there is probably the most important thing, most important reason why they were going to be closer to a split. I think Woody Marks, we knew he could catch the ball a little bit. We knew that he could be somewhat explosive. I think those things are just becoming more often, the case with him right now.
Do we also know that Marlon Klein will have some sort of role?
Again, the wording is such. Some sort of role, yes, we know that.
I think that was in question.
But how big of a role is my question?
It was a question I had. Maybe I was just flat out wrong.
But I'm not saying I agree with that necessarily, because I think he's going to have a role.
Yeah.
Because they're going to use a lot of tight ends. But if he worded it in such a way, he's going to have a significant role.
Sure.
Then I might push back on that, because I don't know. He's going to be in there somewhere, but I don't know what kind of effect he's going to have on this offense.
I think
once we get to the regular season.
Yeah, I think the way that he is shown and the way that they've talked about him, it feels like he will have a role that is somewhat significant.
Right.
Not in the play. Right. But honestly, you recall, I was looking at this as he's going to be on the roster because he's a second-round pick, but he's more of a project.
Yeah.
I think that the big thing that we're trying to get to the heart of here is he's a lot less project than at least I thought.
Yes.
I'm not going to put it on anyone else. He's a little bit more realized, especially in the run game. And you knew that part was there, seeing him in Michigan. But that run blocking is really, truly there. And if he continues to come along as quickly as it seems like he might be somewhat in the route running capacity of this, yeah, man, you're going to put him on the field.
No, I think that's where he's really shown something, is in the passing game. I mean, he didn't have hardly anything at Michigan,
and that was somewhat Michigan's fault. It's good to see
why the Texans were criticized for drafting him there,
right?
Yeah,
and it's another reason to remember: just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist in there. And so, salute to Marlon Klein for showing off this way. All right, what we don't know. He comes with, we don't know the starting offensive line. Do you contend that at all?
I disagree with that.
Okay.
I think we've
lay out your case, counsel.
I think we've landed on the place where it is going to be best five, as they've always said, and the best five has Keelan Rutledge at guard and Evan Brown at center. I'm convinced, me personally, that that's going to be it. And hell, not much more than a week ago, we were convinced it was going to be another group. But I think this is the one that they're going to land on.
And that is, just to be clear,
That would be Ursery
at left tackle,
Rutledge
at left guard,
Evan Brown
center,
Ingram
right guard,
and Trent Brown.
I think that I'd agree with that.
Yeah,
I would agree with that. What we're seeing right now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That okay. So how about some other things that we don't know? Will Tank be ready to play? Yeah, strong agree that we don't know that. And honestly, maybe that might be another we know it, but we just know it in the negative.
Yeah. I think we kind of know that he won't, to be honest.
Exactly.
So maybe you can even talk about that a little bit. Like as something that, disagree with that a little bit, is what I should say.
Yeah. It's so
I don't think
difficult.
he will. Not week 1.
All right, so if that's the case, does it feel like we're waiting until bye week to get him integrated?
I don't know. I think, depending on how far he progresses, and I think we need to mention this word, even though it's something of a word that nobody wants to utter, including me. Did he have a setback? He was out on the practice field this training camp.
Yeah.
He was out on the practice field and hasn't been since. And it's fair to wonder.
I mean, it feels like that would be the case because this isn't just ramp up.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If it was ramp up, you would see like small integrations here and there. He's basically just been ramped back.
Like if he was out on the practice field, took a day or two off, and then back on it, we'd be feeling a lot different. But he got off the practice field after 2 days, 1 day, whatever it was, and then hasn't really participated in much since.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is why I'm so excited to see Jalen Noel back out there after dealing with whatever the hamstring setback was after the pinky injury, which, mind you, according to he was talking to the media, and supposedly the pinky injury happened just catching footballs. That's what he says.
Yeah.
So that's now back where the pinky is healthy and he's out here moving as well. Hopefully that hamstring doesn't linger because soft tissue injuries can at times, because you need the explosion that he brings to show up, especially without Jaden Higgins and with what it feels like we're saying with Tank Dell. He goes as far also, Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle, as we go through some of the things that we know and some things that we don't. He goes with this as something that we don't. Who is wide receiver 2?
We don't know.
Are we certain that there's going to be that specific kind of hierarchy now? Or are we going wide receiver 2 by committee, which is always a scary proposition to come to. But is that where we
Anything by committee is scary. We're going to do that by committee. Oh boy.
Running back by committee.
Because we've all been in committees.
Offensive line by committee.
Yeah. I think that I totally agree with that. We could say right now, in fact, let's do it. Who's wide receiver 2? And we might have 3 different answers.
Ooh, okay.
Today, Figgy, right now, who is wide receiver 2?
Don't y'all dare change your answers. Lock them in.
Lock them in.
All right. In your mind, Fig, who's wide receiver 2?
I was going to say Hutch.
Okay.
Who are you going to say?
Jalen Noel.
Okay, I was going to say Jalen Noel too.
Okay,
but
cool.
we don't have 3 different answers, but you could. I mean, who knows?
Who's the third that you would put up here?
I don't want to say it.
You were going to say Jared Wayne.
Jared Wayne. He's been good.
He has.
He's been good.
He has. I feel bad.
But I did land on Jalen Noel.
Every time I come back to Jared Wayne, I'm like, are we doing the preseason thing?
Yes, we are.
It is the preseason thing trademark.
Yeah.
Which is a dude who has previously been fairly limited in his exposure on the team.
Yeah.
Has a good camp. And he has had a very good camp, including touchdowns that you've seen on the Reliant Stadium field. And then we're going, well, how much more impactful is he now, to the point where people are talking about him being like a starter, a dude that had to be elevated from the practice squad in the midst of injuries just to be to be in game time play. And then finally, we'll leave this here. Do the Texans have enough depth at running back?
No. I've said that's even when they had the full roster going into training camp. Now, some of that changed because I liked what I saw out of Noah Whittington. But nevertheless, rookie undrafted, and it's still just training camp and a couple of preseason games. I think it was no coming into camp. Maybe I started leaning toward a little liking the depth in the middle of camp, and it's no again.
Assuming that all of these injuries that are piling up in the running back room aren't substantial, which I guess I shouldn't, but the Jawar Jordan hip flexor thing wasn't supposed to last crazy long, and we're already beyond that. So I'm going to take that to mean that maybe it's just taking a little bit longer, but it's not going to be something that keeps him out forever.
Right.
I think that we all enjoyed seeing Noah Whittington. So whatever he's dealing with, right, whenever he returns, I'm excited for that. I think that you actually have more guys that I'm interested in than previously. I don't think it's a depth issue. I think it's just a
But that is a depth issue.
I think it's a depth issue for preseason game number 3, which, okay. right? Like the preseason.
Yeah, but we don't know outside of Woody Marks and David Montgomery. We still don't know, even if Whittington's the guy.
Once we get to the regular season, I'm cool with Whittington being a third running back. I'm cool with Jawar Jordan being a third running back.
Deuce Vaughn?
Well, a little bit less cool. And I feel bad saying it because you're making me say that about a fellow K-Stater. But how many days do we have till we have 3 weeks until week
21 days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think in 3 weeks, one or both of Jawar Jordan or Noah Whittington, I'd imagine would be back playing football. And then I'm good with depth again. All right. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, we get you our lunchtime confessions. We do that next.
It's been hot. That's not breaking news. But if you've been feeling drained even when it's
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on 95.7 The Fan.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I'm as excited as anyone to see the unveiling of the new Houston Texans uniforms tomorrow morning.
Rivalry joints.
But we got to get on with this thing, man. Or we got to tap the brakes on all these social media posts. How many have they made? Whether it's the Houston Texans, Texans cheerleaders, or whatever. Toro. It's like, is it a bit much to anyone else? They're like, ooh, and then the acting. Not exactly Meryl Streep, Texans cheerleaders, but good effort. They're like over the top, like, oh man, this is fire and all this other stuff. I'm like, yes.
Hey, that was real, man.
No,
what you talking about?
No, it wasn't. The one cheerleader, God bless you. They opened the doors and they weren't even cracked more than about 10 inches, and she's like, oh my gosh. I'm like, come on, come on. It's a bit much. By the way, the other thing, if you're gonna pump them up this much, they better damn well be fire. They better damn well.
I believe that they believe that, and I know the fan base is really excited about it because you see it in the comments. I'm
excited.
I've got friends texting me about them, so I know they're excited. But Figgy, I hate to agree with John. It is a lot. It's a lot to the point where I'm very strongly in the camp of under promise and over deliver. That is, again, comes from the larger anxiety that I have of I don't want to
stay low and build.
There
man.
you go.
Yeah,
they are over promising like a joint. Like they are promising a lot here in the way that they have done a lot of lead up for this over the last week or so. It feels like everything they're putting out just like is pointing to this in a really heavy way. And I've got to admit, I was looking at the players getting the sneak peeks, and they were doing a lot. I don't know that I remember in the NFL. College, definitely, you see college players really excited about the jerseys. I don't remember NFL players being this invested in a particular jersey. So it's one of two things. They are really laying it on thick. Well, those things are the nicest.
Just in the last 24 hours, at Houston Texans has tweeted, don't make that sick. No, that was 2 days ago. 5 times. About what's coming tomorrow. Now they're good. I'm not criticizing what they're doing. It's just too much. And then you have the Houston Texans cheerleaders. You have Toro. I'm excited. They're going to be, they're going to be very much, something that I'm interested in because we know the color.
Did you see David Montgomery?
Oh yeah,
in this video. I ain't seen David Montgomery show that much emotion. I don't know if ever. I don't know if ever.
Figgy.
I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to say at this point, man. Like I'm ready to get on with it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's like let's move this thing along. Let's get it done. Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I have reached, and this weekend did even more. So I want you to know this confession was written down before today, but I've reached a level with unease with the Astros that I can already feel myself shifting. I'm setting myself up for like the playoff schadenfreude where I'm getting enjoyment from other people's pain to be my source of enjoyment. Like at this point now they're even below 500, so the question of playoff baseball comes up again.
Yeah.
But you know me, I was like, all right, they're going to make the playoffs. And even then I was like, I am already setting myself up for my emotions to be more dictated on, hey, these other people are failing rather than the Astros doing well. And you want to know what did it? I take you back to August 22nd. When the Yankees said that Giancarlo Stanton suffered a setback and his return is in jeopardy. And I was like, this is going to make me smile.
I can deal with that.
I am getting ready to laugh at the Yankees, and that is where my playoff enjoyment is going to be because, let's be honest, I'm real scared about trying to find my playoff enjoyment from the Astros playing good baseball.
It's kind of sad, to be honest.
And that's why it's a confession. Because I just saw the Giancarlo who was dealing with a left cam, or rather he has suffered a moderate grade left calf strain while he was rehabbing for his right calf strain. And I was like, oh, you're not coming back.
Right.
Oh, the Yankees aren't going to be good. I love this. And I was like, oh, I'm doing the thing where I'm just looking at the Yankees and being like, haha, you suck too, as opposed to being happy about the Astros. Oh no. Like this is cope. That's what this is. This is cope. I'm in cope land.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't think you're alone. I know that's kind of where I am as well.
I ain't gonna lie, I forgot all about Stanton, man. He been around for a little bit now.
Right.
With that big old contract.
I mean, if and when he goes into some level of Hall of Fame, He goes in as a Marlin, right?
Oh, I don't know about that. Depends on what happens.
Yeah,
It's been such a weird Yankee stint for him.
But see, how long he been with the Yankees for a minute now?
He has. He's been there for, and honestly, you could probably make the argument that he's been better there.
Mhm.
It's just been so up and down with him with the Yankees.
I don't know.
Damn, he's
I
been
don't
with the
know.
Yankees for a long time.
Yeah, he might go in as a Yankee.
He's actually been in one. He's been with the Yankees 1 year more than he was.
There
with
you
the
go.
Marlins at this
There
point.
you go.
Yeah.
But you want to know where, and you're gonna laugh at me. You know where he had the more WAR, like his higher WAR seasons.
Gee, let me guess.
We're both in Miami. his MVP was that last year in Miami? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he got all that money.
Actually, I think it is in Miami.
Nah, I think he's gonna end it because it's Yankees too.
All right.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man. I'm really disappointed in Toro, man.
Really?
What did Toro do?
It's super disappointing. One of the nicest mascots.
How do you know?
Because
How do you know he's nice?
I mean,
He doesn't
did
say anything.
He did
His gestures are all very kind.
I mean, he did try to take my job that one time.
That's
over
true.
here.
Yeah, he
kicked me
did.
out.
He's a little bit of a trickster, ain't he?
Yeah. And see, that's where I'm getting at. So he was playing a little snake prank on the players in training camp.
Yeah, you tied it onto him or something?
Yeah. I'm really disappointed, and I think I got to have some words with him, man, because he tried to pull that snake prank on Tank Dell.
He did?
Yeah.
What if Tank had to?
That's what, and see, that's where I'm getting at, man. Like, if you watch it, I think the video is on his Instagram, and the first person you see is Tank Dell jumping and trying to run.
See that?
And I'm like, hold on, man. We can't be doing that with Tank. Because we don't need Tank twisting the ankle or reactivating that knee and all that stuff. I'm like, man, you need to stay away. He need to be in bubble wrap.
Yes.
I don't need. And Tank Dell was clearly scared of snakes.
Yeah, and like if he went whoa and cut funny or
That's
something.
exactly what he did, man.
Yeah.
He did that. Thank goodness he didn't hurt himself.
Yeah.
I don't think. But yeah, man.
What
Toro,
if that was the thing?
That's what I'm saying, man. I'm a little disappointed in Toro, and he need to watch it, man.
Yeah.
Like you could, I understand playing this game with anybody else.
Yeah.
Lead Tank Dell out of this, man. We need Tank Dell.
I didn't even realize that, Figgy.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Oh man,
And it's funny. I went further to even leave a comment under this video. I'm like, hey, easy on Tank Dell. That comment got like 500 likes. People was responding to me like, man, I was thinking the same thing, man. I'm like, that video. I usually laugh at Toro videos.
Yeah.
This one, I'm like, man, this ain't funny, man.
That's too much.
Okay, here's a very important question. Was that snake prank before or after he got on the field?
I think it was after. I think it was relatively
I
recent.
think it was after because he was signed. You know, the players after practice they sign autographs and all that type of stuff, and that's what Toro was doing this prankster stuff.
Uh-oh.
Oh, all right. Next thing you know, Toro has been released from the Houston
Mutual
Texans.
parting of the ways.
With the Hall of Famer?
That's right. Mutual parting of the ways.
These are my confessions.
All right, as hard a time as I give Reggie with all his crazy letters and numbers and data stuff, I do subscribe generally to using data and analytics, in a good way for, whether it's baseball or whatever.
How would you know that your podcast was doing good?
Exactly. That's why I do subscribe. But I got to admit, the old baseball soul in me felt really, really good about something I came across this morning. So the Milwaukee Brewers have the best record in all of baseball, 81-49. All right?
Gosh, I didn't realize it was that.
Do you know how they're doing it? They currently rank number one in all of baseball in on-base percentage, number one in chase rate. They're second in walk rate, third in stolen bases, and third in sacrifice bunts. They're playing small ball, baby. They're getting the conga line going. They're doing it the old-fashioned way, not with home runs, not with in fact, they have the fewest home runs in all of baseball. They're playing old school, move the line.
Defense win championship.
Take a walk. Move the runner. The sack bunt.
We got to run the football.
They have 30 sacrifice bunts, and they have the best record in baseball. I get analytics. I love the home run thing and all that stuff. I don't love it, but I let me correct that. I get why they leaned into it. Milwaukee is playing old school.
We got to run the football.
1990 baseball.
Defense win championships.
And they're killing everyone. Best record in the game. Something to be said for the old school, man.
It also helps when you have a dude who's throwing like 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Well, that's one day every week.
I'm not saying that. I said it helps. I didn't say that was all of it. I just said it helps.
That's very enlightening, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I mean, you know me. I love some small ball as well. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm not. I contain multitudes. I am not just.
You're complex, man.
I've often said that. People never agree with it, but I've often said that. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, let's get to some winners and losers of the weekend. We do it every Monday. Who's a winner, who's a loser on the weekend? Text in your answer, 713-572-4610. We'll put them with ours, and we'll talk about them next.
The Texans drop their second tune-up game against the Raiders.
Here's the give to Woody. Finds the hole right side 15. Bounces on the tackle 10.
guests on 95.7 The Fan join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Let's do a little winners and losers of the weekend coming off of this past weekend. Who do you think was a winner? Who do you think was a loser? 713-572-4610. A loser, absolutely, this weekend that J-Lo has been absolutely fascinated with.
Hey, I'm just doing my job.
That's your job, huh?
Give the people
pull out your contract right now and show me where the clause is that this is your job.
Inform and entertain. I know that's in there.
Oh, okay. All right, very good.
This is both of them. This is both inform and entertain.
All right, I will put this up to the listener. Let me know.
It is in my contract. Inform and entertain. Tell me if this fits.
Agreed. Does this fit? Does this upcoming story fit? We were talking about it a little earlier. I guess a breaking news element if you were a San Francisco 49ers fan, but just generally in the NFL. Jed York, the owner of the San Francisco 49ers, was arrested earlier today. I forget what the details of the specifics of it.
Well, the arraignment was engaging in prostitution.
Yes.
And then the charges that he basically pleaded no contest to were
misdemeanor charges.
Criminal tools. Remember that? That was one of my favorites. Possessing criminal tools and was it disorderly conduct?
Yes.
Disorderly conduct and possessing criminal tools.
Yes. Got an update on that?
But wait, there's more.
All right.
But wait, there's more.
J-Lo heard prostitution. He's like, let me put on my journalism hat.
Inform and entertain.
Let me dust this thing off.
It's in my contract.
Let me do some homework.
Let me get some sources going.
It's in my contract. So tell me if this changes the way you look at the whole thing here with Niners owner Jed York. Apparently he was arrested by the East Palestine, Ohio Police Department, who were assisting the Valley Human Trafficking Task Force.
Oh, no.
And he was arrested in a mobile home park. The owner of the Niners, this all happened apparently, reportedly by...
He was looking for some strange in the mobile home park.
What kind of strange? You're talking about real strange.
All right. I thought I went far by saying strange. He took it to another level.
The owner of the Niners arrested arraigned for engaging in prostitution, arrested for the criminal tools and disorderly conduct in a mobile home park. That is wild, man.
It is indeed. It is indeed wild. All right, is that wilder than this one? Because I think that this is also a loser on the weekend. You're familiar with Ketel Marte.
Mm-hmm.
He is currently on... he had an unexplained absence from the Diamondbacks, and then he ended up on the IL. So people were like, what's happening with him?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently this weekend, several accounts on social media shared photos and video of him gambling at Talking Stick Resort near the D-backs complex in Salt River Fields. So Thursday they put him on the 10-day IL with left knee inflammation after he had kind of seemingly disappeared from the team for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then over the weekend, you get caught at the casino. I feel like this is an L, ain't it?
Big time L. Yeah, just that alone. Plus, I mean, he didn't even show up, correct? He didn't even show up at the ballpark that day?
Yeah.
Right. No, that's a huge L. And the next question, of course, begs to be, what do you do? What do you do now?
I don't know. This is what his manager, Torey Lavulo, said. Quote, he's free to do whatever he wants. That's how I look at it. As long as he wakes up tomorrow morning and posts and get his work done at Salt River, which I am certain he will, that's all that matters to me right now. Close quote.
Buy or sell.
I buy that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know what the issues that they've had with Ketel Marte, if these fall in line with it. Are baseball players allowed in the casino at all? Like, I know that some sports are not as rigid about, hey, you can't even be around gambling.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's allowed at the casino, which I can't recall.
I've got to believe yes, since he said this.
Right. Then I kind of appreciate the places where they go, are you showing up to work? That's all my business is. The rest of it is fine.
I think you're right about that, but I don't know if he truly believes that. All things considered, he wouldn't necessarily want him to be in that situation.
That's the issue. That's the issue. But I just found it to be very weird that it happened that way.
Yeah.
I mean, more power to Ketel Marte, I guess, if this works for him. I have a feeling it won't. Like, this is
it won't.
There's enough weird things tacked together here in this story where I have a feeling that it's just going to continue to get to a very weird place on a team that is pretty good in the Arizona Diamondbacks, and I believe you'll be seeing in the month of September as well.
Yeah.
Maybe without Ketel Marte. We'll see. I'm just putting a whole bunch of losers on the board here, but he might be a winner. He might be circling back around to a winner, as Deshaun Watson played in a preseason game this weekend in which he was booed mercilessly by the fans. It was a home game, John Lopez.
Yes, it was.
In fact, do we have the audio of him being booed? Do we have the audio here? Because I believe that we do, of him just being on the field and being booed by the Cleveland faithful as he was playing. As he puts up a 5 of 12 performance, mind you. Not one of his best by any means. But he got out here and he was basically taking it to the fans, saying that he felt that it was personal and it wasn't about the performance, even though I believe the performance wasn't good.
Yeah. One of the worst looks you could ever have.
Yeah, he went as far to say at one point that if he does win the starting job, that he just feels like it'd be 17 road games. All of this really very much just poo-pooing the fans locally, which I would say is something that you shouldn't do. Who is he to listen to me? Or who am I for him to listen to me, I guess? But there was reporting from the, what is it, Bethea, Ohio? Is that where they have their Berea, there we go.
Berea.
Yeah. That people were driving by the facility this morning and yelling at the facility. Not yelling at people, because I imagine that there's not people out there for them to yell at. They were just driving by yelling at the facility. That's how you know you're mad. Can you imagine you just driving down Kirby and yelling at the stadium?
Just start yelling at buildings. and it wasn't just like one. Apparently there were a bunch of people just felt compelled to drive over there and just start yelling at him.
Oh, you know why they were yelling?
Why?
This is why Deshaun Watson could be a winner. He's going to be the starting quarterback week 1 against the Jaguars for the Browns.
I don't know if that makes him a winner. And then he tried to explain it all today, right?
He did. He tried to explain.
Tried to walk it back?
Look.
Do you have that?
Yeah. Now, let me know when to stop it. He was talking for a long time.
All right, so this is his opening statement, mind you. He comes out the gate.
So we go from dumping on the fans
That's
to
right.
starting quarterback to,
That's right.
to hey, this.
I think just, human nature, just myself being very emotional, putting a lot of time these last 2 years to, get back and, spend time in this facility, in the city, meeting a lot of different people in the community. I thought I was going to get, a little different response, but, I think, my emotions got the best of me, and, my comments wasn't intending to go at any of the fans around.
Oh, boy.
Because there's been a lot of great fans that have been supporting me, and I know the frustration. This organization have put, a lot of investment in coming, to get me back in the.
That's the problem.
And things haven't been going the right direction that we thought it was. A lot of injuries.
Yeah.
A lot of time off. Not putting the best football and my foot forward. So, again, just, I understand the frustration.
All right, thank you, Deshaun.
I was kidding. Look, here's the thing.
I was
you understand the frustration?
I was just emotional.
Yeah.
I just got emotional. That's all.
I don't think he understands the frustration.
I don't think he does either. And you just touched on what I think is the most key thing here, Reggie. He started it out by saying, I was just emotional. That wasn't an emotional answer that he gave after the game. He thought about that in advance. He knew he was getting booed. It bothered him. He decided to speak his mind. It wasn't like all of a sudden he was sideswiped by some reporter and just, said something offhanded. No.
This wasn't on the sideline.
I heard
right after the series.
Exactly. I heard all I needed to hear literally in the first 5-10 seconds of that response, because that was premeditated, his response after the game. So yeah, I don't think
as well as this response.
Yes, as well as this one. So I don't think that's going to change much for anybody in Cleveland.
I can't imagine. Yeah. This, oh boy, just continuing to burn bridges.
Yeah.
We didn't mention it. It kind of slid in there with the amount of investment that he had in the community, is what he said. And hey, buddy.
He said that about 5 times.
You're not going to buy off folks. And I get it. It's good to invest in your community, point blank, period, right? Philanthropy is not going to be something that I'm going to not. That's not going to buy you people's affection, though. And it almost feels like that's what he was saying when he said that.
Yes, and how much time do you think he's really spent in Cleveland? That's the other thing he said. Spent a lot of time in Cleveland.
I'm not even going to like contest that, right? Maybe he has. Maybe he has spent a lot of time.
I don't know.
People aren't going to owe you their sympathy because of that. And honestly, that shouldn't be the reason why you do it, obviously.
It's people that grew up in Cleveland and they got booed too because they wasn't good. Brian Hoyer.
Yeah.
So I mean, all of that stuff don't mean anything if you ain't playing good, man. They not booing your character, man. They booing that ass on the field. That's what they booing.
Right. No, that's very key.
So that ain't gonna make it no better that you donated a zillion dollars to the community.
And there's question about that too. I'm sure you've seen that just how much he's actually donated.
Yeah, well, with his foundation and how much of that actually turns to outwards philanthropy as opposed to kind of collecting assets. I can't really speak to that. I haven't done any level of requesting on that, but yeah, that's another question that comes up. How about this for a clear winner of the weekend? And you threw this one in there. Dallas Cowboys rookie Shiaz Pete. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but he is a member of the Navajo Nation, and he's the first one, in fact, to sign with an NFL team. He received a standing ovation during the preseason game versus the Cardinals with tons of Native. Could it have been a better place?
Thousands.
Was
Thousands of Native Americans were there.
Sheesh.
Literally, and they had the Navajo Nation flags.
Could there be a better place for you to have a game as a Native American than Arizona? Is there a better one?
I don't think so. I absolutely don't think so. Maybe there's some of the contention, but Figgy, I know you have the audio here. This was post game, but first things first. There were literal, because I actually saw several videos, thousands of Navajo Nation and Native Americans that showed up at the game with the flags and everything else, and got into the game, played, and this is what he said.
This game, this star, this team will make us brothers.
Hey, man, hey, be quick. One, things to clean up for sure always is, right? Okay? But the play style's right. It's right.
Well,
I'm proud of you guys for that. But I saw something I've never seen before.
Here we go.
25 years in the NFL. An entire section cheering for one man. And that man's going to break us down.
Well, that was an incredible win. I am very fortunate to be amongst you and to play in the same field where the same star hold it on our chest. And I'm proud of us. I'm proud of how far we've come. Man, this game, fate brought us here as strangers, but this game, this star, this team will make us brothers.
That was warm the heart kind of stuff, and I frankly have to admit, I didn't know that there had never been, one play and
from Navajo Nation,
Navajo Nation player play. Yeah, that was wild.
That is really cool. Played at Kentucky as a tackle, and seems like he's going to get at least a lot of love. This is one of those things that, have you felt that with the Texans this year, where you kind of have like a camp darling? Like, is it just Colin Wright? Am I not paying? Because I still remember. You remember? Was it Charles James with the Texans that
the Sox?
Year? Right.
Yeah.
This is very clearly one of those kind of. This
is a true camp darling. Yeah. This is a true great story. Honestly, I don't know if we can rise to that level here with any player. There's been a few, as you mentioned, over the years, but this was really, really cool. Yeah, very much so.
These are the things that are really heartwarming that you see, and he's definitely a winner of the weekend. All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, I want to return to the Texans and their practice today, because we heard from a wide receiver who just made it back, who's going to have a lot of eyes on him. Let's talk about what Jalen Knowles said today after practice. Next.
The Texans dropped their second tune-up game. 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, you are indeed in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on this Monday in the city of Houston. Another day of practice in the books. Not the best one, according to D'Amico Ryans, interestingly enough. Definitely wanted more from the fellas, but the next chance that they have to redeem themselves will be on the field in Charlotte when they'll be facing off against the Panthers in a joint practice on Wednesday. Tomorrow is a travel day for the team. But we still got work done, and we still heard from various different people there. We heard from D'Amico Ryans a little bit earlier, but Jalen Knoll was one of the notable people out there. He did have a touchdown in red zone, but more importantly, he was just out there. He was out there after obviously starting the season on the NFI list with a pinky injury that, interestingly enough, he said happened due to passing catches.
Catching balls,
catching football. Does that count on the NFI, like non-football injury, or because it didn't
Maybe
happen
it wasn't
with the team stuff?
Yes,
So okay.
Exactly.
Interestingly enough, but he had a little hamstring setback that he's now over, and he was out there. So if you give me cut one here, Fig, this is just how they started off the presser. How did it feel being back out there catching passes from one C.J. Stroud?
It feels really good to be back, just understanding and realizing what that time away, not taking it for granted, being able to play this game, and then catching from C.J., it feels really good. You know, he's a great quarterback, and just to continue to build that chemistry and get as much as we can in before the season.
Yeah, and obviously necessary given some of the things that have happened, but it gets better from there because I thought it was really, really telling that he was one of the go-tos. You say that the touchdown wasn't necessarily the most important thing, but it was nice to see the fact that they used him like that in that situation because it's Nico Collins, and then we don't know.
Yeah, and it's funny because I don't necessarily think of him as a red zone target. You typically think of somebody who's like big, who has real jumping ability, and relatively small, fast guys. Not necessarily who you think of, but especially coming across the back of the end zone. If you just kind of are moving quick, if you can separate, and you should be able to get the football. It sounds like. Or maybe not it sounds like, but that would be something that you obviously also think about as getting an opportunity to catch the football in the end zone. But more importantly, just an opportunity to stretch defenses and separate is one of those things that you want. But all of that becomes important, as you mentioned, because Jaden Higgins is lost for the season. And, both of these cats played together at Iowa State. They clearly have a good relationship. So, of course, Jalen Knoll was going to be asked that, about losing Jaden Higgins, but this is cut 4 specifically. He was asked not just about Jaden Higgins, but what has now been the message from the coaches about what you're doing since Jaden Higgins has been injured.
Yeah, every man has to do their job, honestly, and it's not going to be one guy that can step up and change the trajectory of where we're going to go. It's going to be everybody, and as long as everybody does their job, we'll be in a good spot.
Yeah, don't feel great, and I don't think you do about the by committee stuff. You are in a situation though where what is your other choice? Make a big trade for somebody out there or bring in a big time number 2 receiver. I don't think anybody can feel real comfortable with the whole by committee thing. It would be great if he could sort of wrestle that position away, or someone could.
Well, I don't even know if he'd be wrestling the position away because
securing it however you want to do it.
He does a different thing than what they had Jaden Higgins doing. Now I'd be interested to see how much they feel would be responsibilities that he could take on, how much of those types of things that Higgins was doing. And I just think that he needs to be the best version of himself, which I think there's a lot there'd be a lot of benefit of that to him.
Yeah.
Of him seeing that actualized, the Jalen Knoll that we thought you could see where he can run away from people on the deep cross. I think that he should be doing deep crosses until defenses can't stop him because he excelled so much on that. I think and I'll have to go back and actually look at some of the numbers on this, but it felt like he did pretty well running corner routes and those types of things. Just generally being another guy that can threaten the defense, specifically deep, because I think that's why I remember that the Texans add this weekend Sterling Shepard, who last played with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and Zay Jones, who last played with the Cardinals, a couple of free agent wide receivers that not necessarily anything to write home about per se. I even talked to some people that covered them last year. Both of them, mind you, great guys, so that's good locker room wise, but both of them kind of have a thing that they do well. Sterling Shepard always going to be where he's supposed to be, which you can't always guarantee, right? So I value that. And Zay Jones, just a guy that absolutely can challenge vertically. But let's see if we can find a couple of these things. Zay Jones specifically is here to be a vertical guy. Like if Jalen Noel is giving you more of that, I think it becomes less of a we need Zay Jones to work out with what we're doing because Jalen Noel can give us a little bit more of that than we had hoped. So yeah, I think that Jalen Noel needs to be if he can actualize and realize some of the stuff that we were expecting. I think that helps lessen some of the responsibility on maybe not as much Xavier Hutchinson. I think that he needs to come in and be the do to what we've seen him do that to the magnitude to help get this over. But less it's some of the things that you ask of like Justin Watson and some of the things that you asked of, I think Lewis Bond, interestingly enough, it lessens some of the, hey, you guys need to pick up more of the slack now that Jaden Higgins is.
I just think it makes more sense to try to get him to embrace that role. That's the word I was looking for earlier, simply because you went through some of the receivers. Xavier Hutchinson, you kind of know what he is. I know maybe you think there's more there. We'll see. Lewis Bond, a sixth-round draft pick. Can't really count on him. You mentioned Zay Jones and Sterling Shepard. They kind of are what they are at the ages of 31 and 33. So I think the best candidate to embrace that role outside of Tank Dell, which we don't feel real good about, him coming back by the opener, is going to be Jalen Noel. So that's why I think it's good to see if he can do that.
Yeah, and again, I don't know that it's going to be the role. They're right. It's not going to be one person that takes all of it, but I think that there's going to be different people that carry a larger load, and I would be excited if Jalen Noel was one of those. But part of that, I think, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, is part of what kept him off the field, it seemed like, was not necessarily being fully comfortable and not fully, I guess he was still a rookie is a fair way to say it. So this was Jalen Noel talking about what his growth has been like from year one to year two.
It's a huge gap between where I was from year one to year two. The game's honestly slowed down to this point. Just being able to also year two into an offense that was new to us last year, it's helped a lot. And even something that with my time away, just being able to step back and watch extra film and still going through all the install with the team and stuff like that was something that I benefited from. And obviously I would want to be out on the field getting those reps throughout the start of training camp, but being able to step back and mentally lock in and get those mental reps meant a lot for me.
Mental reps, and they're important, for a young guy, especially in a new offense, which it still is. We'll see. I mean, we'll see how it plays out for him. I just think, like, of all the candidates, he might be the one right now.
It's a good reminder, though, that he says in there that, he went through install in the spring, right? He gets hurt before we come back for training camp. But it is fair that he went through install, and I guess I had not harped on that enough because it did feel like there was a level of distance from his operating knowledge of this offense last year and some of the other guys. Like, let's just say Christian Kirk, who clearly played more over him as a veteran.
Yeah.
I think that some of that was where you see Jalen Noel have, false starts or, illegal motion type penalties where it's clear that he's not fully grasped on, how to operate within the offense. I have a strong belief that needed to be better, and that's why he probably didn't get as much.
I agree.
And it feels like that install would be huge in that. And obviously being able to do the mental reps as well, maybe not even the ones that you saw in training camp, but obviously being able to watch the tape and really internalize more of the system in the offseason where you're not just doing the rookie learning the NFL thing. Now he's gone through the NFL for a season, and now he can really focus on bettering himself.
Yeah.
It makes me excited for his ability to drop in now, but I'm glad that he's getting in at this point in practice at the very least and catching this joint practice and these last few opportunities to really do things outside of the game plan realm of things, but more development for him to be better attuned to the system. And just to fully verify that, this was him talking about his confidence in regards to the knowledge of this offense.
Oh, yeah. The confidence is sky high. I know I'm going to be able to make an impact for this offense and make the plays when they need me.
All right. Again, that's got to be the hope right now. You look at this wide receiver depth chart. We talked about the new additions. I mean, where do you see anyone but Jalen Noel? And I'm not counting Jared Wayne because realistically, we know that that's a big ask. There's no one but Jalen Noel that needs to step in, at least for the early part of the season.
Well, I mean, again,
step up.
You're gonna need parts of all of this from folks. You're gonna need Xavier Hutchinson to come in and look like not just the Xavier Hutchinson that you'd seen in the past, but the Xavier Hutchinson that it felt like he is developing into out there on the practice field. Who, again, it's worth noting, had a 50-yard touchdown pass today at practice versus Derek Stingley, which is not nothing, right? That is a very good player that we know is not just talented, but also is very savvy.
Yeah.
So if you're able to make a play like that, especially in a vertical,
it helps. Yeah.
That is huge. Like, that's going to be huge to help elevate what we're doing here. But I think that this is where the likes of Lewis Bond will have to filter in and do some things. And I wonder how much Justin Watson, who feels like is maybe more of a similar body type, will have to do some things. But ultimately, it is a top end of the roster proposition. And who are your top end talents, at least when it comes to wide receiver? It's going to be the likes of Nico Collins. I think will do more as well than what he was expected to do, which maybe not the best thing in the world. It's a lot, but he is the type of player where you expect your best players to do that. I think that Jalen Noel is immediately who you're thinking about. But also, this is where it's a pass-catching core, not just the wide receivers. This is Dalton Schultz is going to need to do a little bit more. I think Marlon Klein hopefully will have the opportunity to do more. And Foster Moreau, who I don't really view as much as a pass catcher, will have to show himself and capable in a few more circumstances.
I think he's going to. I don't mean to be just dumping on the wide receiving core here, because I do think Jalen Noel is the guy most likely to be able to step up. What I'm saying is, all those other names that we've mentioned, they don't really exactly put fear in any defense. And whether it's Xavier Hutchinson, or Justin Watson or whatever, I do think the tight ends, that's where they come into play. And Foster Moreau is going to have to be more of a pass catcher.
Yeah, the fear in the defense thing, I think you're just not going to have that, right? You're going to have to just go out and execute against them. And you hope that maybe the lack of fear in the defense from those others, for lack of a better way of saying it, maybe allows them opportunity to make people pay. If they're going to hone in on let's stop the run, let's stop Nico Collins, which I'm not sure that's exactly what the defensive game plans are going to be, but let's assume that is. Then that is when the likes of Jalen Noel, Xavier Hutchinson, you have to hit them and make them consider who you're doing, like how you're doing this. It needs to be a quarter of the way through the season and defenses are going, all right, we probably miscalculated who the people are to pay attention to. That's the type of that's the type of results that you need to be able to give. And also, I think it's fair to acknowledge the running backs in this as well. I think there's been conversations on the text line of how much more can you expect from like double running back circumstances.
I think they're going to do it a lot.
Having more, like I mentioned, there was one of those plays when we were out there at training camp practice where David Montgomery is lined up as truly the first wide receiver out there on the sideline, and he goes up down the field, scores a touchdown. I think that you have to be more creative in that way, which comes back to something that we've talked about, which Nick Caley, you're on watch here.
Yes.
Someone did ask about this on the text line from the 832. Can you explain why the Texans did not draft a running back? Maybe that was a final piece. They started talking about like 5th round running backs, as they feel like the running back room, not the wide receiver room, is the issue. How do you respond to that as a sentiment?
I think we all acknowledge running back as a priority. They didn't necessarily prioritize it, but they did bring in some undrafted guys, one of whom seems to be doing quite well. But I think it's fair. We talked about Mike Washington. We saw him last week. And some of the other people. So I think it's a fair question. But they prioritized tight end in the 2nd round. Obviously, Keelan Rutledge in the 1st round. So I'm not complaining, but I get that sentiment.
I think the thing that I would highlight is it feels like the issue with the Texans' running game is not the running backs. 2 years ago, you had a running back that was lighting things up, and if you were effectively poor running the football because it was your offensive line. I've always kind of fell in line with this sentiment, which is not surprising to you because of my kind of analytical bent. But running backs, obviously above like your average, they bring something special. Can't do much without the offensive line. And so I think that the investment that they had in the offensive line matters more to me. And if the offensive line can produce, you've got running backs that can then take advantage of that, right?
Yeah, but you still and this goes back to the whole.
Especially, you're not going to get me on the 5th round running back being the big thing that's the key to unlock what's happening here.
But you still have to go out and get that running back, an upper tier running back, maybe in a higher round or something. Even with a great offensive line, because the whole thing, hey, you can get a running back anywhere. We already know that's not necessarily always the case.
Yeah, but I think you can get replacement level running back play a lot of places, which is what they're talking about here. I think even if you're being most negative, you've got replacement level running back play at the very least, and I think that would be an underselling of what you've got in this running back room. I like the top end of it. Maybe they're talking about the likes of Jawar Jordan and Noah Whittington. I think that those guys are fine if your offensive line is actually doing what they need to do, which is hat on a hat and creating seams, which it feels like they're doing a little bit of, especially when you see Trent Brown on the right side actually being able to move folks, and then Keelan Rutledge bringing that nasty to what they're doing right now. I think that they should be better in that regard. How much better still remains the case, but the how much better was not going to change based off of you getting the 5th round running back as well. You know?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next is about the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, bro?
Yeah, got a crazy story about a guy who almost took a bit secret to the grave, and people are reacting to that. Plus, a new trend when it comes to baby names. And I think it's kind of interesting where people are going with this.
This can't be good. Y'all be bad at naming babies. Let's see just how bad next.
All right, Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. Louis Flory on the job. He's the one you want, no one else.
Warriors at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On 95.7 The Fan.
Yes, it is the Mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop 95.7 The Fan. Hurt in the accident? Don't face the insurance companies alone. Put the Sheriff team in your corner. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Happy Monday to everyone out there. Big shout out to my man Boxer Legacy on Twitter. He sent me this story. As you can send me a story too. Just hit me up at the Figgy Fig on all social media platforms. And he sent me this story about a guy who almost took a huge secret to the grave, literally to the grave. And it got people talking about not really what he did, but how it was handled after he passed away.
Okay.
So let's go to Inside Edition with this story.
Ashley Randall's father, Thomas, was dying of lung cancer at the age of 71 when out of nowhere, he admitted he once lived under another name.
Mom, Dad, and I were in the living room watching NCIS, and he just sort of out of the blue calmly said, well, ladies, just in case something comes up after I pass, I just need to let you know that I changed my name when I moved here. Nobody can know. The authorities might still be looking for me.
Ashley demanded to know his real name.
He really quietly said, if I tell you, you have to promise you won't look into this.
He said it was Ted Conrad.
I couldn't not look. And the first thing that popped up was a headline that said something like, Ted Conrad, vault teller, bank heist.
In 1969, Ted Conrad stole $219,000 from a bank in Cleveland where he worked as a teller. On the Friday before his 20th birthday, he simply filled a bag full of cash and walked away, never to be seen again. In today's dollars, his take would be nearly $2 million. With his new ill-gotten wealth, Ted Conrad started a new life. He bought a penthouse apartment in Boston, played a lot of golf, and became a car salesman.
By the time he married my mom, the money was gone.
But all that time, he was still being sought. America's Most Wanted and Unsolved Mysteries both featured the story. Now, the daughter is telling the remarkable story on a podcast. Smokescreen, My Fugitive Dad.
Because we were so close, I just assumed that since I had no secrets from him, he wouldn't have any from me.
I got a problem with this.
Really?
Yeah.
I want to know what you got a problem with.
Wait, before you even start going, I think he's about to be hating. I think that's what's about to happen. I think this is about to be hating.
I think I'm going to get some people in my corner.
I wonder if the people already in this corner,
We'll see.
because it been a lot of people having an issue with something about this story.
Really?
Okay, well, I'm curious what that is, but let me just tell you real quick. Boo on her.
Oh.
That's what people been complaining about, man.
For doing that. But that's not my biggest problem with her. She tried to turn this into money.
The podcast?
Yep. She tried to turn this into money.
I was debating on whether or not
exploiting her dead father. That's the thing that really gets me.
I want to ask y'all this.
Yeah.
Well, he clearly values money, so.
Well, so does she.
Let me ask y'all this, because clearly he didn't. You could tell he really didn't want her to look this up.
Right.
Which, by the way, you think she's
who's
gonna
not?
listen?
Yeah.
But what would y'all do in that situation? Would y'all go this route, or would you kind of keep your father? I don't want to say legacy.
Well, that's the other thing. No, there is a legacy.
Because I wouldn't have did a podcast on this.
Right.
This would have been something like, wow, my dad was really doing this. Maybe talk with other family members or something like that.
I'll tell you what.
I wouldn't have did no production, no podcast.
I would have looked it up, because who wouldn't?
Of course.
But I would have taken that to my grave. I wouldn't try to exploit my. You said, what kind of legacy he does have? By all accounts, seemed to live a pretty good life. Loved his daughter. She said it as much. Loved his wife. Lived to 71, and all of a sudden she is exploiting her dead father so she can make a buck.
I feel like y'all are putting this as if it's like a great stain upon who he was. He did it first and foremost, but secondly, I find this to be cool as hell. Like maybe this is weird. Maybe this is the kid that found DB Cooper fascinating, right? Maybe that's what it is. But I'm like, yo, he beat the whole system on this.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard me. I was like, oh, because when it was like the setup, I was afraid that he was gonna be like a murderer that then came around and I mean,
and he just put the money in his bag. It wasn't like he, like an armed robbery type deal. He just took it and never been seen since.
I'm not trying to glorify theft. Clearly, do not steal. It is not a good thing. However, it's a cool story, and it's not like you putting him in jail. He's no longer here.
Yeah,
I think it's cool to tell the story.
I do not like this. Maybe,
and she's getting crushed online.
She should
this too, man.
She should get crushed. And
I
really,
wouldn't put a whole podcast together, but
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like
I would tell another podcast. Like if This American Life came through, I'd tell the story.
And see, and I know the father before he passed, he didn't want her to look it up.
Right.
I guess he wanted to kind of keep
that part. It's not going to happen.
Yeah,
everybody's going to.
So I understand that part. So I will at least try to honor him a little bit.
She was probably thinking movie and all this other stuff. She was trying to cash in on the legacy of a man that she seemingly and probably loved, but just greed got the best of her.
And I'm curious, like, what's going to be in this podcast?
That's
this
it.
Point?
Yeah, because
just the
how
story.
many details does she know?
Yeah, she don't know. She ain't know anything until he mentioned it.
Right. This is going to be an investigatory podcast, which honestly I would listen to it if there's a journalist that I trust to actually get to the story pretty well. As long as if she tells a good story, I'll listen to it.
But here's the other thing. It's a podcast. It's 1 week. What's your next episode?
Well, no.
What are you doing next?
They might do.
I'm sure she dragged it on, but
yeah, they might do a deep dive where you might be able to do maybe like
Screw
6
her.
episodes.
Screw her
Or something. Wow.
Yeah.
You sound mad that your daddy didn't rob a bank.
No, how do you know? And by the way, to your point, yes, he did it. Should have gone to jail, all that. But that's about as close to a victimless crime as you can get.
That was my thought. It was hey, man, this is actually a thing that he did, so we can't be like, oh, she's besmirching his legacy.
Yeah.
He did it.
Yeah.
But secondly, I find it to be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Of crimes that could be committed, which again are all still crimes. This one I'm not really crying about.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I probably if that was me in that situation, my mother said, "Hey, Boot Man, I just want to let you know
I took $290,000.
Yeah, like I don't know if I would do a podcast.
No,
over
you
this.
wouldn't.
I will probably be. Of course, I'd be shocked.
Yeah.
I will probably be telling, some family and friends like, hey, did you know about this? I'll probably be doing my own little investigation, just try to dig in more to see who the hell this lady was. But I don't know if I would just jump right into Hollywood or try to do a podcast or a documentary or anything like that.
She's trying to cash in. It's as simple as that.
I also respect I respect her pops. So in my mind, someday he was just working there. He's like, man, I don't want to be here no more.
Right.
Took some money and decided I'm going to go live a lavish life and play golf.
He was 20 years old, man.
Yeah.
He was 20.
Yeah.
Honestly, the only criticism I have is that he did not think long term. But at the same time, I'm like, at 20 years old, I don't know if I would have either. Like, let's live the high life for right now.
He didn't invest anything.
He was like, I don't even know that I can make this money stretch for a long time, and am I ever going to have an opportunity to live like this. So we're just going to do it right now, and then we'll figure out life after. And then he did.
Yeah.
Shout out to Pops. I think Pops is cool as hell.
Yeah, he probably, I know he probably felt a little better just kind of, hey, I know we watching NCIS, but I got to tell you something.
What about the NCIS episode was like, now's the time. Now's the time I need to do this.
It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Interlude 95.7 The Fan. So a new trend when it comes to baby names. And I always love a good baby name trend because at one point you had people just going back to the old Bible names. And then you got the old, I don't even know what you call it. I don't even know how to explain it, but
is it all the people that are coming out here with old names?
That's been the fad lately, like Eunice and Gertrude, and no, seriously. And
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
People naming their children Eunice.
Look, as someone whose wife is a
little 2-year-old Opal,
this is something that I've always been kind of plugged into by just association, because my wife is a school director.
Oh, look at baby Bertha.
And so you laugh.
They
you
making
laugh.
a comeback.
Yeah.
Oh man, Hubert looks so cute today.
Yes,
Hubert.
Yes. The old names have been in. I don't know.
Look at Larry.
Lawrence.
What's up, Larry? Nah, but so this is the new trend when it comes to the baby names. They are naming their kids after weapons.
What?
So I'm gonna give you some names, not AK-47 and nothing like that.
Buddy, I was afraid.
Right. Winston.
Yeah. So like
Smith and Wesson.
Gunner, Wesson, Caliber,
Caliber's
Shooter,
crazy.
Trigger, Blade, Cannon, Remington,
Glock,
Beretta, Colt, Ruger.
Yeah.
Is it Winchester?
Oh yeah.
Arson.
Winchester.
Cutter.
Arson.
Arson is crazy. You're just naming your child after a crime. Like, at that point, now that's a whole different branch.
Dagger. I don't know.
Dagger's kind of cool.
How you feel about these names?
I think I hate it.
Yeah.
There's a few of them that are kind of cool.
Yeah.
Like you get to like the Colt.
I've seen a bunch of Gunners.
Yeah, I've seen Gunners before.
But Remington.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of
Remington and Winchester both fall in there. They're both a weapon and old.
But Arson
is crazy.
Come here, Arson.
Come here, breaking and entering. Like, what are we doing?
Robbery. Get over here, robbery. You thinking this name Robert?
Hey, Larceny.
My name Robbery.
Larceny, get over here. I need to talk to you about something. Why did you take out this trash?
Yes.
This is bad. I'm sorry. This is a bad trend.
Wonder what Jed York's gonna name his kid.
All right.
Maybe $150. Because that's how much he paid.
Yeah.
Or the
that much.
No, that Florio is reporting.
Oh, is he reporting that?
That's the number.
Dude, that guy's got a problem.
Come here, 150.
Somebody said shank. I don't know what's more fun: the people sending in fake, not fake, I guess fake names. That are based off of weapons, or people that are sending
prostitution.
in their okay. There's people sending in the old names. Hazel does not feel that old right now, but it kind of is.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said Ruth.
Ruth is a good one.
Mamie.
Baby Maud.
Maud.
I feel like the old women name are easier than the old men's names.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Rupert.
Yeah.
Rupert.
Yeah. All right.
Goodness gracious.
Criminal Tool. Another Jed York name.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers. So have you guys ever heard of the term being used as go to the store?
Yeah.
Are we not talking about going to the store? Is this a euphemism for something?
Nah, this is more of a slang word. You're probably not familiar with the way this word is used. This is kind of like if you on the block somewhere in the hood and the older dudes in that hood sending a little kid to the store to go get some food or whatever.
Right.
So apparently a lot of people look at that as kind of, I guess, low tier. This is more like a hood intern.
Okay.
Like you kind of look at it as a hood intern.
Okay.
And so a lot of dudes don't like being, I guess they don't want to be labeled as, oh, you used to go to the store for so-and-so.
Oh, okay.
I got
like
you were a student.
So it's like little homie type.
You were a
type
gopher.
deal.
I got you.
So here's a guy by the name of Queen's Flip on the Joe Budden podcast denying how he never really been sent to the store.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, he's this rah-rah guy, tough guy.
Yeah.
And he said he never had to go to the store for nobody. You know, I'm Queen's Flip.
Oh, gosh.
And so they asked him this, and he denied it all. And then Joe Budden decided to call his big homie to try to see what he's going to say. And this is how this whole interaction went.
No one sent me to the store. They saying that because I drove Webb's car. By the time I was outside hanging out with them, I was 16. They wasn't sending me to the store. They sent like 11-year-old, 12, 13,
is premier
13.
go to the store age.
But they're not sending me to the store. No, nobody sent me to the store. I've always been the lone wolf, the black wolf. That's
Black
me,
sheep.
Dolo, not a black wolf.
The black wolf.
Dolo.
Yo, hello, I speak to Webb.
It's Webb. What's up, bro?
Webb, I'm on air, man. I'm just
Call him
talking.
and ask him.
He's on the phone.
I'm trying to jump in.
Yeah.
Hey, Webb, I'm sitting here with Queen's Flip, and we having a talk. Somebody asked Flip if he's ever been sent to the store.
I sent them to the store a million times.
Bring me back my change.
You ain't gonna give me Chinese food, Flip. You ain't gonna give me Chinese food.
That's tough.
Don't play like that.
That is tough.
He didn't even hesitate.
I mean, the relatable part of this is if you've ever just had someone call you on your lie right to your face.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And for the record, I've been sent to the store as a kid. I was like 11 years old, and the older dudes in the hood like, hey, go around here, give me something to eat, and you can keep the change.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. Yeah, so I guess that's frowned upon at this point.
Is it?
I don't
I think
understand.
it's just part of growing up.
Yeah, like somebody was older than you and had authority over you at some point.
Now, some people feel like they were big dog from the, I guess, coming out the womb, man.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't get it.
Well, he did, but he was lying.
I mean, I feel like you're insecure if you need to do all that. Let me make sure that this is correct because I believe we have breaking news right here. It seems like the Texans are indeed making a trade. Let me make sure that this is correct. I want to make sure that I get this.
You want me to hit
correct.
the button?
Let's hold off. I want to
right.
verify this, but that's the mixtape here, 1:20 p.m. every weekday on In the Loop. If you see something mixtape worthy, hit our guy up on social media at the Figgy Fig. All right, there's a little bit of breaking news for your Houston Texans. We'll let you know what it is next.
The final score may not have ended in the Texans' favor, but we saw what we needed to see from the... 97.7 The Fan breaking news.
That's right. It is indeed breaking news. I took the break to make sure that I saw it from who I saw it from, and it was indeed Tom Pelissero, now of The Ringer. I think that's what threw me off. Y'all don't care about none of that. What y'all care about was what he said. Trade. The Patriots are sending wide receiver Kayshon Boutte to the Houston Texans for safety Jalen Reed and a draft pick. Sources tell The Ringer and Netflix. So right now, as of right now, we don't know what that draft pick is and how valuable it is. But Jalen Reed, a promising young safety, ends up going to New England, and the Texans have a pretty good carve out of that role that Jaden Higgins was to serve in Kayshon Boutte. Honestly, probably one of the few dudes in the NFL that has gotten Derek Stingley in a notable way. We saw that in the postseason, in the divisional round game. Yeah. But yeah, this is a big time move. I see our guy Ocha already coping because he wanted Darius Slayton more. Saying that this doesn't make a dent. I disagree. I think this makes a significant dent in what we've been talking about, the absence of Jaden Higgins due to ACL tear.
Oh, I think so as well. When you start looking at the room, foremost, that's a player that's been there and done that in the postseason. Clearly his role was somewhat undefined in New England because they're kind of a loaded team. It's a team with which, as we all know, Nick Caserio is very, very familiar and can do some work with. I think it helps the room immensely and immediately. He slides right in to where Jaden Higgins was. Now you have Jalen Noel as a number 3, perhaps Xavier Hutchinson as a number 3, perhaps, and go from there.
Yeah, I think you can get a little bit closer to sliding guys back into their place. I do think that what Jalen Noel said today at practice and what the kind of the mantra has been still holds. It's still not a one person fits that entire role that Jaden Higgins was going to have. But I think Kayshon Boutte gives you a little opportunity to, and I got to get more comfortable saying his name properly because he's going to be here. I think that it gives you an opportunity to have, Xavier Hutchinson needs to step up, but it's less of a step up that's necessary with Boutte. Do you have any concern, like this person from the 713, that the Texans are falling into that, hey, this player beat us, and so that's why we go get him?
No
mantra.
No, this is about the window. Helping the offense, helping C.J. Stroud. Man, I almost said Deshaun Watson because he's been on the news so much. Helping C.J. Stroud, helping this offense, getting the offense to some semblance of good, just because that good is going to be good enough, you would think, with this defense. And he's still a young player that actually you have some plans with. It actually kind of also explains, why it took so long. They were probably haggling over, what to add in terms of a draft pick, perhaps, or maybe even the player, because the Texans were immediately burning the phone lines, and reportedly were burning the phone lines
as recently as Friday, or as early as Friday?
As early as Friday, and so this was probably just negotiating. They did bring in Shepard and they're trying to
Zay
get
Jones was the other
and
one
Zay
you were thinking of,
Jones, and they're trying to get the offense up to snuff. I think this is a really good thing. It explains why also they've been bringing in some DBs as well, some DBs and wide receivers for their 2 needs, and I think this is the immediate effect right here.
Yeah, you're mentioning his youth. I do think that this also, and you could say that Reggie's wrong. It's fine. I think this also is appealing to me in part because it does not stand in the way of the return of Jaden Higgins. Not that anybody would, but it gets a little dicey if you had traded for somebody that had a lot more contract. He is kind of a rental, right? This is the final year of his rookie deal. I imagine if he works really well, maybe you figure out, not only if he works really well, depending on what happens with Tank Dell, it gives you an opportunity to go, do you can commit further to Kayshon Boutte or whatever? But within this trade, it is worth noting that you're giving up the control of Jalen Reed. I think that some of this is also a vote of confidence toward Kamari Ramsey, who has played pretty well, because that I thought Jalen Reed was your next up safety. If Kalen Bullock missed time, it feels like Jalen Reed was the guy that would get back there. I think that now that falls to Kamari Ramsey, and maybe still MJ Stewart, who you can't forget is working his way back from an injury. But I imagine that then shows a level of confidence in Kamari Ramsey. Probably Jalen Petrie. I wonder if this isn't I can't imagine they were thinking this far ahead, but if this isn't helped by Jalen Petrie's ability to play in multiple spots. So I think with Caleb Bullock, with Reed Blankenship, and then with Jalen Petrie, then also with how Kamari Ramsey has come along, the 5th round pick from this year, that made it so that they were capable of moving on from Jalen Reed. I just hope that the additional draft pick that they tacked on wasn't too large because the Patriots had the Texans with this circumstance, with the timing.
They had
I hope
over
that they
a
don't
barrel.
have to pay too much.
Yeah.
I hope that it's probably like a day 3 pick and hopefully a later day 3 pick that they're tagging on to Jalen Reed.
I don't think this is a
And
7th.
3
I don't
years
think
of
this
Jalen
is a
Reed.
Nick
Yeah, maybe not a
Caserio
7th, but
yeah.
could it be like a 5th Jalen Reed, 3 years of Jalen Reed for
That's what I
Kayshon
would
Boutte?
guess.
And even that
Might be a little high.
Ultimately, the circumstance, I understand.
But
how
it's
you
really
end up there.
it's simple math. Where do we have the most good players on defense? Where do we need good players? Offense. Well, let's trade a defensive player where we have some depth that is still young, so attractive to the Patriots, and bring back a guy that can help our offense. Really good trade. Really good trade. Hat tip to Nick Caserio for getting it done, because this was we just had the discussion about Jalen Noel and such, and I was sitting here going, yeah, I don't know with Jalen Noel. If that's really going to be the number 2.
Hey, clap it up for Nick Caserio. It is indeed a 7th rounder.
All right.
In 2028.
Okay.
So it's not even an immediate 7th rounder in the 2027 draft. Yeah, no, this is exactly what I was looking for with the trade comps. I think this is a good trade. I think Nick Caserio
I do
does
too.
it again where he's – and I appreciate, again, we talked about this when Jaden Higgins, or at least when we found out that Jaden Higgins had gotten hurt.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like, hey, man, this is where Nick Caserio's penchant for being able to make deals needs to show up. And here it is. They go and get a dude who brings some of those elements, definitely an opportunity to go deep. But then also, he knows the system. This was going to be a concern with anybody that you bring in, is getting up to speed on this system in particular. It's talked a lot about that it's a little bit more difficult.
That's a great point.
It is good to bring someone in that has a familiarity. Hell, he might be better with the system than some of the guys that you have in the building right now because
that's fair.
Of a familiarity. So I'm
Yeah.
excited to see this. I obviously, you know me, I'm gonna be a sicko and go dig even deeper into. Why
don't you go watch some tape for
Yeah,
me?
that's right. And watch the tape, look at some numbers to see how much better.
Watch
But
that playoff game.
Well, I don't know if I want to do that,
Don't
but
watch
yeah,
that.
I'm excited about this because also it's very clear the Texans were not settled on the idea of we're going to bring in some guys on the back end of the roster and we're just going to cobble this together. They were aggressive in
Yeah,
making
like I said,
sure.
we were just talking
Yeah.
about that, and I don't think you felt great about it either. I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. We were both kind of like, well, maybe Xavier Hutchinson, maybe this, maybe that. Well, now you have an answer, and you have the more depth as well.
Shout out to Brandon on the YouTube. They traded the only non-USC deep. Jalen Reed was he's a Penn State guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they have a type with various different positions, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're like, hey, we're gonna get these USC defensive backs. We're gonna get these dudes from Michigan. We're gonna get they have types. They have types, but it's okay. Ultimately, the Texans if you're just tuning in, the Texans have made a trade to acquire Kayshon Boutte, wide receiver from the Patriots. They send second-round player Jalen Reed and a 7th-round pick in 2028 for the luxury of the final year of the rookie contract of Kayshon Boutte. I think that this was a smart move. This is the player that I looked at and I appreciated the most, or I thought would be the best in adding what they're having here. And it is fair to note that he is younger, as you said, even if it's not guaranteed that he will remain here.
Yeah.
But you're getting a young player. You're getting a player that has juice in his legs. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good move. It's about as good as you could have hoped for, given what happened with Jaden Higgins.
Very much so. Very much so. So good move. We welcome in, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing, for the cross.
I don't know if I've ever seen Show more excited to start a show.
I can never read Show in his emotions.
He's coming out of his
baby.
skin.
It's August.
It's August.
It's August, and we got action. We got action.
He
through
came
here.
in. You know how they come. You put
Good
your head,
for you, Nick.
You put your head down. You kind of start walking with your head down, like I'm going.
Oh, I'm so proud of Nick Caserio.
Are you? You being
God,
facetious?
Nick and D'Amico. I am not.
Yeah.
I am not. Listen. You all listen to me, and many of you I respect.
Many of
you I respect that come up to me and say, "Hey, one thing I know that you're not in your heart a Texans fan, and when you say stuff, I kind of take it to the bank a little bit because you don't really have a dog in the fight. I don't.
Yeah.
What I do love to see is if I'm a fan, go for it.
Exactly.
When you're in the position to go for it, go for it. Now they could have sat around and convinced themselves that Jarrett Wayne is going to be able to step up and do what we need to do. They could have convinced themselves that Jalen Noel is going to be all right, and who the hell knows what's happening with Tank.
Yeah.
But no, they not only went and got Shepard and they got
Zay
Jones, but they were working on this the whole way, and this is the best. That I think there is an argument that many people to start the year would have said, if you'd have said who's better, Boutte or Higgins. And I think there could have been a fair amount of people who would have said Boutte. And so I like this move. This is a move. And I remember when the Higgins thing went down, one of the first things I jotted down was they have got to, if they are looking to get to the next step, which is getting past the divisional round, if they are looking to do that, they need to get somebody in here that is going to give them equal or more than what Jaden Higgins was going to give them.
Yeah.
And this was the closest thing that they were that they could do. And I didn't know if they had it in them, but if you don't think your team is going for it, they have thrown all caution to. Let's go. And I don't care if it works out. Now, there's some other things about the offensive line and stuff we can talk about. But this is a move that says, no, we are trying to put the bull on the ring or the ring on the bull or whatever they're trying to put with that bull, whatever it is. They are going for it. And go ahead, Nick. I don't know if you want to eat yogurt with me yet. I just had some earlier, but I'm with you. I'm proud of them, man. And I don't know if this is going to work, but damn it, they're going for it.
And you talk about going for it. It was also still fairly responsible in the way that, like, what they gave up.
Sure, that's right.
This is what you have depth for, right? Like, obviously it's to cover you, but also it's not like they have created a massive hole in their secondary, and they've gotten something that's valuable for them. I want to remind you, you're listening to KIKK FM, KIKK AM, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. But yeah, also you slide in this guy more near the top of your wide receiver room, and all the guys. I think it makes it easier for all the guys that have been great out there at training camp to be closer to what the expectations are for them. Because yeah, Jared Wayne has been good out there, but when you are taking, hey, he's been good out there, and now you stretch him into, I need you to be something that I don't think you are.
Yeah.
Then you kind of undercut all of that. You've been great out here because now you're putting him in a circumstance that he can't handle.
Listen,
this feels like you're slotting people where they need to be.
Like to come out here and ask CJ to save lives with this receiving core.
Yeah,
now you got something.
The day that Jaden Higgins and it broke on our show, we both agreed they have to do something. And then you go out and get Shepard and Zay Jones, and in essence we were kind of talking like, okay, I guess.
I appreciate the attempt to add some of these skills, but
basically the essence of our discussion was, I guess. Then we talked about Jalen Noel, who spoke today, and the essence of our conversation was, I guess if he can fit that role, but who's behind him, or is it even going to be him? This is not, I guess. This is a guy that is going to step in and fill that role, right?
Yeah, he's a role filler for sure. I like the first and foremost what it says about the Texans. I mean, I get so tired and fatigued of this do your job and ball goes to whichever receiver's open, and we like our guys. I get so fatigued with that stuff. And sometimes you just got to go. You got to go get a dude, man. And I'm not gonna overhype Kayshon Boutte. I think he's had a hard time in his career living up to what he was thought to be at one point at LSU, and is kind of somehow, some way, has kind of wiggled his way out of situations. And I think he left LSU on some rough terms, and he's asked for a trade 2 straight years in New England. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that this is boy you got you went out and got the next coming.
No, but you got going to be that guy.
Absolutely. Well, you got a player. You got a great number 2 to Nico Collins. Potentially a great number 2 to Nico Collins. I think you got a guy that what we knew of Jaden Higgins last year is very comparable from a production standpoint. And your receiving core got better today.
Yes.
And I think even more so, and we'll dig into this, but just the play style that he does bring to the table, if they can get the best out of him, the play style, I think he's got highlight reel catch in him.
He did it against the Texans.
He did it against Derek.
We've seen it. But he's always he's got that. He's a 15+ yard per catch guy, I believe, over the last 2 years, and he doesn't have to be wide open to catch the football and catch it at a high clip. And so I love the ceiling. I love the move by the Texans. I love the fact that it is a good number 2, potentially great number 2 with Nico Collins. Coming home to an area close. I don't even know where the guy's originally from. I'm going to guess with Boutte, and played at LSU. He's probably a South Louisiana guy.
Yeah.
But coming to the South and playing down here and getting a new a clean slate, if you will. And boy, if D'Amico Ryans can get the best out of him, look out.
New Iberia, mind you. New Iberia.
It can't get much further south. You can't get much further south right there.
That's right.
Maybe Homa, maybe.
And here's the thing. I think you did a great job of laying out some of the issues he's had. I think that he absolutely has grown as he's gone a little further. But even if you have questions about it, 2 words that always give you somebody's best behavior: contract year.
Yeah.
And so this is that for him as well. This is the final year of his rookie contract. So maybe there's a level of investment for him as well. Getting out of a circumstance where he was landlocked, right? A.J. Brown's ahead of him. Romeo Dobbs is ahead of him. And there was not going to be as much opportunity. This is a place where we need you to come in and impact. You have an opportunity to make yourself some money on a team that's going to have some profile. Go make yourself some money, young fella.
Plus, part of the New England piece was through some dysfunction, right? And there's certain guys. I don't know him, so I'm not gonna label him. But I mean, there's certain guys that are really good for organizations that are going through dysfunction and trying to rebuild, and there's some guys that just ain't wired to be a positive piece to that.
Yeah.
The good thing is that anybody that joins the Texans organization, you've got all the support in the world. You got all the reason in the world to be accountable and be disciplined and to be swarm and to be a Texan and all that kind of stuff. It's hard to not fall in line is not the right word, but it's hard to not become part of the greater good here in Houston because it's so established. And so it wouldn't shock me one bit that if he didn't come here and have one of his best years.
Excited, very excited about it. It's been a news-filled day, fellas, and I'm excited to hear everything y'all have got.
Rip up the rundown, baby.
That's right. Make sure you stick
Not
right
all
here.
of it.
Well,
there's still a manager and a general manager here.
Well,
we had to move some things around.
Yeah. J-Lo, I'll catch you tomorrow
Yeah,
for another day. Hopefully, maybe there's more breaking news. Who knows?
No,
But
sure.
if there is breaking news, you know exactly where to be. It's Houston Sports Leader 95.7 The Fan. Again, appreciation to DNM Audleys for the crosstalk with these fellas. But right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live and a lot going on here on a Monday. Don't you just love it? Don't you just love it? YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in and do your thing. Clint's in the building, Tyler's in the building, and apparently the Texans have a new wide receiver. If you have just joined in and you're rolling in at 2, Tom Pelissero reports trade. The Patriots are sending wide receiver Kayshon Boutte to the Texans for safety, Jalen Reed, and a draft pick. When we get the rest of the information is it a 7th? Did we get that 7th? All right, according to John Lopez, and I'm guessing he's pulled that from somebody. It's a 7th round draft pick. So Jalen Reed and a 7th round draft pick. So we've lost to Jalen. And
Just want to be clear. It's a 28 7th round pick.
28 7th round draft pick. We'll have all of that for you. But they've made the move and brought in another wide receiver. Obviously, the injury to Jaden Higgins is something that really pushed this along. They've now added, since he's been injured, Sterling Shepard, a veteran receiver, Zay Jones, a veteran receiver, and now they have made a trade. And Clint, it is not that hard. I mean, you look at this, Tyler, this is a team that has Super Bowl aspirations. Now, I know I mess up that bull on the ring thing all the time, but you know what the hell I'm talking about.
You got it right there.
They're trying, did I get it?
Oh, yeah.
They're trying to get past this divisional round to the AFC Championship game for the first time. Clint, I don't care how conservative you want to be. I don't care how much you want to run the football. You ain't getting there, Clint, with Nico Collins and a bunch of low spades. And some of them ain't low spades, baby. This is what the depth chart reads. Nico Collins, then Xavier Hutchinson, then Jalen Noel, who just got back to practice today, then Justin Watson, Lewis Bond, and then Zay Jones and Sterling Shepard with Jarrett Wayne lurking. That's not a team that's trying to get to an AFC Championship game and a Super Bowl wide receiving core. It's not. And they had to go make a serious move, and I'm glad that you expressed it. We're not going to go overshoot. My excitement is not that I think that Kayshon Boutte is about to be like T. Higgins, like the best number 2 receiver in the game, and this offense is about to go crazy. My excitement is the Houston Texans know who they are and are trying to go for it and give themselves the absolute best chance to reach their goals, and they've made a move to do so. And Clint, he is a starting NFL wide receiver. You only had one. He is a starting NFL wide receiver. Jalen Noel may be. I'm going to tell you right now, folks, Xavier Hutchinson is not a starting wide receiver on a team that is trying to win a championship. Just not. And I think he is a valuable member of this team with everything he does. But, Clint, this is big time. They, as you said, have gotten themselves better on this offense, and I think give themselves a chance to be the offense that they want to be.
Yeah, man. Look, tip the cap to Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans for getting it done. Not only for the reasons you mentioned, but also, I mean, that's when you look at the AFC right now. That's one of the top contenders that knew you had a need and just said, hey, yeah, we'll make a move for a depth safety and a 7th round pick in 2028 for you to get better right now. Because I don't care what you think about Kayshon Boutte. Obviously, they're willing to let him go, so they don't think too highly of him. But at the end of the day, your opponent, one of your biggest AFC foes, had a desperate need that everybody in the world was aware of, and you just helped them fill it. So tip the cap to D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio for making it happen and making it happen with the dang Patriots who you faced last year in the playoffs. So. That piece there too, man. I love the move. I love it for C.J. Stroud as well. I think Kayshon Boutte has I said it earlier. There's something about when Tank Dell has this, right? You don't have to throw a perfect ball to Tank Dell, all right? And Tank Dell's gonna go make some plays for you. Boutte is one of those kind of guys that if the ball's not perfect, he has the ability to go make the play. He somehow is a 15-plus yard per catch wide receiver for the previous 2 years and ain't running away from nobody. Can he run? Sure, but he's not known to get in there and all of a sudden he's a Will Fuller type guy, but he's averaging 15-plus yards a catch. So, look, I think this is a good get for the Texans. I think it's a great get for the Texans along with Jalen Noel coming back Saturday, along with the Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones pickup. Yeah. When you look at this wide receiver crew right now, you have the ability to say whoever comes out and takes the bull by the horns, right? Which I would imagine is Kayshon Boutte, because of the other piece of this that's super, super valuable is he's a plug-and-play wide receiver. He knows the offense, knows the terminology. This is a play tomorrow type of guy if need be. Right,
he will be on the field running the offense against Buffalo. Right, week 1, he will be on the field running the offense.
Absolutely, I don't know how he wouldn't. Absolutely, so that piece is valuable. But you got right now you've got a receiving core that you're going to have 2 dudes that are on the practice squad or one inactive. That if something goes wrong, boom, you plug him in the next week, and you're not out here like they are right now scrambling to make moves or scrambling to pick up somebody that's on the street. So you've got options right now, and a lot of them, several of them are veteran options, which you got to sprinkle a little bit of that in there beyond just Nico Collins. So, yeah, man, good day for the Texans, man. I love the moves that they were able to make both today as well as late last week.
Again, if you are just joining us, the Texans, they took us out, boy. We thought we had breaking news with Dana Brown, and we will get to you, Dana, in a bit. We're going to have to pour one out for Dana. We're going to have to Boys to Men is going to make an appearance here a little bit later on with Dana Brown. But if you're just joining us, the Texans have made a trade. They have traded for wide receiver Kayshon Boutte from the Patriots. They're sending Jalen Reed, their young safety, and a 7th-round draft pick in the 2028 draft is what we've found out in terms of what sources are telling reporters. And just to kind of give an understanding, Clint, because to me, again, I'm not going crazy on what I think he's about to be. I think he is going to be very similar to what Higgins was probably going to be. I think he is in the ballpark of Higgins. Now, Higgins seemed to be really impressing them in the jump he made, so there's a difference there. But this is a guy last year, Clint, by the way, 5'11", 203, so a big guy, but he plays bigger, taller than his size because he's a leaper, a jumper, and as you said, he has the ability to make tough catches. But 5'11", 203 yards. Last year in 14 games with the Patriots, he caught 43 balls, 589. Last year he caught 33 balls, 551 yards in 14 games. and 6 touchdowns, averaged 16.7 yards per catch. As comparison, Jaden Higgins caught 41 balls, 525 yards for 6 touchdowns. So they had a similar season. Jaden played 3 more games than he did, but they had a similar season. And I think a lot of you haven't forgotten the catch he made over Derek Stingley in the playoff game, which is an example of his ability to make tough catches. But I think that is just the big point is I think they can now run whatever type of offense they wanted to run. Clint, I don't know if you could do that right off the bat with a Jarrett Wayne and think you could depend on that, or with Xavier Hutchinson. This team needed to have Hutchinson be their 4th receiver. I agree with that. They needed for it to be, and this isn't a slight towards, I guess it is, a slight towards Hutch, but it's not intentional. But I'm just saying, for this team to be an offensive team that is trying to get where they're trying to get to, he was number 2 this morning.
Yeah.
He got they need Boutte and they need Noel to step up, and those guys be the 3 receivers out there. The 2 receivers out there with Nico.
Yeah, look, Hutch needs to be a rotational piece, and he needs to be an emergency insurance policy if somebody goes down at you. There's huge value, particularly in this offense, for damn sure in this organization, for the guy that can play every position. He can block, he can run routes, he's going to be where he's supposed to be, yada, 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 the do your job thing. He embodies that to the fullest, no doubt about it, right? But the reality of it is he needs to be 4. You need some specialty dudes. You need again, Boutte's a guy that's a field stretcher in his own right that can make catches comfortably with guys on his back. Jalen Knowles a little bit shiftier, is going to be the guy that's going to bring that little twitch in and out and some explosion and so that skill set. You've already obviously got Nico. Your tight ends are gonna consume a big percentage of the targets and the catches anyway. So when you look at this thing, Ron, you hit the nail on the head. You need 40 to 50 catches max. You need 600 to 700 yards max, and you need 6 to 7 touchdowns max. If you get anywhere close to any of those numbers, but with a number 2 receiver, given that you are going to run the football and that you are going to be you got some tight ends that you really like, and you got an offensive play caller that's a tight end guru. There's only so many balls to go around. What you need that number 2 wide receiver to be is, again, and I'm saying, when I say max, I mean if he's asked to carry this kind of load, right? You need a guy that can give you 6 to 8 touchdowns. You need a guy that can give you 600-ish yards. You need a guy that can give you 40 to 50 catches if he's asked to, right? That's what we're talking about here, and we'll see whether whether he's that guy, or does Jalen Noel end up picking up some of that load, and how it all unfolds.
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. How do you feel about this move? They have added a receiver, a legit starting wide receiver, making the trade with the Patriots. I see Ocho is wanting somebody taller. But how do you feel about this move? 713-572-4610. How do you feel about this move? Do you feel as good about the offense as you did when there was a healthy Higgins with this move? You said something I wanted you to kind of expound upon. You talked about, I'm happy for CJ with this. CJ Stroud, the quarterback. Where is this? I think I have an imagination, but it may be a little bit deeper than this. Why are you? How does this affect him so much in your?
Well, I think you got a guy that doesn't have to be open for you to get him the ball. I think you got a guy that knows the system like the back of his hand. I think you got a guy that's done. He's been a big play guy in the league. To a certain degree. He's not out there, winning Players of the Year or anything, but he's a big play guy.
17 yards a catch.
No, it's. Hell, I think it's over 15 if you take the last 2 years into play. So it's
specifically last year. 17 a catch.
Yeah, so it's just a supporting cast, man. The do more with less from a quarterback perspective. I get it from the general manager's perspective, where he came from with Bill Belichick. I get it from DeMeco Ryans, perception or from his mindset being a defensive-minded head coach. But when you're the quarterback out there and you're watching the defense load up with really unnecessary amounts of talent, and then you're sitting over here and it's always, man, just be where you're supposed to, man, protect the ball, minimize the risk, and, man, throw the guy a bone every now and then. And so I like this. I like you. Higgins was a monster blow to C.J. Stroud. There's no way that it wasn't. The way that they were performing in training camp. I mean, C.J. had to be. And I know he gets excited about his buddies doing well, but I'm talking about from a football perspective. He had to be through the roof of like, man, I got Nico to my left and I got this cat to my right. Look out now. And I got Jalen Noel coming and I potentially got Tank Dell coming. Look out. Like a lot of the wind had to be yanked out of his sails when Higgins went down. To have this move, get Noel back, and have a 2 or 3 day run here where some good things that bring in 2 other veterans – to where some good things are happening for CJ, man. I'm happy for him on and off the field. Just the mental part of it is like, finally, man, I get a little bit of love on this side of the ball.
24 years old. I think it's like his deal down the field. There's some screen game possibility with him.
Yeah.
Over 200 pounds, kind of quick. This is a huge move in terms of the Texans being very, very serious about trying to get to where they're trying to get to. And sometimes their actions speak louder than words. Again, they could have gone from within and tried little stopgaps, but no, they said we got to go get somebody. We got to go get somebody, and they did. All right, we'll talk about this on the other side. Please keep sending your thoughts in 713-572-4610. Joel, we got a lot of Joel over there on Twitch. We got a lot of folks in. Eric, Sage, Reverend Jake, the regulars over there. I see you, Joseph, in there. Jump in here. Let us know. Give us your thoughts on the chat as well. Does this make you feel as good about the offense as you did when Higgins was healthy? We'll discuss the breaking news of the Texans adding Kayshon Boutte coming up next.
All right, Joe, look, if you're looking to sell your home, man, you got to.
281-222-2222.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the big news of the day. Okay. The latest big news of the day. There are a couple of stories that are huge here in the city. Dana Brown, the general manager, he is out as the GM. I don't want to tell you who is going to be assuming a lot of the duties there. All right, I'll tell you who's going to be assuming a lot of the duties there. Assistant GM Charles Cook, old Gavin Dickey, and Connor Huff, and also senior advisor Jeff Bagwell, a Hall of Famer, Jeff Bagwell. And Jimmy Crane's going to oversee baseball operations through the transition period.
What is going on?
I said Jerry Jones a couple of weeks ago, and we got Jerry rolling right here.
Well, he just ain't got it. He ain't got his boys in there. He's got his boys, but they just ain't blood.
No, it ain't Steven. He don't have Steven. Maybe Steven can talk him down. He's just listening to Jeff.
It isn't on my schedule.
And then the
Jeff or Dana? Which one would you prefer, Jeff or Dana?
God, boy, wow.
I mean, do you like the move enough to where you go, okay, I'm good with Jeff?
No.
No, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. Just no to both. I don't even want to feel the need to choose.
Not an option. Not an option. Got to have one.
And then the other news is the Texans making a trade with the Patriots as they are getting Kayshon Boutte, the wide receiver, Jalen Reed, and a 7th-round draft pick in the 2028 draft is who they are trading for. And I've said this a couple of times, and I'm seeing some people on the text line, YouTube and Twitch jumping in, giving their thoughts on if they feel better about this, or if they feel as good about this team when Jaden Higgins was healthy now with this move. If you're feeling as good as you were, many people are saying I'd rather have Higgins. I think Higgins was going to be a better player this year, but most people are around the same space. But I cannot help, and Tyler, we were talking about this with each other. The name that the secondary name, there's always a name that pops up behind news. The secondary name here repeatedly coming through from many of you all is, I guess this tells us how they feel about Tank Dell. I'll be honest. I got no clue how long it will be before he plays a game again. Like no clue. I'll be shocked if he's on the roster to start the season against Buffalo.
Hold on, so
I'll be. I literally think, Clinton Tyler, anything is on the table with him. He's all of a sudden just stopped practicing. Didn't practice again today. Brevin Jordan, what is going on? He didn't practice either. But anything's on the table with Tank Dell, and they've ushered in 3 other receivers and now a bona fide starter.
Yeah.
To be in here. So I think you guys are right. I think it says a lot about maybe where they are with him. Well,
I tell you, your question, does this make you feel as good about the offense as you did when Higgins was healthy? I would have felt better about the offense if this would have been made before training camp.
Yeah.
But what I saw from Higgins, I can't. If I'm gonna be honest with you, I can't tell you I'm gonna expect it out of Kayshon Boutte. Higgins was on another level, man. Higgins was on his way to doing some really, really special things. I mean, Higgins alone had made me look. I didn't think Tank Dell was going to be a part of it anyway, but he had made me move off of Jalen Noel. He had made me ignore the fact that that Xavier Hutchinson was going to get relied upon. He had made me ignore the fact that there still ain't a bunch. You're one injury away from having some problems, right? He was good enough over the first 2.5 weeks of training camp for me to forget about a lot of the problems in the pass catching department for the Texans. So I don't think, I'll answer your question. This does not make me feel as good as I did when Higgins was healthy.
Okay.
I feel good, but not as good as Higgins healthy with Noel coming back and Marlon Klein, emerging. Ooh, that I felt pretty good about that. But this is a tight second place for me.
Yeah. We just hadn't gotten a chance to see him do it on the field yet with Higgins, but it did look promising, and I think as much as anything, it looked promising on what they felt like they wanted to put on his plate. Like it seemed promising that they just looked at him and thought, well, we're not just leaving you. We're going to actually move you around and employ you in different areas.
Well, that's a big piece of it. I mean, not only was he moving, like he had proven to me that he wasn't a timid player, that he was just last year was just thinking a lot. So he was obviously moving at a different clip, right? And then you look up and you go, okay, Nico's not practicing, and a lot of guys kind of fade to the background when all of a sudden they're catching all the attention. That's when he did his best work, right? And then they're also putting extra workload on him and trusting him to be the move guy and the guy that was obviously having to process more information. He excelled through that right there. And so I don't know. I think that the fact that he was going out there and when really everybody else was struggling to make plays against our defense, he was the one guy that consistently kept jumping off the field against our defense and clearly had some chemistry with C.J. Stroud. Like that doesn't just happen because you got some skills. There's something else there, and I just feel like he was going to change the game for this offense. Now we'll see if Butte can do something similar and can obviously be a plug and play guy. Knows the offense.
Yeah.
Is he a guy that can handle the workload that Higgins was handling? I don't know. Is he a guy that can get in here and with this different culture, can he fit in and not just fit in, but can he thrive in this condition? We'll see. But yeah, I would say that I'm not where I would have been if Higgins would have been healthy. I was really, really coming around on Higgins and what he was bringing to the table, even though it was just practice.
Yeah, text line was – a lot of people in text line talking about they were really excited to see what Higgins would be. Someone texted in, I think you guys are a little bit too excited about this move. He's a guy who's never had more than 600 yards in a season. Listen, for me, again, and I'll say it if you didn't join at the beginning of the show, I'm not going to go over the top. I don't think that he is about to be, and I don't think Higgins was going to be this. Now, some people may well, I don't know if the offense would even allow it, but like I'm not going to go crazy. They're not. This isn't about BT Higgins. They're not about to have a great 1-2 punch. They didn't have a starting wide receiver on the team outside of Nico Collins. They did not have another real starter. And when I say starter on a team that's trying to compete for a championship, and that is. Hell, I just did a show earlier today asking, all right, they're in the championship table conversation. They got one of the best rosters in the game. They didn't have one of the best receiving corps in the game. All right, they still don't. But this is an addition that at least gives them another starting wide receiver that you can go in and know this guy's probably going to give you 500-600 yards and maybe more depending on what you all do if he stays healthy. And it's just, to me, about the move that Nick Caserio and D'Amico and the McNairs are signing off on to go make, because this team has certain expectations in their eyes, and they are trying to fulfill that. So that to me is where the excitement goes on. Everybody doesn't do that. Some teams try to really gonna try to make Jared Wayne flip. And that's cool if it happens, but like you got to give yourself a chance. Yeah. They're trying to be better than the Jacksonville Jags. They're trying to do more than win this division, and this move kind of screams that. All right, as we continue, they've added a wide receiver. They also had another one of their wide receivers in-house get back on the field and practice, and that's Jalen Noel. He spoke today, and this to me still, even with this addition, brings him into needing to fulfill a certain role on this offense. We'll discuss things with him coming up next.
Ain't no static here.
The Texans drop their second tune-up game against the Raiders.
Mendoza play fake.
Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
How you think Kayshawn's feeling today?
Oh, shoot.
Get up out of
New
Boston.
England- New
come
England
on back
to
out.
Houston?
Come on down here.
The arrows pointed
Where is he
up.
from? I'm assuming.
New Iberia,
I
Louisiana,
was
which
gonna
is
say, I'm assuming close.
which is south of I-10 in Louisiana.
I'm about to
But
say,
you
I'm
got way-
assuming close.
Yeah.
He has got to be beside himself. Woo,
I mean, he
God.
was thought to be one of the guys that one of the LSU receiver, like Jamar Chase and Jefferson, and like he was one, when he went there, he was supposed to be the next.
He had some real flashes his freshman year, I believe. I think a game against USC early, I believe.
I remember correctly. He had some pretty significant off the field issues.
Yeah.
That really hurt his draft status, if I remember correctly.
He may be somebody who gets a
Far-
little ticked off if he doesn't get the ball a little bit.
Far
Hopefully
better.
He's ready for it.
I think he's far better than a 6th round draft pick. Is what I think is what kind of trouble he got into.
Yeah. Jalen Noel, he got back into practice today, caught a touchdown, did some things as they practice today out there as they get ready for this Panthers game coming up on Friday. They will have a joint practice in Carolina as well. But Jalen Noel, he spoke earlier to the media today, kind of talking about like his own personal growth, where he has been from year 1 to year 2, and it's good. Well, he finally got out there. He had the injury, he had the finger, he had the hamstring setback. Finally got out there and got some work today. But here he is talking about him from year 1 to 2.
It's a huge gap between where I was from year 1 to year 2. The game's honestly slowed down to this point. Just being able to also year 2 into an offense that was new to us last year, it's helped a lot. And even something that with my time away, just being able to step back and watch extra film and still going through all the install with the team and stuff like that was something that I benefited from. And obviously I would want to be out on the field getting those reps throughout the start of training camp, but being able to step back and mentally lock in and get those mental reps meant a lot for me.
He's one, Clint, that a lot of us, just because he has been able to play, you almost feel like it's maybe some things have slowed back on him. Maybe they don't have as much confidence in him. I don't think it's a coincidence. Boy, he gets kind of ramped up a little bit more when Jaden Higgins and he returns back. But I know for you, he was always the guy that you came into this season wondering, outside of Nico, this is the guy that has a lot of promise that can give this offense what it needs from a receiver position.
Yeah, look, I look at those old New England offenses and what they're trying to replicate, and there was just always a twitchy, change of direction, slot receiver that was a focal point of the offense. And that is exactly stylistically what Jalen Noel would be, right? And then you look at his playmaking ability from the return specialist position, and you go, boy, that's got to transition to the wide receiver spot, right? And then you go to OTAs and you go to training camp and you go watch practice, and it's just like when he's on the field, when he's healthy, the ball always finds him. So he has to be quarterback friendly and have some ability to think like a quarterback and see the game like a quarterback, and to the point of where his break angles are quarterback friendly. His ability to track the football when it's in the air is friendly. And so you look up and you go, okay, this guy's got to find his way onto the field. And if he does, man, he can help this team in a lot of different ways. And so I just thought he would be the X factor. I thought you'd have 6'4", 200 on one side, 6'4", 215 on the other. And then you'd have your move guy would be Jalen Noel. Just made too much sense, right? Well, then in Jalen Noel's absence, right, all of a sudden Higgins is doing those things and having really good success doing those things. So my question at that point is, all right, if Jalen Noel does return and he's healthy, he's not going to take those prep snaps, the reps away from Higgins, who's 6'4", doing those things. And so, I thought that maybe, hey, man, return specialist and maybe a depth receiver, we'll see, And then the Higgins injury happens, and you go, okay, boom, there's the window for him to now show that he can do those move things and handle more of a workload. And this is all in theory. I mean, obviously being injured, we haven't seen it, but in theory, that just makes a lot of sense. Even with the Boutte sign,
it
right?
should not change the direction of how they should want to use it.
No, unless he's just not capable of doing those things, right? I don't want to minimize. Again, I think people can tell by the way I'm propping up Higgins. Really, before seeing him do it in the game, just what he was doing at practice with the extra workload and excelling and all that, like that. I don't want to minimize that in any way, shape, or form. So I'm not saying that any receiver can walk in and do it. Assuming that Jalen Noel can handle that mental part of the game and that workload, I would think he would be really good in a similar role. And now that Boutte's here, you know he can handle some of the backside blocking stuff, being a little bit bigger. Even though I think Jalen Noel would be fine. Noel coming back is I think the bigger piece for the Texans to watch. I know today is all about Kayshon Boutte. I get it, but to me, the Jalen Noel piece on this offense is the bigger piece to watch. We know who Boutte is. We know who Nico Collins is.
And I don't think, and I'd be surprised if they put him immediately in the move.
Well, I
role.
mean, I didn't watch enough, I guess, of New England to really know if he.
I'm watching.
I think Diggs was more of that guy.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm watching him. He is outside now, and he is pushing the ball or pushing routes down the field more so than he is moving around.
Well, he's definitely a stretch the field guy in his own way. You know, again, not blazing speed, but just the ability to make the tough catch in traffic and with contact. Which is beautiful for CJ, but to me right now, Noel coming back on Saturday, that is a bigger foot. If you're just talking about, hey man, what is this offense going to look like? What Jalen Noel is not in the return game, what he is on the offense at the wide receiver position. Is he a fifth guy because he was drafted and you don't want to make him inactive and you want to keep him part of the mix, or does he become a guy that is an integral part of this offense? Right? That to me that's going to determine that X factor, or that unknown is going to determine really, you know, kind of the direction of this offense beyond the run. They're going to try to run the football. They're going to be heavy tight ends, but can Jalen Noel force his way on the field? That's going to be the bigger talking point, I think.
Yeah, Jalen Noel, one of the young players that they're going to need to step up. Some news here coming across, according to Aaron Wilson, Clint. Texans veteran defensive end, I don't know how much of a veteran he is, but Dylan Horton is feared to have suffered a torn Achilles today at practice after being helped off the field, per league sources. Kind of a tough blow there, as we know he's dealt with a lot from the cancer situation, as he is a survivor there, but it looks like they are fearing, according to Aaron Wilson, that he suffered a torn Achilles today at practice. Dominique Robinson did not practice, and Clowney did not practice with leg injuries, but Dylan Horton is somebody that was going to be a part of that rotation. It was, he was going to step in. Last year it was Danico Autry, and it was Derek Barnett, who just signed with Cleveland. Those were kind of the guys coming behind. This year, Dylan Horton was probably going to be in that mix with Clowney and maybe Dominique Robinson. But it looks like there is a potential of a devastating injury with him. Achilles is what they're looking at. So that is the latest there with Dylan Horton. Another injury there is this would be obviously, not a front line guy, but still what the Texans like to do from their front line, defensive line, and the rotations that they like to do. That is a blow there. So. Yeah,
you mentioned Barnett just got signed. I was fixing to say, have you ever heard of Barnett? But he got signed. I think Danico Autry's still on the streets.
Might be. I don't. Yeah, if he wants to play, I don't know. He might be on the streets. Yeah, he might be.
Why wouldn't you want to play with this one? Hell, yeah. Aaron Donald's coming out of retirement to play with a dominant defense.
Maybe Barnett's thinking, damn.
No doubt. Should have held out for one more week.
Up in here with Deshaun and Shador and Todd, whose voice is always gone. Like, can you be a head coach and your voice is always shot?
Boy, I mean, if you're the Cleveland Browns, that's what you want. I want to at least know that he's working hard and yelling at folks. Damn.
Todd wasn't yelling like that in Baltimore, was he?
No, in Georgia either. He was chilling.
Out there just drinking his little water over there. Go ahead. You got it, Lamar. Go ahead, man. Now he got to yell at everybody. All right. 1 hour down, a lot of breaking news. And we turn to the other big story here in the city, and that is with the Astros and with Dana Brown. Dana Brown is out. We'll give you our thoughts, and we'll give you the latest that we're hearing on Dana Brown and potentially the latest that we're hearing on Joe Espada as well. That as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Hey, y'all, Tom Ball Ford now. We got a lot of breaking news going on here on The Drive today, but there's no bigger news than Tom Ball Ford. If you're looking for a new rig, right, if you're looking for a new ride, new vehicle, Tom Ball Ford is the way to go. Right now, they got a last chance Ford summer sales event that's going on, and, boy, you don't want to miss this one. The inventory is deep. F-150s, Super Duties, Broncos, Escapes, Explorers, Mustangs.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KIKK-FM, KIKK-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. A lot going on today here in the Houston sports world. Texans making trades. If you're just getting off work, jumping in with us here at 3 o'clock. The Texans, they've made a trade. They have traded for wide receiver Kayshon Boutte. He is coming into the Texans. By the way, going to the Patriots in this trade. Jalen Reed, the young safety out of Penn State. They are trading him and a 7th-round draft pick in the 2028 draft. Sources are reporting. So that is the latest. They have made a move to try to fill the void here, the loss of Jaden Higgins. We know before we left Friday, they made the move of bringing in veteran receivers Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones, and now they've added a bona fide 24-year-old starter in Boutte. So he is in. But before that, Clint, the biggest news of the day, and I know it broke earlier here on The Fan with Payne and Pendergast and with In the Loop, and that is Dana Brown. Dana Brown being out as the general manager. The reports are, Clint, Astros and GM Dana Brown have mutually agreed to part ways, the team announced. Yeah, mutually agreed to part ways August 24th, first place in the division. That's odd timing, but they've mutually parted ways. Brown's responsibilities will be transitioned to assistant general managers Charles Cook, Gavin Dickey, and Connor Huff, and to senior advisor and Hall of Famer Jeff Bagwell. Jim Crane will oversee baseball operations through the transition period. In his time, Clint, he had a .526 winning percentage, 355 and 319, winning 2 American League West Division titles in his time frame as the general manager. Clinton, they lead right now, at least they're tied with the Rangers. His big move there, Kyle Tucker, that trade, bringing back Paredes, Wisniewski, and Cam Smith. But overall, just not good enough, and a lot of moves that have been questioned here. Clint, your thoughts about Dana Brown being out and the next stop for the Astros?
Well, look, I think it's obviously a good move. I mean, I'm not gonna petition for a guy to get fired at this point, but I think it's a good move. If ownership believes inside those doors, now's the best time to make that move. Then make it. I don't believe that he was the one saying, "Hey, go trade Kyle Tucker. We're not going to pay him. Hey, go trade Bregman. We're not going to pay him." I don't think he's the one making those decisions anyway. Yeah. So I have a hard time holding those kind of decisions, against him. So this is more about the Astros for me. Just who are you? It seems like since Jeff Lunau was relieved of his duties after the scandal, it seems like, I know we won a World Series after that, but it seems like there was still or always just some kind of tug of war inside the building with James Click and Crane and Dusty, and then now you move on beyond Dusty. Maybe Dusty was the piece that was able to hold that thing together, and now you move on and you got a lesser personality in the manager role, and you got Dana Brown. It just seems like there's always been a tug of war. So the bigger, or since obviously the cheating scandal, if you will, the sign stealing scandal. For me, it's more about where the Astros at. Because right now, let's be honest, I'm as a fan, I want them to make the playoffs. I want them to shock the world and make a run. But the reality of it is even if they were to have a good run in the playoffs this year, you're not fooling anybody. This isn't sustainable. This isn't the Astros of old, to where you're making legitimate runs and you're really scaring folks. So to me, it's more, is this the beginning of just completely cleaning house and starting this thing over? And are we staring down the pike of 2 or 3 years of 100 losses kind of deal? I say that tongue in cheek, not necessarily, but you get my point of a rebuild.
Somebody just Sage here on YouTube and Twitch. Get ready, boys. Tanking is on the way for the Astros.
Yeah. So it's more about, as a fan, I don't know the answer to it, but it's more about, for me as a fan, is, all right, the manager's sticking around, but there's rumblings that he's going to be gone at the end of the year too. The general manager's gone now. What's this thing going to look like? This past or this next offseason, that's more where my head goes to, and less about, I could give a rip less about Dana Brown, to be honest with you.
Being fired,
Either way. I mean, he didn't. Yeah,
Dana.
I mean, it's as a fan, I'm just not. I mean, we're talking about a general manager that the owner was vetoed a trade a month ago. We think this guy did he have total autonomy a year ago? If today the owner's vetoing a trade, I mean,
that was when he was done. Like, not just veto. Like, if you just say it out loud, like, hey man, I ain't gonna allow you to make this trade. I'm gonna go ahead and step in on a reliever for an outfielder, a reliever whose ERA is above 4, who 2 different stints. You couldn't pitch in high leverage situations for a stretch. The general manager was not allowed to make that trade before the owner stepped in. So that was a real, like, screaming light, like, hey man, like, this, his time is not long. I'm intrigued to hear it. I see some other people jumping in. Thank you. It's about time. Bagwell needs to stay away. Should have happened before. Should have happened at the deadline. Tyler, who was a former biggest Houston and specifically Astros fan that I'd ever heard of before Bill took that title. Your thoughts on this when you saw the timing, everything, and you woke up and you found out the news Dana Brown has been let go?
Yeah, and that's literally what happened for me today. I was, rubbing my eyes, getting my day started in bed, combing through all the texts, all the push notifications, and I say, oh my goodness. The Astros did it. They parted ways with Dana Brown. My initial reaction, Ron, to it was, well, this is something I've been calling for and waiting for and wanting. I needed Dana Brown's ass out the door, so I was happy to hear that news in that way. But then to continue reading and see where we're going to be sitting for now until the next general manager is hired, it concerns me greatly that Crane and Bagwell are running this show of sorts. It is a giant concern for me, and I think it should be for Astros fans. But Dana had to go, and I'm glad to see him go.
Yeah, and this probably, like you talked about it before, Bob Nightingale, he's backed off his initial report at first, stating that Joe Espada has been informed by high-ranking Astros officials that he will not receive a new contract after this season. He has recently updated here in the recent moment that Joe Espada is expected to remain the manager through the season, with Jim Crane making the call on his future. So, this could lead to him being out too. And I've said that I think that's what has to happen this season for this organization to have the best chance to keep moving forward. Is they need to part ways with both of those guys and start over in those areas. But Clint, the other part is what Tyler was saying. Like, this Jim Crane part of it is interesting too for the future of this thing, because generally you think, well, this is a guy that knows baseball probably as well as most owners do, if not more. Like, you would think, I don't know all the owners, but I would imagine that he's probably in the top 5 or 10 in terms of people that know the game as well as he does. And like, what is he looking for? What is he going to bring in? And I compared him to, there's some Jerry Jones in him. This is Philly that now he is taking over and running baseball operations the rest of the way. Last time he took over and ran baseball operations, him and Jeff conspired together to bring in Abreu and signed Rafael Montero to that deal. So I think that is a concern of what he's doing. And like the deadline part, like Clint, this is insane. As you said, he vetoed a trade for a reliever, but then also allowed Dana, which I'm guessing he was all about then, allowed Dana to trade away Spencer Arrighetti, a 26-year-old pitcher that you had team control for multiple years, for an outfielder that I know you love in Varsho. Like that is an odd thing if you know he's going to move on. So that's the big part is I just don't know what their game plan is. It feels like they're just making decisions at times and led by Jim Crane just on a whim or just like knee jerk.
When you play the short game, when you just refuse to sign anybody to longer term contracts and you refuse to take the risk of signing players that are going to age into their 30s and risking, hey man, they don't age well. Then they have decided they're going to play the short game, shorter contracts, and to me, there's more risk with that, right? I mean, you had. I saw somebody making the comparison of Bregman. You had Bregman. You didn't want to offer him the money. You didn't want to offer him the contract. And you go and you sign Walker to a 2-year deal or whatever it was, and it hadn't panned out, right? Luckily, you can get rid of it. You can get rid of it quicker, but the odds are if a player is going to sign a shorter term deal for lesser money, he's obviously a lesser player than the Bregmans of the world, and so,
older.
I mean, if your hand as a general manager, if the owner handcuffs the organization to where he's not going to write those checks, then it's constant churning of players that are going to be willing to sign the shorter contracts, right? And so it's a lesser player, whether it be now or long, or as he ages, and there's more risk associated with that. I mean, that's just there's more volatility, if you will, on this roster. There's more boom or bust on this roster than it was if you had 3 or 4 players that had long-term deals that you develop that are your dudes, and it's the nature of the beast. I believe. I
think they got to make a decision on what kind of organization they're going to be. Like, are they going to be a mid?
Well, you know what they're going to be. As long as Jim Crane owns this joker, you know what they're going to be.
I guess Jim's. It does feel like Jim has shifted even more to, like, not long term stuff. Like there was a time where he signed Altuve long term. He signed Bregman long term. Young guys in their prime that he gave money to. It seems like that thing has gone right out the window. Like I'll give Verlander a 2-year deal. I'll give Abreu. I'll give as you said, Christian Walker a 2-year deal. But they got 2 dudes right here by their philosophy, Hunter Brown and Jeremy Pena, that you just almost expect that they're not going to pay him.
Right.
Which is insane. Like,
which I mean, but right, like Dana Brown's job would be a lot of this is my overall point. Whether it's Dana Brown, Jeff Bagwell, whoever the hell it is,
James Clegg,
their job would be a lot easier if you looked and said, "Hey, I know Jim Crane's finna sit down with Hunter and get this thing worked out. I know Jim Crane's finna sit down with Pena, homegrown. We developed him, one of the best in the league. I know he's going to get this thing hammered out, and those spots are, but they're not. Those guys are going to move on, and then the pressure's on you to backfill it with similar players. And the truth is, Dana Brown came along at a time when the system was depleted of prospects, and you're not going to pay those kind of guys. So all good things come to an end, and I just hope this ain't a hard stop for Jim Crane. I hope this is a little bit of a reset.
Jim need to go over there and talk to the McNairs and think about like what they did. They went out and hired the best football person they could find in their mind, and D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, but they went through Culley and Lovey to get there.
Yeah, but then eventually they stopped and said, "Well, we're going to."
I guess Joe can be one of those. Can Joe be Culley?
Yeah. Joe's got some Culleyism in it, but Joe's a little lovey. Maybe we'll give a lovey, but no, I mean I'm just saying, like when it came down to it, they said we're gonna go D'Amico, and then they kind of let everything breathe off of that, and I think that's what they've got to do. Although my concern is Jim is going to find the best person he feels can work with him. and let him do what the hell he want to do. Jim might make himself the general manager. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised at all with it. But we lost Dana. And if you're just joining us here on the drive on 95.7 The Fan, when we lose, folks, we pour one out and we let Wanye.
There it is.
Damn, Dana.
Melvin Taylor in the Commons at Baytown Lee right there.
Dog, Dana. Boy, he was so confident in himself, wasn't he?
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Yeah, kept it real on up out of here.
Not real personable, by the way.
It's just time, Dana.
You knew it wasn't good.
Tyler,
when Dana,
that's not how you feel, Tyler. That's not how you feel, Tyler.
It wasn't good when
Trying to be nicer.
When you would just absolutely go left of Dusty Baker repeatedly when he first got here, and pissed off Dusty.
Well,
I don't think Dusty's a big fan.
I'm from a different generation.
Well, no, and Jim should have put a stop to that 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But he just hired somebody that would let it happen in Joe Espada.
It's the end, man.
Tyler, you sitting up there, was you in some pajama pants and a white tee? Is that what you laid up in when you scrolling this morning when you seen that?
No, just the briefs on. Just the briefs.
Oh, you weren't just briefs. How about socks?
Yeah, I may have had some. I usually sleep in just the briefs and the socks on my toesies.
You go socks, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
The feet get a little cold. The rest of me doesn't.
Could you imagine OT Meal rolling? Hey, he's rolling over like this on a nightstand trying to find them glasses.
Exactly.
Put them glasses on. Throw that.
Can't see nothing.
You're painting a picture. That's exactly what happened.
He got them goggles on and he looked at that phone. He said, boy, let me break out them boys to men.
I said, I better get my ass up and get into work. We got a GM spot open in H-Town.
Just want to say to you, Dana.
Tyler got good wood.
Yes, sir.
Let me get up there, boys.
Just want to say to you, Dana, if you need a place to unload, you need a place to really express yourself.
Thank the fan.
If you want to thank the fans, if you want to thank the people out here, if you want to give your side of the story, we got you right here on the drive.
713-572-4610.
Tyler will get a hold of you.
Yeah, I wanted you gone, but we will gladly have you on as a guest, and we will be respectful and have a great time, Dana.
We'll do the best we can.
Damn, he left all mad at me, too.
Damn, Dana.
Interrupting his presser and stuff that day. Yikes.
We believe in you, Dana. Not as a general manager, but we believe in you. Dana Brown out. It's the end of the road.
Stay strong.
Probably the end of the road when you couldn't trade Brian Abreu. But they just let you stay longer. Damn, Dana. Coming up next, Nick Caley, man. We don't need to overlook what he brought to the table in the last preseason game, which looks like it may be the dress rehearsal. We'll let you hear that coming up next. But before we get done and get down to business with Nick Caley, let me get down to business with this for you. September 2nd, remember that date, DraftKings? It's game day, and it arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and all-day celebration that is built especially for sports fans. The countdown, it's begun, and all roads lead to the game day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. Hey, that means Texas. That means Louisiana. It's live there for you, Keyshawn Booty. It's live for you in Florida, wherever. Every fan is in on the excitement. One app, every sport, all 50 states. DraftKings Game Day is yours. Now, as I said, remember this date, September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get ready to celebrate. New DraftKings customers can sign up with code SPORTS610 and spend $5 to get $100.
the new frequency.
Thank you guys for all the entertainment, not just you guys, but everybody. Looking forward to hearing it on 95.7 The Fan now. Clear signals, no static in parking garages. Just congratulations. Congratulations to everybody over there on your great work, and thank you for all the great years of coverage and many, many more to come.
No, thank you, JJ. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There it is, guys. That was some big news with the Astros. As yes, they are still in first place, and tied in first place, but they're below 500. Just had a homestand in which they lost to the Angels, the A's, and the Mariners. All the teams that we view as really bad. They lost all three of them, and I don't know if Jim saw enough or what, but they made the move on general manager. By the way, baseball talk on 95.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right, Clint. I do want to get to your thoughts on Nick Caley because I know for you what you saw from him, and he's as big right up there with CJ, the offensive line, and then Nick Caley. Those three pieces are things that they really need to do better than they did throughout the season, do better than they did in the postseason. And Nick Caley, year two of him being here and year two of him implementing his system. In that second preseason game when we saw especially that first group go out there for the 10-play, 69-yard drive that resulted into a touchdown, I know you were impressed by some of the things you got to see from Nick Caley.
Yeah, look, I think it was a very clean performance from Nick, even into some of Davis Mills' reps when the backup offensive line was in and some of the depth players that we're going to have to see play. I thought Nick Caley had a really good evening. It was kind of flying under the radar for me. The out of the huddle thing that we hear C.J. Stroud talking about, the pace, like that out of the huddle thing is real. And it is, look, it's a very low bar. The expectations are really low if that's what we're talking about. But it is a huge step in the right direction. And I want to highlight the play that a lot of folks are talking about with Woody Marks, where you had double A-gap. The defense showed double A-gap pressures. Meaning right between the guard and center on both sides of the center, there was a linebacker standing up, threatening pressure. We saw it when Deshaun was here all the time because it caused all kind of confusion. We saw it last year with CJ causing all kind of confusion, right? If you're out of the huddle late and you're battling a play clock, right? What that does in that scenario is that speeds up Woody Marks' ability to identify everybody that could potentially be a threat. Right? They got out of the huddle with plenty of time. So Woody Marks, C.J. Stroud, Brown, the center, Neil Brown, Evan Brown, not Evan Neal, not Neil Brown, but Evan Neal. Is that right?
Evan Neal, the tackle.
What is his damn name? Neil Brown. What is it? Evan Brown?
His name's Evan Brown.
Our center, the Texan center. I screw that down. I call him Evan Neal every damn time.
Yeah, Evan Neal's Alabama, but go ahead.
But we get the tackle, right? We get out of the huddle with plenty of time on the clock. Everybody involved obviously identifies that you got A-gap pressure. Okay, Woody Marks, you step up in that A-gap so that they don't get a running start and just take your head off, right? Well, at the snap, right, both of those guys bail out, and so Woody Marks then has a secondary responsibility, which typically would be a safety to that side. Because they got out of the huddle with enough time, Woody Marks identified the A-gap threat, and then he looked up and saw the safety was deep, so that wasn't a threat. So he knew the only threat that could come was the corner, right? So he goes from, okay, the A-gap pressure bails. I know I've got a good look at the defense right now. I know exactly what's out there. So let me slide on out here and see and take a peek at this corner and see what he's doing to the boundary. Boom, that corner's coming. He picks him up. If you're not out of the huddle on time, those are the kind of things that Woody Marks doesn't see the corner coming. The corner hits C.J. Stroud in the ear hole. Ball pops up. We got another fumble, and we got a problem, right? That getting out of the huddle thing is real, is very, very real, and I think it was evident on that particular play, right? So they were clearly better at the one thing that DeMeco Ryans pointed out last year was holding them back was the play clock. Number one. Number two, we highlighted running the football behind Trent Brown and Ed Ingram, right? And committing to that piece, right? The fact that he kept coming back to it and realized these are my guys that can move the line of scrimmage with ease. We're gonna ride that till the wheels come off. Loved it, absolutely loved it. And then number three, this is a big piece, and I think this has been, unfortunately, Ron, because of the lack of success. I think a lot of people get mad when the Texans do it. I would argue, regardless of success or not, they need to do more of it, and that's the screen game. We saw a screen to the tailback. We saw a screen to 83 Marlon Klein, the rookie tight end. We saw a screen to Justin Watson, and I think we saw one other one. I can't remember who it was. I think it was another receiver. But you got to, especially if you're going to run the football and focus on running the football, everything can't be play action, hold it, max protect, two receiver route. You've got to have a way to strain the defense sideline to sideline as well. If you become a really good screen team, then all of a sudden the gaps inside are much wider for your running game, right? The picture for your quarterback is much clearer. So they've got to be a really good screen team. I love just the fact that they attempted more screens. It felt like, but it felt like they attempted more screens in last week's preseason first half than they did all year last year, it seemed like. So I think Nick Caley was much better, much improved in that week 2 preseason game.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to crush you for this Nick goes vest mode. I have little faith in Nick Caley. I pray he has taken a big step.
He went vest mode.
That's his name. That's his.
Oh, I thought you were saying you were reading a text.
Name. Yep.
Oh,
no,
okay.
well, that's his name. Nick goes vest mode.
Okay, no,
Nick goes vest
I
mode.
thought you were saying Nick Caley went vest mode, and I'm like, oh no, don't tell me that right after I got through complimenting.
No. Listen, I ain't gonna lie to you, Nick. I don't have a ton of confidence in Nick Caley either, but I think you got to look at these steps, and the hopes is that he really learned a lot. And I think the biggest thing for us is we'll see when he faces better defenses that adjust to what he's wanting to do, that better defenses that adjust to doing what the place we know he came from does, and that is take away the best thing that you do. How does he adjust to that?
Yeah,
that's when we'll know.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, but anything that you see that shows that he is taking strides that looks different, I think you gotta go with.
Look, I mean, we're guys. Offensively, we're dealing with things that we won't know if it's real or not until rubber meets the road. Right? I like what I've seen from C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
Right? We don't know for sure what that playoff game, what kind of toll that took on him. Right? I mean, I like the Boutte sign. I like Jalen Noel coming back.
Love
we
what
don't
we've
know.
seen from Marlon Klein.
Yeah, we don't know if that's going to be enough to replace Higgins. Right? I mean, all I'm doing is telling you what we can't tell crap from practice from a play calling perspective. All I can tell you is that about Nick Caley is not like like when DeMeco Ryans walks on the field, that's your damn defensive mind right there. Nick Caley does not walk on the field, and boy, this just screams, man, he's the leader of this offense.
Not yet.
He appears to be just a piece. Now, beyond that, from a scheme perspective, man, we don't know what the hell's going to work. All we can do is report what we're seeing. And I'm telling you from the film, Nick Caley, in that what he was trying to do and trying to accomplish, what he was putting on film for teams to have to defend, was a very smart approach. Hey, the right side of my offensive line is getting big-time push. Let's stick to it, right? I mean, let's get our ass out of the play clock, out of the huddle, and give these guys time to process what the defense is doing. No excuse not to be able to do that, right? Screen game. I think it goes, if you're going to run the football, you got to have a good screen game, period, point blank. You got to stretch them sideline to sideline. You have to if you're going to run the football. It is what it is. It's part of it, right? And he at least put that on film for them to have to prepare for a multiple different screens.
Yep. All right, weekend's best, weekend's worst. You can send yours in. We do it every single Monday, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What was your weekend's best, weekend's worst? Doesn't have to necessarily be in the sports world. We'll read them off, and we'll give you ours coming up next.
Hey, y'all, I got 2 babies with a third on the way, man.
approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. The world of sports doesn't stop just because it's everyone else's weekend. Don't worry, H-Town. Clint, Ron, and T-Mill will get you up to speed. It's Weekend's Best and Weekend's Worst on The Drive.
That's right. As we say, Weekend's Worst, Weekend's Best. I see Joel saying his Weekend's Worst was the fake Oiler uniforms last night. Was the Weekend's Worst. Yeah, they got on TV last night against the Seahawks.
The fake Oilers.
There you go. You can send yours in, your Weekend's Best, Weekend's Worst, sports or non-sports related. I had a lot of worst. I'll save it for another day. I'm not real happy about myself and what happened and what transpired with that treadmill today.
Yep, gonna need to hear about that.
Yeah, it got so bad, and maybe I'll tell it at some point. There's a tease. It got so bad, I just collected all my items and just went on home.
Sometimes that's the move.
I had 7 more minutes left on the on my workout. But
if you ain't feeling it, man, sometimes you just got to get up out of there.
I mean, I just felt like I made a move that just said exit, stage right, or left, whichever it was, but it was right in this case. But Weekend's Best, Weekend's Worst. I'll start here. Weekend's Best. I think the person who had the best weekend was Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders started out 8 for 8 against the Bills, had a good joint practice by all accounts. And threw a touchdown pass. He ended up 9 of 11 for 74 yards with a touchdown. Then he had a late interception as he was in there for his last couple of snaps. But he had a really good game. And Deshaun Watson had an awful game. And now Deshaun was named the starter today. But still, Clint, for somebody who, depending on how you feel about him, is a polarizing figure, right? He sneezes, I believe I've heard somebody say, and it's a story. Like, he is a polarizing figure. I think this whole situation with Deshaun Watson, and maybe only Deshaun could make it get this way, he's becoming likable even more. He's becoming somebody that people are like, come on. And now everybody in Cleveland cannot wait to see him play. So right now, I think even though he did not become the starter, it is coming. And I mean, everybody loves them. He even defended Deshaun on the booing, and they still love him. This worked out in terms of just as best as it could be about you not winning a job. It worked out pretty well for Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, it's worked out really well. I would even argue that not starting the season is going to work out well for him. But I mean, from the sideline, interview, where he also, made it clear that he didn't really like or respect the booing of Deshaun Watson, to the post game presser of where I believe he mentioned it as well. He has become. I was always a fan of the kids, but he's become a really likable personality, and you can tell he's just being authentically him.
And when you match him up against Deshaun, that it makes him even people who don't like him are like, oh God, come on, man.
Yeah,
I'd rather him start.
Yeah, but I mean, there's something about the young fella that's just you can tell it's not he's not regurgitating something that his dad said or something that the Coach Monken said, or he's not trying to deflect or shield. He's just literally, you can tell he's talking from the heart, and and it's I don't know, it's just refreshing in today's world, man. So it was good to see. I'm a fan.
What's your weekend's best?
Kyle Schwarber. Hey, I hate to say, I don't know, really the Phillies overall, but I don't know if you saw how the Phillies finished off the Cardinals this I guess it was Saturday night.
Yeah, they had a walk-off first time in years.
Chief, first time in 530-something games that they had a walk-off. But they went into the bottom of 9 down 4-zip. Load the bases up. They got a bases loaded, double or triple that got it to 4-3. They tie it up, I believe. They tie it up with a single, so it's 4-4, and then Kyle Schwarber comes to the plate and literally sits on one dead center. And this is obviously Kyle Schwarber did it. You mentioned it had been, I think, 3+ seasons since they had walked one off. I don't know if you boys I don't know if you boys had seen it. Did y'all watch it?
Yeah, I saw straightaway center.
Did you see his watching of the ball leaving this?
He hung in there.
Chief.
Stared it down.
That was, to hit a ball
and
like
you
that. But I know, but Ron, like that ain't, me and you do that right there. We're doing backflips and throwing. The way
I'm still standing there getting around.
My boy just hit it though, and just like just stood there. It was so cool, calm, collected. It's hard to believe you could go from a swing hard enough to hit a ball that far to casually standing at home plate like as quick as he did and watch that thing leave the park.
He hit it into that forest they got back there in center field.
It was unbelievable. The whole thing, man. The comeback from 4-zip in the 9th. The way they come back, and then Kyle Schwarber hits the walk-off, the fact they hadn't walked off in forever with a home run, and then the fact that he just nonchalantly stood there the way he did after hitting the ball that far. When I saw it happen, I said, well, that's my weekend's best right there.
Yep, they've won 9 in a row, the Phillies have, and that they are rolling
damn
along.
National League. Woo.
Yeah. All right, what's your weekend's worst?
Mine's Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
And not because he's getting hammered today, and I don't like the way that folks are. You should cut him right now, and yada yada yada. I don't like Dan Orlovsky and all these former players. I should have been cut.
Dan said Cleveland shouldn't even go to the fans. Should stop going to the game.
That kind, I hate that. I hate that kind of thing. But even with all that said, like, I don't necessarily disagree with what Deshaun said, right? His point was, it's personal. Hell, they've been coming to see you ain't done diddly squat. Yeah, it's personal. But Deshaun, you got to know better. Deshaun, you got to know, man. You ain't, of all people in the NFL, Deshaun, you got to know you cannot sit up. You can't even shape your mouth to talk about whether it's personal or it's play related or it's money related, or you've got to know. Somebody in your world has had to have had the conversation with you of, hey man, that's a battle you're never going to win. Even if you're right, that's a battle you're never going to win. Like that, he's got to know better, man. That was cringeworthy, the whole thing. Now I don't care that he wore his diamond earrings up there. I don't care about all that.
He did apologize today.
He did. He said today what he should have said yesterday. But yeah, that was that was a tough watch, man. You got to know better, Deshaun. And I'm not even piling on with they should have cut him or he shouldn't be the starter. I think there's a reason. Hell, there's definitely a reason why he's named the starter and Shador's not. I'm not even a believer that, oh boy, you named Deshaun the starter because you start your first 2 games on the road. Come on, man. If that's why you're not starting a young quarterback, that young quarterback hasn't earned the spot. But damn, man, you got to know better, man. Golly, you got to know better, Deshaun. That was bad.
My weekend's worst, just heartbreaking, and then just the stuff that really pisses you off. Ed Oliver, I think a lot of people know him. Obviously, plays for the Buffalo Bills, but local, played for the Cougs here. Just awful news. Lost his son, 2-year-old son, passed away, and one that's the worst. Clint, we've got 2 young kids, and just can't imagine. And he's tried to continue to go on for practice. Which you just never know how people grieve, but it's just awful news. But the other part about it is it was clear that the Bills with Ed Oliver made it understood in the media that this was not something that they wanted Ed to be able to release this. And everyone in the media knew, except for Tony Farmer's punk ass, because he then came out, got wind of it, and then reported the death. And Josh Allen just absolutely took him out at his press conference. Many people are upset with him because it was something that many people in the media clearly knew, but at the request of the Oliver family and the Bills, this was going to be something they were going to let him report. And no, not in 2026. You got to get the story off.
Mm-hmm.
And so this was something that I think he's had to deal with publicly before he was ready to deal with. But sad news, obviously, that is secondary to the obviously awful news of the passing of his son. But you got to report that, huh? Got to report that. 24,000 followers. Sorry about that. What you got coming up?
All right, the biggest questions for the Texans brass was what are they going to do to fill the Higgins injury void? The void that was left when number 2 wide receiver, second-year wide receiver, up-and-coming wide receiver Higgins was injured. There's a void there. How are they going to fill that? They overhauled the whole damn room, Houston. We'll talk about that next right here in Houston. Before we do that, though, I'm going to tell you about them cold Coors Light, right? You know, if your fridge –
trade would pay out $1,174 if they take home the title. On Kalshi, as the probability changes, you adjust your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it's legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KIKK-FM, KIKK-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
Clint Stoerner. Look at Stoerner.
95.7 The Fan presents
Clint Stoerner is the last man standing. Now, who is Clint Stoerner?
His two strongest strengths, he's competitive and he's smart.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I'm going to put my hands on this bathroom counter and see if I can't twerk a little bit, see what it looks like, see what it feels like.
The Drive is live for Dirties Daily.
Still hadn't reminded my wife of that move yet. I'm probably going. I'll hit it tonight, Tyler. I'll let y'all know how it goes.
You gonna hit it tonight?
Yeah, I'll hit it. Well, the twerking on the counter. I don't know about anything else, but
you'll need to report back on that. Yes,
yeah, I'll let you know. I mean, she is about 5 months pregnant, so I don't know, a little over 5 months pregnant, so I don't know if she's going to appreciate the way she once did, but we'll let you know. Today's Dirty Daily. Today's Dirties Daily, boys. It's powered by the NCAA. I know there's a lot of folks up in arms right now about the NCAA and what's going on. If you don't know, there are players that are either getting cut or asking to be released from NFL teams and going back and playing college. Not only are they going back to play college, boys, but they're literally entering the transfer portal as if they never went to a NFL camp.
Yeah.
All right, so and by the way, I think Lane Kiffin's got to be mentioned in this. Lane Kiffin right now has a tight end.
Of course, that was Lane.
Hey, Lane said, "Hell, if they don't play for me, they're gonna play for somebody. It might as well be me." But Lane Kiffin's got a tight end coming back, Daquan Wright, that was with the Browns. Literally went to the Browns brass and said, "Hey, I want to ask for my release," so that he could then go back to. Or actually not go back to Ole Miss, but go to LSU where Lane Kiffin is. Also, Lane Kiffin is expected to add former New Orleans Saints and ex-Ole Miss star defensive lineman Xavier Harris, which is a 6'8", 330-pound defensive lineman that broke his foot, I think, either right before or right after, or had to have surgery. I'm sorry, I didn't know if it was broke, but had to have surgery either right before or right after the NFL Combine, so it made him a free agent. But nothing like LSU adding an all-SEC tight end out of an NFL training camp and an interior defensive lineman that would have been drafted had he not injured his foot, a draftable defensive lineman to their roster. That's interesting. Here's why.
Mid-August.
Come on, man. Here's why I'm giving it to the NCAA. Right, blow this thing up. I mean, just blow this damn thing up. This is one of a handful of moves. Eventually, they're going to just say we're going to blow it all up and we're going to start over. Right. I mean, at the end of the day, that has to be what happens with the NCAA, is they just got to scrap the current structure and ways of doing things and completely start over, and moves like this are what's going to happen. So I want Dirty's Daily today to be powered by the awful, the dysfunctional NCAA for what it's worth. So appreciate it, man. Blow this thing up, boys. And Lane Kiffin, hell, you light the fuse if you don't mind. The Texans, as I mentioned coming into this thing, the Texans had, the brightest spot, the best player in terms of training camp. The Jaden Higgins had emerged as the number 2 wide receiver, and it was not just, hey, man, they got a number 2 wide receiver. This guy was out there making plays. This guy was doing things that had me thinking crazy, like, hey, this is good enough to overcome all the lack of speed, lack of explosion, lack of twitch that we talked about, the injuries that the Texans wide receiving group had seen, right? Well, he gets injured, tears his ACL, done for the season. And that moment, the biggest question for the Texans became, what does Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, what do they do to fill the Jaden Higgins void, right? They immediately went out and signed I mean, not that there was much on the streets, but I would argue two of the best healthy wide receivers on the streets, right? Zay Jones and Sterling Shepard.
An immediate.
Yeah, guys, veterans, added some veteran experience. Some guys that played football last year.
Guys that you said you thought was more than just bodies. You think these guys have a chance?
Yeah, no, I think these are guys that you have on the roster you depend on, whether it's now or mid-season if somebody goes down. If you have something happen like happened in the playoffs last year where you lose Nico and God forbid Dalton Schultz, you've got veteran players to plug in, and you're relying on players that have at least made plays at the NFL level. So that was the first response, right? And then Saturday, Jalen Noel comes back. Jalen Noel's back on the field. Jalen Noel's getting that work. So you're getting some reinforcements. Here they come, right? Well, then all of a sudden, as Tyler said, Tyler, was this the news that broke when you was in your pajama pants in your bed and your?
Oh yeah. No. The Butte news.
Yeah,
that came later on. The news that broke when I was sleepy-eyed was Dana Brown.
Oh yeah, sorry, I got our breaking news confused.
I did too, but I was sleepy.
I guess Butte was right before we came on air, wasn't it?
Right.
But the Texans trade for a starting wide receiver. The Texans trade for Kayshon Boutte, which is definitely a void-filling move, definitely along with the others. They give up safety Reed, who was a fourth-round pick last year, something like that, a draft pick
out of Penn State,
a year ago out of Penn State. I thought he was a safety, a big safety that was a little bit more damn near like a linebacker size.
He started playing when he got healthy.
Yeah,
he
played safety and played well, but he just couldn't stay healthy. But they trade him and a 2028 seventh-round pick to the New England Patriots for Kayshon Boutte. So, Ron, here's where I'm at. I personally like Boutte. I liked him when he was at LSU as a player. I liked him when he was at New England as a player. I thought he was a guy that I expected more out of him. I don't know that he lived up to or met my expectations, right? Now, he was a number 3 receiver on the Super Bowl run last year with the New England Patriots. He was behind, obviously, Diggs and Hunter Henry, and then came Kayshon Boutte. So he did get some run. He did play a prominent role, but when I watch him play, Ron, I feel like there's more there, right? And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about a little bit. I know you went back and watched some highlights. I want to talk a little bit about what the ceiling is. But right now, for me, when I look at all the moves I just outlined, Ron, this is a production play for me with the Houston Texans offense. Like, whether it's Boutte or Noel or like, here's what I need. I need 40 to 50 catches. I need 600-ish yards, and I need 6 to 8 touchdowns. Right? That's roughly what Jaden Higgins gave you last year. That's roughly what Kayshon Boutte gave you last year. Yeah. Right? And I think Boutte only played 14 games, so he missed 3 games somewhere along the way. So when I look at it, that's what the Texans offense needs from a number 2 wide receiver. Right? They're going to run the football. They're going to throw it to Nico. They're going to throw it to Dalton Schultz. Marlon Klein and Jalen Noel are probably going to sneak in there and get a little action. That's number 2 wide receiver. It's more about a production play for me. So I'm not going to come on here and tell you that Kayshon Boutte is an all-pro or a Pro Bowl wide receiver. I like the sign. I like the move of Boutte being added to the Texans because my confidence in us getting that kind of production from a number 2 receiver just went through the roof.
And that's the big thing. That production, everything you're saying, and I think at this point, I'm excited for the Texans on a couple of fronts. But in terms of the player front, again, I am always conducting my thoughts based on what their expectations are. And this is year 4 now. They have gone to the divisional round every year, and we know they're talking Super Bowl. That's what they're saying. That's what people around them view them as.
Yeah.
They have high expectations. They've gotten higher and higher every year. They didn't have a second NFL starting wide receiver on a team that had aspirations of getting as far as they can potentially get to, and that's winning a Super Bowl. They got a lot of other things that scream that. You can't roll through here without having 2 starting wide receivers before the season starts, not just because you had a rash of injuries.
Right.
They had to get that. And Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones were good additions, and they probably potentially will play a part at some point. But you had Xavier Hutchinson as your 2 when we woke up today. That cannot be. Right? On a championship team, if you're rebuilding, that's one thing. On a championship team, you woke up, that's your 2. No, that can't be it. You had Jalen Noel, who I don't know, where he is right now. It's good to see him back on the practice field. But those are not bona fide guys that are going to be starting wide receivers in the league. They got one now. And that from that part, on the field part, is a huge, huge deal because, as you said, you can't have those aspirations and then think you're going to Jarrett Wayne replace this thing. And I like what Jarrett has done, and he could break out. But you had to get somebody that gave you somewhere within the ballpark of ability and potential production that Higgins was going to give you.
Look, I mean, the Kayshon Boutte move is big for multiple reasons, Ron. The production is what you need, right? Number 2, he's a veteran. He is a guy that's seen everything an NFL defense can throw at you. Number 3, he was in the New England Patriots system, so he's plug and play. He knows exactly what this system commands. He knows the terminology. He knows all the movements. He should be a plug and play from jump. When you talk about how he complements everybody else, he is a guy that can stretch the field, albeit he doesn't necessarily do it with just sheer speed and Will Fuller fashion. He does have the ability, the big play ability, the explosive plays that we were talking about. He averaged over 15 yards a catch over the last 2 seasons. This is a guy that's very comfortable making big-time catches in big moments with contact. He doesn't rely on running by a safety or running by a cornerback and getting a play schemed up specifically for him. He doesn't have to be open for you to throw the football to him for him to get a catch and a big play. And so he's super complimentary. And I tell you what, I think he's capable of significantly more than what we saw in New England. Now we'll see if DeMeco Ryans, Nick Caley, and the Texans can get more out of him. But I personally believe that he's significantly better than what we saw in New England, at least from a tangible standpoint. From a skill set perspective, I think he is. So look,
But even if he is what you got at New England, that's at least in the range of a solid number 2 receiver.
Absolutely. And I'll go a little further. The way I see this thing playing out, I see what I saw from Jaden Higgins that I think was the most impressive part of it was he was taking on more of a workload and was becoming the move receiver in this offense. Right? Nico Collins wants to be stationary on the boundary. Kayshon Boutte, I'm sure he can do it all, but I would imagine he's better stationary outside. Now you got Jalen Noel, who is a guy that the opportunity presents itself to become that move guy, and I would argue that shiftiness, that twitch, that change of direction that he naturally has as a smaller receiver is better in that role. So things with this overhaul of the wide receiver room, you got better veteran depth overall. You got a guy that's plug and play opposite Nico Collins and Boutte, and you got Noel coming back that should fit that slot move player skill set a little bit better than maybe some of the other options you've got.
Yeah, no, they this is what they had to do, right? And I give everybody credit of understanding the position they were in and understanding what this group needed to have added. You said it earlier. I think they put C.J. Stroud in a much better spot for him to be able to improve and play to the best of his ability, which helps your quarterback, which helps Nick Caley as well. All right, coming up, I know we talked a little bit about this earlier in Weekend's Worst, but are you surprised after everything that happened that Deshaun Watson is the starting quarterback again in Cleveland? If you didn't hear what he had to say after the game, his preseason game, you don't want to miss it because a lot of people feel like, hell, maybe they should have just cut him or moved on from him after that. We'll let you hear and discuss next.
All right, y'all. Look, Mokaram Injury Lawyers, I hope you never need them. I hope you never.
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back into the Fan. Text line coming through saying, I just love hearing Clint say Booty.
That's it, baby.
Oh, Booty.
Yes, indeed. Keyshawn Boutte. It's going to be fun to watch, man.
There's a lot that you can do with that, isn't there, Tyler?
Yeah.
The options and the possibilities with Boutte are always
Give me that!
What was that?
Give me that!
I need to turn my volume down. Boy, you got me right there.
Hoping somebody would just say Boutte.
Hold on, so.
Sorry about that. A little aggressive. Buying their cars, did it?
Said it with you that second time, didn't they?
Yeah, they said, give me that!
The drive is live.
Give me that. Give me that thing. Boy, he's been living that for his whole life. But he is the newest Texan. And from the newest Texan to a former Texan. And that is some of the news that happened today. With the Cleveland Browns, they have named Deshaun Watson the starter, even with his rough game that he just had Saturday against the Bills, where he was 5 of 12 with the second and third unit for 36 yards, throwing one interception. And it wasn't just the interceptions, but just some of the stuff just looked like he just a shell of the person we used to see here in Houston when he was at his best. Some of the throws just left short. But Todd Monken, the head coach, decided, hey, with the full body of work that Deshaun Watson beat out Shedeur Sanders, who will serve as the backup, even though Shedeur had he had a pick in there, but he started out 8 for 8, ended up going 9 for 11 with one pick and a touchdown pass. So he looked really, really good. I thought it would go down to the wire. I thought they would take it all the way down. Deshaun looked better the first week in preseason, and Shedeur looked a lot better the second week. But he said the overall body of work, and a lot of people, this became a big thing, Clint, about who was made the starter. And a lot of it had to do with, I think, the press conference that Deshaun had afterwards. And I'm wondering how much value you think that should have been added to it. If you missed it, Deshaun was booed from his poor performance. This was not the first time he was booed. Hell, I'm pretty certain they celebrated him when he got his Achilles torn the last time he was there. I believe that's what he said. The last time he played in that building, they had cheered him when he tore his Achilles. Here was Deshaun and his reaction to the fans booing him in the presser Saturday.
Man, I didn't have no reaction. I think the biggest thing is, I think you guys know too, and I think the whole world knows, it has nothing to do about the performance. It's a little bit personal than that. So I think it's a disrespectful thing. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep whatever I feel with me and my family internally on how I feel about that. And yeah, just move on.
All right, a couple of things in there, as he said. Everybody knows it's not about performance; it's about personal. I think there is some personal there. I can understand where he comes from for personal, but I got to believe there's a little bit of performance based in this thing. And then to continue, he also discussed this about, the whole thing of him coming to Cleveland in the first place.
Does any of that make you regret coming here?
No, I don't regret anything in my life. I think the Lord put me through situations for a reason, so I don't regret anything at all. But I had different thoughts on how it was going to be, but it is what it is. Sometimes the tables turn, and I'm patient enough because I'm a child of God to wait for that time to change. So I'm not tripping on it.
Yeah, I'm a child of God too. I got a few regrets in my life.
Deshaun ain't got one. Not one.
That's
wild.
I don't believe that. Maybe he looks at regrets differently. But I damn sure don't believe he doesn't have any regrets. I don't believe anyone doesn't have any regrets. But a lot of people, due to his comments in the media after the game. I know Dan Orlovsky said he's pushed the Browns fans just stop going to the games. I mean, I would say, Dan, you could have pushed for that a long time ago before this thing. But your thoughts about him getting the job, and more importantly, do you think any of that should have anything to do with him getting the job?
No, I don't. I told you from the get-go. I think if it's a fair competition, that I thought Deshaun Watson there would be a sizable gap between him and Shedeur Sanders, just simply because of what we've seen Deshaun do on a field, just from a mental perspective. Forget whether he can physically do it anymore, but just he has seen every pressure, every defense that an NFL defense can throw, every scheme that pressure, everything that a defense can throw at you. I mean, he stood in there and like literally put a franchise on his back and went and won games before and made crazy throws in the process. It's not it doesn't shock me one bit that over a 3-week period in practice, all the way back through OTAs and everything since Deshaun's been healthy, it doesn't surprise me that he has. Obviously, it was a pretty convincing training camp and off season, because you just outlined how he played like crap in the final preseason games, and they decided on him anyway. So it was obviously pretty convincing that when they sit in meetings and when they go through practice and when they go through the parts of the game that we don't see, it's pretty obvious that Deshaun Watson was the best option for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, at least that's what they believe.
And by the way, I know I'm seeing a lot of it from really credible sources, so take it for what it's worth. But I know personally, I don't believe that Todd Monken takes the Cleveland Browns job, whether he's forced to or asked to keep Deshaun Watson around, allows the competition to happen, and then sits in a meeting room and goes, we're going to start Deshaun Watson because our first 2 games are on the road against Jacksonville and Tampa Bay. And then we're going to start Shedeur Sanders. I think that is plumb-ass silly to even think that that's where a head coach that gets a gig is basing his decision on the fact that you're starting on the road. If a young quarterback like Shedeur Sanders, or anybody else for that matter, convinces you that they're the dude and you're going to hand the keys to the organization to them, right? You're not even thinking about playing on the road.
Yeah. No, you're
like if I am.
This is probably Todd's potentially only opportunity.
And let me think about this. Like, Todd's only opportunity, he's an offensive-minded head coach. He's going to give Deshaun Watson the keys, who everybody just booed off the field. He's going to give him the keys because he doesn't want the young quarterback that is his future to go on the road in Tampa Bay and Jacksonville. 2 places that would not be on the list of most difficult places to play on the road. I mean, that's plumb-ass silly. That's the kind of stuff that I see getting thrown out there. Like, when this is clearly, he thinks right now Deshaun Watson is, from just an experience perspective, is well ahead of Shedeur Sanders and gives him the better chance to win a game. I mean, clearly, if it were even close, Shedeur Sanders is the starter.
Yeah, clearly they believe that is the case. Now I think Shedeur is probably going to be the starter sooner. At some point this year, I would probably bet that he plays more games as a starter than Deshaun. But clearly,
that's because it's Cleveland.
Yeah, because of coming out right now. Like, one, I don't think his comments should, if he's the better player in their mind, that they should roll with that. Now, I don't agree with his comments. Now, I agree he probably feels some kind of way. I think I would, too, if I tore my Achilles and you all were cheering in the stands. Like, I probably would feel some kind of way. And I think the apology that he gave today, I think is probably more forced and not actually. I think we heard exactly how he feels, which, fine. Whatever that be the case. But, I mean, to me, if this is the push of now Browns fans should stop going to the games. They should stop going to the games a long time. Like, this ain't the latest thing. But yeah, man, it is straight dysfunction.
But this is the kind of thing. Like, had they gone with Shedeur Sanders because of the press conference, or if they had gone with Shedeur Sanders because of the contract, or if they had gone with Shedeur Sanders, because of the injuries or whatever, had they gone with Shedeur Sanders for any reason other than football reasons, it would have been a disservice to Shedeur Sanders, and it would have been exactly what the Cleveland Browns typically would do. Is go with a guy you've rolled out there for 3+ weeks, and you believe that Deshaun Watson is the best option for you to win ball games, right? Or maybe you're not trying to, whatever it is, you've decided Deshaun Watson is the best option at starting quarterback for this team. And these guys get on TV and go on there like, well, after that press conference, I'd cut him. No, you wouldn't. He just spent 3 weeks showing you he's the best quarterback for the team. You wouldn't cut him. You owe him. It cost you another 20 some odd, 30 million, whatever the millions is. You wouldn't cut him. No, you wouldn't. Your knee-jerk reaction to a press conference that's the dude's human. What do you expect? He just got booed. They cheered when he tore his Achilles, and they booed him when he went in a preseason game. Most people don't even pay attention to a preseason game. He's getting booed in a preseason game. Yeah. So are you shocked that he went up there and took it personal? Yeah, he made a mistake. He shouldn't have done it. I think he should have known better. But
I think some of it was personal, but don't say it's not performance. Like some of it is.
No, you're right, Ron. But like he is completely out of. What he doesn't even believe what he's saying. He knows it's performance. I've talked to Deshaun before. Deshaun knows it's performance.
Yeah,
he knows
some of it.
Yeah, he knows what the hell's going on. He knows it's because he got 230 or 200 whatever it was million guaranteed, and he hadn't pissed a drop in a Browns uniform. He knows it. It's I don't know. I just guys that have played in the league that know what all it goes into playing that position at a high level, and how what that looks like for Deshaun. In my opinion, I think it's low hanging fruit to be calling for you should have cut him. Come on, man, get the hell out of here.
Coming up, speaking about performance, Dana Brown is out, and a lot of it is based on his performance. We'll give you the latest, and what does this mean moving forward? How confident are you that Jim Crane can find his next general manager and potentially next manager? We'll discuss that next.
Hey, y'all, look, if someone you know is living with chronic joint pain, ain't no doubt about it, you feel it with them, right? You see them struggle with the stairs. You notice them sitting out of things that you –
it done.
The best burgers in town and so much more. Check them out at Bex Prime online, BexPrime.com.
95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, things are changing with the Houston Astros, Clint, as Dana Brown is out as general manager. The Astros and Dana Brown have mutually agreed to part ways. The team has announced Brown's responsibilities will be transitioned to assistant GMs Charlie Cook. Everybody loves Charlie. Gavin Dickey and Connor Huff. And to senior advisor Jeff Bagwell, Jim Creighton will oversee baseball operations through the transition period. They are still in first place, mind you. Now, they have a losing record, and they have just gone 3-6 on a 9-game homestand against the Mariners, Angels, and A's. And I don't know if that's what sent him over the edge. I am not certain, but that is clearly the decision they have made to move past Dana Brown, which the timing is kind of weird on this, Clint, right? Like, they allowed him to get through the trade deadline, and they made this decision. Now, I know he nixed him with the Abreu situation, but he did allow him to trade a Spencer Arrighetti, which I would only assume he was in on as well, if that is the case of where we are now. But, Clint, overall, let's start here. And 713-572-4610, like I said, be thinking of this because we'll discuss this in a second. How are you feeling about Jim Creighton and his ability to hire the right guys to fill this void of Dana Brown and what we're hearing, potentially a new manager? But your thoughts on this as this came down today?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think Dana Brown obviously was a miss. I mean, I don't know where Lunau was a grand slam. Hinch was a grand slam. I would say Dusty was a grand slam. I don't know how you feel about Click, but he won a World Series, didn't he?
He won a championship, won a couple pennants.
Yeah, so I mean, I may not like him, but Dana Brown is the only one to me. Even Joe Espada, when Dusty decided to step aside, I wasn't going to stand on a mountain and yell for Joe Espada, but the thought of hiring from within to keep the chemistry in the clubhouse where it was as long as you possibly could made sense. I don't have to agree. I like the method to the madness. Dana Brown was an outsider that he brought in, and clearly, this thing's gone the wrong direction. I think Dana's made some good moves. I think Dana's, as a GM, has made some bad moves. I don't know, to be honest with you. I personally don't know what moves Dana made and what moves Jeff made, what moves Jim Creighton made. I have no idea. When Jim Creighton steps in and vetoes a trade at the trade deadline, that throws everything for me into question of what
relief pitcher.
Yeah, how much was Dana Brown really in control of from a big picture, like big move types, whether those moves were made or not, but big moves. How much was he really in control of Kyle Tucker and Bregman and what's Lee Dreads, the guy that Tyler, the fake Framber Valdez, like how much was he really, did he really have any say so in that? And I'm like, maybe he did, I don't know, I'm not on the inside. So I feel like Dana Brown, obviously by their own admission, is the first one that was really just a head scratcher of like, how'd you land here? How, what's next kind of move for me. The Joe Espada thing not working out or looking like it's not going to work out, I can understand that. The Dana Brown is the move that I just can't quite get behind, and which throws into question obviously the next move and whether. I've never liked the whole let's fire the GM, but let all the guys that were sitting in a room with him hang around and make decisions. Like that's an interesting.
Well, clearly,
approach.
It's probably over for all of those guys when the season ends. Whenever the season ends, they go in a different direction. But I know it is his team and he gets to do whatever he wants to do. It just does to me, Tyler, seem that Jim Crane is too involved.
He's all powerful right now, that's for sure.
It's not a, we talk to Cal and Hannah all the time, and they're like, yep, we trust Nick and we trust D'Amico, and we let those guys do their things. They did the hard part of hiring them, and then we let them do their thing. I don't think that's how it goes with him. No, clearly it doesn't. He vetoed a trade for a reliever who has an ERA above 4 that multiple times this year he basically was doing an IL stint in the bullpen. They just weren't pitching him. So he meddles in that, and it feels like it'd be one thing, Clint Tyler, if this is a situation of, well, man, I feel like I got to meddle in this because these guys. But no, I think he wants to. I think he wants to be a part of it. He wants to help make the decision. He wants to do these things, right? I don't know if James Click and the rest of them come to him and say, "Hey, man, I know we've had to make some moves to roll through one of these, but man, Correa is really important to what we do. Like we've got to be able to pay one of these guys. I know we let Springer go, and I know we let Cole go, and I know but we need." He's like, "Nah, I got it. So that to me is my concern, is the next hiring process for both the GM and the manager may not necessarily be the best guys for the roles, but they're going to be the best guys for the roles that work with Jim.
Well, this is the bigger question to me. It's not about the general manager, Dana Brown, he got fired. It's more about, like, what direction are the Astros going to go in? Because here's the deal, and it does to a certain degree, I think, tie into what you're saying, Ryan. Like, if you got an owner that wants to be involved, damn it, he's going to be involved. If I owned a team, I would decide if I want to be involved. If I wanted to be involved, and y'all's ass would listen because I own a team. That's just part of it.
Yeah.
The problem in Houston, to me, is since Hinch, Lunau, and Crane were all aligned and winning, and everything was going good. And look, I didn't cover them as closely then, maybe, but I like that. It seems like there's multiple people in the building pulling the rope the opposite direction. Like, you cannot tell me that what we watched with Dana Brown and Dusty Baker clearly not having met morning meetings and discussing what's going on. You can't tell me that's a good relationship.
Oh, yeah, and it's not a good look for the organization where two people are saying different things.
Yeah, but like beyond that, Ron, if you're the manager and I'm the general manager, and we're both going to the media and saying different things, somebody's stepping on somebody's toes. Like that, there's no way that's healthy, right? And then you throw in the mix the Jeff Bagwell piece. Having the guy that's a Hall of Famer, that's in the owner's pocket, that's got his nose in everything that's going on, and I'm not saying he shouldn't. I'm just saying that seems to be a reality of what's going on. Is you got a Hall of Famer that's doing reporting back to the owner, and so there's no way that guy and the general manager and the man, like, all of that is kosher and ideal for everybody working together. There's got to be somewhere in that mix. There's no way that I don't know if animosity is the right word, but there's got to be some distrust. Like, you got all of those pieces. Like, from the ownership to the ownership's right arm in Bagwell to the general manager to the man, you got to all be pulling in the same direction. Like, friction's not bad, but you got to be pulling in the same direction. It doesn't seem like, just based on the little bit of knowledge that we have from covering them, it doesn't seem like they're all pulling in the same direction. And I don't know how. That's the part. I don't care if Crane wants to be involved. I don't care if he's got Bagwell. Then go get all, like, people that'll fall in line all the way down and at least be one.
Yeah, like, in my opinion, the next person who comes on, if it's a GM, like, I don't know how fired up they're going to be with knowing that Jeff Bagwell is, like, around and has the ear of the owner and can convince the owner to do something.
He's working with guys in spring training.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But I'm cool with that role for Jeff. Yeah, work with players.
Yeah, but that's not his role.
But his role is not just, he ain't just out here like working with players and helping guys.
No.
He's out there about to make decisions.
Ron,
Abreu.
his role is Dana Brown. The minute I tell Jim Crane I want the GM job, it's mine.
You think so? You think that's on the table, Tyler? Tyler just
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm saying
I wouldn't rule it out completely.
No, but right, he literally Bagwell came out a year or two, or whenever they hired Dana Brown, and said he didn't want the job. He said, oh no, I don't want to be a GM. My point is not
should act like that.
My point is not that he literally would do it. My point is that's that's the Hall of Famer that's walking around there is like, I'll come get your job.
Yeah,
I mean that's the guy that's working in your cages with the players that you're bringing in.
But I'm gonna help make these decisions.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna talk to the owner.
Yeah.
And I don't think that Jeff's trying to sabotage. I think he wants the best for the Astros. I think he wants them to win.
Sure. Yeah.
I just don't know if that is the best.
I mean, I think Nick Caserio. I think he probably genuinely deep down he still likes Jack Easterby. But he knew better. He knew Jack Easterby being in that building over there was not going to be conducive to being functional and winning games.
Oh no! I don't know. We can continue after that.
I'm just telling you that's a
dismount.
That don't connect, man. It don't compute. What Dusty say? I mean, it doesn't jive, man.
It don't compute, baby. Damn, boy. Whew. We'll see who's next. I feel like whoever's next, but the point you're making, I think it's overall, someone said that, now I see how the Cowboys feel. The point you're making is whoever they bring in probably going to have to be okay with Jim Crane meddling and Jeff Bagwell having his ear. And I wonder if you can get the best person for the job to do that. I just wonder. We'll see. This is I can't wait to see what he does over the next rest of the year while he is running, while he's assumed the responsibilities. All right, coming up 5 o'clock fire. The Texans big trade. They get a guy who can fill the void of the Higgins injury. We'll let you know the latest on that. Joe Espada could be potentially next behind Dana Brown. We'll let you know that. And if you missed it, D'Amico Ryans again not pleased about how practice went today. We'll let you hear what he had to say. All of that as we continue right here live.
Hey, y'all, it's hot out there.
Hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
When the moments in your life are too important to miss, you can trust O'Reilly Auto Parts to keep you and your plans on the road. Our professional parts people can test your vehicle's battery and even give it a charge if needed. In most cases, we can install your new battery for free. It's just one of the many services we provide at O'Reilly Auto Parts to ensure life's best moments don't find you stranded.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KIKK-FM, KIKK-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
I have made fire!
95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. And luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, and that's just it. T-Mill.
AK Psycho T.
That's not where you are right now. Probably why they lost that series to the A's, because you refused to go out.
Don't you put that evil on me.
I'm just saying. But a lot going on here in Houston on a Monday. The Astros, thank God they're off, as they'll travel to New York, so maybe they'll feel comfortable because they're going to get booed like hell by the Yankees fans. So maybe that'll help them. But a lot to get to today. But Clint, I would say the most recent big news, because there's several things that happened. The most recent big news, Clint, is the Texans. They have made a trade, and they have traded for wide receiver Kayshon Boutte. And Kayshon Boutte, excuse me. The trade is with the New England Patriots. The Patriots sent Kayshon Boutte to the Texans, and the Texans sent young safety Jalen Reed, and a draft pick, and that draft pick is the 2028, excuse me, not the 2008, but the 2028 7th-round draft pick of the Texans, and that is the trade. But Boutte, 24 years old, Clint, and this will be his 4th season in the league, and they had to do something when Higgins went down, and if you look at their numbers, they're pretty comparable. Size a little different. He's 5'11", 203. Obviously, Higgins a taller receiver. But last year, the production for Boutte in 14 games, he had 33 receptions, 551 yards, 6 touchdowns, and nearly a 17 yards per catch average. If you look at Jaden Higgins, Clint, he had 41 catches, 525 yards, and 6 touchdowns. So they had similar production, although Higgins played 3 more games. Your overall thoughts for the people who are just rolling in 5 o'clock? The Texans have filled one of their voids there at the receiver spot. Your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I think Kayshon Boutte is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Texans. I mean, we're talking about a veteran starter, plug and play coming out of the same system in New England. We're talking about a stretch the field kind of wide receiver, kind of talent, averaging over 15 yards if you take the last 2 years into consideration. Obviously was on a team last year that made a run to the Super Bowl. Played played the exact role that you need him to play this year. He was the number 3 receiver or pass catcher, if you will, behind Diggs and Hunter Henry, the tight end. I would imagine that's pretty similar circumstances here with Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz. And so there's a lot to like about this sign. And I'm not going to sit here and sell him to the Texans fan base as he's going to be a Pro Bowler. He's an All-Pro guy. I do believe he is a very, very good replacement for Higgins. I do believe he is a very, very good complement, possibly great complement to Nico Collins. In my opinion, I've always thought that Kayshon Boutte was better than he showed he was in New England. Now, I don't know what held him back. Was it personal? There seems to be some stuff there, kind of off-the-field stuff. There's always a disgruntled dynamic to him, it seems like. It kind of left LSU, I think, on bad terms or at least with some baggage. And then New England, he slid in the draft to, I think he's a much better receiver than a 6th-round draft pick And in the last 2 years, he's been asking for a trade out of New England, didn't like the role he was playing. I say all that to say I feel like there's a lot more to this guy than what we saw in New England. Now, can Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caley bring that out of him? I don't know. We'll see. Whether they can or they can't, if we can get something similar out of him than what he put on the field last year, 600-ish yards, 40 to 50 catches, 6 to 8 touchdowns, if you can just get that right there out of him, which is very similar to what Higgins did last year, if you can get that out of him, then I think it's a big win for the Texans to pull this trade off.
Overall, Clint, I don't know if this is going to work, Clint and Tyler. I don't. I think it should, right, based off everything you just spoke about. I think him and CJ will probably have a chance to have a good connection. I think there's some things that he adds to this offense that maybe they didn't have. But I think the biggest thing to me is the Houston Texans, Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, the McNairs, all of them, that brass, they came together and said, we know what our expectations are and what we're competing for. And we can't sit here and look at ourselves with a straight face and say, yeah, we're going to go compete to get past where we've been, to get to an AFC championship game, to get to a Super Bowl, which I know all three of those entities want, right? We talked to the McNairs. Obviously, you can feel it from D'Amico and Nick. Nick wants to get number 7. He wants to get number 7. John McClain will let you know. He needs it. All right? And they want this, and they understand we can't walk in here with Nico Collins and the Pips. And not a lot of great Pips either. Like, we can't. That
was a great group, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, with Gladys it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. They needed Gladys.
Don't disrespect the Pips like
more.
that.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not trying to, but I mean, they need, Xavier Hutchinson's a good Pip, but they need a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and they went out there and made a move that says we are still trying to go for that, and that to me is as important as the actual move, because now something else happens, trade deadline, that stuff, that you get the feel that they're going for it. And as a fan, what Tyler formerly was and what other people are out there that listen, that's all you want for your team is, man, go for it. Go for it. Really, truly give us the best chance. Don't look me in my eye and say, we're going to try to win the Super Bowl, but here, man, Jarrett Wayne, man, we need you to be our second best receiver.
Yeah.
If it happens, it happens. But no, they went out and did what they needed to do. So shout out to Nick Caserio, D'Amico, the McNairs for going out, getting aggressive, and getting this done.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we just talked about Dana Brown being out as the general manager, and if you missed it, he is out. They have mutually parted ways. But we're starting to get reports, and before we get this, I do want to say prayers up to Joe Espada, who obviously we have a lot of fun on here, but there was clearly a family emergency, and he had to miss the last game due to that. I know Lopez, who filled in for him, said he had just talked to him very briefly. He was heartbroken on how the family situation was going. So hopefully everything is where that needs to be. We do know, Clint, that Joe Espada made the trip to New York and, as we know, will manage the team. But that's real life stuff there. With that, we hope everything is okay with Joe Espada and his family. Now, with that being said, it is hard not to then look after Dana Brown is dismissed. I'm sorry. Mutually parts ways. What general manager mutually parts ways in first place with the league MVP on their team? But whatever. Mutually parts ways. It is hard not to look at Joe Espada, who is a manager, Clint, who also doesn't have a contract past this season. And then we get reports from Bob Nightingale, who says that Joe Espada reportedly has been informed by high-ranking Astros officials that he will not receive a new contract after this season. Now, Later, Bob Nightingale did kind of walk it back a little bit and say Espada was given the option to either finish out the season with Houston or leave immediately. He chose to remain with the Astros through the end of the year, and then obviously Jim Crane will make a decision on that afterwards. It looks like, Clint, that they're going to, by the end of the year, be without a general manager and be looking for a new manager as well, by the way it sounds.
Yeah, look, I mean, no surprise on the general manager. Again, vetoed a trade at the trade deadline with literally the opportunity to win the division and get in the playoffs and make a run. Even if you feel like you don't have a World Series team, keeping a general manager and then yanking the rug out from underneath him like that, I think speaks volumes, says really all you need to know. It's just a matter of time with him. Now, the Joe Espada thing is interesting. I personally think it's ran its course. I like the hire when you hire Joe Espada, just to keep the clubhouse together and the continuity, the chemistry, all that good stuff. But the reality of it is that it seems like it's ran its course. It seems like you could do better. Unfortunate that this news comes at the same time that he's dealing with the off the field, the family emergency type of situation. But reality is he probably won't be back either. So I'm as a fan, I'm more interested in what's the direction of the Astros. Is this a tear it down, burn it down? Spend two or three seasons flirting with 100 losses, or is this do they feel like there's moves to be made and folks that can come in and turn this thing around quicker than that?
Yeah, it is. Obviously, we know how they've gotten here, but Clinton, Tyler, to just say all of this coming out for a team who is in first place in the AL West and has what looks like the league MVP on their team. This is happening with Jordan and Ben in first place. Obviously, their first place is 65-66 and comes off just an awful homestand with the opponents they play. We'll see. We'll see if this adds a spark. All of this does add a spark as they head to New York to play the Yankees and the Mets. So Dana's out, and Joe Espada looks like a decision is going to be made on him after the year, as he does not have a contract.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. I want to let you hear what D'Amico had to say about practice today, as this is kind of their last preseason practice week. They're actually going to head out and have a joint practice coming up on Wednesday in Carolina before they face the Panthers on Friday. But again, real quick before we hear from D'Amico, Clint, not practicing for the Texans today: Tank Dell, Brevin Jordan, Jadeveon Clowney, Dominique Robinson, Jake Hansen with the Cavs, Jawar Jordan, who's been out a minute, Colin Wright, who was kind of the camp darling earlier, Kamari Ramsey, Noah Whittington, and Wade Woodaz had thumb surgery, broke a part of his thumb. So those are a lot of guys not practicing. And then also the unfortunate situation with Dylan Horton, Clint, as it is believed potentially that Dylan Horton may have, the Texans are fearing that he could have a torn Achilles. So we'll see what is happening there. And if he is out for a long time, what that is officially announced. But there are a lot of guys out there that haven't been out. Tank Dell, Brevin Jordan really jump out, Clint, because they haven't practiced in a while. Tank was practicing, and now that has halted, and we haven't seen Brevin Jordan in a while.
Yeah, a lot of guys on this list right here that you would think would have something to play for in this last preseason, this last week of training camp. So unfortunate for them. I mean, when I look at the list, I mean, really the only name that jumps off and I'm like, hey man, you got to get right is Jadeveon Clowney. I mean, that especially with the news that you just mentioned with Dylan Horton going down with an apparent injury.
Take your time.
Jadeveon Clowney's got to get back. The rest of these guys, to me, are guys that need to get back in order to compete, and try to earn a position and ultimately have some staying power on this roster.
Here was D'Amico and what he felt like practice was like today on a Monday.
As a team, right, for us, the way we practice, it's not good enough. Today wasn't good enough. From the standpoint of how we move the football, it wasn't good enough, and I challenged our guys to make sure we pick it up and operate that way. So we got a lot to improve upon. We're not there yet. Still got a lot of work to do.
I'll be honest with you. This is now, 3 different times it feels like during this training camp that D'Amico has come to the podium afterwards. And we've covered him. This is now going into year 4. He's not one that usually just kind of comes in and tries to use the media to make points.
Yeah.
This is probably getting frustrating to him that he is having to take a team and call them out and having to check their energy and all of that with this type of team. Maybe a team that starts. But
the more attention he pays to the offense, the more often he's having to do it. I mean, I'm glad. I mean, we talked about it last year. Boy, that defense. Let them just let a little bit of something go. Boy, D'Amico's pissed, but that offense, boy, they can just look like. I mean, they can look terrible, and we soft shoe it. You know, this is. It seems like. And I'm sure he's talking to his defense some too, but it sure seems like this is kind of one of those, hey man, I'm not real sure that this offense is where I want them to be with that physicality piece yet. Now you better go out there and show me every day that you're ready. And when they don't, he lets them know about it.
Yeah, that's about the 3rd time. Yeah, he did. He said, and when he said didn't move the ball, sounds like he
assumed he's talking about offense.
You would think. So there it is. That's practice here as they start their final preseason week. Apparently, it was not up to the standards of what their head coach is looking for. Like I said, that's multiple times during training camp that he's had to kind of come to the podium with that. Coming up as we continue, maybe today's practice wasn't up to the standard, but how about Nick Caley? All right, we give our thoughts on Nick Caley when it feels like he's struggling. Clint really feels like he saw maybe some strides and really liked what he saw that we haven't really been able to discuss coming out of their last preseason game. We'll do that coming up next. But before we get there, let me tell you about something, man. It's coming up. It's going to be...
best sports talk around. Anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite fan hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It's been a crazy day, fellas. Real crazy day.
News popping everywhere.
I'm telling you, man. Booty. Popping everywhere is what's been happening.
That's right.
Right. We'll have some fun with that. Keyshawn Boutte traded to the Houston Texans, and I think obviously without Higgins, you think about it, Nico Collins is helped by this. C.J. Stroud, as you mentioned earlier, Clint, is helped by this. And Nick Caley's got to be helped by this, right? I think for me, the biggest thing with Jaden Higgins going down is not that I thought Jaden Higgins was all of a sudden about to be T. Higgins, but we had told you, we have been very consistent on this show, including Tyler, very consistent on this show about our concerns with their weapons, our concerns with their pass catchers. I believe Clint went so far as to say at one point that was the biggest question on the team was the pass catchers. And I'll be damned, you can't feel better about that for Nick Caley, who I think at this point for me, I believe probably needs all hands on deck to really be able to help him execute everything he needs to execute. He's not shown yet, Clint, to be the guy that can just get folks open and can just really be able to, by scheme, get the best out of people. I think he's somebody who needs Nico to go make plays, who needs CJ to go make plays, and Montgomery and Woody Marks to go make plays. And you take one of those playmakers away, that obviously it's not going to make us feel better about the pass catchers. And so I think he is somebody who is really going to be helped with this trade as well. But even before that trade, I know for you in that preseason game against the Raiders, you felt like he was doing some things that made you feel good about maybe the progress of year two in this system for him.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's no doubt for me. I mean, Nick Caley, it's a system that's not going to take a Nico Collins and find ways to get him more touches and find ways to get him more involved in the game. It is a system that is, we're going to call a play and the ball goes to whoever's open. So it'd be ideal if you had guys at multiple positions, right? Not just Nico, but multiple positions that when you call said play and the defense takes Nico away, the ball is going to really good players. It's ideal that you have guys that are veteran players, or at least you know what you're getting out of those guys, instead of guys that you drafted and you think will be good players. And so before the season started, you're sitting there going, you got Nico Collins and a bunch of others, right? I mean, you don't really know what the hell you're gonna get out of them at this point. Luckily, Jaden Higgins has emerged, and then all of a sudden, boom, the injury happens, and now they flipped the entire wide receiver room. But Nick Caley in preseason game 2 was better than I thought, and deserves to be highlighted, right? I think there's 3 things for me that happened that I think signal a good night. This doesn't mean he's going to be great. Until the regular season starts, I put very little stock into this kind of thing, but I do like to at least see some movements in the direction of getting better and doing things that make sense, right? We've heard them talk about, number one, getting out of the huddle, having plenty time on the play clock so that they can then process what's going on the defensive side of the football, right? That is a very real thing. I would argue that it's more real in this system than it is in any system in football. They're gonna break the huddle and they're gonna try to figure out the perfect protection on that given snap. So the defense is going to try to manipulate them. The defense is going to move and shake and disguise, and the offense has to try to figure it out. So it's in your best interest if you've got time to dummy signal so that they give away what they're trying to do. It's in your best interest if a player's going to have multiple reads on a certain play, that you break the huddle with plenty of time so he can ultimately eliminate options, right? I'll give you a perfect example. Right? The first down throw to Foster Moreau where C.J. Stroud slid up in the pocket, slid a little bit right, and found the tight end. I believe that's a play where they break the huddle early with plenty of time. Woody Marks is to the quarterback's right. They got plenty of time, so they have time to survey the defense. There's clearly double A-gap pressure, meaning there's somebody on the right shoulder pad of the center and somebody on the left shoulder pad of the center. They're coming in the guard center gaps on both sides, right? Or at least they're showing that. So Woody Marks steps up, puts himself in a better position to pick that block up if they do come. He also had time to peek the safety. The safety was deep, and so he knows that's no longer his number two. He goes outside. The corner's rolled up hard, so he understands that he's going inside linebacker to the right all the way out to corner, right? Okay, now I'm ready. Hey, y'all can snap the ball whenever you want, and we'll execute this thing. That is a very real scenario. You come out of the huddle late. Woody Marks doesn't get a good look at what's going on. Woody Marks is in panic mode, and you're confused. Your quarterback's probably hit. Ball's in the air. It's another turnover, right? Yep. So that is a very real thing. And for a small sample size against a very vanilla defense, the Texans got out of the huddle on time, right? Number one. Number two, we talked about it in postgame. We talked about it on that Reaction Friday. The Trent Brown at right tackle, Ed Ingram at right guard, and you can throw Evan Brown in there if you want to. You can throw Foster Moreau in there if you want to. But that guard tackle combination on the right side of the Texans' offensive line, they are going to move mass in the run game. I don't know if they're going to be able to protect, but they're going to move mass in the run game. And Nick Caley said, to hell with trying to run it the other side. To hell with trying to run it outside. We're going to get this thing downhill behind Trent Brown and Ed Ingram, and he committed to it on that one drive, and I think it was the best thing on that drive. All right, that's number two. Number three, the screen game. Now, this stretches beyond just C.J. Stroud snaps. It actually went into some of Davis Mills' snaps, maybe two drives of Davis Mills. But the screen game, I don't care whether the screen, like I would like for it to be successful, but I don't believe that the only reason you call screens are to go get first downs or try to get explosive plays, right? Clearly, you're trying to move the football, get as many yards as you can. But the reason that you throw screens is to stretch the defense from sideline to sideline, right? Make the defense defend from sideline to sideline, from line of scrimmage to goal line, wherever that may be, and you can find wider gaps. You can find voids in the pass game. You can get explosive plays, right? And this team, the way they're going about playing offensive football, they need to commit to a screen game. We saw Marlon Klein, the tight end, young tight end, catch a screen. We saw Justin Watson catch a screen. We saw, I believe it was Whittingham, or maybe it was Marks. It was a running back. I can't remember if it was C.J. Stroud or Davis. No, it was Davis Mills. I think it was the Whittingham kid. But we saw tight end, receiver, and running back catch screens in about less than a quarter. That is the kind of commitment to the screen game that has to happen. Are you going to pop every one of them? No. Are you going to get hit? You're hit behind the line a couple times. Yeah, sure you are. But you've got to force defenses to defend you sideline to sideline, or you're missing out, Ron. So those three things to me, just showed some growth with Nick Caley, some commitment from Nick Caley, some awareness from Nick Caley, and really the results of harping on this play clock thing, letting these guys get out of the huddle, forcing these guys to get out of the huddle quick. That's the OC making that happen. So, job well done there for Nick Caley.
When you say that, I can remember during the joint practice, just being right there on the field. At one point, there was maybe back and forth about something, and he is yelling, "Get in the huddle! Get in the huddle!" Nick Caley, like he's in there, and it seems like that is absolutely been an emphasis for them to improve, and it should be, because what they want to do, getting to the line of scrimmage late,
kills
absolutely.
Them. It's crippling.
Yeah, to CJ, him, and everything that they want to do. So, no, it's good, man. It's good to see that Nick is showing some strides. Now, again, we'll see what all this means once we get into the regular season against Buffalo and see how he adjusts. But you'd rather it look good or than the other way, because we would talk about that as well. Coming up, T-Mill's Best Bets. He had a hell of a week last week. No days in the red. Finished Friday off 2 of 3. We'll see if he's continuing to be somebody you need to go ahead and make that money with, or is it fade week? We'll see. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. When somebody that you love is dealing with that chronic joint pain,
Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Woo! Love that money.
All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on the drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
All right, we've come to a big-time week last week. Every single day, 2 of 3. He missed Thursday due to a little bit of scheduling switch, but 8 of 12 in the green. Pretty good week. You'll take 2 of 3 every single day if you're doing bets. That's winning that cash, winning that money.
Factual.
That's right. I knew Jordan got multiple hits the other day, so I knew you were good in that. But T-Mill's best bets, we do it around this time every single night right here on the Fan, on the Drive. And you can find all of his best bets every single day if you don't catch him here on at Space City Sharp. Go to Twitter at Space City Sharp. And not only does he have his best bets there every day, but he has different things that can help you out with your bets, different nuggets that can help you out with your bets every single night. What you got tonight to kick this Monday off right?
Yeah, we're getting closer to the return of betting on some football here, but still baseball plays for now. 3 picks around Major League Baseball action tonight. Your Astros not in action before they do get in action tomorrow against those Yankee Turds. But 3 baseball picks around the league. First pick tonight for the people is going to be the Red Sox at the Miami Marlins over 7 runs. No hook in this one, but over 7 runs. I think that total is just set entirely too low for these two teams playing tonight. Second best bet on a Monday with the Drive. A familiar face is going to be pitching for the White Sox tonight against the Arlington Rangers. That would be Jose Urquidy, or what did homeboy say? Urquidy?
Urquidy, yeah, that's Larry.
Larry is a friend of the program, but says things in a funny way sometimes, and we get drops from it. But White Sox money line. All that to say, the White Sox win tonight against the Rangers with Urquidy on the mound. This is going to be his first start for the White Sox and Urquidy, but he did make a bullpen appearance for him recently. He went 6 scoreless, 2 hits, and 0 walks with 8 Ks against the Chicago Cubs. So he was feeling it. Let's hope he's doing it again tonight.
You imagine how the look of that guy who was one of your guys, and you can't find a pitcher to save your life.
Yeah, I could have used him this year in Houston, right?
Oh, boy.
But that's your second best bet. And coming off that strong appearance for Urquidy against the Cubs, that is the team we got for the third and final best bet on a Monday. I got the Chicago Cubs money line at minus 140 odds at the Arizona Diamondbacks. Take the Cubs to win it, the White Sox to win it, and the Red Sox Marlins over 7 runs. Those are your best bets.
All right, there it is. T-Mill's best bets every single night. You catch it right here on the Drive on 95.7 The Fan. Win that cash, man. If you were going along with his best bets last week, you had a good week. 8 of 12. Let's see if he can start off this Monday right. Again, at Space City Sharp is where you can find T-Mill's best bets. They're all loaded up right there. Coming up after we get done, we will hand this thing off to Texans All Access. I'm sure we'll hear from them about today's camp. We'll see what their thoughts are. D'Amico said it wasn't good enough. Wasn't good enough today. We'll see what Mark and John and their thoughts were of camp as they get ready to head to Carolina, to head to Charlotte to get ready for that joint practice and the final preseason game coming up on Friday. So Texans All Access, they follow us. And then after those fellas, I've already looked back there. I see the fellas. Area 45, they've got you tonight. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton. Big Bryson's back there doing his thing. They've got you 7 to 11. No baseball tonight, but I'm certain they will be discussing a lot revolved around Dana Brown, who is out as the general manager. Joe has spotted that situation behind him. What the Astros are going to do is they're tied now for first place with the Rangers at a game below 500. And then, of course, they'll get you your Texans conversation and all the craziness they do on the best damn night sports show in all of Houston. Area 45 coming up behind us. Remember tomorrow, Clint, Houston's own Roflo, Robert Flores, he will join us coming up tomorrow to talk a little bit of the Houston Astros as they've got a huge road trip in New York to get going. We'll see what Roflo's thinking. We heard them talking about, I know I saw it on MLB Central today, talking about the news. They were just flabbergasted by the timing. Him, Mark DeRosa, and Lauren Shahadi. So we'll hear from him coming up tomorrow about the situation. I do want to get.
Didn't they just lose series to all three teams in the worst division that are below you?
Yeah, but I mean,
bad American League, terrible division. The three teams below you just lost. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some other timing spots they could have done it, especially prior to the deadline.
I mean, there'd been plenty.
Start making him.
I don't think any should surprise anybody though. But okay,
I would have thought, Clint, that they would have finished the year. At this point, once they got past the deadline, I didn't think a move would be made unless, something really bad happened and, they haven't fallen out of first place yet. I'm a bit surprised at the timing. But, I mean, whenever that man wouldn't allow him to trade Brian Abreu, a reliever whose ERA is above 4.
He was cooked.
And he didn't have a contract. It was all she wrote. Real quick, I just wanted to. There's some story because this almost was my weekend's worst. How much you think this cost? And who's paying for this? See this Ole Miss? Ole Miss had an FBI sweep for bugs after Lane Kiffin's exit from LSU, thinking that he may have planted some bugs there at Ole Miss, so they had the FBI come through. How much does that cost? And who in the hell's paying for that?
That's just how slimy they thought Lane was. I don't know. I don't know nothing about cost and how I don't know how you go about it. I've seen it on the shows that I watch all the time.
I know. I mean, listen, I agree with you. I think I don't know that I would put anything past Lane.
Well, Lane.
But how did we get to? Hey, man, let's go ahead and knock this out. But hey, let's get on the horn to call the FBI to come sweep this thing in here. Like, damn, well, you just got that kind of cash, Pete?
I wonder if that was after, the story where Pete actually, I think, rented or maybe even bought or whatever Lane Kiffin's house, and Lane was watching him come and go on his Ring doorbell cameras and his camera systems. And I wonder if at that point he said, "No, we need to go ahead and get this thing for sweep for bugs."
Is there who do you go to before you get to the FBI though? I mean, there's got to be somebody else that you do a sweep with.
Yeah, I don't know.
Before you get
your
to
local park ranger.
I mean, is there a local FBI office in Oxford or something?
I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming, but still, hey man, guys, let's if we felt the competition was bugging us here, I don't think we're going FBI, right?
I don't know what options are out there. Got to be some kind of law enforcement, right?
I mean, maybe. I mean, I just felt that just sounds extremely expensive. Like, hey, man, we got this kind of money to throw around because I feel like Dabo like to call the FBI to sweep a few places the way they stole that linebacker from him.
Now he's stealing that defensive lineman and that tight end coming back out of the NFL. He's stealing them both from Ole Miss. They're going to LSU.
All right, man. Just calling that's where we're at, college sports, baby. Calling the FBI to come sweep through. Lane Kiffin's ass leaves you. I bet. Where was Lane at before Ole Miss? Was he
in Florida Atlantic?
Is that where he was? I wonder who they had. Yeah,
he went Bama to Was it FAU or
That's
FIU?
Right. Whoever.
One of them two Fs in Florida.
FAU, not the Panthers.
Yeah. He
one that ain't the Panthers.
Then he
Owls,
went to,
right?
Yeah, I thought it was the Owls. There you go. Then he went to
Hooters.
Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Oh, he stopped at Hooters. He seems to be a Hooters kind of guy. Nothing wrong with that.
By the way, we hadn't discussed this yet. A lot happened today.
Mm-hmm.
Only what happened Saturday night, fellas, what happened to Joe Espada.
What's that? What happened?
Hunter Brown was pulled from the game on accident.
Oh yeah. Finger point.
That first off, I'm not gonna lie, I've never seen that before, and I do feel like we're in 2026 and cooler heads can prevail to say, "Hey man, I'm sorry. I did not mean to do that. I was not trying to take him out here. But I've never seen it happen before, but it would only happen to Joe. If you missed it, Joe walked out there, and he ran out there, actually, and did not, according to Joe, have any plans to take Hunter Brown out right there. But the umpire said he made a gesture towards the bullpen, and they took that as the meaning that he wanted somebody to come in from the bullpen. And when Joe ran and set his ass back down in his spot in the dugout, the crew chief said, "Are you going to bring in your pitcher?" He said, "No, I didn't mean to." "No, come on, man. You already made the point. He's got to go." And so Blue Balls had to come in and get that final out in that inning for Hunter Brown because he accidentally. Mm-hmm. That would only happen to Joe Espada.
I didn't do the best I can.
I didn't see it, but I mean, clearly, apparently there was a point when he came out of the dugout the first time, just like a manager typically does. Points to the dugout, "Hey, we're coming to you." Why else would the manager visit the mound?
He ran out there. He wanted to talk to him.
Oh yeah, Hunter talked his ass out of that going to the bullpen thing, and then Joe.
That would only happen to Joe. I've never in my life seen that before. Like, hey man, no man, you got to go put him in, man. You pointed to him,
Joe. All the pitching issues you've had and having to pull guys and I mean, you've ran through more pitchers this year than I think anybody in history.
Maybe that was the moment, Dana.
You point to the dugout when you point to the bullpen when you got your ace on the bump.
That was the moment, I think, when Dana said, "I've seen enough. I want to mutually part ways, guys." We can't even keep Hunter Brown in the game. That was
good enough.
That was incredible. I cannot believe that happened. All right, Roflo with us tomorrow, 2:40. Set your alarms for that. We'll have a good time with him and maybe get some info on here where they're going to go for manager, where they're going to go for general manager moving forward, and how he likes their chances in the West. Clint, great job. Tyler, fantastic job as always. And I am Ron, the show Hughley, and you know this. As always, Houston, we love you, baby.
Brought to you by
Tyler Miller. You are the greatest producer in the world.
Hey, Clavis, wake up. The show's over. Oh, yeah. Kick it.
The final score may not have ended in the Texans' favor, but we saw what we needed to see from the starting offense. 10 plays, 69 yards, and a Woody Marks touchdown to cap off the drive. C.J. Stroud and the offense looked smooth. Insider access, exclusive content, crystal clear FM quality. Your home of the Texans is 95.7 The Fan.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Staples. On the West Loop, southbound at Stella Link, it's an accident that has a right lane and a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, 95.7 The Fan.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back to school